Trial Marriage Husband, Need to Work Hard Chapter 266 to Chapter 353. Inside a quiet and cozy luxury hotel, Long Jia and Lu Che were sitting by the window having dinner together. Lu Che was a man of his word. He said he wouldn't see his parents, so he didn't make things difficult for Long Jia. However, thinking about how Lu Che said he would go to his home after dinner, Long Jia couldn't help but feel nervous as her palms broke out in a cold sweat. It seemed she wasn't ready to take their relationship to the next step. In order to hide her panic, Long Jia ate the steak that Lu Che had cut up and scrolled through the news on her phone. When she saw a stunning photo of Tongning, she would cheer. When she saw a photo of Xianxia being humiliated, she would complain. In the end, after the dinner, she browsed through the news of Charlene being beaten up online. Long Jia lifted her head and glanced at Lu Che as she placed her phone in front of him and asked, "Is this boss's doing?" Lu Che lowered his head and glanced at the phone. His voice was a little unclear. "Have you gotten your news faster than me?" Long Jia was stunned for a moment. She quickly cut up the steak on her plate and exchanged it with Lu Che. "This is all gossip. The only reason you guys don't need to know is because everything is under your control." Long Jia did not hide her admiration for Lu Che. But the fact that Long Jia managed to gather so many reporters and was able to share news faster than most big companies was already not an easy feat. Is this Xiao Lin brainless? Does she think that if she cries out on the internet, people will care? First, she was humiliated by Xianxia. Now, she has Hai Rui's revenge and Star King has cut off all contact with her. Apart from going online, what else can she do? Lu Che put down his knife and fork and looked at Long Jia in seriousness. "Are you planning to keep talking about work during dinner tonight?" Long Jia froze for a moment as her body tensed up again. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. "It's all because you scared me." "Me?" Lu Che didn't understand. "You said we would go to your home after dinner." After hearing Long Jia's words, Lu Che couldn't help but laugh. "I remember a certain someone once said she doesn't want to have sex before marriage. Can't you think of something else?" Long Jia let out a sigh of relief before complaining. "What do you mean by going to your home after dinner? Any girl would misunderstand." "I won't do anything to you." Long Jia threatened Lu Che with her fork. "Don't you dare." Lu Che smiled helplessly and gestured for her to eat quickly. With Lu Che's assurance, Long Jia finally relaxed and placed everything she didn't like on Lu Che's plate. Of course, as a boyfriend, he had the obligation to eliminate all the things his girlfriend didn't like to eat. After a delightful dinner, Lu Che brought Long Jia back to his apartment as expected. The couple entered his apartment one after another. Indeed, he did not undress Long Jia, he simply pressed her onto the sofa and kissed her. At first, Long Jia struggled a little. She felt this man wasn't keeping his word. But, feeling her heart pounding, she asked herself in seriousness, "Don't I crave this man's kiss?" A moment later, she relaxed. The couple kissed passionately. However, that was where they stopped. Lu Che politely let go of Long Jia, even though he needed to return to his room to deal with some personal matters. Long Jia leaned against the door as she covered her heart and laughed. Translator, Uni Editor, Uni. The pitch-black apartment was completely silent. After being beaten up and abandoned by her boyfriend, Charlene had been hiding in Xianxia's room, too afraid to leave. Exposing the incident online was the only thing she could do. But, in reality, she had only suffered a few superficial injuries. She had originally found her boyfriend and wanted to use Hai Rui's secret to get him to help her enter Star King. But, when she returned to her boyfriend's home, she found him playing an NPC battle with a wild model. Heartbroken, Charlene ran out of the apartment and realized she had nowhere to go. All she had was the keys to Xianxia's apartment. But, what about the future? What was she going to do? Charlene stood up and looked around Xianxia's room. In the end, she made an extremely risky decision. She pulled out her pocket and placed all of Xianxia's jewelry inside. After all these years, she had been by Xianxia's side. Even if she hadn't done much, she had at least put in a lot of effort. Taking this little bit of jewelry really wasn't much, especially when she thought about Xianxia's punches and kicks. Charlene practically flipped Xianxia's apartment upside down and took everything. However, on her way out, she received a phone call from an unknown number. "Is this Miss Xia?" "Hello, I am a reporter from Huarong Studio." My surname is Lin. It's like this, I saw your pitiful post online. Since that's the case, there's no point in you staying at Hai Rui. How about you join our agency? I'm not interested. After speaking, Charlene was about to hang up the phone. But, the person's next sentence caught her attention. We are currently following Tongning. If you can provide us with some information, we can discuss the price. Tongning, thinking of this name that made her clench her teeth, Charlene finally stopped her car by the side of the road and requested, I need a place to stay. No problem, the person replied straightforwardly. Give me your address, I'll head over right now. Hua Rong had been collecting evidence of Tongning's ambiguous relationships with various men. At least, they assumed that Tongning had been ambiguous with quite a few men. But, as they watched Tongning's path go smoothly and she became a signed artist of Hai Rui, the people at Hua Rong couldn't accept it. Not only did they need Tongning to make a name for themselves, they also desperately wanted to expose Tongning's true colors. 2 a.m. Charlene parked her car in front of the building where Hua Rong was located. Originally, she was a little afraid, but now that she had nothing left, what was there for them to lie to? After gathering her courage, Charlene entered the building and successfully met up with Editor Lin. To show his sincerity, Editor Lin took the initiative to hand over the evidence he had collected and said to Charlene, the first time I saw something wrong with Tongning was in the US. Afterwards, I followed her to a few other places and finally managed to capture a photo of her kissing a man at her manor. Now, she's even been involved in a scandal with the CEO of Hai Rui. This woman keeps saying she doesn't have a boyfriend, but she's actually full of lies. Practically every country she goes to, she goes on a date with a man. Charlene looked at the blurry photo. It was impossible to tell who the man in the photo was, let alone tell him it was Mo Ting. What do you want me to do? Charlene asked Editor Lin. From the bottom of her heart, she felt that they shared a common enemy. Do you have any evidence of Tongning and the CEO of Hai Rui? No matter what it is, or could it be a photo? Editor Lin asked. We still lack evidence. Tongning is so reckless, she will definitely find someone else. As long as we capture 2 more photos, I can destroy her reputation. Photos? Hai Rui's employees did have photos, but they would never leak them to the public. But, since she was still an employee, it wouldn't be difficult for her to get her hands on them. But, what about the compensation fee? It was a whopping $100 million. Charlene didn't want to take the risk. As long as you can help me get my hands on the photos, you can ask for anything, Editor Lin boasted. But, if you reveal Hai Rui's secrets, you won't have a good ending. Isn't that easy? If an employee of Hai Rui drops their phone, and you simply pick it up, who can you blame? Even if Mo Ting decides to pursue the matter, the phone will be the one that dropped it, not you. Charlene thought about it and felt it made sense. What do I get out of it? Shares of Hua Rong Studio. When Tongning's incident is revealed, Hua Rong will be famous. Do you think there will be less people willing to give you money? Editor Lin smiled at Charlene in a flirtatious manner. Charlene thought about it for a moment. The thought of artists and even Tongning coming to beg her made her unusually excited. This was better than earning money. So, in the end, Charlene nodded her head and signed the contract. Next, she would head to Hai Rui to get evidence of Tongning being intimate with a model. Hopefully, everything went smoothly. Otherwise, if Mo Ting caught her, she would die without a complete corpse. After the celebration dinner ended, Mo Ting and Tongning returned home reeking of alcohol. From the moment they stepped through the front door, Tongning held on to Mo Ting and spun him around in circles. In the end, they both fell onto the sofa. Tongning pressed herself onto Mo Ting's body as she rubbed her nose against his neck. Ting. I'm very happy. I can tell. Mo Ting allowed her to rub against him. In reality, it was rare to see Tongning this relaxed. It was rare to see her smile from the bottom of her heart, especially in front of so many strangers. If she could remain this happy, he was willing to do anything. What else can you do? Can you dance? Can you? Mo Ting's body tensed up from being rubbed against by her, but this woman did not seem to notice. So, Mo Ting stood up with her in his arms and began dancing on the smooth floor of his living room. Of course, with an alcoholic in tow, he could only perform the simplest of dance steps. Tong Ning lay on top of Mo Ting's body and followed his footsteps. The couple did not say a word, but Tong Ning felt the atmosphere was perfect. She did not need to say or do anything, all she needed to do was follow Mo Ting's footsteps and walk with him until the end of time. After quite some time, Tong Ning finally mumbled, "Have you thought about what would happen if the staff at Hai Rui didn't accept us?" Ting. Did you know? Actually, I'm really nervous tonight. Because I'm afraid that there will be a second Xianxia and a third Xianxia. They will all come looking for trouble with you. If that's the case, I will feel very guilty and sad. But, when you refuted Xianxia, you were obviously very confident. How could I watch others bully you? Even I can't bear to scold you, so no one else has the right to. Of course I'm angry. As Mo Ting hugged her, he suddenly let out a gentle smile. Although he had experienced being doted on a few times in the past, being protected by Tong Ning once again made him feel exceptionally sweet. His heart had never been showered with so much honey before. From now on, if I come across a situation like this again, I will still put my life on the line. Mo Ting suddenly stopped in his tracks and pressed Tong Ning down on the sofa. I don't need you to put your life on the line. All I want is for you to repay me with your body. Under the light of the light yellow wall lamps, Tong Ning couldn't understand why she could see Mo Ting's handsome face clearly. Perhaps, it was because she already had a rough idea of what he looked like in her heart. So, she lifted her head and pressed her lips against Mo Ting's. Afterwards, their lips, which were filled with the aroma of alcohol, intertwined with each other. After the kiss ended, Tong Ning suddenly hooked her arms around Mo Ting's neck and said in an intoxicated manner, "What should I do? I feel like I will fall more and more in love with you. Did you only realize this now? This is a sweet acceptance of fate." After speaking, Tong Ning flipped her body over and pressed Mo Ting under her. "Let me take the initiative for once." After Hai Rui's celebration dinner, the next morning's headlines were filled with rumors that Hai Rui had banned Xianxia. However, Hai Rui's PR department did not deny the rumor. This meant, it wasn't a rumor, it was the truth. As for who started the rumor, everyone in the industry was well aware. Apart from Hai Rui themselves, no one else had the right to start a rumor. Actually, it was understandable. Hai Rui had been united for over 10 years. Yet, when it came to Xianxia, she dared to challenge Mo Ting's authority. Since she was going to leave sooner or later, it was better to cut the Gordian knot. When it came to this, Hai Rui had always been swift and decisive. Because Hai Rui wanted to tell everyone one truth, anyone that tried to break the unity of Hai Rui, Xianxia would suffer the worst fate. As the first artist that Hai Rui had banned, Xianxia's main purpose was to intimidate others. No matter who you were, if you touched Hai Rui's bottom line, you would never be able to recover. Xianxia sat in her hospital room as she looked at the news on her phone. Her pale face was covered in tears. Who would have thought, in one night, Hai Rui would completely destroy her? Yet, she previously thought her status was enough to threaten Mo Ting. To threaten Mo Ting. This was the biggest joke in the world. Xianxia sat in her hospital bed crying and laughing at the same time. In the end, she smashed her phone and electronic devices on the floor. If she found out that her home had been robbed clean by Charlene, how would she react? The thing that Xianxia never expected was, the first person to visit her was Fan Yu. Of course, Fan Yu didn't come for nothing. He came with compensation. Although Hai Rui never owed you anything, you have been at Hai Rui for so many years. Keeping Cici for you is the biggest concession the president can make. Are you pitying me? Xianxia asked Fan Yu with a look of anger. What do you think? Fan Yu replied straightforwardly. You don't need to think about how pitiful you are, and you don't need to hold a grudge against Tong Ning. Sooner or later, someone will replace you. Even if this person isn't Tong Ning, it will be someone else. But you've made a lot of bad decisions. For example, hitting Hu Jingjing. Xianxia suddenly stopped talking. She turned her head and looked out the window. After quite some time, she finally said, Hu Jingjing isn't as pitiful as me. Because Hu Jingjing has a clear conscience. After speaking, Fan Yu handed all the information on Cici to Xianxia. Don't ever appear in the modeling industry again, and don't ever appear in front of the president again. This is the president's biggest warning to you. What else could I have done? Zhenmani held on to the information and laughed at herself. After all, even if I did lose to Tongning might not end up well. It's not up to you to decide whether Tongning is happy or not. You should worry about yourself first. After speaking, Fang Yu turned to leave. However, just as he reached the door, he turned around and said, I've already lured the reporters away for you. If you want to leave, you'd better do it now. Zhenmani looked at Fang Yu and suddenly laughed. Do you also like my butt and breasts? Do you want to sleep with me? Fang Yu snorted disdainfully. Are you dreaming? Zhenmani revealed a self-mocking smile as she propped herself up from the bed. Fang Yu, I don't want Cici anymore. I just have one request. Take me home. They had known each other for 6 years. Even though they hadn't interacted much, there was no need to be so ruthless. Fang Yu thought for a moment and nodded his head. Get changed. Zhenmani quickly put on a disguise and left the hospital under Fang Yu's cover. However, after Fang Yu escorted her home, he discovered Zhenmani's home was in a mess. Everything of value had been taken away. Needless to say, this person was Charlene. Only Charlene had the keys to Zhenmani's home. At this moment, Zhenmani finally understood what it meant to lose everything. So, she collapsed to the ground. Out of righteousness, Fang Yu stretched out his hand and pulled her up. However, this simple action was captured by the paparazzi hiding in the opposite building. Not long after, news broke online that Hai Rui's artist's director, Fang Yu, first had Hu Jingjing, then Zhenmani. He was enjoying the bliss of having 2 women. Even worse, it was revealed that Fang Yu had slept with an artist and helped a down and out model. In reality, he was involved in sex trafficking. Regardless, the fact that Fang Yu had helped Zhenmani proved that the photo was real. Meanwhile, Tongning was at Hu Jingjing's home when she saw this piece of entertainment news. The photo of Fang Yu pulling Zhenmani up was enlarged on the screen. Tongning subconsciously looked at Hu Jingjing. Hu Jingjing did not say a word. She simply turned off the TV because it was too noisy. Jingjing, Fang Yu isn't that kind of person. What does that have to do with me? Hu Jingjing asked curiously. Don't tell me you're trying to make us a couple? Let me tell you, this is impossible. Forget about the fact that I don't know how to be a stepmother. Even if I did, based on what Fang Yu did today, I would blacklist him. Maybe you really misunderstood? No matter how they misunderstood, they were together at that time, right? The media didn't frame us wrongly, did they? Hu Jingjing rolled her eyes and threw away the remote control. Tongning, not. Everyone is like President Mo. Before you met Boss Missouri, didn't you also meet a scumbag? I've already been hurt once. I won't be hurt a second time. I'm not a fool. I'm just saying. Why are you so agitated? Seeing Hu Jingjing's reaction, Tongning had a feeling she was trying to hide something. There were some things that the more one tried to hide, the faster they would be exposed. Seeing that Tongning did not believe her, Hu Jingjing sighed helplessly and replied in seriousness, since things have come to this, I will be honest with you. For a woman like me, everyone knows that I've had 3 abortions, been with a scumbag, and been abused for nearly 10 years. To be honest, no man would want me. But, even though I know this, I won't accept it, Hu Jingjing said as she looked down at the carpet. Fang Yu is a good person, but he treats everyone well. I know he doesn't have that kind of feelings for Zhenmani, but I don't like a man with a holy aura. It seems like everyone needs to be saved and comforted by him. So, Tongning, I would rather find a French man or a German man to take care of the family. After hearing Hu Jingjing's words, Tongning thought about how she had 3 abortions and was with a scumbag. Her heart ached a little. Was this Hu Jingjing's fault? But, Tongning understood, this incident would forever be buried in Hu Jingjing's heart, making her feel inferior at any moment. Okay, let's not talk about Fang Yu anymore. I will be going to France on the 18th. Do you want to come with me? Manager Emma wants to go, right? I don't want to. Hu Jingjing immediately rejected. Just like that, Hu Jingjing sentenced Fang Yu to death in her heart. Thinking about it, she felt it was a pity. But, some people, fate was fate and it was useless to force it. As Tongning thought to herself, she was pulled back to reality by a phone call from Mo Ting. To prevent Hu Jingjing from being upset, Tongning grabbed her phone and headed to the living room. After returning to the bedroom, Hu Jingjing waved at Tongning. Is that President Mo? How long have you been away? I've never seen a man so clingy to his wife. I have work to do, Tongning explained. Hurry, hurry. I need to get some rest. Tongning glanced at Hu Jingjing helplessly before turning around and leaving the apartment. Mo Ting's car was parked downstairs. As soon as he saw Tongning, he immediately opened the car door for her. Hu Jingjing watched their interaction from the window. It would be a lie to say she wasn't envious, but where did her future lie? After holding it in for a moment, Hu Jingjing pulled out her phone and gave an old classmate a phone call. She agreed to go on a blind date because she needed a true relationship. Hairui Entertainment. 3 p.m. After Lu Che finished his work, he bumped into Fang Yu on the way. He couldn't help but grab onto his arm and ask, "What's going on between you and Jin Manny?" "What about Hu Jingjing?" "What do you mean what about Hu Jingjing? What kind of relationship do I have with her?" Fang Yu asked, somewhat baffled. "If you don't like her, why did you go through 5 hours of cold weather for her and even catch a cold?" "You're thinking too much," Fang Yu rolled his eyes. "I'm simply doing it out of morality." "Then, are you treating Jin Manny the same way?" "Uh-huh. Why don't you go and save the world?" Lu Che glared at him. He originally wanted to leave, but as he turned the corner, Charlene appeared in the office. "What is that woman doing here?" Fang Yu followed Lu Che's gaze and looked at Charlene. He then patted Lu Che on the shoulder. "You go do what you need to do, I'm going to handle a small matter." Lu Che turned around and left, while Fang Yu also walked towards Charlene. This thief that had robbed Shin Manny's home, how dare she appear here again? But, for some reason, Lu Che's question and Hu Jingjing's name suddenly popped up in his mind. Did he really meddle too much? Did he have too much sense of righteousness? Thinking of this, he subconsciously stopped in his tracks. As the artist's director, he was used to handling PR for his artists and was smooth in front of the media. The only reason he did this was because of his professional instincts. He never had any ulterior motives. The only time he had acted impulsively was when he stood outside a senior official's door for 5 hours. Fang Yu did not explain himself to anyone because he couldn't understand why Hu Jingjing, who had stood up for him after so many years of silence, would still move his heart. Above all, Hairui's artist's director, who never cared about what the media said, immediately reacted to the rumor that he had an inappropriate relationship with Shen Manny. He used an artist from another agency to quickly divert the media's attention and shut up the public's mouths. Charlene's return to Hairui was like a street rat. She thought she was being careful, but as soon as she entered the agency, she was discovered by Fang Yu and Lu Che. According to how meticulous they were when it came to their work, it was impossible for them not to suspect Charlene's motive. Especially since Fang Yu knew that Charlene had robbed Shin Manny's home clean. Charlene originally wanted to look for a manager that she had a good relationship with. But, before she could enter their line of sight, Fang Yu sent a bodyguard to follow her. As soon as Charlene discovered the bodyguard's presence, her heart filled with anger. She was still an employee of Hairui and had her own pride. Yet, she was being treated like a thief. Charlene was so angry that she headed straight for Fang Yu's office and pointed to his nose. "What is the meaning of this?" Fang Yu closed the document and lifted his head to look at Charlene. "I'm afraid Hairui will lose something." "Fang Yu, don't go overboard. I'm sure you know better than anyone what happened at Jin Manny's home," Fang Yu asked coldly. Charlene suddenly looked a little flustered and lost. But, she couldn't hide her cunning nature. "What do I know? All I know is, Hairui hit Jin Manny." Fang Yu lifted his head and glared at Fang Yu. He realized there was a reason why Jin Manny had gotten to where she was today. But, how did Charlene get into the agency? It wasn't that she wasn't smart, she was just trying to play tricks. As for the words she said, she was obviously blaming Fang Yu. Even if she had no evidence, she could still go around spouting nonsense. "After this, I will send a termination letter to you through my lawyer." Charlene's expression changed. She hadn't achieved her motive yet. But, since this was the decision of the higher-ups at Hairui, no matter how hard she tried, there was no way she could change Mo Ting's mind. So, she directly threatened, "You will regret this." Afterwards, Charlene left Fang Yu's office. However, she did not immediately leave Hai Rui. Instead, she headed straight to Hai Rui's waiting room. As expected, regardless of whether it was the makeup artists or artists, they all had the habit of leaving their phones on the dressing table. Charlene took the opportunity and pretended to slip on purpose, falling on the dressing table. "Be careful." Charlene pretended to cover her abdomen in pain. In fact, she had already secretly placed one of the phones into her trouser pocket. Was that Xianxia's manager? Are you sick? Who knows? I think she's about to lose her mind. No one noticed Charlene's actions, nor did they realize that someone had lost their phone. After all, it was common to lose one's phone in the dressing room. However, even though Charlene found the phone, she had no way of unlocking it. All she could do was bring it back to Huarong's studio and hand it to Editor Lin. There must be a photo of Mo Ting and Tongning inside. Editor Lin looked at her deeply and nodded his head. Are you sure? I'll try to find a technician to unlock the door. There should be. After all, she is an artist from Hai Rui. In that case, I'll wait for a good show. Meanwhile, a number of talented newcomers emerged from other agencies. Tianyi Entertainment had been taken over by someone and changed its focus to producing low-budget films. Creative Entertainment and Qingtian, after a short period of rest, also set out once again. Especially Qingtian. Although Lanxi had lost a few key players, they had received a new injection of fresh blood. Star King and Hai Rui had both suffered setbacks, both had suffered losses. Of course, even though Hai Rui had personally dealt with Xianxia, it did not affect Mo Ting too much. After all, Tongning was steadily progressing. The heir of Star King had been studying in the US. After hearing about the multiple battles between the two agencies, he returned to Star King with the intention of holding the fort. But, no matter what, no matter how many newcomers appeared and no matter how much hype they used Tongning to create, whether it was in terms of fame or professionalism, it was impossible for them to surpass Tongning. So, with Mo Ting's protection, Tongning became more and more mysterious. She intentionally avoided Mo Ting in front of the media. So, the media was able to dig up less and less information about them. As a result, fans of the couple became more and more desperate. At this time, the heir of Star King, Quan Yi, appeared out of nowhere with the twin models. In just a few days, he appeared on the headlines of all the major entertainment newspapers. Rumor had it that he was trying to suppress Tongning and become the second Xianxia that held Star King back. Whether it was in terms of mysteriousness or charisma, Quan Yi was comparable to Mo Ting. He was young and dissolute. Compared to Mo Ting, he was more likable to women because he was easier to get close to. So, his appearance was bound to cause a certain amount of impact on Hai Rui. Late at night, Tongning was sitting on her bed looking at the entertainment news. One of the articles was an irresponsible analysis of Mo Ting versus Quan Yi. As soon as Tongning saw the article, she couldn't help but laugh. Especially when she saw the part about their bodies. Quan Yi was the type of man that often revealed his body, but Mo Ting never flaunted his good figure. Others may not have understood, but she knew all too well. Although she couldn't deny that Quan Yi's figure was better than most men, compared to Mo Ting's, there was still a large gap. What are you laughing at? Mo Ting returned to the bedroom after a workout, covered in sweat. Seeing Tongning sitting on the bed with a silly smile on her face, he couldn't help but ask. Tongning lifted her head and looked at Mo Ting's perfect figure that was close to a Western man's and shook her head. Mo Ting approached her curiously and snatched the entertainment magazine from her hands. After seeing the PK points, he returned it to Tongning. Tell me, what do you like the most about me? Both men were handsome, rich, capable, and had a great figure. Most women chose to be rich. Of course, this wasn't Tongning's choice, but Mo Ting was still curious. Capable, Tongning lowered her head and replied in a soft voice. It seemed there was a double meaning to her words. As soon as Mo Ting heard this, he pulled Tongning onto his lap. Capable in what way? Huh? Tongning gasped as she hooked her arms around his neck. You scared me to death. Hurry and have a shower, you're covered in sweat. Answer me first. Capable in every way, Tongning's face turned red. I want to know in detail. President Mo, you're not usually this bored. Tongming couldn't help but feel her heart race. As a woman, how could she say something like this out loud? Compared to Mo Ting's mysteriousness, Kuan Yi received more interviews. Whenever he or his female companion was in a good mood, Kuan Yi would stop for an interview as if he was doing them a favor. For example, at this moment, he had just returned from the sea with the twin models. As soon as he got off the boat, he ran into reporters waiting for him. It was winter, but he was only wearing thin swimming trunks and calicoli sunglasses. He was hugging two beauties, and his smile was vaguely yuppie. President Quan, as soon as you've returned to Beijing, you've received a lot of attention. You've dominated the headlines alongside Hai Rui's President Mo. What are your thoughts on this? Do you mind being piked? What do you think is different from CEO Mo? Kuan Yi stopped in his tracks and lowered his head to look at her through the slit of his sunglasses. He smiled and said, "My opinion? Honor? As for the difference, sexual orientation?" Kuan Yi let out a gentle laugh before hugging the female model and leaving the reporter's line of sight. It was from this moment onwards that the 32-year-old big boss of the entertainment industry, the CEO of Hai Rui Entertainment, was actually interested in men. Ever since Mo Ting took over Hai Rui, he had always kept a low profile and had never been involved in any scandals. Not to mention with a woman, he had never even been involved with a man. On the other hand, Kuan Yi was 27 years old. The number of girlfriends he had was almost equal to the number of artists at Star King. So, the fact that he didn't have a girlfriend was quite strange in the eyes of outsiders. Even though he recently had Tongming and was reminded by Kuan Yi, it still felt like Mo Ting was trying to cover up his sexual orientation. In an instant, rumors of Mo Ting being gay spread like wildfire. As they were afraid that Hai Rui would cause trouble for them, they could only spread the news in secret. "Hey, have you guys heard? The CEO of Hai Rui? So Mo Ting is that? I can't believe it. It should be a deep closet. Think about it, he's never like a normal man who shows his body outside, not even his upper body. Gay men seem to care about other people's opinions, so they look more normal than normal people. What about Tongming? CP fans can go die if they want to. I, on the other hand, feel that this Kuan Yi has quite a mouth. He lives a flamboyant life, but it's only normal for others to be like him. Can't there be people in the entertainment industry who keep a low profile? Maybe CEO Mo has already started a family. Then why are you still flirting with her?" The mainstream media did not dare to report it openly. Only some wild netizens dared to casually spread it. "Tongming, isn't this Kuan Yi's mouth too cheap? Can't he see how much worse his weak chicken body is compared to our boss? How dare he insult him?" When Long Jia saw the news, she yelled with righteous indignation, "Like boss, like company." Tongming turned around and looked at the tightly shut study room door. In reality, she didn't care how the people outside insulted her. But, right now, they were talking about Mo Ting. Although Hai Rui had done their PR, the fact that Mo Ting was gay was still going to be criticized by the public. But, if Tongming was the one to respond, she wouldn't be on the same level and wouldn't be very convincing. "What did boss say?" "He didn't react." Tongming replied. This was a battle between the two CEOs, outsiders shouldn't be able to interfere. "So, you're just going to let Kuan Yi slander you? Think of a way to teach that stud a lesson." Tongming lowered her head in deep thought for a moment before getting up from the sofa and walking towards the study room. Seeing her husband in the middle of work, she walked over and sat down beside him, accompanying him as he signed all the documents. "What happened?" "I've seen the news online," Tongming said as she leaned into Mo Ting's embrace. "To be honest, I'm a little uncomfortable. This Kuan Yi is trying to pull you down from your pedestal, but I don't want to agree to it." Mo Ting held onto the documents in one hand as he stroked Tongming's hair, based on his weak chicken body. "Are you not going to respond?" "I've already given his father a phone call and asked him if there's a problem with his education. If he doesn't know how to teach himself, I will have no choice but to teach him myself." Mo Ting scanned through the documents as he answered Tongming's question. "Do you know his father?" Although Hai Rui and Star King are two different companies and compete fiercely, the older generation are still friends. "You actually reported him?" Tongming was a little surprised. Of course, she had no idea that Hai Rui and Star King had a relationship. That's why I was invited to the reception. Mo Ting put down the documents and looked down at Tongning. When the time comes, his father and second uncle will be attending. It can be considered a reconciliation dinner. Second uncle? Tongning caught on to the keyword in Mo Ting's words. I'm going too? Are you afraid of seeing your uncle? Mo Ting asked. After realizing she was indeed a little nervous, he continued, not a lot of people in the Mo family know that I'm married. So, you should focus on being my female companion. Are you going to let it go just like that? Tongning did not expect things to end so easily. Mo Ting knew that Tongning didn't normally fight for things. Even when she was often slandered, she didn't take it to heart. But, he had only been slandered once, so Tongning still remembered it. Since you care so much about my reputation, do you think I'd let it go so easily? Mo Ting asked with a deeper meaning. The light in his eyes was deep and sharp. Tongning couldn't help but laugh. Since Mo Ting said he would retaliate, there was no need for her to worry anymore. What day is the reception? 7 p.m. tomorrow night. In that case, I'll go pick out a dress right now. To be honest, although she was only going as Mo Ting's female companion, the person she was going to meet was Mo Ting's second uncle. Tongning didn't want to leave a bad impression. So, as soon as Mo Ting told her the time, she immediately headed to the wardrobe and nervously picked out a dress. Seeing his arms were empty, Mo Ting shook his head helplessly and mumbled to himself, normally, she's not afraid of anything, a little woman is indeed a little woman. Long Jia was sitting downstairs bored. Seeing Tongning in the wardrobe picking out a dress, she couldn't help but walk over and ask, what are you doing? Are you going to attend another event? Or are you going to an award ceremony? I'm going to meet his parents. Tongning replied gently. Long Jia, I'm a little nervous. Long Jia could understand. After all, Tongning's family was quite complicated. She had never received much respect from her family, including the time she interacted with Han Yufan's family. So, she never really got along with her family. Now that she was suddenly going to meet someone from the Mo family, it was understandable that she was a little nervous. Don't be nervous, I don't know who it was that got so scared that he hung up on Lu Che. You want to compete with me? You just need to be yourself. Leave everything else to boss. Long Jia rolled her eyes. Tongning, show me your confidence on the runway. Just treat it like a runway show. Huarong Studio. Editor Lin's office. Charlene finally returned the phone that she had previously given to the programmer to unlock. Editor Lin sat in his office chair nervously. In the end, he opened the photo album on his phone and flipped through the photos. Most of the photos were of Tongning and Jinmani at Hai Rui's celebration dinner. Editor Lin looked at the photos and saw the comparison between Tongning and Jinmani. Deep down, he was more impressed by Tongning. After all, it wasn't common to see a model that matched their outfit perfectly. But, he didn't like the fact that Tongning played with a man and pretended to be innocent. Thinking of this, Editor Lin continued to flip through the photos. To his surprise, he found a few photos of Tongning and Mo Ting being intimate. Especially photos of Tongning hanging onto Mo Ting's arm when she was drunk and Mo Ting carrying her out of the celebration dinner. What a good move, Editor Lin sneered. Today was the day that the news of Mo Ting being gay spread like wildfire. However, if a photo was to be leaked, the rumor would collapse on its own. After all, the two of them were so intimate, no one would believe that they weren't a couple. But, he wasn't going to expose it just yet. Finally, he found another piece of evidence. Tongning, it won't be long before your reputation is destroyed. 7 p.m. Caesar Hotel. Hu Jingjing had agreed to go on a blind date with her classmates. To show that she was determined to leave her past behind, she dressed up to the nines. She didn't look any worse than attending an award ceremony. After arriving at the VIP seat, Hu Jingjing noticed the man was already waiting for her. Hu Jingjing looked down at her watch. This young and handsome Frenchman was quite punctual. After working in the industry for so many years, Hu Jingjing was proficient in many languages. So, the two of them had no problems communicating. However, seeing how gentlemanly the man was, Hu Jingjing didn't want to waste his time. So, she directly revealed her background and past experiences. The man listened calmly and occasionally sighed. However, he did not look down on Hu Jingjing in the slightest. This made Hu Jingjing relax. The Frenchman was called Brat. He was the CEO of a jewelry company in Asia. He was gentlemanly and had a successful career. But, up to this day, he was still single. Hu Jingjing had a good impression of this man's mannerisms. At the same time, his facial features were pleasing to the eye. The couple chatted for 3 to 4 hours before Brat escorted Hu Jingjing back to her apartment like a gentleman. Hu Jingjing felt they were a good match, so she immediately gave Tongning a phone call and told her about the blind date. The other party doesn't mind my past at all. There are no problems with our communication, and everything is suitable. I'm very satisfied. Do you simply think it's suitable? For some reason, Tongning felt there was something wrong with Hu Jingjing's mentality. Suitable, compatibility doesn't mean they can live together forever, because all love is built on the foundation of worship. Had President Hu Jingjing not seen enough? She just felt inferior. To put it more bluntly, she felt that she was just a broken shoe. She didn't have the courage to face people from her own country. If she married a foreigner, she could just emigrate in the future. You'll know once we get to know each other, Hu Jingjing said excitedly. I think Brat will be a great man. Fang Yu wasn't one, Tongning asked in her heart. No matter what, I've already made up my mind. I'll get married in the middle of next year and have a child by the end of the year. Hu Jingjing was already thinking about her future. Did she really not consider Fang Yu at all? Okay, you can give it a try. If it really doesn't work out, you should get out of it. I know. By the way, what's with Quan Yi? Is he trying to slander President Mo? Would Mo Ting be easily slandered by him? Tongning asked angrily. She was only more casual around Hu Jingjing. Don't worry about us. Focus on yourself. This time, don't do anything stupid. Hu Jingjing nodded her head seriously. But, after hanging up the phone, she leaned against the wall and squatted down. For some reason, she still felt lonely. In order to welcome her new life, Hu Jingjing requested to return to work. So, the next day, she returned to the agency with her manager to report to Fang Yu and take over her previous job. During this time, Brat even gave her a phone call and invited her for lunch. Hu Jingjing felt the timing was right, so she told him to wait in the office's parking lot. Hu Jingjing and Fang Yu were the same as before, they only talked about business. It didn't take long for the two to come to an agreement. Afterwards, Fang Yu stood up from his seat and prepared to leave. Where are you going? Do you want me to give you a ride? No need, someone is here to pick me up, Hu Jingjing replied politely. The two walked out of the parking lot together and entered the same area. Just as Fang Yu opened the car door, he saw Hu Jingjing board a foreign man's car. Fang Yu took a closer look and finally realized who was picking Hu Jingjing up. Brat? Without thinking too much, Fang Yu headed straight for the couple's car and dragged Hu Jingjing out of Brat's car. Fang Yu? What are you doing? Fang Yu grabbed her and dragged her into his car. He ignored Brat's shouts and left Hai Rui with Hu Jingjing. Give me an explanation, Hu Jingjing said in a cold tone as she turned her body slightly. Fang Yu's expression was a little dark as he parked the car in a quiet place. After a few seconds of silence, he asked, How did you know Brat? Hu Jingjing was also surprised how Fang Yu knew Brat. Her curiosity suddenly overpowered her anger as she pointed out the window. A classmate introduced me to him. Do you have a brain? Or did your classmate set you up? Hu Jingjing, you're not a child anymore. Can't you tell the difference? Do you know how famous Brat is in the gay industry? Fang Yu questioned Hu Jingjing in disappointment. Hu Jingjing was left speechless. When are you going to improve your judgment of men? At least I'm better than you. You always try to help everyone. Hu Jingjing was so angry that she subconsciously blurted out what was on her mind. Fang Yu was stunned. Hu Jingjing realized she had said the wrong thing, so she quickly shut her mouth and looked out the window. In the end, Fang Yu compromised first as he restarted the car. I'll take you home. I just want to find someone that doesn't look down on me. Hu Jingjing's eyes slowly turned red. So what if I'm an international supermodel? In other people's eyes, I'm just a worn-out broken shoe. Your body isn't as important as you think. If you treat yourself like a broken shoe, no one will take you seriously. If you were, would you want it? Hu Jingjing asked as she turned around in excitement. After asking, she realized she was being too impulsive. Sometimes, when faced with feelings, one would become irrational. No matter how many times one was taught a lesson, one would never learn. Fang Yu tilted his head and glanced at Hu Jingjing. He replied in seriousness without his usual flippant manner, no one would want someone that constantly denies themselves. Fang Yu's answers had always been flawless. This time, it was no different. He avoided the important points by pointing out that Hu Jingjing wasn't in a good state. At the same time, he avoided the sharp answer that Hu Jingjing wanted. It wasn't a matter of whether he wanted her or not, but, as long as it was a man, no one would want her. Hu Jingjing almost forgot that Fang Yu was the artist's director and PR director of Hai Rui. His words had always been flawless, no one could find any loopholes in them. So, she let out a laugh and sat quietly in the car without saying a word. She didn't like the feeling of being unpredictable and she didn't like hiding things. Most importantly, she was afraid. She had been afraid for a long time. Perhaps he felt the atmosphere in the car was too quiet, so Fang Yu cleared his throat and said to Hu Jingjing, "We've arrived." "In that case, thank you. You don't need to send me off." After speaking, Hu Jingjing prepared to step out of the car. However, Fang Yu suddenly did something that even he couldn't understand. He leaned over and held on to Hu Jingjing's hand as he explained in a serious tone. "It's true that I helped Shen Mani, but I've never treated her like a woman." Hu Jingjing froze for a moment. She was surprised that Fang Yu had actually explained things to her. She then asked, "In that case, who did you treat as a woman?" Fang Yu let go of Hu Jingjing and replied, "My daughter." Hu Jingjing glared at Fang Yu, opened the car door and stepped out of Fang Yu's car. Fang Yu let out a gentle laugh as he waved goodbye to Hu Jingjing and drove out of the apartment. Although Hu Jingjing hadn't completely calmed down, at least Fang Yu had explained things to her. However, it was quite tiring to speak so carefully. On the other hand, was the classmate that introduced her to Tongning on purpose? Or, was it unintentional? If it was intentional, then it could only mean that the culprit was truly ruthless. In the end, the blind date incident turned into Fang Yu's interference. This time, Hu Jingjing did not tell Tongning about it because she wanted to keep it to herself. The next morning, Hyatt Regency. When Tongning didn't have work to do, she would personally help Mo Ting choose clothes. So, it was common to see Mo Ting standing naked in front of the mirror as Tongning brought his clothes over to her and helped him put them on, piece by piece. Because of this, Mo Ting wasted around half an hour of his time. But, seeing the look of enjoyment on her face, he had no choice but to let her do as she pleased. "I have something to do tonight, so I'll head over directly. Lu Che will come pick you up, and we'll enter together at the entrance." Tongning was in the middle of helping Mo Ting button up. As she looked at Mo Ting's perfect body, her mind was once again reminded of the white chopped chicken. Although she didn't want her husband's body to be seen by others, it was only once. Using it to defeat the white chopped chicken in an instant wasn't too bad, right? Mo Ting lowered his head to look at Tongning's expression. Actually, even without Tongning saying it, he already knew what she was thinking. He was experienced in being slandered by the woman he loved. Every time, he had to endure it until he vomited blood. But, because he had endured it before, he didn't want Tongning to suffer because of him. "Are you done?" Tongning nodded her head as she stood on her tiptoes and bit Mo Ting on the shoulder out of habit. This was a little secret between the couple. So, regardless of whether Tongning was happy or not, she would still do this. As for Mo Ting, regardless of whether it was painful or not, he would not show it. He simply wrapped his arms around her and placed a kiss on the top of her head before putting on his coat and leaving the house in satisfaction. Tongning stood by the window as she watched Mo Ting's car drive away. She placed her hand on her rapidly beating heart. She didn't know what was going on. They had already been married for so long, but whenever she was with Mo Ting, her heart would still race like they had just gotten married. As she turned around, Tongning noticed the entertainment newspaper on the table. Thinking about Kuan Ye's shameless words, she felt a little unhappy. Tonight, he was Mo Ting's opponent, while the people she needed to defeat were the twin models. Even though, from what she saw, there wasn't much suspense. Since the meeting this time was to resolve things peacefully, the media would definitely be present. But, according to her understanding of Mo Ting, things like resolving things should only be discussed after he had gotten his revenge. So, she was suddenly looking forward to their meeting tonight. But, when she thought about Mo Ting's second uncle, she felt a little nervous. That afternoon, Tongning was preparing at home when Long Jia arrived at Hyatt Regency with news from Hai Rui. "Tongning, I heard someone from the gay industry has called Hai Rui to harass you. It's all because of that jerk from Star King. Since you already know he's a jerk, why don't you just give him a slap in the face? Why bother?" After speaking, Tongning tried on a simple qipao. As soon as Long Jia saw it, she was stunned. "Tongning, it's rare to see you wearing a qipao. It's so beautiful." Tongning looked at the clothes on her body and was still a little nervous. "Is it too formal?" "Since you are meeting the elders, this is perfect." Long Jia nodded her head in approval. "That's why I say, I will always lose to you in terms of intelligence. Because you really cater to what they like. The older generation have a strong sense of patriotism. If you dress like this, I wonder how many memories you will bring back. Isn't it too deliberate? You weren't even this nervous when you were at a luxury fashion show." Long Jia glared at her before giving her a reassuring look. "You are perfect." This time even Mo Ting did not expect his wife to wear a qipao. Even though he had always known his wife had a sharp mind, he did not expect her to wear a qipao. 7 p.m. The sky was dark, but snow was falling from the sky above Beijing. Inside the high-class clubhouse, the Quan family and second uncle had already arrived. However, Mo Ting did not arrive on time. He was almost 10 minutes late. Second Master Mo immediately explained to the Quan family, "It's snowing. I heard there was a traffic jam on the road, so I arrived late." Father Quan laughed casually. "This is a common occurrence. What's wrong with waiting a little longer?" Today, Quan Yi did not bring his flirtatious model duo. However, his expression was obviously impatient. He knew Mo Ting had arrived late on purpose to make the Quan family wait. Apart from the two families, the entire hall was filled with reporters waiting to let them in. This was simply a show and Quan Yi was simply speaking the truth. Mo Ting was 32 years old, but he had never been with a woman. Who knew if he was actually interested in men? 7 p.m. Tongning wrapped herself in a black trench coat and arrived at the entrance of the high-class clubhouse under Luce's protection. Mo Ting had just arrived. As soon as he saw his beloved wife, he immediately grabbed her hand and placed it in the crook of his arm. "Don't be nervous. In a moment. I will do my best to satisfy you. Look, aren't they here?" Father Quan smiled as he watched Mo Ting and Tongning enter the room. He then gestured for Quan Yi to stand up. Second Master Mo also spotted Mo Ting, but he did not place his gaze on him. After all, he had seen him for a few decades and there was nothing new about him. So, he placed his gaze on Tongning, who was with Mo Ting. At first glance, this young woman was a little cold, but she wasn't aloof. On the surface, she appeared quiet and her gaze wasn't overbearing. Instead, she made one feel comfortable looking at her. Originally, the entire family thought their nephew would be a bachelor for the rest of his life. Who would have thought he would one day be enlightened? But, would a child that came from the entertainment industry be pure? "Quick, have a seat. Did you get stuck in traffic?" Second Master Mo immediately asked. Originally, he thought that no matter what reason Mo Ting had for being late, he would give him the same answer: traffic was stuck. But Mo Ting first pulled out a chair for Tongning and gestured for her to sit down like a gentleman. Afterwards, he pulled out his own chair and replied, "I wasn't stuck in traffic." Second Master Mo's expression changed. Meanwhile, Father Quan and Quan Ye's expressions didn't look any better. Tongning glanced at Second Master Mo and then back at Mo Ting. Finally, she noticed Mo Ting had a smile on his face. Only then did she realize what was going on, so she said, "I'm really sorry, elders, I was stuck in a traffic jam. Mo Ting had to pick me up, that's why he was late. I'm really sorry for making you wait." As soon as Second Master Mo heard this, his expression softened as he looked at Tongning approvingly. At this time, Mo Ting held onto Tong Ning's hand under the table, rubbed it a few times, and wrapped it in his warm palm. Tong Ning understood why Mo Ting did this. He wanted to give her a chance to perform and leave a good impression in front of the elders. It's not a big deal, Father Quan waved his hand. He then pointed to Tong Ning and said to Second Master Mo, I know this child. Recently, there's been a lot of news about her in Beijing. Father Quan's words sounded like he was praising Tong Ning's popularity and fame, but in reality, he was saying that this young woman wasn't simple at all. Hearing this, Second Master Mo tilted his head and asked Mo Ting, do you know what happened? Of course. That's good. Second Master Mo had complete trust in Mo Ting's judgment. Since he brought her to an event like this, it meant she was someone Mo Ting cared about. It wasn't easy for him to find a girlfriend, so he didn't want to scare her away again. So, Second Master Mo naturally spoke up for Tong Ning, young people should be full of energy. Of course, compared to Quan Yi, we are still a little lacking. In other words, Quan Yi had changed women 3 times a day. What right did he have to mock his niece's wife? In fact, the elders of the 2 families were just putting on an act. In the business world, knives and swords have no eyes. They had already hurt each other so many times. How could they really be good friends? As expected, Father Quan was left speechless by Second Master Mo. After quite some time, he finally returned to the topic at hand. This time, Quan Yi did not watch his mouth properly and caused trouble for Mo Ting. I feel a little bad. Old man Quan, are you going to let it go just because you're sorry? Mo Ting asked. If President Mo is really capable, he can prove it to the media. Is there a need to complain to my father? Quan Yi responded in the same way. His tone was frivolous and his attitude was arrogant. It was obvious he wasn't here to apologize. Of course, Mo Ting wasn't here to make him apologize. How dare you? Father Quan yelled as he turned to Quan Yi. Apart from playing with women, what else do you do? I don't understand. Does Star King need to be suppressed by Hai Rui? It seems President Quan is not convinced. Mo Ting raised an eyebrow at the father and son. Mo Ting raised an eyebrow at the father and son opposite him. At this time, Second Master Mo had no intention of interfering. He simply wanted to watch the show. Why don't you prove to me that you are a real man? Quan Yi narrowed his eyes as he looked at Second Master Mo lazily. In that case, let's compete, Mo Ting replied straightforwardly. Compete in what? Since the clubhouse has everything, let's compete one by one. You can choose any event you want. We will compete in 5 rounds. As long as you score 1 point in front of me, I will consider it your win. 1 point was considered a win. Not only was Quan Yi shocked, even Tong Ning was in disbelief after hearing this. Just 1 point was considered a win? How humiliating was this? Quan Yi's face turned red as he stood up from his chair. Since we are men, we should use our fists to do the talking. Let's compete in boxing for the first round. Remember what you said. Mo Ting smiled elegantly. Let me say this first, I need to let the media in, Second Master Mo said as he pointed to the reporters who were flashing their lights. Originally, Second Master Mo thought Mo Ting would object. But, this time, Mo Ting reacted differently and replied, whatever. Afterwards, he pulled Tong Ning up from her seat. Let's meet at the boxing arena in 10 minutes. Let's go get ready. Go get ready, do you need to bring? Second Master Mo turned his head and looked at the couple with a deeper meaning. Mo Ting's expression did not change as he raised his eyebrows. Yes. After speaking, he pulled Tong Ning towards the boxing hall, completely ignoring the reporters at the entrance. Second Master Mo turned around and sighed. He realized the usually emotionless nephew of his actually had such a side to him. What a surprise. Quan Yi watched as the couple left before he also left the dining table and headed towards the boxing arena. In that case, should we go as well? Second Master Mo asked Father Quan. Let's go have a look. In reality, Father Quan also wanted to know the difference between his son and someone else's son. Following that, the media was also allowed through and brought into the boxing hall, becoming the audience for the 2 of them. The reason Hai Rui let us go today was to clear up the rumors from before, right? What rumors can boxing clear up? From what I see. When has President Mo ever lost? Previously, during the PK rankings, the netizens all commented that President Kwan's body was perfect. So, I think President Mo wants everyone to see his body. But, he's not someone that has nothing better to do. Then, how do you explain the scene in front of us? The reporters found a good spot and began to whisper amongst themselves. Of course, Mo Ting wasn't normally this bored. But, that was before Tongning said those words. Those words. She didn't want him to be pulled down from his pedestal. Sometimes, when life was too boring, taking his wife out to have some fun could add to the fun. Especially since he could also abuse the jerk. Inside the changing room, Tongning looked at Mo Ting's naked upper body and couldn't help but blush. I don't want others to see it. It's fine. Others can only take a glance. From now on, they can only drool. Boxing was a competitive sport, and it was also a form of aesthetics that contained violence. It required strong muscle strength, psychological warfare, and physical endurance combat. A proper boxing match required 5 rounds and each round lasted 2 minutes. If the opponent remained on the ground for 10 seconds, the winner would be considered. Mo Ting was not in the mood to waste a few rounds with Kuan Yi. So, the two agreed to decide the winner in 1 round. Before Mo Ting stepped onto the stage, Kuan Yi quickly put on a bandage and gloves. In order to prove that this was a high-standard match, professional boxers normally did not wear helmets and gloves. So, Kuan Yi did not put on any on either. He simply wore shorts and a pair of soft-soled shoes as he entered the field of view of the crowd. Kuan Yi's body wasn't bad, his limbs were well-proportioned and his muscles were well-defined. He was stronger than the average man. The only thing lacking about him was that his skin was as white as a woman's. That's why Mo Ting referred to him as a boiled chicken. But, even the boiled chicken that Mo Ting referred to was met with loud cheers and endless applause. Afterwards, Kuan Yi stepped onto the stage to warm up. He seemed to enjoy the feeling of being praised by others, he enjoyed being in the limelight. Even if he wasn't the heir to Star King, he was destined to become a famous celebrity. That was the only way he could enjoy the attention that others couldn't. Elder Kwan and Elder Mo were also seated in the audience. Elder Kwan's first thought upon seeing his son was, it seemed, even though he was playing around with women, he did not neglect his body. Not bad. Meanwhile, Second Master Mo had a confused expression as he sat beside Father Kwan with his arms crossed. He was deep in thought. The last time Mo Ting had punched someone was 10 years ago. Back then, he had given Kuan Yi a concussion with a single punch. 10 years later, he had restrained his youthful arrogance, so he probably wouldn't use so much strength. Otherwise, if he injured Kuan Yi, he wouldn't know how to compensate the Kwan family. Why hasn't President Mo appeared yet? To be honest, President Kwan's body is indeed good. Did you really think that he was simply a rich young master? Hearing the discussions of the reporters behind him, Elder Kwan felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Although Star King had been under pressure from Hai Rui for many years, if his son could beat Mo Ting in terms of physique, he would at least win once and it would bring him some pride. You people, it sounds like you don't work out very much. That's why you think this body is good. Wait and see. But, I've never seen President Mo build a body before, I'm sorry, but every villa in Hyatt Regency has its own gym. Do you think they need to let you see them? Second Master Mo couldn't stand the noise around him, so he coughed lightly to signal the reporters to know their limits. Didn't they see that there were 2 elderly people in front of them? Following that, the surroundings fell silent. Right after that, 2 figures entered the boxing gym. Originally, they had their backs to the lights, so no one could see them clearly. But, as soon as they entered the boxing hall, the audience became excited. Some people even stood up uncontrollably. All of them looked at Mo Ting in disbelief, as if they were afraid that they would miss out on a single detail: strong and well-proportioned 8-pack abs, well-developed chest muscles like those of a Westerner, arms and fists that contained explosive power, and bronze-colored skin that exuded extreme male hormones. The reporters stared at Mo Ting's figure in a daze. They almost forgot about the cameraman. Oh my God! Wasn't this too perfect? So many men want a body like this. It's too shocking. Hurry and take a photo. Do you believe that President Kwan can't even withstand a single punch from President Mo? After seeing President Mo's body, I suddenly feel like President Kwan is a bit like a woman. Hearing the comments coming from all directions, Kuan Yi stood in the boxing ring and watched as Mo Ting walked closer and closer to him. He suddenly felt a burning sensation on his face. The votes online had all been given to him for his figure and he accepted it as a matter of course. He had never expected Mo Ting's body to be this good. Wasn't Mo Ting a famous workaholic? With this comparison, he looked at himself. Kuan Yi suddenly had the urge to run away at the last minute. He believed, with the developed muscles on Mo Ting's arms, his explosive power would be extremely shocking. Tongning followed behind Mo Ting with Mo Ting's black trench coat hanging on her arm. Of course, she could already tell the outcome of the match from the reactions of the audience. Kuan Yi's mouth was too cheap? With his white-cut chicken body, he was only good enough for Mo Ting to practice on. Second Master Mo looked at Mo Ting with admiration. Who would have thought? 10 years had passed and Kuan Yi's body was still in such good shape. In fact, it was even better than before. However, Elder Kwan's face turned from red to white. He was starting to worry if Kuan Yi would be able to stand up after Mo Ting's punch. Quick, take a few more photos. There aren't many men in Beijing with such a good body. Hurry up and take more photos, haha, just thinking about it makes me happy. This time, those that voted for President Kwan are going to have their faces slapped swollen. How could such a manly man be gay? Don't joke with me. Hayes, I really want to be as happy as Tongning, helping President Mo with his clothes. Speaking of which, what's going on? Did they exchange manager roles? In the audience, everyone was in high spirits, especially after Mo Ting walked into the boxing ring. Kuan Yi took a few steps back. His eyes were filled with caution, but he refused to admit defeat. Mo Ting looked at Kuan Yi and wrapped a bandage around his wound. If you want to admit defeat, it's not too late. Let me warn you first, 10 years ago, someone took a punch from me and is still in the hospital. If Mo Ting had said this with his clothes on, Kuan Yi would definitely have laughed. But Mo Ting was standing naked in front of him, his entire body was filled with hormones and a sense of violence. Kuan Yi did not dare to underestimate Mo Ting. Kuan Yi looked at his opponent and then back at himself. In the end, before the fight even started, he admitted defeat in his heart. I give up. There were still a few more rounds to go. He refused to believe that Mo Ting would have the upper hand in all of them, especially when it came to eating, drinking and playing. Was there anyone that could beat him? As soon as Mo Ting heard the word I give up, he suddenly pointed to Tongning and said, you might not even be able to beat her. If I go up, I would be bullying you. In the next round, I will try my best to let you win. Kuan Yi looked at Tongning and scoffed, President Mo can't possibly win all the time. Let's give it a try then. Kuan Yi turned around and jumped off the boxing ring. By the time he returned to Father Kwan's side, he felt a little embarrassed. But, at least it was better than being humiliated and getting beaten. I never expected the rascal to be so good at hiding his strength. What do you want to compete in the next round? Show us what you're good at. A good student like him should never go overboard. Father Kwan said. Father Kwan regarded Mo Ting as an obedient student. This was simply because his son was a typical playboy. Kuan Yi enjoyed the attention that the entertainment industry brought him and the countless women around him. But, he was not suited to be a person in power. Because, apart from arrogance and self-righteousness, he had nothing else. Second Master Mo suddenly felt Mo Ting was a little cruel. It seemed, as the favored son of the heavens, Kuan Yi had been treated like a treasure from a young age. No one had ever dared to go against him. Unfortunately, there was still a Mo Ting in this world. The media immediately posted all the photos they had taken online. The legendary reconciliation dinner, in the end, ended with a battle. Of course, this wasn't the focus of the netizens' attention. Everyone was captivated by Mo Ting's body, that's right, his body, all they heard was a slap to the face. With Mo Ting's heaven-defying body, he couldn't be compared to a white-cut chicken. Wipe off the blood from my nose. My HP bar is empty. Oh God. With this body, I can beat Kuan Yi by 10 streets. The commenter above, calm down. After an evaluation, after browsing through male model websites, I couldn't find a better body, unless it was an athlete. Oh God, who was the one that said President Mo didn't have a body? I'm so angry. I'm on the wrong side. With a body like this, according to an evaluation by an expert, the chances of him being gay are practically zero. His hormones are too strong and he's too charming. The internet was in an uproar. Those that originally supported Kuan Yi had now switched their allegiance to Mo Ting. Not only that, Mo Ting's sexy figure was finally revealed. He was now seen as a fitness role model by many men and women, and a goal for them to aim for. Of course, this was also the first time Long Jia had seen Mo Ting's body. Although apart from Tongning and Lu Che, she was the person that interacted with Mo Ting the most. Before she saw the photo, she would never have imagined that Mo Ting's body was this good. Oh God, I'm going to have a nosebleed. After putting down her phone, Long Jia glanced at Lu Che and couldn't help but think back to Lu Che's body. Don't worry, although I can't compare to the president, I'm still better than a white-cut chicken. Long Jia let out a gentle laugh as she put down her phone in satisfaction. Let's see what kind of nasty words the people that still supported Kuan Yi can say. Afterwards, Long Jia picked up her phone and looked down at the quiet Tongning waiting for Mo Ting below the stage. Long Jia couldn't help but poke the woman on the screen. Look at our Tongning's bitter life. She struggled all the way to where she is today, only to have someone step all over her big boss. Luckily, the couple have always been united. You and I are not of the same mind? Long Jia glared at him proudly. That's different. But I am sure that it was you who had a crush on me first. Long Jia, I regret it now, especially after seeing boss's body. Lu Che, if you continue like this, you will lose your boyfriend. Long Jia smiled as she snuggled into Lu Che's embrace. No, to be exact, she dominated his embrace. At this moment, the venue of the high-class clubhouse had changed. Everyone felt it was a shame that they didn't get to see Mo Ting's fists in action. How domineering would it be? Tongning accompanied Mo Ting as he changed back into his suit. She then placed a jacket on his body. I really regret it. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have exposed your body. Right now, there are hungry wolves everywhere. What do you think we should do? But, aren't you the only one that has gotten to taste the meat? Mo Ting lowered his hand and held onto Tongning's slender fingers. If you think a place like this is boring, you can tell me. I will directly KO them. No, I'm actually quite curious about what the next round will be, Tongning said as she held on to Mo Ting's hand and led him out of the changing room. Of course, tonight, she simply wanted to be Mo Ting's foil. So, even though the media managed to capture a few photos of Tongning, they were either her holding on to Mo Ting's jacket as she stood below the stage, or she was quietly standing by Mo Ting's side. The couple did not do anything intimate, but the way they entered and exited together made the reporters at the scene eat a mouthful of dog food. After getting changed, the couple returned to the main hall. This time, the media were temporarily isolated from the public. Mo Ting's previous round was too powerful. Without the flashes of cameras, Tongning finally relaxed. It wasn't because she was afraid, but because she felt like she could no longer control the admiration she had for Mo Ting. She was afraid the media would capture it and she was afraid it would be exposed in front of him. Of course, the more she understood Mo Ting, the more she couldn't control her feelings for him. She liked him so much that she couldn't control herself, so much that she couldn't be saved. What are we competing in this time? Second Master Mo asked the father and son sitting opposite the fountain. Kuan Yi unrestrainedly swung his legs on the table and raised his eyebrows. Why don't we play cards? Since the media have already left, there is no need for us to compete in 5 rounds. Let's just play some random cards. Let's play Texas. However, I want to place a bigger bet this time. What are you betting on? Mo Ting asked calmly with a calm expression. Kuan Yi glanced at Mo Ting before straightening up and looking at Tongning. He then pointed his finger at Tongning and said, I bet on her. If you lose, this model will belong to me. Even Father Kuan could tell that Kuan Yi was purposely causing trouble. Let alone the Mo family's uncle and nephew. You can also make a request. Mo Ting lowered his head and thought for a moment before smiling. She's not a bet. Isn't she just a model? If I lose, I can still sleep with your twins. Mo Ting's expression darkened. Father Kuan immediately noticed, so he grabbed onto Kuan Yi's arm and said, Rascal, Are you asking for a lesson? Look at President Mo's expression. What? Are you afraid? The more Kuan Yu was scolded, the more he wanted to win. Just as Mo Ting was thinking about how to teach this arrogant jerk a lesson, Tong Ning suddenly said, I'll bet with you. But, if you lose, you will go on all the big platforms and say that I'm a jerk and that I can't do it. Father Kuan's face turned red. Just as he was about to say something, Kuan Yu stood up excitedly, okay. That's settled then. However, I don't bully women. You and President Mo can come at me together. You guys are considered family. Mo Ting looked at Tong Ning without saying a word. Since Kuan Yu thought he didn't know how to do it and was so confident, he might as well go along with him. Most importantly, he could play Texas with Tong Ning in his arms. Second Master Mo sighed to himself once again. He felt that the Kuan father and son did not bring their eyes with them when they left home. If they had chosen someone else from the Mo family, they might have had a chance of winning. But, challenging Mo Ting? He really wanted to find a place to sleep. A competition like this with no suspense was only meant for Mo Ting to date and coax his little wife. After the father and son left, Mo Ting turned around and looked at Tong Ning. He asked dotingly and helplessly, you agreed so quickly. Aren't you afraid you'll lose? I know how to play Texas, Tong Ning replied. With me around, you don't need to do anything. Eating, drinking, and having fun are the strengths of a spoiled brat. Are you sure you can win? You definitely won't let me lose. Tong Ning lowered her head and took a deep breath. Tong Ning lowered her head and took a deep breath. Don't ask why I fought, that's all in the past. But, tonight, I want to fight for you, okay? After speaking, Tong Ning grabbed onto Mo Ting's sleeve. Mo Ting tilted his head and looked at her slender right hand. He suddenly laughed, can I say no? But, if I lose? Then, I can only accept it on behalf of your wife and lose to Kuan Yu on your behalf. Tong Ning couldn't help but laugh, just trust me this once. Mo Ting had never doubted Tong Ning. She had never been the type of woman to hide behind a man. Above all, he remembered what Tong Ning had said to him previously. Apart from living habits, their interests and hobbies were still a blank slate. He could accurately tell Tong Ning's shoe size, her 3 measurements, her favorite food and even the color of her clothes. But, as for everything else, he was looking forward to finding out more. In the end, Mo Ting replied, I can only trust you because I'm not good at Texas. I don't believe you. Mo Ting's lips curved upwards as he revealed a charming smile. He then led Tong Ning into the clubhouse. At the gambling table, Kuan Yu was already in position. After all, gambling was something he was good at, so he couldn't help but be excited. That's right, he came here with the intention to bully Mo Ting. He thought he was the king at the table. He couldn't beat Mo Ting in a fight, but he could definitely beat him in a game. Afterwards, Tong Ning sat down on a chair. However, Mo Ting quickly pulled her up. Tong Ning was confused. Mo Ting first sat down on a chair and then moved her between his legs. This position. Although this was a common occurrence at home, Tong Ning still felt a little uncomfortable in a situation like this. Mo Ting wrapped his arms around Tong Ning and reminded her, it's about to start. Why are you being so affectionate when playing cards? Are you afraid that you won't be able to hug me if you lose? I'll say this first, we'll decide the winner in 1 round, Kuan Yu sneered before instructing the dealer to start handing out the cards. Anyone who knew how to play Texas knew that a player had 2 trump cards and 5 public cards. In the end, they had to choose 5 cards to combine and compete against the opponent. A straight flush was naturally the biggest, followed by 4 heavenly legs, followed by a full house, and so on. Of course, Kuan Yu had seen his fair share of women playing cards, but he had never seen a woman win. This little model seemed to have an exaggerated opinion of her abilities. Afterwards, the dealer began to distribute the cards. Out of the 2 cards, Tong Ning had an ace of spades and a jack of hearts. In Kuan Yu's hand was a pair of 10s. Of course, his trump cards weren't good, but they weren't bad either. Since the stakes were people, it didn't matter if he agreed or not. Kuan Yu directly asked the dealer to give out 3 public cards. This time, the commons had a king of spades, a 3 of diamonds, and a 10 of hearts. From the looks of it, Tong Ning had a high chance of getting a straight, while Kuan Yi already had 3. Of course, on the table of cards, apart from luck, there were many other factors. For example, psychological tactics. Kuan Yi had always been known for his luck on the table of cards. So, what about against Tang Ning this time? Although Mo Ting was carrying Tang Ning, he did not say a word to her from start to finish. He simply watched quietly. Tang Ning was indeed familiar with Texas, so he thought of another possibility. Tang Ning must have played with Han Yufan in the past. Thinking of this, he felt a little jealous. But, thinking about how Tang Ning said she was going to fight for him, he let go of his jealousy. Not long after, the 4th public card was dealt. This time, it was another ace of hearts. Kuan Yi maintained his advantage, but overall, Tang Ning was slightly behind. She only had a pair of aces, and if the last card didn't have a queen, she would lose. This time, Kuan Yi did not continue. He simply held his chin and asked Tang Ning, "What do you think? Do you want to fold? Let me warn you, it's almost time for the last card." Mo Ting wrapped his arm around Tang Ning's neck and whispered in her ear, "Let me see the last card. In that case, if I win, is it your luck or mine?" "Yours," Mo Ting replied. Tang Ning nodded her head. She couldn't be bothered to listen to Kuan Yi's nonsense as she asked the dealer to deal the cards. In the end, the 5th public card was dealt. However, it didn't have much of an effect on either side. Tang Ning suddenly felt a little nervous. It was almost time to reveal her trump card. From the looks of it, she had a high chance of winning, but, without any suspense, Kuan Yi revealed his trump card. It was 3 tens. Tang Ning turned her head and glanced at Mo Ting, but Mo Ting gestured for her to stay put. "Reveal your card. I'm going to trust my luck today." Tang Ning only had a pair of aces, so she was obviously going to lose. But, she did not say a word. "Since you've lost, you should admit it. President Mo, you can afford to play, right?" Seeing the two men's reactions, Kuan Yi was certain that they had lost. So, he couldn't help but clap for himself. "It seems, I'll be able to enjoy being a little model tonight." What a shame. Mo Ting squeezed out 3 words from his chest before he revealed his trump card. It was actually Q and J. No one knew better than Tang Ning what her trump card was. At the same time, she also understood why the aces turned into QS. A straight is bigger than 3. "We win." Kuan Yi looked at the straight in front of the two men in disbelief. His expression did not look too good. In the end, he fell back into his chair and slammed his fist on the table. "President Kuan, I hope you remember your promise. Remember to say that I'm a jerk and that I can't win." "Oomph." Kuan Yi lifted his chair and left the clubhouse with Father Kuan. Afterwards, he heard the dealer say to Mo Ting, "This CEO Kuan is an old hand at cheating." "I know," Mo Ting replied. "What about you?" Tang Ning turned around and glared at Mo Ting. President Mo simply wanted to teach the jerk a lesson. If President Mo really wanted to win, he could have used any card he wanted. "Do you guys know each other?" Tang Ning asked as she pointed to the dealer. "When I first took over Hai Rue, I was always met with all sorts of business partners. Previously, I was cheated of a lot of money, so I decided to learn. I don't really use it, I only use it to protect myself," Mo Ting explained. "I bet you've never known what it means to be controlled by someone else. I even said I would fight for you, but..." Tang Ning sighed. If Mo Ting's logic was to learn everything he didn't know, then how many skills did he have? "Even if you didn't cheat, your cards are better than Kuan Yi's, so you win." All of a sudden, Tang Ning had a feeling that she had yet to truly witness Mo Ting's power. Mo Ting noticed she was deep in thought and was about to say something, but at this time, Second Master Mo entered the lounge and said sleepily, "You won pretty quickly." Mo Ting turned around and looked at Second Master Mo before leading Tang Ning over to him. "This is Second Uncle. I didn't introduce him properly just now." Before Tang Ning could say anything, Second Master Mo pulled Mo Ting to one side and asked, "Are you serious? You only found a small-time model? Have you spoken to your parents first?" Mo Ting turned around and looked at Tang Ning as he replied, "What, does Second Uncle think it's not a good idea?" "Of course it's good. This girl looks decent and I quite like her. But, what about your parents? When do you plan to tell them?" "Please keep it a secret, Second Uncle." It's not the right time yet, Mo Ting replied with a deeper meaning. You are just like your father, always trying to be mysterious. I don't care about the two of you, Second Master Mo waved his hand disapprovingly. Second Master Mo waved his hands disapprovingly. It's just a pity that the banquet was supposed to be a reconciliation. In the end, the enmity between us got worse. You should have shown some mercy. After this mess, will I still be able to see Old Man Quan? Doesn't second uncle enjoy this process? It's good that you know. If I say it out loud, then it's pointless. After speaking, Second Master Mo turned around and looked at Tongning. Why don't you have dinner with your niece-in-law before you leave? I just want to ask, how many people have found out about this? Grandfather knows I'm married, but he doesn't know who my partner is. Married? Second Master Mo covered his mouth. I thought you guys were just getting along. Mo Ting raised his left hand with a wedding ring on it and let out a gentle laugh. It's already been 4 months. In that case, this dinner is even more important. Mo Ting nodded his head and returned to Tongning's side. Second uncle wants to have dinner with us. Do you want to go? Do you even need to ask? Let's go. After the three left the clubhouse, they arrived at a quiet hotel nearby. From start to finish, Second Master Mo watched Mo Ting protect his wife and found it a little funny. Good lad, you are becoming more and more like your second uncle when I was young. When you marry a wife, you need to dote on her. I never dared to forget, Mo Ting replied. You're already 32 years old. When I was 32 years old, my second brother was already old enough to buy soy sauce. When do you plan to have one? There's no rush, Mo Ting replied. Tongning watched as the uncle and nephew interacted with each other. She wasn't sure if it was because of their genes, but she felt Second Master Mo was especially close to him. She felt the Mo family were extremely cute. Seeing Mo Ting's work was not going well, Second Master Mo turned to Tongning and said, Niece's wife, don't let this rascal control you too much. Don't listen to everything he says. This guy has always been good at conning people since he was young. At home, my wife has always been the one who calls the shots. Mo Ting placed his arm on Tongning's chair and raised his eyebrows. It better be. Tongning felt a little warm, so she removed her jacket and revealed the embroidered qipao she was wearing. This time Mo Ting and Second Master Mo were both stunned. Mo Ting even leaned in and asked gently, why are you wearing something so sexy? Who are you wearing it for? Second Master Mo cleared his throat and laughed. Xiaoning sure knows how to please the elders. But, it's very useful. When I see you dressed like this, I'm reminded of your auntie's beauty. No matter what, I wish the two of you the best. It seems, I don't need to worry about you getting along with the Mo family, Mo Ting whispered beside Tongning's ear after dinner. But, a child. In the past, she had never considered this issue because she thought they had only been married for a short period of time. But, now that Second Master Mo mentioned it, it turned out Mo Ting was already 32 years old. 32 years old, it was indeed time for him to have a child. But, if she were to have a child at this time, then she would need to start her newly established career all over again. If you want to have a child, then we can talk about it. I'm not in a rush. But, am I so old that I have to have a child? In the entertainment industry, there are plenty of people that only have children when they are 40. On the way home, Tongning couldn't help but lower her head in thought. Was she against having a child? Actually, she wasn't. In the past, she was determined to return to the top of the modeling industry because she wanted to get revenge on Han Yufan and Mo Euro. Afterwards, she changed her mind because she wanted to be a match for Mo Ting. Now, to her, a woman needed to have her own independent career. But, she also wanted a baby like Mo Ting. By the time you are 40, I will be 33, Tongning reminded Mo Ting. In that case, let's start a little earlier. Older mothers are in danger. You know about this. Mo Ting continued driving. Under the flashing neon lights, he turned his head to look at Tongning and replied, after marrying you, I began to understand everything. Married life is also a part of my education. I really regret not meeting you earlier. If you had met me earlier, I'm sure we would have been on and off again. Wifey, I was also young once and I had a bad temper and liked to fight. Okay, I'd like to see it for myself. Early the next morning, Kuan Yi posted on his personal blog about his punishment for losing the bet. He admitted that he was a jerk and that he couldn't do it. Most of the media knew that Kuan Yi had been beaten by Mo Ting. In an instant, Kuan Yi became the laughingstock of the industry. It was said that not only did he forfeit in a boxing match, he also cheated and never won against Mo Ting at the gambling table. Of course, this was all rumor. Even so, it proved one thing. No matter what Star King did, they couldn't escape from Hai Rui's grasp. If you want to blame someone, blame Kuan Yi for his cheap mouth. I can't believe he got slapped in the face so quickly. President Mo sure is a man of action. How dare he say President Mo is gay? I think he's the one that does it himself. His body is the perfect size for a model. Haha, even if he isn't gay, not only is he crazy for fooling around with a few women at once, he's also a virgin. If it wasn't for the support of Star King, he would have thought he could become a celebrity. I don't care what you guys say. Either way, I want to show my respect to President Mo. I'm not sure if you guys have noticed, but Tongming is in all the photos that the media have released. But, she is so quiet like a painting. It's like she's following her husband's tune. If only they could come out and admit to it once. It's so tiring for us to keep guessing. Just as everyone was watching, a comment suddenly appeared in the comments section. For someone like Tongming to ride on 10,000 men, it's only a matter of time before she gets abandoned. Just wait and see. Who are you? Are you crazy? You can't stand seeing others doing well. Tongming has at least 3 men. Let's wait for the evidence to be revealed. If you have the ability, show us some evidence. The man couldn't help but post a photo. It was the photo of Tongming and Mo Ting kissing in the manner. In the photo, Tongming's face wasn't in high definition, but her facial features were still recognizable. As for the man, his back was against the wall and he was in the middle of a car, so it was impossible to see who he was. Most importantly, in this photo, Tongming was indeed kissing a man. Let's wait and see. There are more explosive things to come. Expose it, hurry up and expose it. Oh God, is this really Tongming? Are there any experts who can dig out any useful information? Hurry and save it, don't let Hai Rui's PR get rid of it. However, the man did not respond. He simply left behind a suspicious photo before disappearing. Originally, this incident was only known by a small group of people. But, it didn't take long before news of it spread to fans. Afterwards, it slowly climbed to the top of the search rankings. Tongming, hurry and take a look at this. What is this? As soon as Xianxia saw the photo, she immediately sat down on the sofa and approached Tongming. When did this happen? Were you and President Mo in the photo? Tongming tilted her head and glanced at the photo before replying with certainty, earlier. When we were at the manor. The angle of the photo must be a bit difficult. Xianxia looked left and right. President Mo's manor is extremely secretive. It's impossible for anyone to get in. So, where did this photo come from? Were you being followed by the paparazzi? Tongming shook her head, I'm not sure. That must be the case. The culprit has been hiding it for so long. Does he have a plan? Why did he wait until now to make a move? Hearing this, Tongming shook her head again, I'm not sure either. What do you plan to do then? Fang Yu will naturally handle things like this. Don't worry about it. Help me pack my luggage, we need to go to France again. Tongming didn't care about photos like this. After all, the person in the photo was Mo Ting and not anyone else. If someone tried to slander her because of this, it was only a matter of time before they cleared their name. But after a short pause, Tongming lifted her head and said to Xianxia, use your little channels to find out where this information came from. I know. It seems, the people on the outside haven't done enough. Or perhaps, they haven't been taught a lesson by President Mo yet. If we pay too much attention to this matter, then the other party will win. Why waste time? 10 o'clock in the morning, Imperial Star CEO's office. Kuan Yi pretended to be serious as he sat at his desk reading through some documents. The pen in his hand simply scribbled a few lines across the document before quickly closing it up. He looked at Star King's artist's information in boredom. If he had known he would have to pay such a price for losing to Mo Ting, he wouldn't have challenged him. CEO Quan, come in, Quan Yi said to his assistant impatiently. The assistant walked over to Quan Yi with the phone in his hand and handed it to him as if he was presenting a treasure. President Quan, this is for you to be happy. What are you happy about? Quan Yi received the phone from Tongning. A moment later, he saw the photo of Tongning kissing the man. What does this mean? Right now, there are rumors going around that Tongning's private life is messy, that she has cheated on a few men and made President Mo of Hai Rui wear a green hat. Although there were rumors that Tongning had climbed into his bed, there was no solid evidence. Now, it has finally been posted, the assistant explained excitedly. If the rumors are true and Mo Ting is still in an ambiguous relationship with her, President Quan, think about it. Wouldn't the anger in your heart be vented? What? Translator's thoughts. Uni Quan Yi did not say a word. He simply stared at the phone in a daze. Did you think this would make me happy? The assistant was stunned as his face turned red. I said there was something wrong with Mo Ting's sexual orientation. I was the one that caused trouble for Mo Ting. But, what does this mean? Quan Yi threw the phone away. What kind of solid evidence is this? But, the rumors are spreading like wildfire. It's normal for people to slander Tongning. Quan Yi threw the phone away and suddenly laughed. According to Mo Ting's abilities, he will definitely resolve the matter quickly. This time, I am going to make things a little more difficult for him. What does President Quan want to do? Pay attention to Tongning's recent schedule. I want to create a chance encounter with her. Quan Yi began to get excited. Since Tongning had already been accused of having a messy life, why not he add a little spice to her life? He really wanted to see Mo Ting's expression. It was going to be interesting. President Quan, do you want everyone to misunderstand that the person in the photo is you? You're smart. How many years has President Mo been dominating Hai Rui? I wonder if he can handle this blow. After speaking, Quan Yi suddenly felt the documents in front of him weren't as annoying as before. At the same time, the models that relied on their talent to make a living didn't seem so ugly anymore. But, it's not easy to get hold of Tongning's schedule. Go out and think of a way. Contact customs and take note of Tongning's name. As soon as she decides to leave the country, let me know immediately. The assistant knew Quan Yi's decision couldn't be changed. So, even though he looked like he was in a difficult position, he did not refute. He simply bowed to Quan Yi and left the office. He was the one that brought this upon himself. Even though he never expected Quan Yi to use this incident to attack Mo Ting, he simply wanted Quan Yi to be a little happier and help his subordinates progress a little more smoothly. Plus, it wasn't that Quan Yi wasn't capable. He simply preferred the freedom of the world and didn't like the power that every man couldn't live without. Worst of all, he wanted to bring this playful attitude to the agency. After all, Star King still had the old man, so he could continue playing around. By the time Mo Ting found out about this incident, he had just finished a video conference. Fang Yu brought the information to Mo Ting's office. Not only did he pull out the photo and news, he also pulled out the IP address of the person that posted the photo as well as a list of suspects. Mo Ting's eyes darkened as he put down the information. He then placed his fingers on the table and said to Fang Yu, follow up on these suspects and investigate them. Find out how they managed to get their hands on the photo. I've already instructed my subordinates to investigate. By the time we receive the results, you and Tongning will already be in France, Fang Yu explained. Let's find out who the culprit is first. Mo Ting picked up the photo again as he thought back to the kiss he shared with Tongning that day because he had to return home early. Who would have thought the paparazzi was so brave? Focus on investigating Hua Rong Studio. Mo Ting hadn't forgotten that Tongning had told him more than once about being seen by editor Lin. I've never heard of this studio before? Fang Yu tried to recall. Editor Lin had always wanted to use Tongning's incident to shoot to fame. So, he had been patiently waiting for the right moment. But, he never expected his staff would be so impatient as to directly upload a photo of Tongning's manner onto the internet. Inside the hidden office, editor Lin glared at his employee who was kneeling on the floor. He wanted to chew him to pieces. Consider it my bad luck to have encountered a piece of trash like you. Let me tell you, if it weren't for the fact that you're my cousin, I would have cut off one of your hands. The man held his head in his hands as his body trembled in fear. Hai Rui was currently looking for him everywhere. Hurry and pack your things. How long did you think it would take for Hai Rui to find you? Let me tell you, if Hai Rui finds you, you won't have a good ending. So, you better stick close to me. The man had acted on impulse. Now that he knew the consequences, he crawled out of his chair and headed to his office to pack his things. Meanwhile, Editor Lin decided to abandon the secret base. Otherwise, if Mo Ting found him, would he still be alive? Fang Yu had never heard of a studio called Huarong before. In fact, they weren't even mentioned by many media outlets. Yet, Mo Ting was the focus of their attention. Obviously, in Mo Ting's heart, Huarong definitely had something to do with this incident. If this was the case, then how could such a small studio casually take out a photo of Tongning kissing a man? It was obvious, this studio had been following Tongning for a long time. Meanwhile, when the photo of Tongning kissing a man was exposed, Hu Jingjing also got into trouble. Previously, the top domestic lingerie brand, IY, was holding a new product launch in Beijing and had invited Hu Jingjing to appear as the finale. According to the contract, Hu Jingjing was only supposed to wear the finale. But, during the actual rehearsal, they demanded Hu Jingjing to change into 3 sets of lingerie in a row and pose according to the manager. Hu Jingjing used the contract as an excuse to reject them, but she was held back by the manager, who dragged her to the end of the rehearsal in front of everyone. According to Hu Jingjing's status, it was impossible for her to receive such treatment. But, the manager had a background in the underworld. Even if it was Hai Rui, they didn't care. Not long after, Hu Jingjing was slandered again. The informant directly called her a broken shoe and accused her of being a model, but not doing what a model should do. When Fang Yu received the phone call, Hu Jingjing was still being oppressed by the other party. It was her assistant who had secretly made the call. Fang Yu's face was ashen as he told Mo Ting about the incident. Ever since Kuan Yu returned, we've had more troubles. Of course, this was the result of all the information he had gathered through various methods. Kuan Yi and IY's boss had long been friends overseas. So, he wasn't worried about Hai Rui, he was worried about Hu Jingjing. Mo Ting stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and looked outside. He then turned around and gave Father Quan a phone call. Elder Quan. Oh, it's Mo Ting. What's the matter? Mo Ting remained silent for 2 seconds before letting out a gentle laugh. If Quan Yi crosses my bottom line again, I will have no choice but to cripple him. I wonder what Quan Yi did to upset President Mo this time. Do I look like I'm joking? Mo Ting's voice suddenly turned cold and hard, sending chills down one's spine. Hearing Mo Ting's tone, Elder Quan knew he couldn't brush this matter off. So, in the end, he nodded his head in seriousness. I will keep an eye on Quan Yi. However, Father Quan was a little angry that he was being threatened by a younger generation. But, he had no choice. Although he often crossed the line in front of Hai Rui, he still didn't dare to challenge them. President, is there any point in warning Star King like this? I have no intention of warning Star King. I simply wanted to give him a heads up before I touch Quan Yi. After speaking, Mo Ting returned to his desk. This afternoon, Tongning and I will fly to France. We need to deal with the matter regarding the photos. Don't worry, the photos have only been spread on a small scale. In a couple of days, they will be forgotten by everyone. Plus, I will find the source as soon as possible, Fang Yu promised as he placed his right hand in his pocket. But, have you decided to announce your relationship with Tongning yet? I promised Tongning that I would only announce it after 6 months of marriage. Unless I have no other choice, I want to keep my promise to her, Mo Ting said as he locked the important documents in his cabinet and pulled out his car keys. But, if someone wants to play a game, then I will be happy to play along. So, what's the harm in announcing our relationship? Plus, if IY insists that they are from the underworld, then we will use a method that they approve of to resolve the issue. I understand. News of Hai Rui looking for Huarong Studio spread like wildfire within the industry. While Fang Yu was on his way to IY, he received a phone call from his assistant saying that he had found the address of Huarong Studio. Fang Yu turned around and immediately rushed over to the building. But, by the time he arrived, the studio was already empty. All that was left was a rubbish bin with Hua Rong Studios logo printed on it. I was simply looking for the person in charge to have a chat. Do they really think we are from the underworld? Why would they run? The assistant complained. Of course they would run if they have a guilty conscience. Fang Yu looked around the studio in detail and checked every possible hiding spot. He even checked the windowsill. What the hell? If they aren't colluding with someone, then they must have other evidence that they have against Tongning. I'm afraid Hai Rui will find them, Fang Yu guessed. Just as he was about to head towards the bathroom, he received a phone call from Hu Jingjing's assistant. IY had gone too far and needed him to immediately deal with it. You guys continue searching. Try to gather as much evidence and information as you can. After speaking, Fang Yu left the building and rushed over to Hu Jingjing's set. After becoming famous and with Hai Rui's backing, it had been a long time since Hu Jingjing had met such an unreasonable business partner. They completely disobeyed the contract and weren't afraid of Hai Rui's backing. They forced her to wear 3 sets of underwear and insisted on her posing. Her manager was already crying in anger off stage while her assistant kept calling Fang Yu. This type of forceful business partner was shameless and scary. Jingjing? As it was a rehearsal, the set was filled with staff. Hu Jingjing had only brought her manager and assistant with her. The other party's request was that if they didn't follow their instructions, she wouldn't be able to leave. Hu Jingjing was afraid they would make a move, so all she could do was hold back her anger and obey. It wasn't like she hadn't endured this kind of humiliation before. Hu Jingjing, your pose isn't right. Try again, the show director instructed. Hu Jingjing froze on stage. At this time, Fang Yu entered the set with his bodyguards. A row of 7 to 8 people lined up in a row. Seeing Fang Yu, Hu Jingjing felt a little embarrassed. After all, her current appearance was barely covered in clothes. Fang Yu looked at Hu Jingjing's flushed face and immediately removed his jacket. He then walked onto the runway and draped it over Hu Jingjing's body. However, just as he was about to take her away, the show director suddenly asked Fang Yu, "Who are you?" "Hai Rui's artist's director, Fang Yu." Fang Yu replied coldly. The man choked for a moment as his previous questioning attitude disappeared. "You can't take her away. She is still working. Do you want to breach the contract?" "Contract?" With the mention of the contract, Fang Yu immediately turned to Hu Jingjing's manager and said, "Hand it over." The manager wiped away her tears and immediately handed the contract to Fang Yu. Fang Yu casually flipped it open and looked at the contract written on it. He then used the pen in his pocket to make a mark and held it up for the show director to see. "Are you blind?" The show director scoffed. Seeing the man still refused to admit, Fang Yu turned to the bodyguards and said, "Hold him down." "What are you trying to do?" The show director's expression immediately changed. The bodyguards obeyed as they immediately walked over and grabbed the chubby show director. They then held him in front of Fang Yu. "Didn't you not see clearly? I'll let you see as much as you want. I'm going to sue you." "What you're doing is illegal," the show director yelled in shock. Seeing this, Fang Yu gestured to the bodyguards. With a loud bang, the show director was punched in the stomach. Fang Yu then continued to ask, "Did you see it clearly?" It seems, you haven't seen it clearly enough." As Fang Yu was used to being smooth and slick, his gaze was only particularly sharp during PR conferences. But at this moment, his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. The show director was beaten to the ground. Afterwards, Fang Yu threw the contract at the show director's face. "Do you believe this? Hai Rui can make IY's shares fall to rock bottom in one night. Originally, we were supposed to mind our own business. Since the boss of IY doesn't know how to appreciate kindness and colludes with Star King, then he will have to bear the consequences of offending Hai Rui. According to the rules of the underworld, you offended us first, so we will seek revenge later. This is reasonable." After speaking, Fang Yu wrapped his arm around Hu Jingjing's shoulder and stepped over the back of the show director's hand. Hu Jingjing subconsciously turned her head and glanced at Fang Yu's right arm that was wrapped around her. She suddenly felt, perhaps, the suffering she had suffered this time wasn't for nothing. After leaving the venue, Fang Yu stuffed Hu Jingjing into his car. He then grabbed a blanket from the back seat and placed it on her lap. "I've been wronged, I never expected the people from IY to be so shameless. More importantly, I never expected them to disregard Hai Rui. Fang Yu tilted his head and glanced at Hu Jingjing. He then started up the car and prepared to drive her home. Before IY started selling top-quality lingerie, they were originally in the service industry. Later on, they successfully transformed their business and became the IY that they are today. Although their background has been cleaned up, these factors still exist. Previously, when you accepted this job, I reminded you to think twice. As for looking down on Hai Rui, I suspect that IY is going back to their old ways and treating the business world like the underworld. What are you going to do if you offend them like this? Hu Jingjing asked worriedly. How many people in the entertainment industry are clean? Aren't they all about money and background? Things like this will naturally be handled by President Mo. You don't have to worry about it. Has the matter regarding Tong Ning's photo been dealt with? It's being dealt with, Fang Yu replied succinctly. He then pointed to their destination with his chin. I never expected it to be so close to your home. Let's go up. Hu Jingjing looked around at her surroundings. She originally wanted to take off her clothes and return them to Fang Yu, but Fang Yu held on to her right hand. Do you want to go up like this? Hu Jingjing was only wearing white underwear. Plus, it was winter. If she were to go up like this, she would definitely go crazy and end up in the headlines again. Why don't you give me your keys and I'll go up and get you a set of clothes? Hu Jingjing hesitated for quite some time before replying. I think I should go stay at my manager's place. I'm a little scared. She was afraid of IY's revenge. If IY really wants to get revenge, do you think hiding at your manager's place will help? In that case, take me to the hotel. Fang Yu looked at her deeply and said, since it's only one night, let's go to my place. What do you mean by only one night? You don't need to know. After speaking, Fang Yu restarted the car and headed home. My daughter is a good girl. If you want, you can play with her. If you don't like kids, you can sleep in the guest room. Hu Jingjing sneaked a glance at Fang Yu. It was just a glance. Ever since their last conversation, she hadn't had the time to think about her feelings. It wasn't until a moment ago, when Fang Yu draped a jacket over her body and slapped IY in the face, did she realize that Fang Yu had unknowingly helped her so many times. Hu Jingjing didn't know how she arrived at Fang Yu's apartment. All she knew was, as soon as she entered, she saw Fang Yu's daughter doing her homework with the help of a maid. Baby, come here. Fang Yu waved at Fang Yu. The little rascal immediately ran into Fang Yu's arms and rubbed herself against him. Call me Auntie Hua. Call her sister. Hu Jingjing immediately corrected. Fang Yu scratched her head and asked Fang Yu in a cute voice, Daddy, I think she looks more like a sister. That's up to you. Fang Yu patted Fang Yu on the head and led Hu Jingjing to the guest room. He then handed her a set of home clothes. I still need to return to the office. You can stay here until tomorrow. Are you and President Mo going to resolve the matter with IY? Uh-huh. Hu Jingjing received the home clothes from Fang Yu. After Fang Yu left, she cautiously returned to the living room and leaned against the corridor. No matter how she thought about it, she still felt she and Fang Yu were too far apart. Not only in terms of status, but there was also a little thing stuck between them. In the end, Hu Jingjing gave her assistant a phone call, come pick me up. I am at Fang Yu's home. I will be staying at the hotel tonight. As soon as Fang Yu heard that Hu Jingjing was leaving, she immediately stood up and grabbed onto Hu Jingjing's pants. Sister, don't go, okay? Did Xiaoyu make you unhappy? Auntie is about to finish work. Xiaoyu will be all alone again. Hu Jingjing was stunned. Such a young child actually knew how to care about other people's feelings. Seeing this, the auntie immediately explained awkwardly, Xiaoyu only has one relative, Mr. Fang, so she's very sensitive. Hu Jingjing recalled that she had once relied on a man to survive, so she understood how Fang Yu felt. She said to the aunt, you can go home now. I'll take care of her. It didn't take long for Fang Yu to return to the office. At this time, Mo Ting was still in the airport waiting room. Tong Ning rested her head on Mo Ting's shoulder while Mo Ting held on to his laptop, working on his work. Lu Che handed over the information he had gathered to Mo Ting. After Mo Ting looked it over, He forwarded it to Fang Yu, release all of this information tonight. Tang Ning glanced at it and noticed the content. Why do you have all sorts of negative news about IY? I asked someone for it. Mo Ting explained. My youngest cousin is a criminal police officer. He just happened to need an excuse to arrest the boss of IY, so I teamed up with him. After hearing this, Tang Ning sighed. Ting, your family are all outstanding. Just a moment ago, Fang Yu mentioned that Hua Rong's people have escaped. Maybe he's secretly taking pictures of me again? You want to find out if I'm dating a fourth man? In that case, I will have to reluctantly continue to be your fourth and fifth man. Mo Ting gently stroked Tang Ning's hair and placed a kiss on her forehead. Mo Ting gently stroked Tang Ning's hair and placed a kiss on her forehead. You don't need to worry about anything else. All you need to do is be in your best condition when you see Claude N. Afterwards, you will be able to get your hands on Claude N. You always seem to have so much confidence in me. By the way, will second uncle find out about the photos? Will he be interested in me? Tang Ning was worried about the way the Mo family looked at her. Second uncle will only blame me for not taking good care of you, Tang Ning said as she snuggled up to Mo Ting. Tang Ning snuggled up tightly to Mo Ting because he was the only person she could rely on, the husband she trusted, admired, and treasured the most. Don't worry, with you by my side, I will only become stronger. Tang Ning replied confidently. Your status in Beijing has already stabilized. If possible, you can spend a little more time interacting with your fans. Now that the photos have been exposed, your fans are worried. In a moment, we will not take the VIP route, we will take the normal route to let your fans know that you are doing well. I've always felt that the people I owe the most are my fans. Although I've given it my all, without their support, I wouldn't be where I am today. Tang Ning nodded in agreement. Thank you, hubby, I will listen to your arrangements. I am now your manager. Your hubby will only be online at 8 p.m. Tang Ning let out a laugh. Afterwards, the two did not take the VIP route. Tang Ning and Mo Ting both wore sunglasses. Although they had only walked a short distance of 200 meters, countless fans still noticed them. They surrounded them, took photos, shook hands and asked for autographs. Of course, because of Mo Ting's presence, they did not dare to be too presumptuous. But, Tang Ning signed everyone she saw and tried her best to satisfy everyone's wishes. Tang Ning, is that really you kissing in the photo? Who is that man? Tang Ning. Do you really have 3 men? Hearing the fans' questions, Tang Ning couldn't help but turn around as she walked. 3 men? You will need to ask the person beside me if he agrees. The fan glanced at Mo Ting and shrunk back as she smiled awkwardly. I think this is all nonsense. After all, you have President Mo by your side. Even if you had 100 men, they wouldn't be able to compare to 1. You have good taste. Tang Ning praised. Afterwards, Mo Ting held on to her head as they entered the ticket booth. Many fans captured the loving scene and felt the Tang Ning they were interacting with today was a little different from the cold and distant Tang Ning they usually saw. She still walked quickly and wore her sunglasses. But, there were also times when she smiled warmly and wasn't completely cold. Was this change brought to her by Mo Ting? Hello everyone, welcome back to the entertainment industry. If we are to talk about the most popular model of the moment, we have to mention Hai Rui's Tang Ning. With her perfect long legs and her professional catwalk, as soon as she appears on stage, she will definitely be the center of attention. However, recently, someone leaked a photo of Tang Ning kissing a man and hinted that Tang Ning has more than 1 man. I would like to say that the reason Tang Ning is doing so well right now is all because of her own hard work, one step at a time. How could anyone have the heart to slander such a hard-working girl? Today, some onlookers saw Tang Ning on a flight to France. Rumor has it that she was invited by Claude N. Oh God, this is a huge incident in the modeling industry. Above all, Tang Ning was very relaxed the entire time. She wasn't affected by the photo scandal at all. It seems, a capable person will never let the anger of others stop them from moving forward. By now, Tang Ning was already a regular on the entertainment news. Of course, by going to France in such a sensational manner, didn't it serve as a reminder to those that were busy checking their itinerary? Whether it was Kuan Yi or Hua Rong's editor Lin, both of them booked tickets to France to catch a glimpse of Tang Ning. Not only did Kuan Yi want to show up in front of Tang Ning, He also hired an expert photo manipulator to completely swap out his photo with Mo Ting's body before posting it to the public. Judging by how much Mo Ting valued Tongning, if he hurt her, it would be the same as hurting Mo Ting. Since he couldn't compare to Mo Ting in any way, all he could do was play around with Tongning. He wanted to see how many people would still believe her. But, since Mo Ting told them to take the normal route, he must have considered the consequences. That night, Fang Yu was a little worried about Hu Jingjing and Fang Yu, so he took the rest of his work home. He gently unlocked the front door. A moment later, Fang Yu saw an adult and a child sleeping on the sofa in the living room. Meanwhile, Hu Jingjing was hugging Fang Yu. They were extremely close. Fang Yu was a little touched. He gently knelt down in front of the sofa and looked at the couple for quite some time. In the end, he realized they weren't covered in blankets, so he quickly ran into the bedroom and pulled out a blanket to help them sleep more comfortably. No woman would ever accept another woman's child, right? With this thought, Fang Yu stood up and tiptoed back to his study room. Hu Jingjing had actually woken up a long time ago. As she felt Fang Yu's gaze on the couple, she was extremely nervous. But, she could also hear Fang Yu's sigh. Soon, it was the second half of the night. Fang Yu stared at his computer the entire time. It was finally his turn to stand up for Hu Jingjing. Every hour, he would release a piece of news about IY. Every time the audience thought this was the lowest he could go, he would always reveal something even more shocking. 3 a.m. A certain social media site was forced to crash by the netizens because of this incident. One of the 10 biggest shady dealings in IY. Is the transformation of special services complete? Undercover revealed. 2 of the 10 biggest shady dealings in IY. A model once refused to go on stage and his body was thrown into the deep sea. 3 of the 10 biggest shady dealings in IY. The police have tried to subpoena him multiple times, but he has a gangster background. After a sleepless night, Fang Yu finally returned to his bedroom early the next morning. Meanwhile, Hu Jingjing was woken up by the sound of her phone ringing. The caller ID showed it was her manager. Jingjing, have a look at the news online. It's blown up. After hanging up the phone, Hu Jingjing immediately logged onto a social media site and saw the latest development of the IY incident. It turned out the person in charge had been subpoenaed by the police. All it took was one night. Had Mo Ting and Fang Yu destroyed an entire brand? Of course, it couldn't be said that they had destroyed the brand. How could they destroy a den of thieves just like that? Did they have to be so cool? Before she became friends with Fang Yu and Tongning, she had always been on her own. So, she had never experienced the charm of a man. It turned out, there was indeed a difference between a man and a crying woman. Especially Fang Yu. She could feel a sense of security from up close. Hu Jingjing was a little excited. She couldn't help but knock on Fang Yu's study room door. However, after quite some time, Fang Yu finally opened the bedroom door. Over here. You said you could do it in one day. You did it. Hu Jingjing was dressed in a loose white knit sweater as she held her hands behind her back. Her voice was slightly shaky. Just to say this? This is all thanks to President Mo. Fang Yu yawned. His usual handsome image had completely disappeared. President Mo and Tongning have gone to France. I saw the news last night. Even if President Mo played a major role, without your control, the plan would not have succeeded so easily, right? Basically, that's what happened. Fang Yu couldn't be bothered to say more as he returned to bed in his boxer shorts. If possible, prepare breakfast for my daughter. I haven't slept all night and am very tired. When you leave, just close the door behind you. Hu Jingjing looked down at her shoes. In the end, she couldn't help but ask, what was the reason this time? What reason? Why did you put in so much effort to destroy IY? No reason, it was President Mo's orders, Fang Yu replied calmly before he closed his eyes. Is it not because of me at all? Hu Jingjing suddenly asked loudly. Fang Yu remained silent. However, just as Hu Jingjing was about to give up on getting an answer, Fang Yu suddenly spoke. To put it bluntly, everyone thinks it's pointless. If you really think it's pointless, then stop helping me. I will be more grateful. After speaking, Hu Jingjing turned around. Just as she was about to leave, Fang Yu suddenly sat up and questioned her. Your life has already been ruined by a jerk for over 10 years. Don't tell me you're planning to become a stepmother and let others laugh at you? Is that what you want? To be a laughingstock? I thought you despised my family background. After hearing this, Hu Jingjing suddenly laughed bitterly. I thought you were afraid people would say you picked up a broken shoe. Fang Yu had already woken up from the questioning. He felt it was necessary to clarify everything. So, he put on a bathrobe, pulled Hu Jingjing back into the room and closed the bedroom door. Let's talk. Fang Yu pulled Hu Jingjing over to sit on the edge of the bed. He then looked at her and said in seriousness, as you can see, I have a daughter. So what? I've had 3 abortions. Fang Yu felt all the blood in his body rush to his head. Since Hu Jingjing had already said such words and didn't mind him bringing their daughter along, if he were to back down, wouldn't he be worse than a woman? Xiaoyu is actually my younger brother's daughter. I do have a girlfriend, but she has already passed away. My little brother. Fang Yu. When he was 20, he did something wrong in school. After that, he and his girlfriend had Xiaoyu and abandoned her. Later, I raised Xiaoyu by my side and treated her like my own daughter. It was no wonder that even though they weren't blood-related, they still looked so similar because they were blood-related. Outsiders couldn't say anything about it. You see, even if he isn't my biological son, I still have to shoulder this responsibility. My partner can't explain this to others, so, I can understand. Hu Jingjing nodded. She was already satisfied that Fang Yu was willing to tell her this. So, you are still clean. But, I've never looked down on you and I'm not afraid of being laughed at. It's just, being with me will be tough. Think about the things that will be exposed in the future, you should know it won't be easy. Hu Jingjing lifted her head and smiled, I'm not Tongning. I can't be as smart as her and counter everything. You're also not President Mo. You can't be as strategic as President Mo and calculate everything perfectly. So, they are a match made in heaven. But, as long as you don't look down on me, I'm willing to give it a try. I'm sure I still have the strength to love, no matter how much I've been hurt in the past. Hearing this, Fang Yu pulled Hu Jingjing into his embrace and hugged her. This was the most valuable thing about Hu Jingjing. She still had the ability to love. His body was broken, but his soul was resplendent. I'm warning you, you can't go back on your word. Do your parents know about Juer? Because they don't know, when they found out I had a daughter of unknown origin, they broke up with me. It turned out, they were both scapegoats. So, on the surface, everyone was wearing a mask. But, the pain in their hearts could only be understood and felt by the same people. It's okay, let's continue on together. As soon as Tongning arrived in France, the first phone call she made was from Hu Jingjing. As her best friend, Hu Jingjing naturally wanted to tell Tongning about her relationship with Fang Yu. Unfortunately, the first thing Tongning did after arriving in France was adjust to jet lag. As for the person who picked up the phone, it was naturally Manager Mo. What is it? President Mo, where's Tongning? She's sleeping. Tell me, I'll pass on the message. Mo Ting's voice was calm and emotionless. How could she tell a man about something so private? So, Hu Jingjing hung up the phone. Mo Ting put down his phone and continued to watch Tongning in his arms. He forcefully called Claude N, as he watched over Tongning while she slept. Not long after, Mo Ting received a phone call from Fang Yu. This time, he called to report on Huarong Studio. President, we've searched through Huarong's base and found a few bits and pieces of evidence, including the photo of Tongning kissing. So, we can conclude that Huarong was the one that leaked the photo. They sure have hidden themselves well. No matter how deep, we still need to dig, even if we have to dig 3 feet underground, Mo Ting replied in a low voice. He then added, don't worry, perhaps, they will follow us to France. Obviously, the photo wasn't deliberately leaked. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to hide it for so long. This is also the reason why they needed to escape, Fang Yu analyzed. No matter what, President, Lu Che and I will quickly find out more information about the person in charge. I hope he doesn't cause any more trouble. But, he's here to cause trouble. If we can even deal with IY, why can't we deal with Huarong Studio? Fang Yu was in a good mood, he was in high spirits. Perhaps, we can make use of them and beat them at their own game. President Mo, you mean, let's play according to Huarong Studios' plan. Let's see how many people want to get involved and deal with them all at once. So, let's see what else Huarong Studio wants. The reason why Mo Ting dared to play this game was because he had the leverage of his marriage with Tongning. Anything that Huarong said, he could find evidence to refute. Perhaps, he really needed to bring forward a certain matter. Would Tongning blame him? After their honest discussion that morning, the relationship between Hu Jingjing and Fang Yu had changed. They had successfully become boyfriend and girlfriend, so she was now able to stay at Fang Yu's home, even though Aiwai's crisis had been resolved. After breakfast, Hu Jingjing and Fang Yu played with building blocks in the living room. After washing up, Fang Yu entered the living room and crossed his arms as he asked Hu Jingjing, "Aren't you going to get changed?" Hu Jingjing did not look at Fang Yu. She continued to play with the building blocks as she replied, "I'll leave tonight. If I go out now, I might be surrounded by reporters again." Fang Yu understood that she wanted to spend a little more time with Fang Yu, so he did not refute and allowed her to stay. "I'm also taking the day off today." Hu Jingjing lifted her head as her eyes lit up. She originally wanted to find a place to develop their relationship, but when she thought about their identities, she lowered her head in disappointment. They were currently in the middle of a storm. It was best if she didn't create too much trouble for Fang Yu. Fang Yu seemed to understand what Hu Jingjing was thinking, so he said, "In a moment, the auntie will come and take care of Xiaoyu. Come to the study room later." "What for? Do you still want to accept a job like IY? You have an international status. The commotion this time has already lowered your value. Your manager will have to take responsibility." In reality, IY's incident had nothing to do with her manager. Hu Jingjing was the one who wanted to escape and get back to work. That was why she accepted the job without fully understanding it. But, who was she doing it for? So, Hu Jingjing asked Fang Yu, "What identity are you using to say this to me?" "It seems, no matter what identity I use, I can control you." Fang Yu did not fall for her trap. Was she joking? If he could be shut down by a single sentence from Hu Jingjing, then he could forget about his position as the director of PR. Perhaps it was because his words were too powerful. Hu Jingjing finally blushed. Of course, her heart felt like it was being washed by a warm spring. It was sweet and a little cloying, but it was a wonderful feeling. If they continued to argue, who knew how much happiness they would miss out on? Luckily, she realized this early on. "Okay, I'll keep Xiaoyu company for a little while longer." Fang Yu nodded his head as he carried the glass of milk into the study room. Afterwards, he continued with his task, gathering information on Huarong Studio. Especially when he thought about what Mo Ting said the day before. Fang Yu immediately contacted a friend at Beijing Airport and did a background check on all passengers with the surname Lin. In the end, he locked onto a tall and skinny man called Lin Chong. Fang Yu sent a message to Mo Ting. Because Tongning had seen him the most, she was able to confirm his identity with one glance. This man is accompanied by a man and a woman. That woman is quite interesting. Guess who she is? Fang Yu replied in a serious tone after waiting for a few seconds. Charlene. Lin Chong and Lin Mo were far from Lin. In Lin Chong and Lin Yu, Mo, Lin Chong and Yun. Seeing Mo Ting, Fang Yu, and Lu Chei's video chat, Tongning realized Mo Ting had not rested since landing. So, she stood up to prepare a bath for Mo Ting and called the hotel to ask the waiter to prepare some food for him. Lu Chei will fly over from France tomorrow to help. Fang Yu will continue to monitor the situation in Beijing. 10 minutes later, Mo Ting turned off his computer. Tongning pulled out a bathrobe and handed it to him. "Go have a bath and then come out to eat something." Mo Ting held onto his neck and did not take the bathrobe. Instead, he tilted his head and asked, "You want me to wash myself?" "I've washed it. Help me wash up." After speaking, Mo Ting stood up and pulled Tongning into the bathroom. Inside the misty bathroom, the two were enveloped in a layer of smoke. After removing his clothes, Mo Ting lay down in the bathtub, exhausted. She pulled out the essential oils prepared by the hotel and sat on the edge of the bathtub as she massaged his shoulders. "Are you feeling better?" Mo Ting did not say a word. Tongning looked down and saw Mo Ting had fallen asleep. Unsuspecting, he slept soundly. Tongning did not wake him, nor did her slender hand stop massaging him. It was not until 20 minutes later that Tongning realized the water had turned cold. Only then did she wake him up. Go sleep on the bed. Emoting got out of the bathtub. Tongning immediately handed him a clean towel and ordered, lean against the sink, I'll help you shave. Emoting put on a bathrobe and obediently followed her instructions. Tongning stood between Emoting's legs and rubbed the shaving foam around Emoting's lips. Just as she was about to use a razor to clean his lips, Emoting suddenly pressed his lips down. Tongning swallowed the foam a few times as she struggled. Why are you so tired? Do you still have energy? Wifey. Are you doubting my stamina? Tongning was about to explain that she simply wanted Emoting to get some rest. But Emoting suddenly wrapped his arm around her slender waist and lifted her robe. You're always so energetic. Because I need to recharge my batteries. And this was the best way to recharge them. The couple intertwined until the latter half of the night. Just before they fell asleep, Emoting suddenly said to Tongning, tomorrow, I will be meeting with the French director to discuss a film. Come with me. Tongning smiled tiredly as she nodded her head. Emoting had always been like this. Although he was Tongning's manager, as long as Hai Rui had a collaboration with France or other work, he would also make arrangements to optimize the way he handled things. The meeting with Claude N is scheduled for the morning of the day after tomorrow. So, I need to deal with some other work first. Originally, I wanted you to continue resting, but the French director's wife is also a supermodel and she is currently in the US. Before she left her 2-year-old daughter in his care. He can't come by himself. Help me take care of him tomorrow. I have never taken care of a child before. Then, treat it as an early experience. In the future, we will also have children. Okay. Tongning was exhausted from the previous relationship, so she did not think about why she needed to take care of a director's child. He could easily arrange anything he wanted. Emoting did not explain. He simply lowered his head and placed a kiss on Tongning's forehead. Go to sleep. Hearing these 2 words, Tongning subconsciously found a more comfortable position in Emoting's embrace. Emoting wrapped his arms around her tighter and turned off the bedside lamp. He then fell asleep with his wife. Why did they have to make such arrangements? It was to give Huarong a chance to collect material. If they didn't give them a taste of the sweetness, how could they force them to reveal their trump card? What else did they have in their hands, what they planned to do and why they hadn't revealed it yet? They needed to give him an answer. As for Kuan Yi, he wanted to see how the clown was going to play. The meeting with the French director was arranged to be held at the director's manor. Emoting and Tongning quietly made their way there. However, halfway there, Emoting noticed a black car following behind them. It wasn't hard to tell because the camera was reflective. But Emoting pretended not to see anything as his lips curved into a smile. He then sped up the car and drove into the manor's parking lot. Only when she saw the man in person did Tongning realize that the French director Emoting wanted to meet was Coke. He was internationally famous and had even won an Academy Award for Best Director. However, over the past 2 years of marriage, in order to focus on taking care of his wife and daughter, his films had decreased in number. Perhaps it was because his wife wasn't around, but Coke couldn't take care of his daughter on his own. As a result, the little rascal clung to his leg and rubbed against him, but she continued to act mischievously and refused to eat breakfast. Coke's image was a little bad, so he smiled apologetically at Tongning and Emoting. I'm sorry, I don't think I can discuss a collaboration with you. To be honest, I never intended to. Emoting let out a gentle laugh and pointed to Tongning. My wife should be able to help you solve this problem. As for a collaboration, I think you might be interested. Coke looked Tongning up and down as he adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. You guys have kids too? No, but my wife is very gentle and considerate. I think she's a little better than you, Mr. Coke, Emoting replied straightforwardly. Coke shrugged his shoulders in embarrassment. In that case, I'll have to trouble you. Tongning's French wasn't any worse than Emoting's. So, she walked up to the little girl and carried her daughter in her arms. She then said to the 2 men, you guys go ahead and discuss business. Leave the child with me, I will take good care of her. If there's really no other way, I'll ask the auntie for help. Emoting looked at Tongning carrying the child and felt his heart skip a beat. He lowered his head and asked, "Are you sure it's okay?" Tongning nodded. "Don't underestimate her." Coke looked at his daughter in surprise. She did not resist and was surprisingly obedient in Tongning's arms. He then asked in dissatisfaction, "Why can't I carry you?" The little girl immediately giggled as she wrapped her arms around Tongning's neck. It seemed, this child was only interested in looks. Afterwards, the two men entered the study room to discuss their partnership. Meanwhile, Tongning carried the child to the grass in the garden. As she had asked the maids, the grass had been specially treated, so Tongning sat on the ground with the child in her arms. The little girl's name was Kathy. She was a very lively little girl. Luckily, Tongning was very patient with her. Director Coke's previous film, Desert Escape, broke box office records in Europe and America, but it did not break into the Asian market. "I admit that too," Coke said in a serious tone. "After all, there is a huge difference between Eastern and Western cultures. Plus, you should know that I don't film Eastern films. I feel like it would ruin my reputation. I don't like to use Eastern actors because most of them have zero acting skills. The East does indeed have more celebrities than actors. But, I think you should look at the script first before giving me an answer." "Actors have never been a problem." Mo Ting pulled out the script and placed it in front of the woman. "Think about it." Coke glanced at the cover of the script. It wasn't anything fancy or eye-catching. It was just a simple script for the movie Stupid Idiot. It was a very interesting name. Coke could not wait to open the script. The story was about a talented athlete who had a one-night stand with an actress and gave birth to a child. For the sake of his own status, he decided to give the child away. However, a few years later, he finally got married. However, he discovered that he had lost the ability to have children due to excessive exercise. So, he divorced his wife and adopted a disciple. However, this disciple turned out to be the stupidest child in the world. No matter how simple the task was, no matter how many times he tried to teach the child, he would never learn it. Worst of all, he discovered that he had no way of contacting the child's parents. So, when he felt he had been cheated, he repeatedly abandoned the child. In the end, the child was adopted by his enemies. They discovered his talents and groomed him to become a talent. The child had the same athletic talent as him and had broken countless world records. However, when the child stood on the podium, he only had one sentence in his mouth: "My biological father abandoned me 12 times. I want to prove to him that he is a jerk." After reading through the script, Coke slapped his thigh. "Amazing. Truly amazing. In that case, Mr. Coke, do you still want to reject it?" Mo Ting asked confidently as he stroked his lower lip. "This is only a rough outline, yet it's already so amazing." Then, Coke's eyes lit up. "I agree to join. But, as an actor, I can guarantee that my acting will be perfect." "Okay," Coke nodded his head in agreement. Not long after, the two men heard the sound of laughter coming from the garden. Coke held onto his script and looked out the window. Seeing Tongning hugging Kathy and rolling around on the ground, he laughed. "Your wife seems to like children a lot. Have you decided to keep them?" "I want her to enjoy a few more years of being doted on like a daughter by me. After all, a woman has a lot more fetters in her life than a man. After becoming a mother, she will naturally have fetters." Coke nodded his head. "President Mo is right. If my wife hadn't gone to the US to work and given me this opportunity, I would never have known that taking care of a child is so tiring. Your wife is very fortunate." "Yes, I am. Since that's the case, I have nothing else to think about. Let's sign the contract. I'm sure this film was created by a man that loves his wife dearly. He will be more caring and strict than anyone else. Just like your child." Mo Ting looked at Tongning in the distance and smiled. "I can't deny that after having her, I feel like everything I do has meaning. Mr. Coke, do you have a pair of binoculars?" "Yes. Let me borrow them." Coke handed the binoculars to Mo Ting curiously. Afterwards, Mo Ting used the binoculars to scan their surroundings. As expected, he discovered a group of fearless people hanging from a tree with a camera attached to it. Their filming skills were indeed good. "Too bad. Someone is following you? These paparazzi are so annoying," Coke said angrily as he watched Mo Ting put away the binoculars. I can't help it. My wife is too famous, Mo Ting explained. She is also a model. I hope you guys are careful. Coke and Mo Ting shook hands again before sitting down and continuing to sign the contract. As for the group of fearless paparazzi. So, these were Editor Lin's subordinates. Was everyone here? After discussing the deal, Coke wanted to invite the couple to dinner, but Mo Ting politely declined. The couple bid farewell to Coke and the manor before Mo Ting drove Tongning back to the hotel. On the way back, Mo Ting couldn't help but ask, how does it feel to interact with your child? I can't take it. Tongning thought for a moment before replying, Kathy is too naughty. Alright, I'll remember it, Mo Ting suddenly said. From now on, our children can't be too naughty, Mo Ting replied in seriousness. Tongning let out a gentle laugh and looked at Mo Ting. What do you think a child is? You can even filter them? I can teach. As soon as Tongning heard these words, she suddenly imagined her strict father, Mo Ting, sitting on the sofa in the living room while a little radish stood in front of him and apologized. Just thinking about it made her feel good. Do you really want it? This time, Mo Ting shook his head in seriousness. Wait a few more years. Right now, I just want to dote on you. Tongning originally wanted to lean into Mo Ting's driver's seat and plant a kiss on his cheek, but Mo Ting reminded her, it's dangerous, sit tight. Is it danger, or is someone following us? Did you think, with my sensitivity, I wouldn't have noticed the black car following us? That camera was too reflective, it pierced my eyes a few times. Just now at the manor, there were also pictures of me and Kev together, right? What's going on? The people from Huarong Studio are following us. Mo Ting said. As expected, he couldn't look down on his woman. His observation was very detailed. What do they want? According to the comments that they left on the internet, they are probably trying to slander you for having a lot of men. Now they are collecting more evidence. So, you played along? Tongning guessed, but I can't wait any longer. I want to take this opportunity to announce our relationship. I want to tell everyone that you are my wife and the woman I cherish the most. But, if I were to announce it to the public, Huarong would continue to gather evidence behind my back to blame you and slander you. You are my wife, Mo Ting suddenly said as he drove the car into a corner. He then looked at Tongning and explained, I want to take this opportunity to announce our relationship. I want to tell everyone that you are my wife and the woman I cherish the most. Rather than that, I might as well wait for him to use his ultimate move first, wait for him to reveal his trump card, and when he's completely defeated, I'll take the opportunity to announce it. So, you deliberately misled Huarong's people, right? Also, previously at the airport, you said we were going to take the normal exit so you could tell others where we were. Tongning finally understood everything that Mo Ting had done. Huarong's people were actually able to keep their composure. They definitely didn't just release a simple photo. One look and you could tell that Editor Lin was ambitious. Editor Lin wasn't hard to deal with, but Mo Ting wanted an opportunity to help him and Tongning. Will you blame me? Blame you for what? Tongning's eyes suddenly turned red. Blame you for putting in so much effort to scheme? Or blame you for scheming because you wanted to protect me and wanted others to acknowledge me? Just like how I dealt with Han Yufan and Mo Euro in front of you, I hope the Mo Ting I see is the real Mo Ting. I love you, so I'm willing to stand by your side. We still have to spend the rest of our lives together. Mo Ting stretched out his arms and pulled Tongning into his embrace. He then couldn't help but sigh, God has truly treated me well because he gave you to me. Trust me, I will only give you the best. Tongning had always believed in him and she planned to continue believing in him. So, she said confidently, let's announce it. Let's just use the incident with Huarong Studio as an excuse. After all, they just want to destroy me with more scandals. I never thought Tongning would be so capable. She even played with the daughter of a famous director like Coke. After a busy day, Huarong's people returned to the hotel they were staying at. Editor Lin looked at the photo and said to his subordinates, what do you mean by the daughter of a famous director? We must say she is Tongning's illegitimate daughter. But this time Mo Ting was also there. It was obviously for work. Editor Lin glanced at his stupid subordinate and waved him over. Say that Tongning has an illegitimate daughter in France, then release a photo of them playing together and do an analysis of their faces. Do you think the public will notice if this is true or not? Isn't this a little too vicious? Hai Rui's people have already made it impossible for us to go. If we don't hurry up and turn this situation around, you can forget about ever appearing in Beijing again, Editor Lin said straightforwardly. Hurry up and write me a report. Tomorrow, Team 2 will be on standby. As long as Tongning is overseas, I refuse to believe she can withstand the loneliness. But, editor, don't forget, Mo Ting is by her side. She won't be able to do anything. That may not be true. Do you think a fickle woman like her can change her nature? But, Mo Ting is already the best in the world. How can she not be satisfied? How thirsty is this woman? Stop talking nonsense. Tomorrow, Team 2 will be on standby, Editor Lin instructed. Because of Mo Ting's presence, the chances of them getting anything substantial were very low. But, that didn't mean they had to be lucky. In reality, they had no idea that Mo Ting had always been there. And, the three men he was referring to were actually Mo Ting. Of course, this was all planned by President Mo. It was better than letting Hua Rong capture all sorts of photos and then come back later to find evidence. At least, they were already prepared. All they had to do was wait for Hua Rong to fall into their trap. That night in Beijing, a bone-piercing cold wind blew past. After dinner, Fang Yu looked at Hua Jingjing. His eyes seemed to say, "Didn't you say you'd leave at night? I don't think the reporters will notice you at this time. Put on a disguise, I'll take you home." Hua Jingjing immediately responded, "I don't have any clothes to wear." "Did you forget? I came here in underwear. I asked your assistant to bring it to you. I just went downstairs to get it." "When?" Hua Jingjing asked awkwardly. "You and Yuer went to get it while you were taking an afternoon nap. Hurry and change." "Must you chase me away?" Hua Jingjing didn't really want to return to her apartment. It was cold, lonely, and she liked to let her imagination run wild. "You have a guest room. Even if you can't, I can sleep on the sofa. When you're not around, I can keep you air company. Plus, if I want to find you, I don't need to make a phone call." Perhaps she was afraid Fang Yu would misunderstand her, so Hua Jingjing added, "This apartment has too many bad memories. Plus, Zhen Mani sent people to block my door, so it's no longer a secret. I'll sell it and buy it next door. I have no family or ties. It doesn't really matter where I live. Let's go collect our things." This was actually what Fang Yu wanted to say. That night in France, Tongning was sitting under the lights flipping through a magazine. After Mo Ting finished his work, he suddenly walked over to her side and said, "The Japanese designer that originally wanted to custom make your jewelry has to return to China because his wife is in the hospital waiting to give birth. So, we will be taking your measurements tonight." "Custom-made jewelry?" Tongning put down the magazine and looked at him suspiciously. "I've never heard you mention this before." "I am your manager, so I am naturally in charge of arranging these things," Mo Ting gently smiled as he sat down beside her. Mo Ting's lips gently curved upwards as he sat down beside her. "I know you don't like to wear jewelry and diamonds, but since you're already married to me, there are some occasions where you can't avoid using them. Look at other models, they can't wait to live in luxury jewelry stores. But what about you? I am doing this to help you save money." Tongning had never liked things like jewelry, nor did she like to be flashy. She preferred to keep things simple. "There are still 3 hours before the designer returns to China. I have a meeting to attend later. Drive to the hotel and look for him. His entire team will be there, they just need to take a measurement." Tongning received the car keys from Mo Ting's hands. She understood why he was doing this. "So, did you want to order jewelry for me, or did you want to leave some material for Hua Rong?" "Of course, I wanted to order jewelry for you. I've looked through the jewelry boxes at home a few times and couldn't find anything you like to wear." Mo Ting picked up his laptop and showed Tongning her schedule. "This was decided a long time ago. You were the one that didn't notice." "Okay. I'll go." Tongning thought about it. Apart from work and requests from business partners, she really didn't like to wear expensive baggage. But, as a model, she was a bit too plain. Be careful. If anything happens, give me a call. I'll pick you up later. Tongming smiled as she packed up a little and grabbed her handbag and keys before leaving the hotel. Of course, to create the appropriate effect, Tongming even wore sunglasses. It seemed she was afraid of being discovered. The couple's acting was getting more and more realistic. The people from Huarong waited outside the hotel for an entire day. From the cigarette butts by their feet, it was obvious how anxious they were. Especially at night, it was extremely cold. The three men wrapped themselves tightly in their clothes and hid their heads deeper into their collars. Motherf ****, Tongming is the hardest person to follow, someone couldn't help but complain. His companion patted him on the shoulder and smiled helplessly. Who asked her to be so shrewd? With this woman scheming, I would be surprised if she didn't get to where she is now. I really don't know when these bitter days will end. My luck has come. The three of them looked over to where Mo Ting had parked his car, only to see Tongming enter the car park on her own. After confirming there was no one around, she boarded her car and left. The three of them exchanged glances with each other. Then, they checked the cameras again and quickly followed. This woman is taking a detour the whole time. She's shopping and buying things. Is she leading us in circles? Taking photos is just a waste of memory. Let's follow him for a while longer. Tongming guessed the people at Huarong had run out of patience. So, she boarded her car and sped towards the hotel address Mo Ting gave her. After arriving at the hotel, Tongming parked her car in the garage. After stepping out of the car, she was in no rush to leave. 5 minutes later, a tall and skinny young man stepped out of the elevator and received Tongming. The two of them then stepped into the elevator one after the other. The people at Huarong continued to take photos furiously. The three of them worked together and took many photos of Tongming and the man. They excitedly slapped their thighs. Editor Lin is right, this woman can't handle loneliness. Perhaps? Mo Ting is getting old, so, he can't satisfy her? Regardless, our mission has been successfully completed. The three of them were excited for quite some time before they sent all the photos to Editor Lin. Editor, you better prepare your reward as soon as possible. Lin Chong looked at the photos. His eyes were like a wolf's, fierce and piercing. Tongming, let's see where you can run to this time. I won't forget about your benefits. After Tongming comes out, you guys should immediately return to the hotel. We already have enough evidence to make a big move. There's no need to risk following her any further, Lin Chong instructed. Finally, long live liberation. Let's go back and watch a good show. The three of them were extremely excited. However, they did not notice that behind them, Mo Ting was also parked in a hidden corner in another car. All they saw was him looking at the three paparazzi coldly. His ink-black eyes contained a slight sense of mockery, but it was mostly filled with indifference. Mo Ting was, of course, worried about Tongming driving on her own. Especially since she was being followed by the paparazzi. So, even if something really happened, he had to suppress it. So, when Tongming gave him a phone call, he asked, "Have you taken your measurements?" "Yes, I'll wait for you at the hotel." "No need, I'm already here." "You can come down," Mo Ting replied. Tongming looked at the time. She had only been up for 20 minutes, were you following behind me? No. I was following behind you, Mo Ting explained as he described the state of the people behind him. They should be waiting for the celebration party to start. From the looks of it, they seem to be in a good mood. After speaking, Mo Ting started the car and left the parking lot. He then headed straight for the hotel entrance to pick up Tongming. As for the three unlucky people in the parking lot, he was going to let them wait. It would be best if they thought Tongming had stayed up there all night. Do you feel uncomfortable doing this? Tongming looked straight ahead and remained silent for a few seconds. She then replied, "Why would I feel uncomfortable? I didn't hurt anyone in the first place. I've always played my part and haven't done anything out of line. I don't understand why Lin Chong won't let me off the hook. This reporter is different from other paparazzi. He's doing this for money, but it's not all for money. From the start, it was indeed a coincidence that he bumped into you. Afterwards, he may have misunderstood you. Plus, Luce has already found information on him. He's been married 3 times and divorced 3 times, Mo Ting explained. Due to his failed marriage, he developed a strong hatred towards women. So, he decided to change his career from a radio host to a paparazzi. He used his so-called sense of justice to pry into other people's private affairs. Tongning smiled calmly as her anger subsided. In fact, she found it funny. It's quite a strange feeling to be hated by a stranger. But, he has so many anti-fans. What does he think he is? One day, the truth will come to light and he will regret it. I know, you will make me pay for everything I've suffered. Mo Ting stretched out his hand and lovingly stroked Tongning's hair, of course. In actual fact, the thing that Mo Ting admired the most about Tongning was her clear-cut personality. If she was right, she was right. If she was wrong, she was wrong. She had a clear attitude and was never sloppy. She was always clean and efficient. So, she was suited for the entertainment industry. She was suited for the ups and downs of the industry with him. So, what he wanted to do the most was to bring her glory. After the couple returned to the hotel, Tongning sat beside Mo Ting and looked through some documents with him. However, Mo Ting turned his head and looked at Tongning's slightly closed eyes. He let out a gentle laugh and said, "You have an interview with Claude N tomorrow. Hurry and get some rest." "I want to hug you to sleep," Tongning replied in a raspy voice. Mo Ting looked at the documents in front of him before leading Tongning to sit on the bed. He then patted his chest. "Come here." Tongning lifted the blankets and lay down beside Mo Ting as she wrapped her arms around his waist. Mo Ting held on to Tongning with one hand and held on to the documents in the other. He suddenly realized he couldn't flip to the next page. Tongning was tightly hugging onto his arm like she was doing it on purpose. Mo Ting suddenly understood her intention. He put down the documents, picked up his phone and gave Luce a phone call. "President, Director Zheng has already contacted me a few times. He wants to invest in Stupid under the name of Bayou Film and Television. But, I'm guessing this is his son King's idea. The funds for Stupid are already in place. If they contact you again, just reject them," Mo Ting said in a low voice. "But, he is our shareholder. Plus, Director Zheng has already transferred 3.2% of Hai Rui's shares to his son, King. I'm sure King wants to interfere with Hai Rui's operations. So, I can't rule out the possibility that he will make more moves in the future. Perhaps, my recent actions have made them think I've been blinded by lust? Has an opportunity arrived? President, I'm just reporting to you. Something like this isn't enough for you to worry about," Luce immediately replied. "Keep a close eye on them." After speaking, Mo Ting hung up the phone and gently placed it on the bedside table. Mo Ting hugged Tongning and lay down. In the dark, Mo Ting's eyes flickered. There were always greedy people who coveted Hai Rui's management rights. Did he think he would be Tongning's manager? Couldn't he manage Hai Rui? Was he questioning his ability? 10 p.m. in France was 8 a.m. in Beijing. This was the first night that Hu Jingjing moved into Feng Yu's home. Of course, nothing happened. She slept in the guest room. Hu Jingjing woke up early. It didn't take long before she heard Feng Yu open the door. Hu Jingjing hurriedly got out of bed and opened the door. Just in time to see Feng Yu walking into the kitchen in his boxers. Feng Yu froze for a moment. He never expected Hu Jingjing to wake up so early. He quickly returned to the bedroom and put on a robe before reappearing in front of Hu Jingjing. "Why are you up so early?" "I have an interview today. I will probably go abroad in 2 days. Plus, it's almost January. For the fashion week in March, I might be staying abroad for a long time." Feng Yu nodded his head, but his face remained expressionless. He simply replied, "I can't leave the country. Hai Rui is quite busy. I'm not asking you to accompany Tongning like President Mo. I just..." Hu Jingjing paused for a moment before she continued, "If I return after 3 months, will you become someone else's boyfriend again? Or perhaps, a female artist like Shen Mani that needs you to support her?" It turned out, it was a woman's sense of danger that was causing trouble. Feng Yu pulled out some milk and breakfast ingredients from the fridge. As he closed the fridge door, he said, I only have 2 girlfriends. The older one is currently standing in front of my kitchen and the younger one is sleeping in my nursery. Hu Jingjing felt a little silly, so she gently approached Fang Yu from behind and wrapped her arms around him. You don't seem to be very passionate towards me. Fang Yu did not say a word. He simply laughed as he freed himself from Hu Jingjing's embrace and returned to the bedroom. As he reappeared, he was holding a household register in his hand and handing it to Hu Jingjing. After she passed away, Xiao Yu's incident happened. It's been almost 7 years since I've been in this industry. Apart from Auntie, you are the only woman that has ever entered my home. So, why are you giving me this? Do you want to get married? Tell me. You are the only person that has made me feel this way. Hu Jingjing froze. They had just become a couple 2 nights ago. Did he just propose to her today? I'm not asking you to tell me right now. I just want you to know my attitude. The two had experienced so much and carried so much on their shoulders. To be able to survive and have a future was already a blessing from God. Hu Jingjing hugged the household register as her eyes turned red. Tongning is right. God always leaves the best for last. He wants me to understand that all the suffering I've endured was worth it. Fang Yu leaned over and placed a kiss on Hu Jingjing's forehead. He then said to her, go get changed. While you're at it, take you air to freshen up. On the surface, Fang Yu appeared to be a relaxed person. At times, he even gave off a frivolous vibe. But, Hu Jingjing knew, on the inside, he suffered more than most people. It didn't matter. She was going to give him a new life, 9M in France. Inside a specially decorated studio, Tongning and Mo Ting met with the world's top master, Claude N. He was an old French designer with a full beard. As soon as he saw Tongning, he couldn't help but gasp in admiration at her legs. These are the most beautiful legs I've ever seen. Claude N welcomes you to join us. Sometimes, it was hard to understand what these masters were aiming for. Of course, it was normal for Tongning to be chosen because of her legs. But, there were also people who were chosen because of their round buttocks, their fingers, their feet, and there were even people who were chosen because of a mole. I'm very satisfied. Let's talk about signing a contract, the master praised Tongning. However, I have a condition. You need to stay in France and become a model for my agency. I need a pair of legs like this. I like legs like this. After hearing the man's request, Tongning furrowed her brows. Of course, your manager can also join us. Tongning looked around Claude N's studio carefully. She noticed on his desk were all sorts of photos of models' legs. To be exact, he had an obsession with legs. Claude N. I think I've already made my stance clear over the phone. She will only accept this one shoot. Mo Ting emphasized his stance in a calm manner. But, in reality, he did not reveal his identity to the woman either. Claude N turned around and looked at the two unhappily. Tongning is the first Asian model I've ever invited. Don't tell me you guys don't want such a good opportunity? You should know that the people I've invited have always attracted a lot of attention and sensation. Doesn't Tongning need it right now? She won't sell her body. If she wants to sell something, she will only sell it to me, Mo Ting replied straightforwardly. Claude N continued to measure the measurements on the workbench as he gestured towards the door with his chin. Since that's the case, I won't be seeing you out. He was, after all, a master with an eccentric temperament. However, Tongning felt her previous evaluation of Claude N was a little too polite. She was going to re-evaluate Claude N. He was an out-and-out fetishist. Claude N thought Mo Ting would lower his stance and show an expression of wanting to negotiate. But, Mo Ting had no intention of doing that. Protecting Tongning, he turned around to leave. However, at this time, Kuan Yi appeared in front of Claude N's studio with a model from Star King. As the two parties faced each other, Kuan Yi couldn't help but laugh. Could it be our always successful President Mo has a moment where he loses? Mo Ting looked at Kuan Yi calmly. He didn't seem to care about him at all. Do you want me to put in a few good words for Tongning to Claude N? To be honest, I've actually become quite familiar with him over the past 2 days, Kuan Yi said casually as he brushed the raindrops off his body. It's raining in Paris, it's so cold. No one knew better than Mo Ting what Kuan Yi had done over the past 2 days. Don't forget, Luce had already arrived in France the day before. You should first beat me at the poker table before we talk, Mo Ting chuckled. He wrapped his arm around Tong Ning's shoulder and prepared to leave. However, Kuan Yi once again spoke up and held them back. Does this count as Hai Rui losing to Star King? After all, Tong Ning didn't manage to secure Claude N's high-end film. In reality, Tong Ning felt this wasn't Mo Ting's usual style. Just a moment ago, Claude N simply made a request, but Mo Ting had no intention of discussing it with him. Instead, he directly rejected Claude N by saying she would only sell herself to him. It seemed reasonable, but it wasn't something Mo Ting had to do. He would never do something he wasn't confident in. This is probably what Star King is after. If you beat me and get Claude N, would that be the ultimate glory? Mo Ting's lips suddenly curved upwards. Tong Ning glanced at him and felt he was about to make a big move. As expected, Mo Ting said calmly, actually, Claude N is just a backup. I can't find a reason to reject him. Kuan Yi let out a laugh. He thought Mo Ting was simply trying to save his face. However, Mo Ting pulled out his phone and opened up an email invitation. Fearless was the overall winner of the last international design competition. Claude North came in 5th place, and coincidentally, Fearless is Claude N's ex-wife. Most importantly, she is a righteous person and won't stare at my Tong Ning's legs. You like Claude N? I'll leave it to you then. After speaking, Mo Ting led Tong Ning out of Claude N's office, leaving behind Kuan Yi with a pale expression. Seeing Kuan Yi's pale face, Tong Ning couldn't help but ask Mo Ting, what's going on? How can you do so many things behind my back? You were never separated from me. You don't need to go out to talk about invitations. You can do it with your computer and phone. Then what's with Fulls? Translator, Uni editor, Uni Mo Ting drove as he smiled at the curious Tong Ning. The passenger list that Feng Yu received also included Kuan Yi. So, I asked Luce to fly to Paris and keep an eye on him. I found out that Kuan Yi had approached Claude N in private. When I met with Director Koch at the Manor, I told him you were also a model. But, I never expected he would recommend you to Fulls. I only received the phone call last night. But, I told the other party that I already had a preliminary agreement with Claude N, but the other party was still willing to wait. So, if Claude N didn't go overboard, perhaps you would have asked me to work with him. But, that doesn't mean we have no other options. Mo Ting nodded. There's also one more thing, Kuan Yi. It seemed the slap from earlier had hit Kuan Yi in the heart. Right now, not only will Kuan Yi be angered to death, Claude N will also be angered to death. As soon as he stared at your legs, I decided to give up on Claude N, Mo Ting said coldly. After he looked at you 10 times, I was so tempted to gouge his eyes out. Manager Mo, you are truly amazing, Tong Ning couldn't help but sigh. Mo Ting did not say anything. In reality, luck also played a part in this matter. But, in this industry, a person without luck would never become famous, no matter how much support they had. Let's go meet with Fulls right now. Tong Ning never imagined that her trip to France would have such a twist. But, everything felt a little surreal. Perhaps, it was because Mo Ting had arranged everything on his own. Tong Ning felt like Mo Ting had done too much behind the scenes, making her feel a little uneasy. Seeing Tong Ning suddenly fall silent, Mo Ting asked, what are you thinking about? I thought I could keep up with your thoughts. But now, I realize, I'm actually quite far from it. If you want to become a VIP at Fulls, you need to be more professional. That's what you need to do, Mo Ting explained seriously. Over the past 2 days, a lot has happened. I didn't mean to hide it from you. It's just that time was tight and I didn't want to make you feel too emotional. The higher you stand, the more enemies you will face. There are a lot of things you can't control and need to learn to let go. Tong Ning closed her eyes, her emotions were a little complicated. It wasn't that she didn't think she was smart enough. She simply felt that she had such a powerful husband. What would she do without him in the future? You've spoiled me so much that I can't think on my own. Tongming leaned her head on Mo Ting's shoulder as the two headed to meet with Fulz. The French woman who had only started her career as a designer after her divorce was extremely friendly as soon as she saw Tongming. She even took the initiative to give her a hug. Welcome. I like the story of Stupid. Coke shared it with me. I hope your husband doesn't mind. Tongming looked at Mo Ting questioningly as Mo Ting lowered his head and smiled helplessly. Don't worry, he only mentioned a small part and asked me to help him design a costume. Of course, Mo Ting was aware that this involved breaching the contract and leaking trade secrets. But, he had no intention of using a world-class designer's design. That would cost too much. So, I have a bold suggestion. I want to use your wife's image to design the costume of the actress who has a one-night stand with the athlete. Then, we can film a big film and achieve a win-win situation. This way, the film will be able to enter the European and American market and my costume will be recognized by Asians. What do you think, President Mo? Mo Ting smiled charmingly. It's a good thing Fulz isn't in the entertainment industry. Otherwise, I would have gained another strong competitor. President Mo sure knows how to talk. Just like that, Tongming and Mo Ting's work began to have a real connection. After a pleasant lunch, the two returned to the hotel. Tongming heard about the script for Stupid from Mo Ting and felt it was exceptionally interesting. It's rare to see such an outstanding script in China. I wonder. Which screenwriter wrote it? You don't know, Mo Ting replied. Tongming had a vague guess, but she did not ask further. As it involved a collaboration with Stupid, Fulz's costume had to be custom-made for Tongming. The actual filming would take at least half a month later. While Tongming was being measured, Mo Ting and Fulz were sitting to one side drinking coffee. Fulz turned her head and looked at Tongming. She then asked Mo Ting curiously, have you decided on an actress? I'm still in the process of contacting her, Mo Ting replied. Although the actress won't make many appearances, her scenes are still important. Why don't you consider her? Fulz asked as she pointed to Tongming with her chin. Don't you plan to let her develop in the film and television industry? This is a good opportunity. Mo Ting tilted his head and looked at Tongming without saying a word. He simply smiled meaningfully at Fulz. The autumn/winter fashion week is about to start. With Tongming's professionalism and long legs, it's only a matter of time before she becomes famous. I feel, once she reaches this level, she will be interested in doing something else. The feeling of appearing on the runway and on television is completely different. She likes to take things one step at a time. After taking her measurements, Tongming returned to Mo Ting's side and looked at the two. What were you talking about? How did you know we were talking about you? Mo Ting tilted his head and asked with interest. Because your gaze has never left me, Tongming replied. My gaze has always been on you. After speaking, Mo Ting stood up and shook Fulz's hand before leaving with Tongming. However, before they left, Fulz leaned against the door and crossed her arms as she reminded Mo Ting. You should really consider it. Mo Ting replied with a smile before he left with Tongming. I booked a flight back to China tonight. Tomorrow, I will be attending the press conference for a super IP. Your fashion week is also about to start, so I need to make some time early. What did Fulz say you were considering? Tongming hadn't forgotten the mysterious conversation they had just had. We'll talk about it later. Mo Ting tilted his head and looked at Tongming with a passionate gaze. We still have some time in the afternoon. Let's go shopping in Paris. We haven't gone shopping in a long time. Is that okay? Is it okay for us to go out hand in hand? I'll satisfy you, Mo Ting tapped the tip of Tongming's nose as he smiled dotingly. Tongming was too easily satisfied. Even a small thing like this could make her happy for a long time. After returning to the hotel, Luce had completed his mission and returned to Mo Ting's side. However, when he saw Mo Ting, his expression was unusually serious. Tongming realized he probably had business to talk to Mo Ting about, so she freed herself from Mo Ting's grip and said, You deal with work first, I can walk around on my own. Madam, Long Jia wants me to bring something back. But, I don't know how to tell if it's real or fake. Luce pulled out a list from his pocket. Speaking of which, Long Jia had given her a phone call before leaving the country. So, she received the list from Lu Che and said, "Leave it to me, I'll go buy it." Mo Ting held onto Tang Ning's hands and looked at her apologetically. "I promised I would accompany you. I know France better than you. I won't get lost. Plus, I know that as long as it's something that can be pushed aside, you won't hesitate. So, hurry up and get back to work. Then stay nearby. Don't go too far." "Okay," Tang Ning nodded. Mo Ting was still worried, so he asked the hotel to send 2 bodyguards to follow behind Tang Ning. In order not to leave Mo Ting's line of sight, Tang Ning walked around the hotel and eventually found a cafe to sit down. If she knew that this afternoon in France would be the most leisurely time in her life, would she cherish it even more? After sitting in the cafe for a while, Tang Ning decided to return to the hotel. But, just as she stood up, she noticed someone had recognized her and was following her. Tang Ning did not stop as she directly returned to the hotel. As she pushed open the door, she noticed Mo Ting and Kuan Yu were busy, so she decided to quietly watch a movie. In reality, the person following Tang Ning wasn't a normal passerby. He was someone that Kuan Yu had sent to wait outside the hotel. After seeing the bodyguards following Tang Ning out, he carefully avoided them. He did not disturb Tang Ning as he followed her around to take photos. Afterwards, he sent Tang Ning's photos to Kuan Yu and told him to go to the same places. He pretended to be the 2 of them drinking coffee and walking around the streets. One was walking in front and the other was walking behind. They were simply in different frames, but it was enough to lead the imagination of the public. Did Mo Ting not want to take him along? Yet, he insisted on joining them. That night, Tang Ning and the other 2 returned to Beijing. However, at the airport, they still ran into the persistent Kuan Yu. To be exact, he did this on purpose. "President Mo, what a coincidence. I never thought we would be fated to meet. Is it a coincidence?" Mo Ting laughed. "Whether it's a coincidence or not, I'm sure you know. But, the person who followed him closely wanted to see what tricks he had up his sleeves. President, let's go, time to board the plane." Lu Che had been following this playboy for an entire day. He had no idea what this spoilt brat was doing. Above all, he couldn't figure out who had given him such a strange view of the world. So, he did not have a good impression of this spoilt brat. For a person that made destroying others his mission, would his future be interesting? Kuan Yu shrugged his shoulders and followed behind Lu Che to board the plane. Of course, whether Kuan Yu knew Mo Ting's flight number depended on whether Mo Ting wanted him to know. Everyone was seated in first class. But, Mo Ting and Tang Ning completely ignored Kuan Yu. So, before the plane took off, Kuan Yu posted the message he had prepared on his social media page, a short date. The accompanying photo was of a woman's back, followed by 2 empty coffee cups and finally, his own back. As soon as the message was posted, Kuan Yu's social media page exploded. At first, no one recognized Tang Ning. But, it wasn't until Tang Ning's flight landed that the clothes she was wearing were exactly the same as the woman in Kuan Yu's photo. No way, Tang Ning, who was with Mo Ting, was actually going on a date with Kuan Yu. Quick, look at this. This is a photo of a fan welcoming Tang Ning. Isn't this the same person as the photo posted by the heir of Star King? Isn't it? Immediately, someone pulled out the photo and compared it to the photo. They immediately screamed, "What kind of plot twist is this? How did Tang Ning get involved with that spoilt brat? Are they trying to break up the couple? No way, didn't President Mo follow them the entire time? I think it's because they are close in age, so they have a common language. Does Tang Ning not reject anyone?" Online, news of Tang Ning and Kuan Yu's trip spread like wildfire. If not for the person directly involved, even Hua Jingjing would have thought Tang Ning had gone drinking coffee with the spoilt brat. So, she immediately gave Fang Yu a phone call. "Have you seen Tang Ning's message? What's going on?" "I'm working on PR," Fang Yu quickly replied. The situation at the airport wasn't looking good either. Tang Ning currently had a large group of fans and Kuan Yu's photo had already been released before he boarded the plane. After 11 hours of build-up, Beijing Airport was a difficult place for Tang Ning to walk. Not to mention, Mo Ting and Kuan Yu were walking out of the terminal together. But, Mo Ting was prepared as he escorted Tang Ning through the airport. Before anyone could react, he had already led Tang Ning to the exit of the terminal. The people from Hairui immediately drove up and Mo Ting escorted Tongning into the car. Before they were surrounded by the cameras, they turned around and left the airport. But Kuan Yin was blocked at the exit. As the reporters chased after him, Kuan Yin chewed on his gum in a frivolous manner, completely ignoring them. President Kuan, what is your relationship with Tongning? Is it convenient for you to reveal it? President Kuan, could it be that you and Tongning are on a date? President Kuan, please say a few words. President Kuan. Seeing some of the reporters fall over from trying to surround him, Kuan Yin finally stopped in his tracks. He removed his sunglasses and replied, whatever you see is the truth. I have nothing to say. The reporters were stunned. Was Kuan Yin silently admitting to the reporters' questions? Was he admitting to his relationship with Tongning? But how was that possible? Tongning had Mo Ting by her side and everyone knew about the relationship between Hairui and Star King. Although they weren't as incompatible as fire and water, they definitely weren't on good terms. Kuan Yin looked at the reporters' reactions and was satisfied. He then let out a laugh as he put his sunglasses back on. Under the protection of airport security, he quickly left Beijing Airport, leaving behind a group of reporters who looked at each other in confusion. But, can Kuan Yin's words be trusted? Since when does a spoilt brat like Kuan Yin's words hold any weight? Exactly, President Mo hasn't said anything yet. We will believe whatever Mo Ting says. But, the problem is, we can't see President Mo at all. Tongning never expected that, after a few days overseas, she would witness the grand event from a few days ago. As soon as she turned on her phone, she was bombarded with phone calls from Long Jia and Hua Jingjing. They were all asking about Kuan Yin and what kind of curse she had fallen under. Long Jia even asked if she had let Mo Ting down. Of course, Tongning knew he was joking. But, because the phone was on speakerphone, Mo Ting heard Long Jia's question. He immediately snatched the phone out of Tongning's hand and said, even if it's a joke, you need to be moderate. Long Jia was shocked. She suddenly realized her words had made Tongning feel uncomfortable, so she quickly explained, that's not what I meant. Forget it. She then looked at Mo Ting and asked, did you know about this beforehand? Mo Ting looked at Tongning seriously with a hint of fierceness, did you think I knew about this beforehand? I don't know. Although she knew asking a question like this at a time like this would undoubtedly make Mo Ting uncomfortable, she had already promised that she wouldn't hide anything from him. Tongning, I'm not a god. I can't predict everything. Over the past 2 days, I've been in a daze. My thoughts haven't been able to keep up with yours. That's why I asked, Tongning explained. I won't be able to catch up to you in a short amount of time. But, I can't just wait around like a fool. I thought, even if I didn't say it, we would still be of one mind. At least, when an outsider asks, I would be able to say the same thing as you and let them know that we are one. Mo Ting took a deep breath. The temporary depression in his heart suddenly dissipated as he hugged Tongning and explained, if I had known Kuan Yin would use this trick, I would have made it so that he would never be able to enter the entertainment industry and completely disappear. I didn't protect you well enough. Don't you think it's too early for you to say that? Tongning suddenly laughed. I refuse to believe that you can't come up with a solution. I refuse to believe that you sent bodyguards just to protect me. Plus, we have always been in the shadows, President Mo Ting smiled as he placed Tongning on his lap. He then gently stroked her hair with his slender fingers, what should we do? In the past, I could tolerate people talking bad about you, but now. I can't tolerate a single word. But, I've already gotten used to it. Tongning replied gently. From now on, you need to tell me every single decision you make. In that case, if I told you that I already knew Kuan Yin would do this, would you really argue with me? A big date, Tongning nodded. After all, we are two people. After being together for so long, we understand each other better. So, there are bound to be areas where we argue. But, after asking that question, I immediately regretted it. In the end, I was the one who felt bad. Mo Ting lowered his head and looked at Tongning's head. In reality, he was the one who felt the same way. But, the Tongning that was like this made him feel more at ease. She was more like a real person. The bodyguard that was following you had a pinhole camera on him. As soon as he realized. Someone was following you, he immediately gave me a phone call. But, because the person didn't follow you for too long and didn't do anything extreme, the bodyguard didn't report it to me. Mrs. Mo, I simply knew that Kuan Yi had sent someone to follow you. Who would have thought, he was actually trying to fabricate evidence. Did you record everything? Tang Ning grasped onto the main point. I'll have to confirm it when I get back. But, the part where you were shopping alone is definitely complete, Mo Ting replied. This time, Tang Ning let out a laugh as her mood improved. Should I use this opportunity to announce our relationship? For the sake of Kuan Yi, I don't need to go so far. Mo Ting was waiting for Hua Rong to make their move. Whether they wanted to extort him or had other plans, Mo Ting hoped they wouldn't delay for too long. In that case, you should use your skills and play with that jerk. What do you think? Didn't he know whose woman he was messing with? Of course. Before Tang Ning closed her eyes, she said one last thing, I feel disgusted when my name is mentioned next to his. Okay. Tang Ning did not hear the word okay. Even if she had heard it, she wouldn't have understood what it meant. Because, as soon as Mo Ting returned home, he instructed Fang Yu to release photos of him and Tang Ning that had never been seen by the public. And his tacit acceptance also made the couple very excited. The couple's names quickly appeared on the search rankings, completely suppressing the popularity of Kuan Yi's photos. Not only this, Mo Ting also gave Fang Yu a phone call, keep our names at the top of the search rankings. That way, Tang Ning will feel better. Fang Yu felt like he was about to break down. Mo Ting had asked him to release a photo of the two of them at Hai Rui's celebration dinner just to make Tang Ning feel better. Did he have to be such a slave to his wife? What do we do next? Use the company's name to warn Star King not to create trouble and tell Kuan Yi to clarify the truth, Mo Ting said straightforwardly. But that spoiled brat will compromise. Isn't he trying to blow things up this time? So, after the situation escalates, Hai Rui will hold a press conference and invite Tang Ning's rumored boyfriend to attend. Let's see what Tang Ning has done to him. Mo Ting said calmly, there's no need to save face for Star King. Since the spoiled brat likes to play around so much, it's reasonable for him to embarrass Star King. I've long heard that Star King's shareholders have expressed a strong interest in the Quan family's management rights, Fang Yu continued. Hearing this, Mo Ting lowered his right hand and quickly hung up. The gaze in his eyes was deep and sharp. After all, Imperial Star wasn't the only one who was fighting for power. Recently, there were also people in Hai Rui that wanted to create big news. The internet was in an uproar because of Kuan Yi's exposure of the photos. Naturally, there was a lot of fighting going on. However, this time, her fans were no longer fighting alone. Before leaving the country, Tang Ning had promised Mo Ting that she would treat her fans well from now on. So, she used Long Jia's account, logged onto social media and appeared in the group chat. This time, our Tang Ning must have been slandered again. Why can't these people get used to seeing our Tang Ning do well? I'm jealous our Tang Ning and Mo Ting are together. But, if we go and fight, we'll really attract criticism. What did my Ning do wrong? She's always being slandered. This won't do. In a moment, I'll go down and count how many times my Xiaoning has been slandered. We've really been beaten and bullied everywhere. We've really been slandered in all sorts of ways. We've been so angry that we've cried. As soon as Tang Ning saw this, she immediately used her identity as Long Jia and said, pass me some tissues. At first, the fans in the group did not notice. But, as soon as one of them saw Long Jia's profile picture, they finally realized what was going on. Slow down. Was that Tang Ning's assistant? Long Jia, hurry and tell us how Tang Ning is. Sigh, I don't think she would dare to say anything. I'm fine, Tang Ning replied straightforwardly. I'm fine, not she's fine. The fan group was suddenly in an uproar. In just a few seconds, the words I'm fine had completely disappeared. Am I seeing things? Did that person say I'm fine? Has Long Jia gone crazy? Tang Ning looked at the disbelieving replies that quickly appeared on the screen. She typed another line of words, if it's time to do it, then do it, don't be afraid. I'm not familiar with President Quan of Star King, so don't let yourselves be wronged. If you can't win, tell me, I'll help. Are you Tang Ning? Tongming was stunned for a moment before she took a selfie and sent it to the group. I am. With the words I am you and the photo, the fans went all out and sent Tongming flying. At the same time, the other fans that were offline received all sorts of notifications. Not long after, the number of people in the group increased by a few times. Luckily, Xianxia was the admin, so Tongming couldn't chat with everyone. All she could do was place an announcement at the top. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. This was Tongming's usual way of doing things. Loyal fans all knew this was the type of person Tongming was. So, with Tongming's support, the fans finally felt confident. They believed in Tongming because they felt that brains were a good thing, but not everyone had it. Because anyone with a normal IQ would understand this. Not to mention, Mo Ting was Tongming's manager and was bound by Mo Ting in every way. Even if Mo Ting wasn't Tongming's manager, anyone with eyes wouldn't give up on Mo Ting for the sake of Kuan Yi. As for Tongming, no matter how you looked at her, it was impossible to tell that she was blind, so, the fans' trust in Tongming was 100%. With the addition of Tongming's sudden appearance in the fan group, it didn't take long for the rope to be twisted and there was no longer a need to hold back. It turned out, being able to get close to a group of people that liked you could give you a sense of existence and satisfaction. Tongming was cold, but that didn't mean she was cold-blooded. In the past, she didn't care about her fans because she wasn't capable enough. She had to keep moving forward. If she had no status, how could she protect her fans? But now, she had the ability and the confidence. So, it was now her turn to protect her fans. Not long after, Beijing was plunged into darkness. Mo Ting returned home from Hairui with a cold aura. Seeing Tongming sitting on the sofa looking at her fans' messages, he sat down beside her and pulled her into his embrace. Now, I can see your smile every time I go home. Ming. You've changed. Tongming put down her phone and leaned into Mo Ting's embrace. Have I changed for the better or for the worse? Haven't you noticed? In the beginning, your heart was hard. Even when you trusted me, it was forced because you knew it was good for you. But, as time passed, you softened. But, for a period of time, you didn't want to believe in this world. But now, you've opened up. You want to interact with the outside world, you want to share some good things, and you're even willing to argue with me. I feel that Tongming now has a real body of flesh and blood. After hearing this, Tongming was a little surprised. She never expected. She had always thought she hadn't changed much. But now that she thought about it, she was indeed like Mo Ting said. That's because you've treated me well and made me willing to believe that there are people in this world that are willing to give up without any regrets. I first believed in you before I was willing to believe in this world again, Tongming said with tears in her eyes. President Mo, as expected, only after being treated gently by someone can you understand love. Mo Ting reached out his hand to wipe away Tongming's tears and placed a kiss on her eyelashes. He then smiled. Okay, I'm going to go have a shower. Don't look at your phone for too long, it's not good for your eyes. Plus, why are you crying? Our life will continue to be this happy. So, even if Kuan Yi slandered you, don't be afraid. Tongming nodded her head as she wiped away her tears. I've never been afraid. I have you. In that case, let's wait for a good show. This time, I'm going to make Star King cough up something good as an apology. After speaking, Mo Ting stood up, removed his jacket and headed for the bedroom. A good show? President Mo didn't just want to punish Star King, right? Tongming thought to herself. After all, this black-bellied man had even released a photo of them and dominated the search rankings. Before going to bed, Hu Jingjing gave her a phone call to ask about the truth and whether she had provoked the spoiled heir. Tongming held on to her phone and laughed. Who asked him to be the heir of Star King? He can do whatever he wants without caring about other people's feelings. In the end, it's all because of President Mo. Hu Jingjing was aware that Mo Ting had never given Kuan Yi any face. So, this was simply his way of revenge. You don't need to be so clear between us. Let's meet up tomorrow. I'll go to your house. As soon as Hu Jingjing heard Tongming wanted to go to her house, she suddenly remembered she hadn't told Tongming that she had moved into Fan Yu's home. Previously, Mo Ting had picked up on the phone. So, now that Tongning actually brought it up, she didn't know where to start. I'm currently packing my luggage. My house is in a mess. The additions for Fashion Week have already started. Okay, I'll keep in touch. After speaking, Tongning was about to hang up the phone. However, a man's voice could be heard on the other side of the phone. Have you packed your luggage? Fan Yu strode into the guest room and noticed Hu Jingjing's bed was in a mess. I remember your manager and assistant are both women, aren't they? Jingjing. Hu Jingjing glared at Fan Yu and pointed to the phone in her hand. Fan Yu understood, but he did not keep quiet. He knew Hu Jingjing only had one friend, Tongning. So, he grabbed the phone from Hu Jingjing's hand and said, Tongning is packing her luggage. She has an early flight tomorrow and needs to rest. Tongning recognized Fan Yu's voice and could roughly guess the relationship between the two. Previously, when she tried to matchmake them, the two of them refused to fall in love. But now that she had given up, the two of them were together on their own. When it came to love, it was hard to tell if it was good or bad. Are you at her house? She's already moved in, Fan Yu explained. In that case, you guys should get some rest. Tongning did not want to disturb them too much. She was simply happy for Hu Jingjing. But, Fan Yu's child? What else did she say? Hu Jingjing asked as she watched Fan Yu put down his phone. Fan Yu helped her close her luggage and turned around with a smile. She asked us to get some rest. Actually, I was just about to tell you that I spilled the lotion on the bed. Fan Yu put down Hu Jingjing's suitcase and noticed the puddle of water on the bed. He picked up Hu Jingjing's pillow and grabbed onto her wrist. Tonight, sleep in my room. Before we part, I'll be your pillow. Meanwhile, Tongning put down her phone. Seeing Mo Ting had not returned to the bedroom, she went to the study room and sat down beside him. Why aren't you asleep? Jingjing seems to be with Fan Yu. Tongning leaned on Mo Ting's shoulder as her gaze fell upon the documents in Mo Ting's hands. Isn't that what you've always hoped for? You have to trust your own eyes. In that case, you don't need to read it anymore. Don't you still need to attend the Super IP launch conference tomorrow? Tongning took the documents from Mo Ting's hands and held onto his hand as they returned to the bedroom. The next day, Mo Ting was getting changed in the walk-in closet when Lu Che gave him a phone call saying that Kuan Yu was stirring up trouble again. He had posted an explicit poem on his social media page, expressing his admiration for the love between a man and a woman. Kuan Yu did not mention anyone, but it was obvious he was secretly snatching her away from Mo Ting. Mo Ting had posted the poem to the top of the news yesterday as a way to demonstrate his power. By doing this, Kuan Yu was obviously hinting to the public that he and Tongning had reached a certain level of intimacy. Mo Ting did not say a word as he put on his gray checkered suit and walked out of the walk-in closet. He then reminded Tongning, who was preparing breakfast, you don't have work to do today, don't leave the house. Are you trying to hide the poem from me? Tongning asked quietly. I'm just afraid you might get hurt in the chaos outside. Tongning handed a glass of milk to Mo Ting and nodded her head. I'll stay at home and watch the show. Don't look at the comments online. I can already imagine what they will say. It doesn't make much of a difference whether you look at it or not. By doing this, Kuan Yu had forcefully removed her clothes. Even if the incident passed in the future, it would still leave a stain on his reputation. After all, she couldn't deny that in this world, there were a lot of people that didn't like to see the truth. If there was wind, they would follow. If there was pressure, they would tear. In reality, they were simply bored and didn't care how noble a person was. I will handle it. So, without even eating breakfast, Mo Ting directly left the house. After boarding his car, he said to Lu Che, let's go to the press conference. Afterwards, he pulled out his phone and gave Father Quan a phone call. His voice was calm without a trace of anxiousness. Either your son disappears, or Star King disappears. Father Quan had just found out about the despicable things his son had done and realized that he had offended Mo Ting. So, when he received this phone call, he was not surprised at all. Mo Ting was giving him a choice. President Mo, if he says one more word, then both he and Star King will disappear. Father Quan was shocked. Just as he was about to explain, Mo Ting had already hung up the phone. He then pulled out his laptop, wrote up a statement in the car and sent it to Fan Yu. Number 1, warn Star King. Number 2, release a statement. Number 3, hold a press conference at 3 p.m. to release the video evidence. Number 4, warn the public. This is a warning to the media. By the end of the day, we need to do a good job on the surface. As for what he needed to do, he would naturally do it in a moment. Fang Yu did not dare to delay as he instructed his legal department to contact Star King. If they didn't restrain Quan Yi, Hai Rui was going to use force. Hai Rui has already made their move. They've already sent a lawyer's letter to Star King. I think this Quan Yi is sick in the head. Does he think everyone is stupid? But, he clearly knows he's going to be slandered, yet he still released a photo. Isn't that true love? From what I see, Hai Rui and Star King are simply fighting over a woman. How boring. Tongming has been scolded quite badly by passers-by that don't know the truth. If she comes out to explain, she will be scolded. If she doesn't, she will still be scolded. She's in quite a difficult position. I still insist on being paired with Tongming. President Mo isn't stupid. If Tongming really betrayed him, he would have kicked her out a long time ago. There's no way he would continue to protect her. President Mo, when are you going to step out and speak up for Tongming? The fans' question was also what Long Jia wanted to ask. Especially after Quan Ye's actions worsened, Long Jia was so angry that she stormed over to Hyatt Regency. Tongming. I know what you want to say. But, I trust Mo Ting, Tongming replied as she held onto the book in her hand. I know what he wants to do. I know better than anyone how much effort he put into this. After all, Mo Ting was well aware that he needed to personally speak this time. Plus, I can't stand out and retaliate against Quan Yi, because that would lower Mo Ting's status. Mo Ting and I are one. I can't treat myself like a jerk. But, what else can I do? All I can do is trust him. Long Jia rubbed her chin in thought for a moment before she suddenly said excitedly to Tongming, I heard from Lu Che that a shareholder from Star King is trying to seize control of the company. The more Quan Yi loses, the more dangerous the Quan family's position will be. Seizing control means the shares will be in turmoil. Long Jia, go find out how Star King's shares are distributed. You also want Star King? Long Jia was a little surprised. But, although you have made a lot of money this quarter, it will still be difficult for you to acquire the shares. I'm just trying to find out. What are you thinking? Tongming looked at Long Jia and shook her head. Perhaps Mo Ting will be useful when the time comes. But, I don't think he needs us to find out anything. Don't underestimate me. Actually, a lot of important information is spread through small channels like ours. After speaking, Long Jia stood up from the sofa. After confirming that Tongming didn't need company, she quickly left Hyatt Regency. She was going to show off her skills. 10 a.m. The IP drama Evil Child, which was based on an online novel, held its press conference. This highly popular online novel was directed by a top domestic director and produced by the head of Hai Rui's film division. Featuring all the top actors and actresses in the country, it was known as the most anticipated drama of the year. Mo Ting attended the press conference. Of course, he received as much attention as the main creator of the drama. As a few of the actors were from Hai Rui, they were inevitably asked questions about Tongming and Mo Ting. Of course, this was happening backstage during the press conference that lasted for a few hours. Although the actors were asked questions that had nothing to do with the drama and themselves, they still replied politely, we trust President Mo. Do you also trust our junior sister? Mo Ting left the press conference accompanied by a few of the people in charge. His footsteps were a little slow, it seemed, he was deliberately waiting for the reporters to approach him. After being surrounded, his expression remained calm. Meanwhile, the people in charge behind him had to pretend to be serious as they waited. President Mo, can you respond to the most popular questions of the moment? Which hot topic do you want to talk about? Mo Ting wasn't happy with the reporter's cowardice, so he subconsciously asked. The reporter observed Mo Ting's expression. After confirming he had the desire to answer, he gathered his courage and asked, It's about the love triangle between Tongming and the heir of Star King. I'm afraid I can't answer your question because it's not something I know how to play with, Mo Ting replied to the camera. The reporter froze for a moment before realizing Mo Ting's answer was a clarification. So, she pressed on, in that case, what is Tong Ning's current condition? What was his reaction after knowing about this? She was very calm. As for her reaction, she didn't have any special reaction because she wasn't familiar with him. Apart from last time at the awards ceremony where he strongly protected her, this was the first time he had spoken about her in public. As neither of them were the type to explain themselves, even though the public had already gone crazy with rumors about their relationship, Mo Ting had never mentioned a single word about Tong Ning. Even though they were practically inseparable, at least at a public event like this, he had never mentioned Tong Ning. But today, Mo Ting spoke up. She claimed that Tong Ning and Quan Yi weren't close. This was a way of clarifying the truth. He didn't say much, he simply said they weren't close. But, he had already drawn a line between Tong Ning and Quan Yi. In other words, Tong Ning wasn't affected at all? If it has nothing to do with her, how much does she need to be affected? Mo Ting asked. What about the meeting between Tong Ning and the heir of Star King that day in Paris? As for whether or not they met, Hai Rui will release the evidence this afternoon. After speaking, Mo Ting signaled for his men to push the reporters away and leave the press conference. This was Mo Ting's response as Tong Ning's manager to the public. What did they mean? What joke were they talking about? Did they have anything to do with my artist? My model was just an ignorant bystander. She had no idea that she had been met like this. My Tong Ning has nothing to do with Star King. Don't drag her down to the same level. Actually, we were just watching the show. Although his response wasn't very formal, it was Mo Ting's attitude. Not long after, Mo Ting's response hit the headlines. Although Mo Ting spoke in a serious tone, what he was trying to say was, "Oh, so you were talking about my Tong Ning. Haha, just imagine how President Mo will deal with Tong Ning when he gets home. How will you thank me for taking the blame for your husband?" Since Mo Ting denied that Tong Ning and Quan Yi are in a relationship, does that mean Quan Yi is lying? Or Quan Yi is a spoiled brat? Why would he vent his anger on a model that has been ridden by tens of thousands of people? Isn't he lowering himself? A model that has been ridden by tens of thousands of people is about to explode. She won't admit to cheating. Wait, President Mo mentioned that Hai Rui is going to release evidence. I wonder what it will be. I've finally heard news about Tong Ning from President Mo. Oh God, it hasn't been easy. The two of them have really kept a low profile. Hayes, I've already gotten used to thinking about it. When will the two of them actually exchange sweets? Are the two of you lovers? Please don't be so ambiguous. Let's sit back and wait for Hai Rui's press conference. Online, the discussions were still filled with all sorts of voices. But, after Mo Ting's response, the scolding towards Tong Ning lessened. Everyone knew that Mo Ting couldn't be bothered to waste his breath, let alone come up with a lie to deal with the public. That was even more out of his league. After the press conference, Mo Ting returned to Hai Rui and gave Feng Yu a phone call. Contact Star King and tell Quan Yi to attend this afternoon's press conference. If he doesn't come, he will suffer the consequences. President, what about Tong Ning? Do you want me to bring her here as well? No need, Mo Ting replied calmly. Tong Ning had said that she was disgusted by the sight of Quan Yi. So, for the sake of his wife's stomach, he couldn't allow Quan Yi to appear in front of her again. Okay, I understand. I will take full responsibility. Afterwards, Mo Ting hung up the phone and gave Luce a call. Help me register a personal social media account. I need to use it this afternoon, Mo Ting instructed. Luce froze for a moment. He had a feeling Mo Ting was planning something big. After all, Mo Ting had never used social media before. So, why else would he suddenly want to use it? It must be because he wanted to announce something. Or perhaps, make something public. I understand, President. I will prepare it before the press conference, Luce replied quickly. In the office of the chairman of Imperial Star. When Father Quan saw the entertainment news, he sighed and turned off the television. He then called his secretary over the intercom, "Call CEO Quan in." "Chairman Quan, I'm really sorry, President Quan isn't in the company." The female secretary replied while trembling with fear. Father Quan subconsciously clutched his chest. He was so upset that he couldn't breathe properly. Hurry and send someone to find him. Hai Rui is holding a press conference at 3 p.m. and they want Kuan Yi to attend. We can't let this be *damage Star King's interests. Yes, Chairman Quan. The secretary hung up and immediately contacted Kuan Yi. However, the person in question didn't care about it at all. He still went out to sea, hugged models, and displayed his prodigal nature. At this moment, Kuan Yi was out at sea drinking with a bunch of scoundrels. A few of the heirs raised their glasses of champagne and laughed at Kuan Yi. The people from Hai Rui and your father are looking for you everywhere. Young master, you've caused such a big mess. When you get home, won't your father skin you alive? Plus, after the press release for Evil Child this morning, Mo Ting directly revealed that he doesn't know you well at all. Your photos and obscene poems are meaningless to him. Bro, you wouldn't be so heartless as to frame a model, would you? How cheap would that be? Kuan Yi's face turned from red to white, then from white to green. Let's go back to Beijing. Don't tell me you're actually going to Hai Rui's press conference? Kuan Yi smashed the glass of champagne on the table and pulled out his phone. He then opened up the photo he previously ordered someone to Photoshop. It was the photo of Hua Rong Studio secretly taking a photo of the couple kissing. He even added the words, could it be that the love of the past was all fake? The spoiled heir has released another photo. He has admitted that he is the man that was secretly photographed kissing Tongning. No way. If that was the case, then the spoiled heir and Tongning had long been together? Does CEO Mo know? What kind of drama is this? Now that you look at it, they really do look alike. Because of Hai Rui's PR, the original photo was basically deleted. The photos that were released were all photoshopped by Kuan Yi. So, there was a high chance of being mistaken. Coupled with the fact that Kuan Yi had personally admitted to it, it seemed Tongning and Kuan Yi's relationship had been confirmed. Hai Rui was going to present evidence. He wanted to see what evidence Hai Rui had. After returning to Star King from the seaside, Kuan Yi pushed open the door and entered Father Quan's office. Father Quan looked at him coldly and said in a low voice, I'm already old. When are you going to stop fooling around? You clearly know the difference between you and Mo Ting, so why did you provoke Hai Rui? In your heart, I'm nothing, right? All these years, other than causing trouble and picking up girls, what achievements have you made? Have you ever earned a penny for Imperial Star? Do you know how many people are eyeing your father's chair? I can't live for a few hundred years. I can't take care of you for a few lifetimes. Kuan Yi was also triggered by Father Quan's words. His eyes grew wide as he said fiercely, I will definitely cause trouble for Mo Ting. Seeing that his son was hopeless, Father Quan raised his trembling arm and pointed at the office door. Get out of here. By the way, you were the one who caused all of this. Hai Rui has asked you to attend the press conference at 3 p.m. If you don't want me to despise you as a CEO in name, you better not drag the entire Star King down with you. After hearing this, Kuan Yi left the office without looking back. So what if he was fooling around? Wasn't the world played by the rich? A mere model had already slept with multiple men. So what if he slandered her, so he couldn't understand a model? For the sake of a single model, two agencies would fall out with each other. Why wouldn't he go? After all, in his father's eyes, he was just an incompetent jerk. The incident continued to grow and its popularity continued to increase. Mo Ting wanted Tongning and Kuan Yi to draw a clear line, but Kuan Yi wouldn't allow it. So, as it neared 3 p.m., Fang Yu seriously prepared for the press conference. Of course, there was a new piece of evidence. After all, Kuan Yi had just done another disgusting thing. Below the stage, rows of reporters sat neatly in rows. Their faces were filled with excitement. Originally, they thought Mo Ting's words were the final word. Who would have thought Kuan Yi would once again turn the tables? Now, one side claimed that they weren't familiar with each other, while the other presented evidence to prove that they were in love. As for the truth, it all depended on what evidence Hai Rui had to present. It's almost 3 p.m., but Kuan Yi hasn't arrived yet. That spoilt brat shouldn't be coming. Who knows? I heard someone even saw him out at sea with a beautiful woman this morning. Fang Yu watched as the reporters whispered amongst themselves without much expression on his face. Mo Ting's demand for today's press conference was not only to make Star King pay for their actions, he also wanted Hai Rui to criticize the media. Most importantly, in order to prepare for the press conference, he did not even send Hua Jingjing overseas. Instead, he allowed her to leave on her own. Thinking about it, he realized he was not a good boyfriend at all. At 3 p.m., the press conference began. However, Kuan Yi did not make a single move. It seemed he had no intention of attending. But Fang Yu didn't care. He simply felt that with Kuan Yi present, the press conference would be even more exciting. With a signal from Fang Yu, the entire venue fell silent. All that could be heard was the sound of camera shutters. Fang Yu scanned his eyes across everyone, bowed slightly and began to speak. Firstly, I would like to welcome my friends from the media. I am sure you are tired of seeing me. After all, every press conference that Hai Rui organizes, big or small, has to be attended by me. But, what can I do about it? Who asked me to hold up Hai Rui's image? The reporters burst into laughter. Okay, let's get back to business. Let's talk about something serious. After speaking, Fang Yu turned around. Just as he was about to face the giant screen behind him, there was suddenly a commotion at the entrance of the venue. A moment later, Kuan Yi appeared in front of everyone wearing a black trench coat and blue glasses. What? Are you starting without waiting for me? Fang Yu smiled as he looked at Kuan Yi. Welcome, President Quan. What? Am I the only one that dares to come? Where's my precious Tongming? Where's your President Mo? Kuan Yi smiled frivolously. Fang Yu suddenly put away his smile, stood up straight and said to Kuan Yi, our Tongming says the sight of you disgusts her. But, our president has no reason to stop his work and waste his precious time for the sake of a spoiled heir. As Fang Yu said these words, his tone was obviously no longer polite. He had completely unleashed the aura that he had been hiding all this time. Of course, he blamed the fact that he couldn't send Hua Jingjing away on Kuan Yi's head. What did you say? A spoiled heir like Kuan Yi had never been humiliated like this before. He immediately lost his temper, but compared to what you've done, what I've said to you is already polite enough. Even so, it doesn't change the fact that Tongming and I are together. Fang Yu couldn't be bothered to look at him. He directly controlled the screen behind him and began to display the evidence. On the screen, the first photo that appeared was the photo that Kuan Yi had released that afternoon. However, this time, it was a larger version. From the photo, it was obvious that the figure looked similar to Kuan Yi. In fact, some of the features were similar. So, the media wanted to know what Fang Yu was trying to say. Was he trying to clarify the truth? Or was he trying to prove that Tongming and Kuan Yu were in a relationship? So, this is President Quan. Isn't that right? What does President Fang mean by this? Fang Yu looked at the reporters and asked, you can't see any flaws in this photo, right? I can't either. In that case, let's take a look at the original photo. As soon as these words left his mouth, a picture that looked exactly the same as the previous one appeared on the screen behind Fang Yu. The two pictures were placed side by side. Everyone, please take a closer look at the comparison between the two photos. The one on the right is from President Quan's social media page, while the one on the left is the earliest photo that was released. We contacted the netizens and obtained the original photo. Haven't you guys noticed that the two male leads have different heights? Fang Yu pointed out to the crowd. Although we can't see his face, our Tongming is 178 centimeters tall. In the original photo, there is a gap of 12 centimeters between them. But, what about President Quan? He is almost the same height as Tongming. Everyone, take a closer look at the background. Don't you think you can see traces of tampering? What can this prove? Kuan Yi sneered. Fang Yu was not in a rush as he continued to present evidence. On the screen behind him, a new photo appeared. This was information about the matter. This is a private matter. From what we know, you don't own any property here, right? I was brought in by Tongming. I'm sorry, but Tongming doesn't own any property either. Only the owner of the manor is allowed to bring people in. In a moment, the owner of the manor and the owner of the car in the photo will appear to explain everything. I won't waste any more time. But, the conclusion is clear. President Kwan's photo has been tampered with. As soon as Fan Yu's words left his mouth, the reporters erupted into an uproar. Hai Rui's evidence was sufficient and there were plenty of experienced people present. So, if they simply looked at Kwan Ye's photo, they wouldn't be able to find any flaws. But, if they placed it next to the original photo, it would look too fake. Okay, this matter has been cleared up. There is no such thing as old love. In that case, do I and President Kwan know each other well? Fan Yu continued to lead the media as he once again pulled out the photos that Kwan Yi had previously posted. In President Kwan's photo, there are 2 coffee cups. In the same place, there is also our Tongming's back. The 2 are not in the same frame. Does this mean they are on a date? Don't tell me you have evidence for this? Kwan Ye's expression changed. When he was looking for Tongming, he had avoided her bodyguards. President Kwan, if I don't have any evidence, do you think everyone in Paris is blind? Fan Yu couldn't help but laugh. Hai Rui is so resourceful that you can bribe passers-by. I simply feel like I was blind to have fallen for that B***tch Tongming. In the end, I was played by Hai Rui. I admit defeat. If I was your father, I would feel pain for his face right now, Fan Yu said coldly to Kwan Yi. After speaking to Kwan Yi in a cold tone, Fan Yu pressed on the remote control in his hand. This time, he turned on the camera. In the video, from the moment Tongming stepped out of the hotel, she had been on her own. Including shopping, and drinking coffee. What date? This was complete nonsense. Kwan Yi suddenly panicked as his hands clenched into fists. Fan Yu could see through Kwan Ye's emotions. A spoiled heir like him simply wanted to have fun and didn't care about logic. He simply felt good when he hurt someone. But, today, he was going to teach this jerk a lesson on behalf of Mo Ting, Tongming, and even on behalf of this spoiled heir's parents. I'm sure everyone can see that from the moment Tongming stepped out of the hotel, she has been on her own. She did not go on any dates or meet with anyone. She simply walked around to kill some time because she had to return to Beijing. As for where this video came from, Fan Yu immediately contacted the hotel that Tongming was staying at the time and asked the hotel manager to explain. At that time, President Mo hired bodyguards from the hotel. To ensure Miss Tang's safety, our bodyguards normally carry pinhole cameras with them. They do not interfere with the privacy of our guests, they are simply used to record the surroundings of our guests. This is our hotel's usual practice and all our VIPs are aware of it. Of course, we also have to accommodate them according to their needs. After the call ended, Fan Yu waved his hands at everyone. The truth should be clear by now. But, because of President Kwan's reckless actions, Tongming was violently attacked online and scolded in all sorts of ways. President Kwan, you must be heartless. Tongming has no feud with you, yet you forced a woman like this. Is bullying women the only thing you are capable of? Everyone knows that Tongming doesn't like to explain herself. She has always felt that she has a clear conscience. But, think about it, how would you feel after being wronged like this? The reporters below the stage also looked ashamed. I really want to ask you, what has Tongming done wrong to you? Why is it that every time something happens, she is attacked by everyone? After hearing this, Kwan Yi stood up to leave. But, Fan Yu held him back. Since the incident has blown up, Hai Rui has no intention of resolving it peacefully. The person that spread the rumors has already been invited to the police station for tea. In that case, President Kwan, as the heir of a conglomerate, shouldn't you show your attitude after doing something so unmanly and bullying a woman? Actually, there's no need for that. After all, you are a famous spoilt brat, so it's normal for you to be so wasteful. In a little while, Hai Rui will settle this score with Star King. Kwan Yi turned around and glared at Fan Yu. However, Fan Yu did not show a single trace of fear. Yet, the media continued to point fingers at Kwan Yi. Most importantly, everyone in Beijing now knew that Kwan Yi was a coward that only knew how to bully women. In particular, Fan Yu's last sentence completely trampled on Kwan Yi's pride. If you have the ability, come and cause trouble for me. Fan Yu shook his head and acted frivolously. What's the point of looking for trouble for you? You only know how to bully women. Weak chicken. Everyone filled in the last 2 words on their own. Of course, after Kwan Yu was embarrassed at such a big event, the people at Star King would have to walk with their tails between their legs and wear masks. Kuan Yi had framed Tong Ning, the almighty heir of Star King, the young master of the Quan family with a bright future, had actually framed a model. And this model turned out to be a woman. At this moment, not only the public, but even the internal staff of Star King were discussing, "I feel so embarrassed. Star King has been completely disgraced by the spoilt heir. I don't think a man would bully a woman like this. Only a woman would make things difficult for another woman. Don't tell me the spoilt heir is actually a ladyboy? How did the chairman give birth to such a jerk? If I was him, I would have kicked him to death a long time ago in case he did something like this when he grew up. He has only framed a woman now. Who knows what he might do in the future? Why would a spoilt heir like him care about other people's feelings?" Father Quan walked into Star King with a document in his hand. Hearing the whispers of his staff, his face turned red as he kicked open the office door. His secretary followed behind him in shock and asked in a trembling voice, "Chairman, should we go look for President Quan?" Father Quan took a deep breath and suddenly knelt down holding onto his chest, scaring his secretary so much that she immediately called an ambulance. Translator, Uni-editor, Uni-finally, her innocence was proven. At the same time, the words Tong Ning said to her fans that she wasn't familiar with President Quan were also posted online. A passerby innocently asked a fan, "Why didn't Tong Ning explain herself earlier? If our Tong Ning explained herself, would you believe her? We are all women. Why is it that whenever you see a handsome male celebrity, you find a reason to support them, even if it means murder or arson? On the other hand, an innocent model like Tong Ning has to endure the malicious accusations and insults from her fellow women?" The man was stunned by the question and did not respond. "That's enough. We've had enough. Tong Ning has been slandered on everything along the way. The only thing she hasn't done is kneel down in front of the netizens. From now on, we will protect her. Yes, from now on, we will protect Tong Ning. We will never let her come to any harm again." Fans spontaneously formed the Tong Ning Global Anti-Defamation Team. Soon, it attracted tens of thousands of fans. As they had experience in the entertainment industry, they split up the work and turned the anti-defamation team into a system. Some people were in charge of slandering her, some were in charge of collecting information, and some were in charge of organizing Tong Ning's achievements since her debut. All in all, their establishment meant a lot to Tong Ning. Because Tong Ning could feel that there were more and more people protecting her. At the same time, another big event took place on social media. The CEO of Hai Rui, Mo Ting, had opened his own social media page. In an instant, countless fans followed and left messages. By 7 p.m., the number of fans had exceeded hundreds of thousands. This was an extremely shocking statistic. The thing that the fans were most concerned about was the reason why Mo Ting had opened up this channel. However, at 8:19 p.m. that night, Mo Ting finally released a photo. It was a photo from the night of Hai Rui's celebration dinner. It was a photo of him leaving with Tong Ning on his back. In the photo, Tong Ning lay quietly on top of Mo Ting's body. Her eyes were sparkling as Mo Ting looked at her with his back facing her. His gaze was gentle like water. Of course, not only did he put up the photo, but he also said, "She only has me." These simple and powerful words were a response to Kuan Ye's slandering of Tong Ning. But it had shaken the entire entertainment industry. Oh my god, am I dreaming? Seriously? CEO Mo actually came out and made it public? Aha! I am so excited, so excited. I believe in love again. I love this couple so much. Who else could make the big boss of the entertainment industry their manager and bed warmer? Tong Ning, you are amazing. So, this is the highest standard of PR at Hai Rui. Is he possessed by a wife-protecting demon? I suddenly feel like the spoilt heir is quite funny. It's so strange. Their social status is so far apart, yet I feel like they are compatible. Although I really want to ask about LM's wedding ring commercial and Feng Kai's interview, after seeing this post, I feel like the past is no longer important. I am going to dig up the little details of their love life. No one can stop me. Tong Ning. Tong Ning, come out and show your face. I want to be in the same frame, I want to be in the same frame. Of course, Tongming had no way of satisfying her fans' requests. After all, she had no idea what was going on. Long Jia had browsed through the news and found Mo Ting's homepage. Only then did she explode in anger as she gave Tongming a phone call. Tongming. Tongming. What is it? Tongming felt helpless towards the alarmed Long Jia. Boss has revealed your relationship. Did you guys plan this beforehand? Long Jia's fingers trembled in excitement. What do you mean? Wait a minute. After speaking, Long Jia sent Mo Ting's homepage to Tongming. I am so excited, really. Tongming remained on the phone as she clicked on the link Long Jia had sent her. After jumping to the homepage, she saw a photo of her and Mo Ting. Most importantly, the time of the announcement was 8:19 p.m. It turned out, Mo Ting had been at the office so late because of this. Tongming, did you see this? Boss has announced to the entire world that he has placed a label on you. Ha ha ha, he's not afraid of another Kuan Yi appearing. He's revealed it. I'm going to look for Lu Che to open a bottle of red wine. After hearing this, Tongming let out a laugh. She didn't know why, but every time something good happened to her, Long Jia was more excited than anyone else. In fact, she was even more excited than she was. By the way, has boss returned home? Not yet, Tongming replied. Hurry and go look for him. What are you still doing at home? Hurry, I'm going to hang up. After putting down her phone, Tongming grabbed her jacket and handbag and left the house. On the way to Hai Rui, she gave Mo Ting a phone call. However, Mo Ting wasn't at Hai Rui. I'm downstairs at Hai Rui. Where are you? I'm at the hospital, Mo Ting replied. Elder Quan is in the hospital. Then Star King sent someone to invite him. His condition isn't light. Plus, it has something to do with Star King's internal conflict. I will be home late. You should go home and get some rest, Mo Ting instructed. Will he be okay? Tongming asked nervously. After all, there were so many people at Star King, yet Father Quan was asking Mo Ting to accompany him. This was a little unreasonable. He'll be fine. I've seen the announcement. Tongming relaxed as she said to Mo Ting. I originally wanted to wait until you got home, but since I've already called you, I thought I'd tell you in advance that I'm very happy. Mrs. Mo, the reason I did this was to make you happy, Mo Ting said. In a situation like that, I won't go look for you. I don't want to be a burden to you. Come home early, I'll wait for you. Although Tongming sounded generous, her heart was still filled with worry. Father Quan was seriously ill. After entering the hospital, he was diagnosed with stomach cancer. After waking up from his hospital bed, the first thing Father Quan did was ask his secretary to call a lawyer and send someone to Hai Rui to invite Mo Ting. As soon as the people from Star King heard about this, they all rushed to the hospital. Some told Father Quan to take care of himself while others told him to give up his management rights. These people had always been ambitious. Father Quan was agitated as his stomach pain worsened. After seeing this, his secretary asked if he should contact Kuan Yi. Father Quan waved his hand weakly. At this moment, he didn't want Kuan Yi to see his current state. Inside the hospital room, a few shareholders were trying to convince Father Quan to give up his shares. At least, it was better than giving it to Kuan Yi. However, Father Quan held on tightly without saying a word. His old face was filled with stubbornness and regret. If only his education towards Kuan Yi hadn't failed so badly. If only he had placed more focus on educating his son. Would things have been different today? Director Quan. For the sake of the bigger picture, you should agree and give up your management rights. If you hand Star King over to Kuan Yi, we won't be able to rest easy. I'm not dead yet, Father Quan replied in a raspy voice. That's not what we meant. A moment later, Mo Ting entered the hospital room under the protection of his bodyguards. As soon as the shareholders saw Mo Ting, they couldn't help but ask cautiously, President Mo, what are you doing here? I invited President Mo here. Father Quan gestured for his secretary to help him up as he gestured for his lawyer to walk over. I single-handedly created Star King. It's true that I can't hand it over to my son because he is too disappointing. but I won't hand it over to you either. In order to protect Star King, I have decided to sell all my shares to Hai Rui and make Star King a part of Hai Rui. Before Mo Ting sat down, Father Quan retrieved a contract from his lawyer and handed it to Mo Ting. I know you are the only one that can make Star King stronger. So, Mo Ting, I am willing to sell my shares at the lowest price on the market. I wonder if you are interested? My only condition is, don't fire a single person from Star King. Mo Ting received the contract and casually flipped through a few pages. He suddenly felt Father Quan's stubbornness towards Star King. He would rather hand it over to an outsider than let his own people ruin it. Where is your son? I didn't let him down. He has to walk his own path in the future. Father Quan held back his tears as he shook his head. He knew that if Star King was handed to Quan Yi, it would eventually end up in Mo Ting's hands. Rather than let the Star Emperor suffer a great loss, it was better for him to hand it over now. At least in this way, he could rest assured. I am a businessman. I have no reason to reject an opportunity like this, Mo Ting replied. President Mo, I don't think this is appropriate, Star King's people immediately objected. I'm paying, and old Quan is selling his shares. What's wrong with that? Mo Ting asked, or are you saying that you all want the right to manage Star King? Don't tell me, as the CEO of Hai Rui, that I can't control Star King? Sensing Mo Ting's power, the old man hoped that the spoilt heir would step out and stop them. But, Quan Yi was still hiding on the yacht with no intention of returning to Beijing. President Mo, from now on, Star King will be in your hands. Elder Quan, as long as you don't regret it. Father Quan simply needed Mo Ting to take over. Regardless of whether Mo Ting wanted to continue maintaining the modeling agency or make a transition, Father Quan knew that Mo Ting would be able to make Star King even more glorious. So, he wasn't worried at all. What a pity. I'm worried about my son, but I can't take care of him forever. After hearing this, Mo Ting was speechless for quite some time. He was already married, so to a certain extent, he could understand how Father Quan felt. After all, he was going to be a father one day. Elder Quan, take care of yourself. Star Emperor, I'll leave it to you. Father Quan said solemnly. So, on that day, several big events happened in the entertainment industry. First it was Hai Rui's PR, then it was Mo Ting's announcement of his relationship, and now there was a rumor that Hai Rui was about to acquire Star King, Hai Rui acquiring Star King. All of a sudden, the staff at Star King became restless. At this time, Father Quan instructed his secretary to pass on his message. Mo Ting agreed not to change the internal structure of Star King and not to fire a single employee. If that was the case, was Star King really going to fall under Hai Rui? It didn't take long before the spoiled heir Quan Yi received news from his friend and rushed straight to the hospital. At this time, Hai Rui and Star King's lawyers were in the middle of handling the paperwork. Quan Yi's eyes turned red as he pounced forward, but he was stopped by Mo Ting's bodyguards. Mo Ting, if you want revenge, come at me. Don't touch Star King and don't touch my father. If you were this sensible from the start, Star King wouldn't need to be in the hands of an outsider like me, Mo Ting retorted coldly. Over the years, have you made any contributions to Star King? Quan Yi breathed heavily as he clenched his fists. From today onwards, you are no longer the heir to Star King. Quan Yi looked at Father Quan in disbelief. However, Father Quan's face was pale as he handed a signed contract to Mo Ting. Mo Ting, from now on, I'll leave it to you. Dad, would you rather give Imperial Star to an outsider than give it to me? There are so many people in Imperial Star that need to be fed. People like you who only know how to eat, drink, and have fun can't feed them. Father Quan said stiffly, so, it's a father's fault for not teaching his children. Right now, I'm suffering retribution. I'll leave first. You and your son can catch up slowly. After receiving the contract, Mo Ting prepared to leave. However, Quan Yi pulled out a military dagger from his pocket and stabbed him in the stomach. Everyone was dumbfounded. Luckily, Mo Ting had quick reflexes and dodged in time. As a result, he only suffered a superficial wound on his waist. Although there was blood, it wasn't serious. Mo Ting's bodyguards immediately pinned Quan Yi to the ground. Behave yourself. Father Quan was agitated as he once again fainted from the pain. Meanwhile, Kuan Yi lay on the floor and yelled angrily, "If you have the ability, kill me too. You think too highly of yourself." Mo Ting held on to the left side of his stomach as he knelt down in front of Kuan Yi. "After losing the protection of your father and Star King, let's see how you'll survive in Beijing." After speaking, Mo Ting stood up. As soon as Lu Che saw Mo Ting holding onto his stomach, he immediately ran over and asked, "President? Is it serious? Do you want to go to the hospital?" "Don't tell Tongning." Lu Che was a little embarrassed, but he still said to Mo Ting, "I'm sorry, President. I've already given the madam a phone call. She's already on her way here. So, you should be good and go get your wound bandaged." Thinking about Tongning's reaction when he caught a cold and had a headache, Mo Ting nodded his head. As for Kuan Yi, there's no need to call the police. Lu Che looked at the dazed Kuan Yi lying on the floor. He had no interest in stomping on him. He simply walked in front of Mo Ting and quickly called for a surgeon. Luckily, it was only a light wound. After a simple bandage, it was not a big problem. But, Tongning was truly shocked. She rushed straight to the hospital without even putting on a disguise. She directly approached the front desk and asked for Mo Ting's whereabouts. Luckily, Mo Ting understood her well enough to wait for her on the first floor. As soon as she appeared, he immediately asked Lu Che to bring her over. "Was that Tongning?" "I think so." The person she was talking to was President Mo? The nurses noticed the two and secretly pulled out their phones to take pictures of them. Tongning couldn't care less as she approached Mo Ting and asked, "Where are you hurt?" "My clothes are thick." "It's just a small scratch," Mo Ting replied. "Then, I still want to see it." To avoid being surrounded by onlookers, Mo Ting led Tongning to a quiet room. He then sat on the bed, removed his coat and pulled up his suit and shirt. "It's really just a small injury." The left side of Mo Ting's abdomen was wrapped in bandages. Although it was slightly red, it was indeed a small injury. Tongning let out a sigh of relief before she knelt down and helped Mo Ting put on his clothes. "Did you know that you scared me to death?" "It's fine now." Mo Ting held on to Tongning and comforted her as he hugged her. "What the hell is going on?" Mo Ting sat up straight. Just as he was about to explain the complicated situation, Lu Che suddenly knocked on the door and said, "President, Chairman Quan just passed away." Mo Ting immediately stood up and opened the door to look at Lu Che. Lu Che explained, "It turns out, not only did he have stomach cancer, he also had a brain hemorrhage. After all, he knew second uncle." "Tongning, let's go have a look," Mo Ting said as he turned around. No matter how many grudges they had in the past, at this moment, the deceased was the most important. Tongning nodded her head and walked over to Mo Ting's side. The two returned to Elder Quan's room. At this time, the atmosphere inside was filled with sadness. Kuan Yi still wanted to step forward and grab onto Mo Ting's shirt, but the bodyguards quickly pulled him away. "Mo Ting, are you satisfied? My dad's dead. Are you happy now?" Tongning looked at Kuan Yi's angry expression and widened eyes and said, "What's there to be happy about? Aren't you the one that wants him dead? What nonsense are you talking about? Then do you know that Elder Quan has stomach cancer?" Tongning asked sharply, "If you didn't want him to die a long time ago, would you still be fooling around all day? You clearly know that he doesn't have any helpers by his side, but you still didn't take up the responsibility that a son should have. You did all kinds of things that crossed the line and stimulated his nerves. If this isn't wishing for him to die early, then what is? Why is your father willing to give Star King to Mo Ting? It's because he knows his son can't handle the responsibility of taking care of Star King. He doesn't want his life's work to go to waste. Just wait and see. Without your father, who would even spare a glance at you?" Tongning's tone was harsh, but it was the truth. These words were like long silver needles stabbing into his heart. Of course, there was also another reason. Mo Ting had mysteriously received an injury. If Mo Ting hadn't reacted quickly enough, he would have been lying in bed by now. Kuan Yi had no way to refute. He simply turned around and propped himself up on the bed as he took a few more glances at his father. He then took heavy steps towards Mo Ting and said, "I will definitely take Star King back from your hands and I will do it fair and square. I'll wait for you." After saying these words, Mo Ting also bowed towards Father Quan's body before turning around and leaving with Tongning. On the way home, Mo Ting looked at the woman beside him and gently rubbed her shoulder. I originally wanted to give you a surprise today, but I ended up giving you a scare. Did you really buy Star King? Yes, I bought the Quan family's shares. Of course, I am now the biggest shareholder of Star King. Mo Ting couldn't deny this. You also have 15% of your share in the business. It's our shared assets. You know I don't care about things like that. Tongning didn't care. But, I remember Star King once blacklisted you. This was one of the reasons why Mo Ting insisted on buying the shares. At least, it could erase one of Tongning's unhappy memories, so it was worth it. Tongning leaned against Mo Ting's body, not daring to use too much force. Even though it was only a small wound, she was still careful. Late at night. Inside a quiet house in the suburbs, a few computers sat in the damp living room. Meanwhile, the staff sitting in front of the computers had a worried look on their faces. They had spent so much effort and collected so much information, yet, in the end, Mo Ting beat them to it by announcing their relationship. With the addition of Kuan-Ye's interference, the majority of the public opinion was now on Tongning's side. It wasn't a good time to expose any more scandals about Tongning. Even if they did, Hai Rui could easily handle the PR. Editor Lin, what should we do now? We've already missed the best opportunity. Announcing our relationship isn't like announcing our marriage. Editor Lin waved her hand to stop the others from speaking. What kind of person is Mo Ting? He's the CEO of Hai Rui. How long can he focus on liking someone? Look at the male artists that change their women every few days. Don't tell me Mo Ting can't compare to them. But, what does this have to do with us? He'll just play with her for a few days. Once he gets bored, he'll just throw her away. Let's wait and see. Who told us to miss the best opportunity? Lin Chong sighed regretfully. Let's take advantage of this opportunity to go out and write some other news. Because they had been constantly spending money without any income, Huarong Studio was already running over capacity. But, finding news? What news could be more shocking than Mo Ting's public announcement of his relationship with Tongning? Just as the reporters were worrying about exposing Tongning, Lin Chong suddenly received a secret guest. He didn't know how the man found him. All he knew was, in the dark car, the man handed him a check. I know you are the reporters from Huarong Studio that Feng Yu had been searching for so long. I'm here today because I have something to ask of you. Lin Chong used the dim light to see the numbers on the check and asked, what is it? I want to take over Hai Rui. So, I hope you can cooperate with me and work for me. The reason is simple, you are good at following people and you will never betray me because of Mo Ting. Take over Hai Rui. Lin Chong scoffed before replying, although I don't want to admit it, Mo Ting is an outstanding leader. This is something that no one can deny. Plus, because of Mo Ting's existence, he can at least correct the unhealthy tendencies in the entertainment industry. But, without Mo Ting, Hai Rui will simply be an entertainment company. The entertainment industry has always been about chasing after fame and fortune. Haven't you been following Tongning for fame and fortune as well? The man scoffed as he pointed out Lin Chong's hypocrisy. The man pointed out Lin Chong's hypocrisy in a deep and incisive voice. The entertainment industry I want is prosperous and competitive, not like Mo Ting, where everyone abides by their duties. Plus, did you really think that Mo Ting is fair and just? At least when it comes to Tongning, he is no longer the Mo Ting of the past. I need some time to think about it. Lin Chong handed the check back to the man. After all, I will be going against Mo Ting. I need to weigh the pros and cons up to you, the man replied nonchalantly. But, don't blame me for not warning you. On the day that I take over Hai Rui, there will be no place for you in Beijing. Lin Chong wasn't stupid. Of course, he wasn't going to be scared by a few words. But, now was indeed not the best time to deal with Tongning. After all, she had already been labeled as Mo Ting's woman. Plus, Hai Rui had just calmed down a mess. By the time the car arrived at Hyatt Regency, it was already midnight. The couple entered the house in silence. As soon as Tongning turned on the lights, Mo Ting stretched out his arms and hugged her. He then whispered in her ear, "Let me hug you like this for a little while." Tongning did not say a word. She simply felt that sometimes, Ting's shoulders were so heavy that it made her heart ache. Taking over Star King did not make him happy. After all, it had never been Ting's ambition. In front of me, you can be fragile, Tongning said as she gently stroked Ting's back. When you need me, I will be your most reliable shoulder to lean on. I can't believe Elder Quan died all alone. I suddenly feel scared. If you hadn't appeared by my side, perhaps I would have ended up the same way. I would have died all alone. Tongning could feel Ting's hands tightening around her. So, she removed his jacket and snuggled into his embrace. So loneliness is so scary. You're too tired. Let's take a shower and get some sleep. Tongning finally turned on the lights, held on to Ting's hand and returned to the bedroom with him. While she was helping Ting run the water, she suddenly thought of a problem. She had always been clear about her goal. She had her own dream, to become an international supermodel. But Ting, she had never heard him mention it before. Every day, other than being busy planning how to make others famous, he had never thought about himself. In fact, he had never done anything for himself. What are you thinking about? Ting asked in a low voice as he entered the bathroom to find Tongning in a daze. I was thinking, is becoming the CEO of Hyrule your dream? Tongning turned her head and replied. Ting removed his robe and froze on the spot. After entering the bathtub, he shook his head, no. What's that? Being a scriptwriter, Ting laughed as he waved at Tongning, come in. Tongning smiled as she also removed her robe and entered the bathtub. She then laid her head on top of Ting's chest. Of course, before she did this, she took a look at the wound on Ting's waist. I'll bandage it up for you in a moment. Ting had achieved many people's dreams, but no one knew what he truly wanted. Tongning's guess was correct, stupid definitely had something to do with Ting. When she first heard Ting tell the story, she could sense that Ting's expression was completely different than when he was talking about other things. I haven't asked you yet, have you already decided on the female lead for Stupid? Not yet, Ting replied with his eyes closed, I haven't found a suitable one. Okay. Tongning responded with an okay and did not say anything else. After quite some time, she finally said to Ting, I want to look at the script. Ting seemed to have fallen asleep, so Tongning thought he didn't hear her. But, just as the couple returned to the bedroom, Ting suddenly pulled out a script from his drawer and handed it to Tongning, look at it when you have time. It's too late right now. Okay, Tongning nodded. By the way, can you give me your account and password for your social media account? I want to look at your messages. Ting pulled out his phone, logged in his account and password and handed it to Tongning. Tongning took a few glances at the phone before closing it and falling asleep with Ting. But the next morning, Ting's social media account once again exploded with activity. Tongning had left a message under his post. Of course, she was replying using Ting's account, so it seemed like she was talking to herself. But the fans quickly understood. From the tone of the message, there was no doubt it was Tongning. At that time, my heels were too thin and rubbed against my feet. Your president told me to come up here and I'll carry you. The fans were fed a mouthful of dog food. Seeing the interaction between the couple so early in the morning, their mood improved. I don't care. I'm going to be infatuated with a CP like this for the rest of my life. Tongning left a message at 1 a.m. What are they doing so late at night? Hey. Something big happened yesterday and someone saw them at the hospital. There are photos online of Tongning going to the hospital without any makeup on. It seems, President Mo was injured. Huh? Injured? Is it serious? Hayes, I really want to know about them, but I can't get any news from them. This feeling is so torturous. The fans below Ting's account held in pain. But, they gave their blessings and had high hopes for the couple's relationship. According to the fans, the couple's mysterious relationship was definitely different from the hype created by other celebrities. It was obvious that the couple were going to spend the rest of their lives together. In reality, the internet had already uncovered a lot of details that showed the couple had been together for a long time. But, Tongming did not use her relationship with Mo Ting to boost her status. This made many people believe that they were truly in love and that they weren't willing to waste their time on each other. In fact, fans even went to ask the so-called entertainment industry bloggers. At this time, the entertainment industry blogger replied to his fans, within the industry, their relationship is already semi-public. Just by looking at President Mo's attitude, you can tell that it is true love. Tongming also loves President Mo. They are not putting on a show, it is as you can see. Bloggers have high hopes for this couple. If you don't believe me, I can swear that after 10 years, they will still be together and in love. Over the next few days, Mo Ting began to work on Star King's acquisition. Tongming didn't want him to be too tired, so she put her own work on hold and handed all the domestic deals to Xianxia. Full sent a message from France, telling Tongming to be the first to see the costume designed based on the female lead of Stupid. As soon as Tongming saw the costume, she suddenly thought of the character of the female lead. The female lead had never been educated. While she was washing dishes in a restaurant, she was discovered by a talent scout. After her debut, she lost control of her temper and was banned. But, because of a wealthy businessman, she returned to the film industry and dominated the title of Best Actress for 30 years. As for the male lead of Stupid, when she was offered a sugar daddy by a wealthy businessman, she didn't want to give her first time to a sugar daddy. So, she went to look for the male lead's father, a talented athlete, and had a one-night stand. On the surface, the character appeared to be willful her entire life, but in reality, her heart was filled with vicissitudes and complex emotions. Especially when she saw the costume designed by Fulls, Tongming suddenly felt like the character had come to life. The female lead didn't have a lot of lines. So, whenever Tongming had nothing to do, she would memorize them at home. Sometimes, she would even practice in front of the mirror. One time, she was discovered by Xianxia, who was reporting to her. "What are you doing?" "Nothing," Tongming replied calmly as she closed the script. Xianxia walked up to Tongming relentlessly. However, she noticed Tongming was actually reading her script. Was she looking at the mirror? Planning to change her style? "Do you want to act?" "Me? How could that be possible?" "I'm not from an acting school and have no foundation in acting," Tongming shook her head. The only reason she was practicing in front of the mirror was because she was very interested in this character. "You underestimate yourself," Xianxia waved her hand and sat down beside Tongming. "But, I'm here today because of this." Xianxia handed the invitation card to Tongming. "It's a Chanel perfume dinner. I've already rejected all the other unknown brands." "Okay," Tongming nodded. "Tongming, all the people looking for you these days are big names." "I'm so happy," Xianxia yelled excitedly as she pounced into Tongming's arms. "Especially after your relationship with Boss was revealed, there's already a long queue of people inviting the two of you to share a stage. Be honest, have you been trying to lose weight lately?" Tongming felt Xianxia had lost some weight. "I can't hide this from you. When I wasn't working with you, I went to fitness classes a few times." "Not bad, right? Is it effective?" Xianxia stood up and spun around a few times. Tongming cleared her throat. When it came to Xianxia's tummy. "Why do you suddenly want to lose weight? Isn't it good to be a little fatter? You have to be plump to look good." "Every time." Xianxia's face turned a little red as she returned to Tongming's side and whispered, "Every time we go to Lu Che's home, we kiss until the sky turns dark. Then, he suddenly goes to sleep on the sofa with a pained expression. It's probably because of my figure." "Don't you know why he looks like he's in pain?" Tongming asked. "But I still want to be a little thinner." "Which woman doesn't want to be perfect in front of the person they love?" "I don't think he'll mind. After all, he's already seen it." In reality, Xianxia could only be considered voluptuous, but that was how she wanted to look. Plus, your relationship can be considered stable. When will you settle down? How can it be so soon? Xianxia asked. But, thinking about how Tongming and Mo Ting got married as soon as they met, she couldn't help but laugh. "What I mean is, I want to enjoy my freedom for a little longer." "Enough talking. I've already given you the invitation card. The time is 7 p.m. tomorrow at Gold Hotels. I will pick you up at 6 p.m. After speaking, Long Jia stood up and said to Tongning, Luce wants to go to a dessert shop on the west side of the city. I will go buy it for him right now. Go ahead. Be careful on the road. A woman in love really couldn't be messed with. As she watched Long Jia leave, Tongning shook her head. The shop only sold 100 desserts a day. If she went at this time, she wasn't sure if there would be any left. Thinking about how many times Luce had mentioned it, Long Jia couldn't help but speed up. At this time, an old lady with a dog suddenly crossed the road. Long Jia was so scared that she immediately swerved and crashed into the side of the road. Long Jia's head smashed into the car window. After a moment of dizziness, she directly fainted. When she woke up again, she was at the hospital. Luce stood in front of the hospital bed discussing her injuries with the doctor. A moment later, the doctor left. Luce leaned over and asked, Are you awake? Do you feel unwell anywhere? Long Jia shook her head. Do you know how busy I've been over the past few days? Did I waste your time? Not only have you been busy, I was also scared half to death by you, Luce couldn't help but sigh. You're not usually this impatient. I wanted to buy you desserts, but I was afraid the shop would close, Long Jia explained. You've mentioned it a few times already. I know you've been running around Star King over the past few days and haven't had much rest. I simply wanted to cheer you up a little. Luce let out a gentle laugh. All of a sudden, he no longer felt tired. I often mentioned desserts to you because I wanted to tempt you not to go on a diet. It wasn't because I wanted to eat them. Long Jia. So, I was the one who asked for the accident? Not really, Luce leaned over and whispered in Long Jia's ear, at least it gave me half a day off. Long Jia threw a punch at him, but Luce caught her fist, little fatty, let's go home. Okay. Luce helped Long Jia up from the bed. At this time, the old lady that caused Long Jia's car accident appeared in the hospital room with a dog on her leash. She apologized to Long Jia, I'm sorry young lady, I'm getting old and can no longer hold this dog. I'm fine too, Long Jia quickly replied. Don't take it to heart. I've already paid for your medical fees. It's best to have a clear conscience. But, I'm afraid I won't be able to take care of this dog anymore. Long Jia looked at the old lady's wrinkled hands. It was indeed difficult to take care of a large dog, so she suggested, why don't you let me take care of it instead? Luce was helpless against Long Jia. The two obviously didn't have much time, but he couldn't bear to hurt Long Jia's enthusiasm. In reality, this was the Long man in his heart. No matter what she experienced, no matter what the outside world was like, she was always curious and passionate about the world. So, in the end, the couple took the dog home. But, after returning home, Long Jia began to worry, we should buy a kennel. If it sleeps on your sofa tonight, where will you sleep? Luce hooked his arm around her shoulder and led her into the bedroom. Tonight, I'll sleep on the bed. Long Jia nervously crossed her arms in front of her chest, you're not allowed to have sex before marriage. What if you're the one that wants to sleep with me? Luce teased. Honestly, during this period of time, Luce had become a lot more enlightened. Long Jia couldn't help but lower her head. In reality, she really wanted to. She was already 30 years old, yet she still acted like an 18-year-old girl. They were both adults, but she couldn't just slap herself in the face and ask him to sleep with her. After showering, Long Jia nervously lay in bed, researching how to raise a dog. Meanwhile, Luce, who was lying beside her, was working on his laptop with his hair dripping wet. Long Jia leaned in closer to have a look. It was filled with reports about Star King. Luce turned and looked at her, can you understand it? Long Jia shook her head, boss, after taking over Star King, will you change the way Star King operates? Star King will not be merged into Hyrule. Star King was bought using the CEO's personal assets. Plus, before Star King could make a move, Elder Quan got into an accident. So, Star King does not need to make any big changes at the moment. Does that mean boss will be more tired from now on? Probably. Luce nodded. After speaking, he turned off his laptop and grabbed a towel to dry his hair. Long Jia's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Luce had already finished his work. Were they really going to have a chat under the covers? That would be too naive and a waste of an opportunity. But she didn't want to sleep with a man like this. After drying his hair, Luce returned to the bedroom. Seeing Long Jia nervous, he turned off the bedside lamp. Long Jia let out a sigh of relief. However, Luce laughed, "When you had a crush on me, didn't you take every opportunity to get close to me? Am I no longer attractive to you?" Long Jia turned off her laptop and looked shyly at Luce's body as she covered her eyes. "Weren't you the same when you had a crush on me? That's why I took every opportunity to kiss and hug you." Luce threw away the pillow and propped himself up to lie down. Seeing Long Jia covering her eyes with her hands, he couldn't help but mock, "If you want to look, then look openly. Once Star King's business officially starts, I may end up sleeping in the office. You won't be able to look even if you want to." Hearing Luce's words, Long Jia suddenly lay down on top of Luce's body. "Then, I should take the opportunity to hug you a little more. Don't hug me too tightly, I might lose control." Luce's voice was a lot lower. "Forget it, not when facing a body like mine." Luce's eyes darkened as he flipped over and pressed Long Jia under his body. "Hey. We agreed. But I really don't have any self-control when it comes to you." After speaking, Luce's kiss landed on her lips. As he kissed her, he said to Long Jia, "You're already 30, are you planning to save your first time until you're 31? "I don't want to," Long Jia shook her head. After being kissed by Luce, she was so dizzy she even forgot her surname. "Then I want you tonight." "What can you do?" Long Jia's eyes grew wide. She suddenly realized, Luce, who was still a primary school student just a few days ago, was suddenly about to graduate from university. Don't be nervous. It's no big deal. We'll register tomorrow. Aren't you afraid of regretting it?" Long Jia suddenly relaxed. Deep down, she still felt a sense of inferiority. But, Luce didn't mind. "We haven't been together for long and haven't experienced much. What if you meet someone better in the future, what would you do? You are the best. But what if your parents don't like me in the future?" This was Long Jia's biggest worry. Luce couldn't understand this. "I'm the one you're spending the rest of your life with, not my parents." As soon as Long Jia heard this, her face turned red as she turned her head. In that case, be gentle. I'm also new." Luce laughed. "What should I do?" Luce gently lifted Long Jia's robe and leaned over. "Tomorrow, let's register our marriage. I can't wait anymore. I want to live with you officially and do whatever I want with you." Luckily, they were both invisible and weren't affected by the industry. Even when it came to registering their marriage, they didn't need to worry about the media. Long Jia almost suffocated from the kiss. Luce lifted her hands above her head and intertwined his fingers. But, even though they were already naked in front of each other, he still did not take the final step. "After we register our marriage, I won't let you go." Long Jia's face turned red as she snuggled into Luce's embrace. All of a sudden, she felt Luce was more manly than anyone else. After all, not everyone could stop at a time like this. Of course, she had no idea, Emoting was also part of the team. In the middle of the night, the big golden retriever that they brought home suddenly started barking. Long Jia was afraid it would wake Luce up, so she quickly climbed out of bed and sat down with the dog. She then pulled out some canned food from the fridge and opened it for the dog. "Shoo, be quiet, don't wake him up." In reality, Luce was already awake. He simply looked at Long Jia from behind as he crossed his arms and smiled. "Silly girl." After daybreak, at Huarong Studio. Because he had spent too much money over the past few days, Lin Chong was currently worrying about cash flow. He could continue to carry on, but what about the staff he hired? Including Charlene, she was completely different from what he had originally promised. "Editor Lin, from the time I started working, you haven't given me a single cent of my salary. My child is about to be born, I need this money." Editor Lin, although I don't have a child, I'm running out of money myself. Chong Lin looked at his reporters and let out a sigh. He then said to everyone, "Give me some time, I will definitely pay you all your salaries." "Okay then, I'll wait a little longer." The young reporter left Editor Lin's office dejectedly. After thinking for a moment, Editor Lin finally pulled out the mysterious man's contact details and gave him a phone call. I agree to help you. As soon as the man heard this, he laughed. Wouldn't it have been better if you had agreed from the start? In that case, let's meet up and discuss in detail. Okay. Since he had decided to sell it, Lin Chong didn't plan to hide it anymore. He pulled out all the evidence he had collected and handed it to the man to see if he could use it in other situations. It had to be said, Tong Ning's luck was really good this time. But, from now on, she might not be so lucky with everything. Meanwhile, Tong Ning had no idea that Long Jia and Lu Che had gone to register their marriage. She simply focused on preparing for the Chanel perfume dinner. Over the past 2 days, Mo Ting had been too busy, so she simply mentioned the dinner to him. She didn't want to distract him. In reality, she had already considered getting someone else to be her manager. But, Mo Ting immediately gave up on the idea. I can't trust someone else to manage you. Tong Ning had no choice but to compromise. In that case, I'll go to the Chanel dinner on my own. If anything unexpected happens, give me a call. With Tong Ning's current status, no one would dare to cause trouble for her. But, when she actually arrived at the dinner, the situation was completely different from what she imagined. There will be plenty of actors and celebrities attending Chanel's gala tonight. But, with your current popularity, I don't think you lose out to any of them. On the way to the gala, Long Jia knelt down in front of Tong Ning and helped her tidy up her dress. However, Tong Ning noticed that Long Jia had also dressed up a little. By the time the gala ends, it will be around 11 p.m. Will you still be going on a date with Lu Che? Long Jia smiled mysteriously with a proud expression. Yes, can't I? In that case, you should leave early. Ting will come pick me up later. Tong Ning said as she held on to her handbag. We're almost there. Hurry and get ready. This is the first time you and boss have appeared together in public. Do you think the media will let you off? Long Jia tidied up Tong Ning's silver dress. After the van stopped, she finally opened the door. Celebrities walked down the red carpet one after another. By this time, Tong Ning had already gotten used to the dark cameras and flashing lights. Even without Mo Ting by her side, her brilliance was still irresistible. Look, the person walking down the red carpet is our Tong Ning. Her silver dress really complements her elegant and noble aura. Let's welcome Tong Ning. They were in a 5-star hotel, so the red carpet wasn't long. It was only a few meters long. Afterwards, Tong Ning approached the autograph wall and signed her name to the cameras. She then handed the pen in her hand back to the host. Once again, let's welcome Tong Ning. Please enter the venue. The luxurious hotel lobby was decorated with pink and champagne-colored roses. Below the stage, the names of the guests were written on the seats and bracelets made out of fresh flowers were placed on the seats. Tong Ning sat in her seat. On her left was the popular A-list actress, Jiang Yun. However, she had already married into a wealthy family. On her right, the person hadn't arrived yet. However, she wasn't from the entertainment industry. Her name was Xianxia. Jiang Yun arrived first. Her aura was outstanding. If Tong Ning was described as cold, then Jiang Yun had a hint of otherworldly aura. Tong Ning nodded politely at the man, and the man smiled back. At this time, the guest on Tong Ning's right finally arrived. Tong Ning and Jiang Yun turned their heads and looked to their right. The guest on the right obviously didn't expect to see Tong Ning. Tong Ning could see the surprise in the guest's eyes. But, from what she could remember, they didn't seem to know each other. Miss Tong Ning, I am a fan of yours. Xianxia stretched out her hand and revealed an impeccable smile. Of course, she wasn't someone from the entertainment industry because that would lower her level. She was the heiress of a tycoon. How could she possibly be an exposed actress? She was the heiress of a tycoon. How could she possibly be an actress? Tong Ning couldn't see any kindness in the woman's eyes. But, it wasn't to the point of becoming enemies. So, Tong Ning stretched out her hand, grabbed onto the woman's slender hand and shook it gently. Afterwards, the man quickly pulled his hand away as Tong Ning furrowed her brows. Xianxia maintained her polite smile as she stood up and excused herself to go to the bathroom. Tong Ning was a little confused. At this time, a clear voice drifted into her ears. This Xianxia is the heiress of GJ Corporation. She has a high opinion of herself and doesn't like to interact with women from the entertainment industry. After shaking hands with you a moment ago, she is now going to wash her hands. Tongming turned and looked at Xianxia. She nodded her head to show that she didn't mind. She comes from a higher status, so it's understandable. I remember that you also come from a century-old perfume family. In terms of background, you may not be better than her. With the mention of the Tang family, Tongming's expression turned even colder. In fact, her voice sounded a little cold. I am just a model. Xianxia smiled without saying a word. At a place like this, they were just talking to each other. After all, they were all from different agencies. Who would want to be honest with them? A moment later, Xianxia returned to her seat. At this time, the distance that Tongming emitted was getting stronger. At times like this, she was usually telling people to stay away. However, Xianxia's gaze was too intense. Every now and then, it would land on Tongming, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. Halfway through the dinner, Mo Ting suddenly gave her a phone call. Tongming glanced at the caller ID, stood up and headed to the bathroom with her phone. Around what time will it be over? I'll come pick you up. Around 11 p.m., Tongming replied. Okay, I'll leave Hairui at 10:30 p.m. Tongming hung up the phone and returned to her seat. Afterwards, Xianxia smiled and asked, "Is that President Mo?" Hearing Xianxia's question, Tongming felt extremely uncomfortable. It was as if she and Mo Ting were very familiar with each other. Please send my regards to President Mo. Tongming's gaze suddenly changed from polite to sharp. In fact, it even contained a hint of ridicule. Miss G seems to have an inexplicable sense of hostility towards me. Go back and ask President Mo. He should know best. Xianxia's "I'm his old love" expression made Tongming feel a little annoyed. But, she was never one to show her emotions on her face. Of course, she couldn't possibly suspect Mo Ting just because of one sentence from Xianxia. It was never her style to suffer a loss. Just as Xianxia thought Tongming was once again helpless against Xianxia, Tongming suddenly pulled out her phone from her handbag and dialed Mo Ting's number right in front of the two. Ting. Huh? Mo Ting's voice sounded from the other end of the phone with a deep and charming tone. Do you know Xianxia? Tongming asked straightforwardly. Who is that? Mo Ting was a little surprised as he asked back. Tongming let out a gentle laugh as she put down her phone. Xianxia's expression did not look too good when she heard who. It seems, President Mo sure has a short memory. When you get home, ask him if he remembers who his assistant called at the Civil Affairs Office on August 19th. After hearing Xianxia's words, Tongming finally understood a little. At the time, Mo Ting had also gone to get married, but the bride did not arrive. So, it was Xianxia. But, if Mo Ting said he didn't know her, then he didn't know her. As for why it was Xianxia, Tongming was going to ask a certain someone when she got home. But now, he has never remembered unimportant people or things. After hearing this, Xianxia did not get angry. She simply leaned in closer to Tongming and said, according to Mo Ting's family background, there is no way he would marry you. You should be aware of your own limitations because you will never be able to help him with his career. Plus, I'm sure you know better than me how dirty a female model is. Xianxia expected Tongming to fly into a rage out of humiliation. But, Tongming remained calm. She knew better than anyone what kind of person Mo Ting was. How can you not be angry? Why should I be angry? Tongming asked. In this industry, there are plenty of people that speak worse than you. Why should I care? In that case, what do you want from Mo Ting? Or perhaps, you have the self-awareness to know that you were just putting on an act, so you don't care? Words like this were extremely straightforward. Even Xianxia broke out in a cold sweat on Tongming's behalf. Although Mo Ting had revealed his relationship to Tongming, it was just as Xianxia had said, in this industry, in the entertainment industry, simply revealing a relationship wouldn't bring Tongming much benefit. After all, there was always the possibility of a breakup. For the big boss of the entertainment industry, getting rid of a model was as easy as saying the word. It couldn't be any easier. To put it bluntly, in the eyes of the average person, actors were just entertainers. As for models, they weren't even worth mentioning. To put it bluntly, they were simply selling their bodies. Seeing Tongning did not respond, Xianxia crossed her arms and said, "Originally, I had something urgent to attend to that day. But, it's already too late. There are plenty of people that are willing to marry me. But, why is President Mo's taste like this? It makes me feel like I'm not even comparable to a prostitute." From beginning to end, Tongning maintained a smile on her face. She did not put Xianxia in her eyes at all. Jiangyan thought Tongning was speechless because of the insults. But, looking at the expressions of the other artists at the table, Jiangyan suddenly let out a gentle laugh. Xianxia's words didn't just offend Tongning. Selling her body, the other female artists looked at Xianxia like she was a joke. One of them even pretended to knock over the wine glass next to her, causing red wine to spill all over Xianxia's body. "Sorry Miss Qi, I'll help you clean it up." "No need, stay away from me." Xianxia immediately stood up to avoid being touched and headed to the bathroom to clean up. Afterwards, a few female artists couldn't help but cross their arms and say, "Every time I see someone that acts like this, I can't help but want to slap them across the face." "Tongning, how do you hold it in?" Tongning picked up her glass and toasted the group, completely revealing her black-bellied nature. No matter how annoying a person was, there would always be someone who would use their actions to tell her why she had to do this. Jiangyan lowered her head and let out a gentle laugh. Needless to say, Tongning's way of dealing with the situation was very beneficial to her. "I finally understand why out of so many women, you are the only one that can stand by Mo Ting's side." Tongning tilted her head and looked at Jiangyan. She lowered her head and laughed, "Don't judge Mo Ting and I in the way you think. Tongning, we are all in this industry. No one is clean. If you're talking about what I did to Xianxia, I never said that I'm a good person. My principle has always been that if people don't offend me, I won't offend them." After speaking, Tongning no longer spoke to anyone at the table. She knew, people with different goals couldn't make plans together. Afterwards, Xianxia did not return to her seat. Afterwards, Tongning discovered she had gone to sit in the VIP section. The event lasted for a few hours. It wasn't a long time, but it wasn't short either. Finally, it was almost 11 p.m. At this time, Tongning received a phone call from Mo Ting. "I'm here." Tongning stood up and left the ballroom with everyone else. Meanwhile, Mo Ting's car was parked in front of the hotel, attracting a lot of attention and whistles. However, just as Tongning walked towards Mo Ting, Xianxia also walked out the front door and approached Mo Ting. As Tongning boarded the car, she extended her hand towards Mo Ting. "Hello, President Mo." Just as Mo Ting opened the car door for Tongning, he saw Xianxia's hand extended towards him. He did not immediately shake it. Instead, he glanced at Tongning calmly. However, Tongning said, "It's best if you don't shake it. After all, Miss Qi will eventually wash it off." Mo Ting immediately caught the main point in Tongning's words. However, he still extended his hand and shook Xianxia's hand. However, he pulled out a pair of white gloves from his pocket and put them on. Xianxia's expression was extremely ugly. Worst of all, after shaking her hand, Mo Ting directly threw the white gloves into the bin. Xianxia held back her anger and once again provoked Tongning. "Sorry, I was late for August 19th. I didn't do it on purpose." That's why I switched to someone else 10 minutes later. It turns out Miss Qi was actually there." In other words, Mo Ting didn't want Xianxia to think too highly of herself. Plus, "I'm sorry, I should have asked my assistant to apologize to you. Although I randomly picked you, I should have notified you beforehand so you wouldn't have to wait." This time, Xianxia's face was completely red. She was so tempted to find a hole and hide in it. "Lastly, I hope Miss Qi can do things that are befitting of your identity next time. After all, this is the first time we've met." After speaking, Mo Ting gestured for Tongning to board the car and shut the door, leaving Xianxia clenching her fists. She never imagined that her original plan to humiliate Tongning would end up being humiliated by Mo Ting. Of course, this also allowed the onlookers to witness Mo Ting's ability to pamper his wife. "This Xianxia is so annoying. Can you guys guess what she's referring to as an artist? It's a prostitute. What can we do? She was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. Prostitutes like us can't compare." Seeing her being abused by President Mo just now, I was so happy. It was so cool. She even threw away her gloves. Stop looking. No matter how handsome she is, she will never be yours. Mo Ting ignored the looks of the onlookers as he led Tong Ning out of the hotel. However, halfway through the car, Mo Ting stopped the car and said, "Come sit in front." Tong Ning turned her head and ignored him. "Are you jealous?" At that time, grandfather was rushing me to get married. To stop him from worrying, I randomly picked someone from his list of socialites. It's that simple, Mo Ting explained. After all, before I met you, I didn't think it would make a difference who I spent the rest of my life with. Tong Ning turned her gaze back to Mo Ting. "A moment ago, Xianxia said that with your family background, you would never marry me. Next time, bring your marriage certificate with you. If you come across a situation like this again, throw it at her face," Mo Ting said dotingly. She also said that I know very well how dirty a model can be. "Mrs. Mo, I'm sure you're telling on me." Mo Ting stretched out his hand and held on to Tong Ning. Only then did Tong Ning compromise and move from the back seat to the front passenger seat. "I've already helped you get revenge. Can we move on from this matter? I've offended another rich heiress. What should I do if she comes looking for trouble from now on? Since she's causing trouble for you, I'm causing trouble for her. Can we move on now? Mrs. Mo?" Mo Ting cleared his throat. In reality, this was the most ridiculous thing he had done in his 32 years. Luckily, Tong Ning had appeared at the time. Otherwise, if he had married Xianxia, he would have been a divorcee by now. Actually, Tong Ning wasn't really angry. After all, there was nothing between her and Mo Ting. There was no need for a stranger to ruin their relationship. But Mo Ting let out a sudden laugh as he drove. Tong Ning furrowed her brows and looked at him confusedly. "What are you laughing at?" "I suddenly feel like you are very noble. You've saved my life." Mo Ting praised Tong Ning in seriousness. After hearing this, Tong Ning stretched out her hand and clasped onto Mo Ting's hand as she replied gently, "You've saved me even more." In reality, they were simply trying to redeem each other. At a red light, Mo Ting stopped the car and looked down at Tong Ning. Looking at her head resting on his shoulder, he only had one thought in his heart: "You have no idea how precious you are to me." Xianxia suffered a lot at the Chanel perfume gala. As soon as she returned home, she went straight to Father Qi's study room. "Father. Xiaoyan, what's wrong? Why is your face so pale?" Father Qi put down the documents in his hands and waved at his daughter. Xianxia held back her grievances and explained everything that happened at the Chanel perfume gala. After hearing everything, Father Qi almost smashed the table in front of him. "How dare the Mo family treat my daughter like this? How could they allow a model to bully you?" "Father, I can't take this lying down." Because every time Xianxia thought about what Mo Ting had done to her, her eyes would turn red from embarrassment. "But, did you just say the model's surname is Tang?" Father Qi thought for a moment before saying to Xianxia, "This Tong Ning seems to be the Tang family's granddaughter. I'll give them a phone call in a moment. If it turns out to be true, I will make sure Tong Ning gives us an explanation." "Father, are you saying that Tong Ning is the heiress of a perfume family?" "That's right. When you were young, you even visited the Tang family. Don't you remember? At that time, you even stole Tong Ning's sister's toys." After hearing her father's words, Xianxia felt even more uncomfortable. Originally, she thought she was a cut above everyone else and could step all over Tong Ning at any time. After all, Tong Ning was just a model that sold her body. But, now that she found out Tong Ning was also a rich heiress, the feeling of being dragged down by Tong Ning was not a good one. Then why isn't she with the Tang family? I heard that he was kicked out of the Tang family. I'm not too sure about this. If you want to know, you should pay a visit to the Tang family. Kicked out, in other words, Tong Ning was merely a poor heiress. Xianxia's heart finally calmed down. "Then, please help me send a visiting card to the Tang family." Of course, outsiders had no idea why a rich heiress like Tong Ning insisted on becoming a model. However, the Tang family were well aware. If Xianxia were to ask, would she be able to find out the real reason why Tong Ning left the Tang family? The child of a mistress took over. It should be very sensational, right? The cold wind howled as passers-by hurried around in their winter coats. Long Jie gazed at the night view of Beijing. However, as soon as she opened the window, Luce immediately shut it. Do you want to catch a cold? Long Jie turned around and saw Luce kneeling on the ground feeding his dog. The tall and sturdy man was squatting in front of the golden retriever. This scene was enough to melt a person's heart. Let's go back to the room. Luce stood up and waved at Long Jie. Long Jie couldn't help but laugh. Tonight was their wedding night. They did not tell anyone, only they knew. They simply took some time out for lunch and went to the civil affairs office to get their marriage certificate. Although it seemed a little rushed, Long Jie felt, this man was someone worth entrusting the rest of her life to. If she didn't hurry up and grab hold of him, she may end up regretting even more. The bedroom wasn't big, but it was decorated with the word happiness, and the bedding had been changed to red. It symbolized the couple's future. Long Jie suddenly felt a strong sense of belonging. She was no longer on her own, she belonged to someone. You got married just for the sake of sex. You're too much. Although I won't deny that it was part of the reason, but I truly want to marry you. I've wanted to do it since the first day I got together with you. Luce hugged Long Jie and kissed her passionately. He then used his hands to untie her robe. Don't be nervous. I'm not nervous at all, Long Jie explained. Do you think I'm convincing? After hearing her stuttering explanation, Luce placed her on the bed. His tall and sturdy body leaned over her and he quickly removed the restraints on his body. Long Jie blushed as she covered her eyes and said in embarrassment, "Don't look at my carrot body." In reality, she simply had a bigger frame than the average girl, she couldn't really be considered fat. Plus, Luce liked her delicate and lively appearance. If Long Jie really slimmed down and ended up like the girls on the outside, he would feel it would be a waste. She was unique, there was no need for her to change. So, the more she resisted, the more Luce loved her. Long man, look at me, I don't want to. Luce did not look in front of her. He simply leaned over and kissed Long Jie on the lips. His kiss was gentle and lingering. This time, Long Jie quickly surrendered as she hooked her arms around Luce's neck. After the new year, we will go see your only relative. I know he has a misunderstanding towards me, but trust me, I will definitely change his opinion of me. I trust you, Long Jie nodded her head in seriousness. This time, Luce no longer held back as he rained kisses down on every part of Long Jie's body. Long Jie had no way to defend against his unbridled actions. Even so, Long Jie still felt like it wasn't enough. Since she was going to love him fiercely and with all her might. In the past, Long Jie was afraid of the cold and hated the deep winter. But, now that she had a heater by her side, she actually hoped that from now on, it would always be winter. That way, people in love could hug each other tighter and give each other the warmth they wanted. After the intense session, Long Jie fell asleep. Luce looked at the woman in his arms and subconsciously smiled. Because he had officially reared a little sow in a pen. After the Chanel perfume banquet, the media released photos of all the celebrities that attended. Of course, both male and female celebrities couldn't help but compete with each other and show off their abilities. As a model, when it came to fashion sense, she was definitely more eye-catching than actors and singers. However, the reporters did not forget that she had already announced her relationship with Mo Ting. Nor did they forget that Mo Ting was not only her boyfriend, he was also her personal manager. So, at the end of Tongning's photo, the media used a photo of Mo Ting and Tongning in the same frame. Of course, apart from the fact that Tongning was already eye-catching, Mo Ting's appearance made her stand out more than any other celebrity. However, there was also a small incident at the banquet, the handshake incident. After shaking hands with Tongning, a certain socialite actually complained that Tongning was dirty, so she went to the bathroom to wash her hands. In response, Mo Ting put on a pair of white gloves and threw them away after shaking hands with the socialite. Although the incident of Tongning being humiliated was only a rumor and had no way to verify it, the incident of Mo Ting throwing away his gloves was witnessed by countless celebrities and media. So, this indirectly proved the truth of the incident. After all, Mo Ting was never a senseless person. He definitely wouldn't lower himself to the same level as a woman over a small matter, unless She was the one that was cheap enough to provoke Tongning. President Mo's boyfriend power is at the max. As a single person, I have received a huge blow. I'm done for. I just want to hear news about Tongning and Mo Ting every day. When I don't hear any news, I feel sad. But, as soon as I hear news, I smile like a fool. I beg the Mo couple to give us more candy. Is no one paying attention to the socialite that caused Tongning trouble? How noble does she think she is? Pfft. President Mo did a great job. Please keep giving out candy at this rate. In reality, after Chanel's banquet ended, the media had no intention of letting Tongning go. But, Tongning slipped away too quickly and there were too many big celebrities around. So, even though the media felt it was a pity, they did not chase after Tongning. Over the past 2 days, the acquisition of Star King had finally come to an end. Meanwhile, in France, Tongning was notified to prepare for filming as soon as possible. Tongning watched as Mo Ting busied himself with work, but she did not ask him what he planned to do next. Until one night, Mo Ting handed Tongning a list of actresses. I've already put stupid on the agenda. The actresses are all here. We will hold a press conference next month. Tongning received the documents and flipped through a few pages. She realized the actors that Mo Ting had chosen were indeed impeccable. The actors on the list, whether it was in terms of acting skills, fame or mannerisms, were all top-notch. But, after looking through the list, Tongning furrowed her brows. Perhaps it was because she had read the script too many times, so the characters didn't fit. I keep feeling like something is missing. After hearing this, Mo Ting sat down beside Tongning and nodded his head, so you've noticed. The type of arrogance that others don't understand can easily be acted out, Tongning replied. But, perhaps you Xianxia can act out the role? Mo Ting thought for a moment before taking the documents from Tongning's hands. The flight to France has already been confirmed. It will be tomorrow afternoon. After that, you need to start preparing for Fashion Week. Seeing the tiredness in Mo Ting's eyes, Tongning's heart ached as she asked, is there anything I can do for you? Now that Star King is on. Track and preparations for Stupid are almost done, shouldn't you get some rest? Since I'm going to the shoot this time, accompany me and take it as a distraction. To be honest, the higher-ups at Hai Rui don't really approve of Stupid because it's too risky. Although they could use a top-notch director and actors, this film is too emotional and doesn't have high expectations. After hearing Mo Ting's words, Tongning understood that no one understood this better than Mo Ting. In an era where sex, fans, popularity, and special effects were sold, a tight story without the elements of popular culture was not likely to be accepted by the public. This film can be a hit, Tongning said confidently. With your business acumen, there's no way you can't tell the audience for this film. In reality, the audience isn't attracted by the celebrity effect or special effects. They are simply looking forward to seeing a shocking story in the cinema, not special effects. The reason why you are hesitating is because this story was written by you. Mo Ting looked at Tongning in shock. I can honestly say that this story is amazing. You were able to move me, move Coke and move Fulls. Plus, we all belong to different groups of people. Isn't that enough to explain the problem? Even though, I don't understand why you're only willing to share this story now. Mo Ting admitted defeat. He had never mentioned this to anyone before, but Tongning was able to guess. So, he lifted his hand and gently touched Tongning's cheek. This is the script I wrote before I took over Hai Rui. In other words, this was Mo Ting's dream. It was strange. His dream wasn't to be an actor or a military officer, but to write a script. Trust me, a film with a theme like this will not only be popular in China. That's why I'm considering hiring an overseas actor for the role of the male lead's father. For the sake of international appeal, Mo Ting had given it a lot of thought. Just like every other time they watched a movie, the husband and wife had a lot of topics to discuss about the movie. At this time, Tongning realized that talking about films could actually make Mo Ting relax. This normally busy and intelligent man, when it came to talking about the things he liked, he could also be so excited. Tongning really wanted to complete the dream that Mo Ting didn't get to fulfill when he was young. So, no one was allowed to stop Stupid from being filmed. That night, it was also the day that Xianxia visited the elders of the Tang family home. Facing such a big family, even Father Qi had to be cautious, let alone a junior like Xianxia. But, as soon as Xianxia entered the Tang family home, she discovered that Tang Xian was the only one present. Everyone else was busy with their own tasks. Xianxia lowered her guard. But, she couldn't deny that the Tang Xian and Tang Ning in front of her were indeed sisters. They looked so similar that when they smiled, they both had faint dimples on their cheeks. Xianxia, I'm actually here today because I wanted to ask about Tang Ning. I bumped into her a few days ago at a dinner party and we chatted for a bit. But, I noticed that she didn't mention her family much. It's because she was kicked out of the family by grandfather. Tang Xian replied straightforwardly. Why are you suddenly interested in her? Tang Xian maintained her elegant demeanor as she asked Xianxia with a sharp gaze. You two don't actually know each other, do you? After being seen through, Xianxia smiled awkwardly and explained, I simply don't understand why a rich heiress would humiliate herself and implicate her family. You don't need to worry about this. Tang Ning is self-aware, Tang Xian interrupted Xianxia stiffly. Miss Qi, this is a Tang family matter. Xianxia knew the Tang family weren't to be offended, so she took a step back in order to advance. Xianxia, I don't mean anything by it. I simply feel it's a pity. There's nothing for you to feel sorry about. After all, she was merely the child of a mistress and had no status in the Tang family. Luckily, Tang Ning knew where she stood. At least, she knew better than her mother. So, the Tang family simply pretended Tang Ning didn't exist and didn't interfere with each other. Xianxia did not find out anything useful. All she knew was, Tang Ning had indeed been kicked out of the Tang family. After Xianxia left, Tang Xian instructed a servant to clean up the cup she had drunk from. Just as she was about to stand up, she saw Elder Tang enter the living room with the help of a walking stick. Grandfather. I just saw Miss Qi, what's the matter? Tang Xian did not dare to mention Tang Ning in front of Elder Tang, so she simply replied, I just came to pay a visit. I don't have any other intentions. Elder Tang glanced at Tang Xian. His sharp gaze was filled with suspicion, but he did not probe any further. Instead, he said in a serious tone, I've seen the news about Miss Qi and Tang Ning. Is she the socialite that you were talking about? She shook hands with my granddaughter, yet she insisted on washing her hands because she thought it was dirty. Tang Xian froze. Grandfather. Don't think that I'm still angry at Tang Ning. You all know why I chased Tang Ning out of the family. The person that did such a ridiculous thing was your father, it had nothing to do with Tang Ning. I may have been disappointed in her, but Tang Ning is also my granddaughter, this is an undeniable fact. Elder Tang did not say much, but Tang Xian felt a strong sense of discomfort and unease. In this family, Tang Ning was the only child of a mistress, yet, she received the most love from her grandfather. What did Tang Ning have to deserve this? Plus, what did grandfather mean by this? Tang Ning had no idea that her name had already caused a commotion in the Tang family. She was simply focused on preparing for the filming of the French film Fools. She wanted to give it her best shot and create the effect that Mo Ting wanted. The day before they left for France, Xianxia asked Tang Ning for some time off. As she packed her luggage, Tang Ning turned to look at Xianxia confusedly, haven't you always followed me through thick and thin? Ever since she got together with Lu Che, she no longer clung to me. I want to spend a few more days with him. Plus, when you go to France, boss will be there for you. Whether or not I am there, it doesn't make a difference, Xianxia explained with a smile. Tang Ning looked at Xianxia carefully and noticed marks on her neck. Is that the reason you abandoned me? Xianxia quickly held onto her neck and cleared her throat. Lu Che did something to you? What attack? That sounds so unpleasant. Xianxia pulled out the marriage certificate from her bag and showed it to Tang Ning. We are legally married, legally married. Tang Ning looked at Xianxia and Lu Che's marriage certificate and was a little surprised. Why haven't I heard you mention this before? That day. Later that night, the two of us couldn't control ourselves. So, I told him that I didn't want to have sex before marriage. So. The next day, we got our marriage certificate. Tang Ning handed the marriage certificate back to Xianxia and felt a little upset. You got married so hastily. I didn't even get a chance to give you my blessings. What else is there to say between us? Long Jia laughed. Plus, this was decided by Luce and I. We simply wanted to spend some time together in our own little world. What we have right now is perfect. If I don't allow you to take time off like this, would I still have any humanity left? Tongming put down her luggage and gently hugged Long Jia. You must continue to be so lovey-dovey. Over the past few days, because of Star King's acquisition, Luce has been extremely busy. How about I give my husband a phone call and ask him to give your husband a few days off? What do you think? Oh. You are the best. That afternoon, Mo Ting returned home. Tongming told him about Luce and Long Jia's marriage and asked him to give Luce some time off. Mo Ting thought for a moment and did not reject. After all, we don't need him for the time being. Are you looking down on Luce? Tongming couldn't help but laugh as she handed Mo Ting their luggage. No wonder you've been handling things slower lately. It turns out, you've been focusing your energy elsewhere. Mo Ting gestured for Tongming to stand still and not move around. He then carried their luggage into the car. Everything's packed, let's go. But, you are going overseas with me. Why don't you let Feng Yu replace Luce for a few days? In reality, Tongming wanted to help Hu Jingjing. Luce and Long Jia were already married, but Hu Jingjing and Feng Yu were currently separated. Hu Jingjing isn't in France. Tongming was shocked. How did Mo Ting see through her plan? Plus, you've underestimated your husband. Tongming did not refute as she pulled open the car door and boarded the car with Mo Ting. Their flight was set for 8 p.m. Mo Ting arrived at the airport with a few accompanying staff. As soon as they arrived, they immediately attracted the attention of passers-by. In fact, it wasn't just a small crowd, it was a large crowd. It was so crowded that Tongming and Mo Ting had no way of moving forward. The airport security immediately moved out to disperse the crowd. But, Tongming still felt uncomfortable being squeezed by the fans. At first, Mo Ting was holding on to Tongming's hand. But, there were too many fans, so he immediately released his aura. He suddenly stopped in his tracks and removed his sunglasses. In front of everyone, he wrapped his arms around Tongming from the right to the left and carried her in a half-hug. The fans suddenly screamed in excitement. Seeing Mo Ting was working too hard and couldn't stop to rest, Tongming had no choice but to get out of Mo Ting's embrace and remove her sunglasses. She then bowed to the surrounding fans and explained, "I'm sorry, can you please make way for us? He hasn't rested for a few days, so his mental state isn't particularly good." Tongming did not directly mention Mo Ting's name. She simply used he as a replacement. But, the fans present were shocked by Sue's words as they instinctively took a few steps back. Make way for them, make way for the Mo couple. Thank you, thank you. Tongming returned to Mo Ting's side and Mo Ting looked at her approvingly. Of course, the fan that mentioned the Mo couple was quite pleasing to Mo Ting's eyes. It was a very strange sight. If a normal celebrity were to do something like this at a place like this, they would definitely think that it was a publicity stunt. But, when it came to Tongming and Mo Ting, it was a harmonious scene that made everyone feel comfortable. Mo Ting's abstinence had long been ingrained in the netizens' hearts. Just based on the fact that he was previously elusive, yet he was now willing to give up his personal space and freedom for Tongming, everyone had enough reason to believe that he treasured Tongming. Even stranger, even though everyone knew that Tongming and Mo Ting's status in the industry were as different as the clouds and mud. Damn it, no one felt like she was trying to climb up the social ladder. She was obviously a cold person. But, just a moment ago, in order to not tire Mo Ting out, she lowered her pride and bowed to everyone so they could be lenient. The way she treated the man with equal love made everyone feel like they were worthy of respect. Plenty of women, especially female artists, enjoyed being doted on by men as if it was only natural. But, while Tongming was paying attention to Mo Ting, she was also genuinely concerned about whether he was tired or not. To be honest, I didn't like Tongming in the past. I felt like she was always putting on airs. But, after seeing her take off her glasses and bow to everyone for Mo Ting's sake, I suddenly feel like she's not as annoying as before. I feel the exact opposite. I feel like Tongming is the type of person that treats her own people especially well. I can tell just by looking at how she treats her assistant. Plus, when she and Mo Ting are together, I can feel the respect and admiration she has for him. I'm actually quite envious of her. These were the conversations and discussions of the passers-by as they followed Tongning and Mo Ting for the entire journey. But, at this moment, Tongning only had Mo Ting in her eyes. So, as soon as they boarded the plane, Tongning said to Mo Ting, "Hurry and go to sleep. I've never seen you so tired." Mo Ting did not say a word as he leaned against Tongning's shoulder. Not long after, he fell asleep. Tongning stretched out her hand and rubbed his temples. Her heart ached for him, but there was nothing she could do. During the 11-hour flight, Mo Ting barely woke up once. Tongning did not disturb him. Even though her entire body was numb, she did not move an inch. It wasn't until the plane was about to land that Mo Ting slowly opened his eyes. "You're awake? How long have I slept for?" Mo Ting sat up and looked at the time before turning to look at Tongning. "Almost 10 hours? Have you been lying there all this time?" "I'm fine," Tongning said. Mo Ting didn't believe her. He reached out and pulled her into his embrace, only to discover her entire body was stiff. "Don't be so silly in the future. But I like doing this for you. Besides, isn't love just two idiots getting together?" Seeing Mo Ting's heartbroken expression, Tongning couldn't help but smile. She felt that there wouldn't be another couple in this world like them. Even if it was a small matter, they would still be heartbroken for each other for so long. As expected, as soon as Tongning got off the plane, she was carried away. Tongning also had fans in France. So, she had no choice but to bury her head in Mo Ting's chest. She didn't want to be the center of attention again. Originally, Mo Ting wanted to let Tongning get used to the jet lag after they arrived in France. But, Phil said they couldn't wait any longer and urged them to hurry to the studio. Tongning understood how Phil was feeling, so she replied, "I slept for quite some time on the plane. Plus, who would know if it was night or day on set? I can do it." Mo Ting hugged her tightly for 3 minutes. After arriving in France, the couple had a quick shower and hurried over to Phil's studio. As soon as she saw the couple, Phil was excited. She immediately hugged Tongning and said, "I can't wait for you to try it on." As soon as Tongning saw the finished product, she was also amazed by Phil's talent. The aura of the clothes was very similar to the actress from Stupid. "Go ahead." Mo Ting's eyes were filled with anticipation. Tongning nodded her head and entered the changing room. After putting on the first set of clothes, she suddenly felt like she was the actress and the actress was herself. Tongning was currently wearing a black and white checkered dress with a champagne-colored scarf as her accessory. Tongning suddenly remembered the description of the actress in the script. Especially during the part where she was kept by a rich businessman, she wandered around the nightclub looking for men. She wanted to accept her fate, but at the same time, she didn't want to give up. She sat at the bar in her checkered dress and scanned the men that walked past. She hoped to meet a man that could make her heart beat faster so she could spend the night with him. Tongning walked out of the changing room with this feeling in her heart. Afterwards, Phil covered her mouth in shock. When she first walked in, she was Tongning, but when she walked out, she was a completely different person. Even the makeup on her face had not changed. Mo Ting's expression was complicated as well. He had always known that Tongning was good at analyzing the feelings that clothes were trying to convey. But, he had no idea, Tongning was also good at analyzing his script. "Perfect. Absolutely perfect," Phil exclaimed. "Oh God, who is this? Is this still Tongning?" Tongning looked at Mo Ting expectantly. The couple stared at each other for quite some time without saying a word. In the end, Mo Ting pulled Tongning into his embrace and hugged her tightly. Tongning had made him feel like he was looking at a character from a film. "President Mo, are you still hesitating?" Phil asked excitedly. "I think she will definitely be the female lead of the film." After hearing Phil's words, Tongning finally understood. So, she quickly explained, "At most, I can give you an idea of what kind of actress to look for." Mo Ting did not respond too much. He didn't want to force Tongning to do anything, nor did he want to give her too much pressure. Seeing Mo Ting remain silent, Tongning asked in disbelief, "Don't tell me you also think I'm suitable?" "Because you understand me and know how I feel," Mo Ting said sincerely. Tongming understood him too well, so she naturally understood his script. But, the agency has already spoken to you, Xianxia. So, don't worry, we will only be filming a film. Okay, Tongming nodded. She was an outsider. If she was asked to play the role of a passerby or a corpse, she felt she could do it. But, the female lead. Especially when it came to Mo Ting's script. President Mo, are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Fashion Week is about to start. Mo Ting changed the topic. Plus, I hope she can shine in her own field. She doesn't lack anything, so there's no need for her to change her career. You will regret it. Fools had always felt that some things were destined to happen. Fools did not have a lot of work to do, the entire shoot only took half a day. But, looking at Tongming in front of the camera, Fools still felt it was a pity that Mo Ting didn't use her. Are you suspecting that Tongming doesn't have a professional foundation and can't handle the role? Fools asked Mo Ting. I simply don't want to kidnap her, Mo Ting replied as he crossed his arms. She has her own dreams that she wants to achieve. I don't want her to give up on something that's already within her reach because of me. The filming of Stupid clashes with Fashion Week. If she misses February's Fashion Week, it will affect her ranking next season. You are really considerate of her. Mo Ting looked at Tongming through the camera lens and noticed her confidence. He then smiled and said, I only have this one treasure. Even if it's my dream, I will still give in for her. Okay, I don't think I can convince you, Fools knew her limitations. But, no matter what, I am still deeply honored to have met you and a great model like Tongming. I feel the two of you are quite interesting. It seems, as long as you work together, nothing can stop you. It's as you say, Mo Ting couldn't deny this point. After filming was over, the group gathered for a meal. Director Coke was also present because Stupid was about to hold its press conference. The group treated each other like friends without any awkwardness. However, before they left, Coke turned to Mo Ting and said mysteriously, actually, I also have high hopes for your wife. Mo Ting smiled without giving Coke an answer. Seeing the mysterious smiles on the couple's faces, Tongming asked Mo Ting as soon as they returned to the hotel, you, Fools and Director Coke are acting a little strange. How so? Mo Ting asked as he wrapped his arm around Tongming's waist. Don't tell me they aren't looking at me with a burning gaze? Tongming asked as she pointed to her eyes. Mo Ting smiled as he led Tongming to sit on the edge of the bed and explained, because they all feel you should be the female lead of Stupid. Tongming froze for a moment without saying a word. However, Mo Ting quickly dispelled her nervousness, I've already rejected them. Don't worry. In reality, Tongming understood Mo Ting had the same desire, but she wasn't so sure. She knew, without any international awards to support her, it wouldn't be appropriate for her to suddenly become an actress. That was equivalent to starting from zero, because it was a whole new field. Most importantly, she was a little afraid. If she really fell in love with acting? This was a difficult multiple-choice question. What are you thinking about? Seeing Tongming in a daze, Mo Ting pressed her down on the bed and removed her robe. Tongming immediately sensed Mo Ting's intentions. She collected her thoughts and wrapped her arms around Mo Ting's neck. What time are you flying back tomorrow? Noon. Then. Before Tongming could finish her sentence, Mo Ting's kiss landed on her lips. Tongming carefully looked at Mo Ting's thick eyelashes. All of a sudden, she wanted to look at him up close. However, Mo Ting suddenly sat up, grabbed her hands and placed them on top of his robe. Help me take them off. Tongming also sat up, but her robe had already slipped off her body. She looked at Mo Ting in a daze as she removed his robe. Her long and slender fingers silently crawled up his back. Two perfect bodies without any excess fat were entwined like vines. The possessive desire to eat each other into their stomachs was actually the most crazy thing to do. Mo Ting never left a mark on Tongming's body. Tongming, on the other hand, would occasionally nibble on his shoulder. However, Mo Ting never felt any pain. He knew better than anyone, this was Tongming's unique mark. After the pleasure, Mo Ting hugged Tongming and joined their bodies together. Tongming did not say a word, her lips simply curved upwards into a smile. Because, when you love someone, you will understand why you want him to do this to you. You want To possess him in the deepest way possible. Late at night in Beijing, it was colder than in France. The wind was bone-chilling. Meanwhile, actress Xianxia was having dinner with a rich man at a 5-star hotel. As an A-list actress, Xianxia had already won every major award in the country. At the tender age of 31, she had already taken part in a Hollywood film that had grossed nearly $1.5 billion. Amongst all the overseas Chinese actors, she held a certain amount of weight. Of course, she was also one of the A-list actresses that Mo Ting had already signed. However, just as she was about to sign her contract, a man called Jay King contacted her. He was the mixed-race man that she was currently having dinner with. If Xianxia remembered correctly, Jay King's father was also a shareholder of Hai Rui. So, why would he treat her to dinner alone? Miss you. You are indeed beautiful. Jay King, if you have something to say, then don't hesitate to say it. Xianxia was used to big scenes. But, she wanted to know if Jay King was really brave enough to compete with Mo Ting for her. Miss Yu is indeed a heroine, Jay King laughed. But, don't misunderstand. I simply want to pursue you. Pursue me? Xianxia laughed. Why didn't you pursue me earlier or later? Why did you choose this time? This time? Miss Yu's daughter should be able to call you mother by now, right? Did you send someone to investigate me? Xianxia's expression suddenly changed as her gaze turned fierce and angry. In this industry, what secrets can there be? Jay King shrugged. Do you believe me? Hai Rui actually has more information than you do. For example, they know which other female celebrities your lover has slept with. Mo Ting is too much of a gentleman to use this to threaten his artists. But, I'm different. I like to be ruthless. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, Tell me, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to stop filming, stupid? I agree. You don't need to stop filming. You can continue. But, I want you to make an accident towards the end, Jay King said. For such a big project, if we have to start all over again after finishing filming, I wonder how Hai Rui's shareholders would feel about Mo Ting. You can't blame President Mo for this. I naturally have a way to blame it on him, Xianxia scoffed. Xianxia scoffed, so, your ambition isn't just to snatch people from Mo Ting, it's to snatch Hai Rui. Don't worry, I will make sure you get out of this unscathed. You will still be the treasured actress that everyone loves. Xianxia tried her best to hold back her anger. But when she thought about her daughter and her career, Xianxia had no choice but to temporarily compromise. Even if you do everything you can to snatch it from Mo Ting, you may not win. Jay King, you are wrong. Mo Ting has never been a gentleman. When faced with a wolf, he is the devil. You seem to know him very well. Because we were classmates. Why didn't you try to find out more about this? Xianxia asked. Of course, it's not a big deal. But, the fact that Hai Rui has access to so much information is unexpected, yet understandable. This is also what sets Mo Ting apart from others. As long as someone is loyal to him, they will feel safe even if he knows about their privacy. In fact, they will feel a sense of security. You, on the other hand, only know how to use force. That is the difference. After speaking, Xianxia stood up. Before she left, she blew Jay King a kiss. I hope you succeed in seizing power and don't die a horrible death. By the way, some people think that if they are given the same power and status, they will be able to achieve great things. In the end, reality will prove them wrong. They need to know their place. Jay King coldly stroked the corner of his lips. At this point, what did he care about the location of the seat? All he knew was, men were wild. There was no man that didn't love power. The next day, Tong Ning slept with Mo Ting for the entire morning. Originally, she wanted him to rest for a few more days, but seeing his excitement towards stupid, she knew she had no reason to stop him. However, the way they slept last night was a little out of Tong Ning's expectations of relationships. So, when she woke up, her cheeks were flushed red. On top of that, some of the tools were wrapped around Mo Ting's private parts. It was bound to be uncomfortable, so Tong Ning had no choice but to help him clean up. As Tong Ning reached out her hands, Mo Ting woke up. Of course, he did not let her know. otherwise, his little wife would feel awkward again. After Tongning covered him with the blanket, Mo Ting wrapped his arms around her and pressed her under his body. "Mrs. Mo, you are very virtuous." Tongning knew he did it on purpose, so she covered her face in embarrassment. "Sleep a little longer, there's still some time before we leave the airport." After speaking, she pushed Mo Ting away and hid in the bathroom. Mo Ting propped himself up and couldn't help but laugh. If he could be this blissful every morning, he would be willing to trade his life for it. 1 p.m. The couple returned to Beijing. But, just before boarding the plane, Tongning received an unexpected phone call. Her expression immediately changed. "I am Tang Xian. After you return, come meet with me." The Tang family, hearing Tang Xian's voice, Tongning felt like a lifetime had passed. Unknowingly, 9 years had passed. In fact, she was used to being alone, so when she suddenly received a call from the Tang family, her first thought was that there was going to be trouble. On the other side of the phone, seeing Tongning did not respond, Tang Xian's tone hardened. "What, you don't want to? There doesn't seem to be a need for us to meet." When she was young, she had always felt that she had stolen something from someone else. When she was 17 to 18, she was full of youthful vigor, but now that she was 26 years old, she no longer needed to hide her thoughts. She no longer had any feelings for the Tang siblings, apart from hatred. "I'll ask the driver to pick you up tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Tang Xian didn't seem to hear Tongning's words. Tongning couldn't be bothered to refute, so she finally said, "I'll drive there myself." "Suit yourself." Tongning put down her phone and Mo Ting put his arm around her shoulder. "What happened?" "Tang Xian wants to meet with me. She's the eldest daughter of the Tang family. However, I simply want to live my life with you. I don't want to have anything to do with the Tang family." Mo Ting lowered his head and kissed her forehead. His voice was filled with heartache. "I know. I won't stay for long after I meet up with them tomorrow." Tongning asked for Mo Ting's opinion. I'll drive the best car in the house." Tongning understood what Mo Ting meant. He didn't want her to be humiliated by Tang Xian. But, Tongning felt there was no point in doing so. After all, Tang Xian's contempt towards her had started with her mother. After boarding the plane, Tongning quickly fell asleep from the night before. Meanwhile, Mo Ting hugged Tongning and fell into deep thought. No one could bully Tongning, not even the Tang family. The next morning, Tongning arrived at her family's underground garage. Seeing the limited edition Maybach parked in the innermost part of the garage, she shook her head and decided to drive the most inconspicuous car. She felt it was more convenient this way. The place to meet up with Tang Xian was at a high-class private club in Beijing. 9 a.m., Tongning arrived at the club and entered the reserved booth. She then waited for Tang Xian to arrive. It seemed, no matter how many years had passed, Tang Xian's habits had not changed. She liked to make others wait for her to highlight her social status. However, Tongning did not show any displeasure. She simply sat in the same spot and flipped through a magazine. Surprisingly, out of the 3 magazines, 2 of them had her on the front cover. Half an hour later, Tang Xian finally arrived. Facing the experienced and ruthless Tang Xian, Tongning actually appeared like a delicate rose. Tang Xian was wearing a dark red turtleneck sweater and a black trench coat. Her ink-black hair was permed into big curls and her makeup was thick but not tacky. Her beauty carried a hint of aggressiveness and wildness. As soon as she saw Tongning, she pulled out a contract from her diamond-encrusted handbag and handed it to her. "This is a share transfer agreement for one of my entertainment companies. If there are no issues, then sign it." Tongning did not move an inch. She simply smiled mockingly. "Just a moment ago, I was downstairs having tea with a client and saw the car you were driving. Although you found yourself a rich tycoon in the entertainment industry, he doesn't seem to care much about you. Plus, you don't have a title to him, so it's easy for you to be taken advantage of. Sign it, otherwise, you'll end up with nothing." Tongning lowered her head and took a sip of her coffee. "Did you call me here today just to say this? A few days ago, grandfather mentioned your name in front of me. Are you afraid I'll return to the Tang family?" Tongning finally understood Tang Xian's intention as her voice turned cold. "If you hadn't come to disturb me, I wouldn't even have remembered the Tang family existed. You can take back the company. In exchange for me not returning to the Tang family, the two of you must never appear in front of me again. I want you to retire from the modeling industry, Tang Xian said in an even colder voice. You are becoming more and more famous by the day. Whenever you are mentioned, people will inevitably think of your family background. Although we don't want to admit it, the media will automatically link us together. I don't want to see a single member of the Tang family's name appear on the pages of those dirty magazines. Because I feel disgusted when my name is placed next to a bunch of shady names. I guess so. But, I don't think they are shady. At least, they rely on their own abilities to survive, Tang Ning retorted. Tang Xian, you need to remember, I'm not returning to the Tang family because I'm kind, but it doesn't mean I owe you anything. From now on, don't ask me to do things like it's only natural. I have the freedom to do whatever I want. Tang Xian was a little surprised. She never expected Tang Ning to have a temper and refute her. Whether I return to the Tang family or not, it's all up to me. I was simply being polite when I mentioned the terms. Don't take it seriously. You've been married for 3 years and you still haven't given birth to a child. You must be worrying too much about other people. You should focus on yourself first. If there's nothing else, I'm going to leave first. Next time, don't ask me out for no reason. I was simply giving face to grandfather this time. After speaking, Tang Ning stood up. But, just as she was about to leave, Mo Ting's tall figure appeared in front of the couple and asked, Are you done? Tang Ning nodded. Miss Tang is quite generous to give me an entertainment agency. Mo Ting wrapped his arm around Tang Ning's waist and looked at the share transfer agreement. He then laughed. I wonder where Miss Tang's sense of superiority comes from? You are a part of the Tang family and Tang Ning is a part of the Mo family. Above the Tang family is the Mo family. Don't think you're invincible. Don't come looking for Tang Ning again. If you deny it, I will assume the Tang family is trying to climb up to the Mo family. Tang Xian appeared calm on the surface, but in reality, she was so angry that her entire body was trembling. Mo Ting looked down at Tang Xian. Seeing her reaction, his lips curved upwards in satisfaction as he gestured for Tang Ning to leave. Let's go. Tang Ning nodded her head. Her heart felt unusually warm. This was the sense of security her husband gave her. So, she couldn't help but complain, the car I drive is being laughed at. That's because you keep a low profile. Tang Ning got rid of the unhappiness in her heart as she held Mo Ting's hand and left the private club. They then boarded Mo Ting's limited edition sports car and drove off, leaving Tang Xian to smash the cup of coffee in her hand. Tang Ning, you are capable. Unfortunately, you will never marry into the Mo family. I refuse to believe that the Mo family will tolerate a model. Was this an incomprehensible disease of wealth? On the way home, Tang Ning smiled. Why are you here? Do you want me to watch you being humiliated with words? Mo Ting looked at Tang Ning and said in a serious tone, No one can bully you, no one can. You too. Tang Ning replied with the same determination. Their eyes met. In the end, Tang Ning smiled. Don't worry, I'm no longer the Tang Ning from back then. I won't take this lying down. Taking a step back, even if I tolerate it today, it's so that I can return the slap in the future. Stupid is about to hold its press release. Do you want to attend with me? The press conference had nothing to do with her, however, yes, Tang Ning answered straightforwardly. A doting smile appeared on Mo Ting's face as he escorted her back to Hyatt Regency. That night, Tang Ning received news from Mo Ting that she had once again won the title of the most beautiful legs in the world. She was now ranked third. Mo Ting arranged for Fang Yu to release an announcement to raise Tang Ning's international status. Following on, they had to prepare for the Fashion Week auditions. But, Tang Ning decided to head to Milan in the middle of January when Stupid officially began filming. In reality, the male lead had already joined the cast and Xianxia was to join the cast of Stupid as soon as she completed her previous film. But, because of her schedule, Xianxia requested for her scenes to be filmed together. In reality, there weren't many scenes, only around 100. But, no one expected Xianxia to make this request because she was brewing a huge conspiracy. Xianxia was not an actress under Hai Rui, so Hai Rui had no way of coordinating her schedule. So, Mo Ting agreed. 2 days later, Hai Rui held a press conference for Stupid. Hai Rui's main focus was on the world-class director, three-time Fei Tian Best Actor Lin Xing and Hollywood's Chinese Best Supporting Actress, Xianxia. Of course, there was no lack of famous American actors joining the cast. Stupid had used the best resources in the film and television industry. As soon as the press conference was released, film fans immediately raised their heads in anticipation. After all, they were used to watching fan films. So, they were hoping for a film with a good storyline and good acting skills. On the other hand, the poster for Stupid used the male lead's entire face. Half of it was lifeless like a fool, while the other half was sharp like a demon. Such a contrast immediately attracted the attention of movie fans. Plus, it was produced by Hai Rui, so film fans were extremely excited. They all left comments expressing their anticipation for the film to be released. At the press conference for Stupid, if a careful reporter was present, he would have noticed that Tongning was sitting below the stage. Her eyes were filled with trust and admiration as she looked at Mo Ting. No one knew who the screenwriter of Stupid was. In fact, Mo Ting had not told anyone. In this entire world, only Tongning knew. After Mo Ting finished his speech, he gently nodded at Xianxia as a greeting. However, Xianxia's eyes flashed with an unnatural look. If a smart person like Mo Ting found out that someone was messing with him like this, would he suffer a huge blow when the truth was revealed? Mo Ting walked past Xianxia and returned to his seat beside Tongning. At this moment, the reporters realized that Tongning had been sitting below the stage the entire time. The two of them sat side by side and did not make any particularly intimate movements. They would only occasionally whisper a few words into each other's ears and their heads against each other's. Wait a moment, I have a meeting to attend. I'll get Luce to take you home. Okay, you can go first. In the end, without Mo Ting around, Tongning was immediately surrounded by reporters after the press conference. Miss Tongning, which celebrity are you here to support today? Tongning had a feeling that the reporters were asking the obvious. After a moment of silence, Tongning replied, "This film is very exciting." In other words, she was here because of the film. The reporters choked for a moment. They suddenly felt that Tongning's ability to play Tai Chi with the media was getting better and better. In that case, President Mo must value this film a lot, right? I heard he personally chose the director and actors. He values every single one of Hai Rui's productions. Tongning did not fall for the trap that the media had dug for her. Rumor has it that President Mo has decided to cast you as the female lead. Is this true? Hearing this question, Tongning subconsciously looked in Xianxia's direction and replied, "I'm not sure where you heard this from, but this is the first time I've heard of it." How could that be? You are President Mo's girlfriend. With such a good script and such a big production team, this is a rare opportunity. If Miss Tongning was given the opportunity, would you agree to star in it? Hearing the reporter's questions, Tongning furrowed her brows. President Mo is also your manager. How could he not consider his own artist? The reporter's voice was very loud and his questions were very direct. As a result, the main production team of Stupid naturally felt uncomfortable after hearing their questions. I think the reporter that asked this question hasn't graduated yet, right? A crisp voice interrupted Tongning's response from behind. Her tone was a little arrogant. Tongning turned around to see Xianxia had walked over to her side and was answering the reporter's question on her behalf. The President Mo I know has always been impartial. He is not someone who can't differentiate between work and personal matters. Plus, don't bully her while her boyfriend isn't around. Xianxia's words sounded like she was trying to help Tongning out of a difficult situation, but Tongning felt her words were harsh on her ears. However, Tongning did not show it. She simply maintained her usual smile and said to the media, "Every decision that President Mo makes is after careful consideration and is most suitable for everyone. The reason why I am here today is purely because I like Stupid and because I am familiar with the writer. I simply wanted to give him some support and encouragement. I have no other intentions." After speaking, Tongning did not wait for the reporters and Xianxia to respond as she directly left. It was obvious, Tongning had no intention of accepting Xianxia's help. Because Xianxia's tone was like, "Are you guys joking?" Even if Mo Ting wanted to promote his girlfriend, he wouldn't hire a model that doesn't know anything. What does she know about acting? In reality, that was exactly what Xianxia meant. If she wanted to walk on the runway, she should focus on her runway. Not every bowl of rice could be eaten by her. Especially when it was such a big production. Is Tongming leaving just like that? Xianxia helped her out. Isn't she going to say a word of thanks? What do you guys know? She must have begged President Mo for help, but he didn't agree, so she's not happy. Xianxia listened to the discussion of the reporters as she turned around and left with a meaningful look in her eyes. Although she said these words on purpose, it was undeniable that she was sincere. Tongming was Mo Ting's person, so it was easy for her to give him pillow talk. Plus, as an inexperienced model, if she was to take part in the film, wouldn't she be making a joke out of all the actors that had been honed for years? After the press conference, Xianxia and her assistant left the venue together. However, they bumped into Jay King in the parking lot. Xianxia carefully got into Jay King's car and asked, "What are you doing here?" "I've already achieved the result you wanted. Now, the reporters all know there's a gap between us." "You really put in a lot of effort," Jay King praised. "You only have 100 scenes. Just bear with it. If you don't want to be discovered by Mo Ting, you better not appear in front of me," Xianxia scoffed as she pushed open the door and left Jay King's sports car. In actual fact, Xianxia really liked the story of Stupid. If she wasn't threatened, she really wanted to use Stupid to fight for a few more awards. What a pity, perhaps this was all fate. Tongming appears at press conference and falls out with Xianxia. Tongming suspected of secretly asking boyfriend to take part in Stupid. Xianxia mocks Tongming, "Walk your runway path well." This was the article that the media released after Tongming appeared at the press conference for Stupid. After Xianxia saw it, she directly crumpled the newspaper into a ball and threw it into the bin. Damn, are the media blind? When did we say we wanted to act? Plus, why can't we act? Xianxia couldn't accept it. Actually, Xianxia had long felt that Tongming was not only a natural model, she was also a natural actress. Because every time she appeared on the runway, her soul would blend in with the stage and the exhibits. It made people feel like she was a person that could change a lot. She could blend in with any environment. As for those film fans, they kept saying that a model should be a good model and not ruin the film. "You are the one who ruined the film, your whole family ruined the film." "They're not wrong," Tongming said as she held on to the magazine. "I don't know how to act, that is the truth. But, they don't have to make it sound so bad, right?" Tongming didn't mind at all. After all, they weren't in the same industry, so it was fine as long as she didn't mind. "To be honest, did President Mo tell you to act in the film?" Xianxia suddenly jumped over to Tongming's side and leaned on her shoulder as she asked suggestively. "Why do you want me to act?" Tongming asked as she glared at Xianxia. "It will allow you to develop more comprehensively. Also, according to your personality, you will want to try it, especially when someone provokes you." "But I really don't understand anything." Soon, Xianxia will be joining the cast. From now on, there will be less news about her. Just ignore her. I believe, if they were actors from Hai Rui, boss would have dealt with them a long time ago. Tongming smiled helplessly. "We are not competitors, there is no need for us to be so involved. She can beat me up in the film and television industry, but I can also laugh at her in the modeling industry. We are simply using our strengths to compete with others' weaknesses. There is nothing for you to be angry about." "That's true." Xianxia nodded her head in agreement. "By the way, Jingjing seems to have returned to China. Since you don't have any work these few days, do you want to go look for her?" "Forget it," Tongming shook her head. "Let her spend some time with Fengyu 7 p.m. Mo Ting returned home to find Tongming lying on the sofa with her script in her hands, waiting for him. He immediately ran over and carried her in his arms. Tongming had a light sleep. As soon as she woke up to find Mo Ting, she rubbed her head against his chest. "It's time to get off work. I saw the interview after the press conference." It wasn't a big deal." Tongming replied gently. But, after thinking for a moment, she suddenly asked, "Does Xianxia's agency have a plan to create hype?" "Why do you say that?" "I feel like the reporter's question is too misleading," Tongming replied in seriousness. "Plus, only Kokenfels mentioned me to you. how did the reporter find out? After hearing this, Mo Ting gently nudged Tong Ning's head. I will take note of it. You've worked hard, wifey. Judging from your calm expression, do you know what you're doing? Before talking to you Xianxia, I spoke to the person in charge of her agency. She doesn't have any upcoming events, but she suddenly requested to focus on filming. She said there were some changes to her schedule. From what I know, she only has one overseas event and it was already scheduled a long time ago. Mo Ting replied. Then why did you? Shoo. I also have a new plan, Mo Ting said as he placed her on the soft bed. These few days. Yu Shanshan finally joined the cast. Originally, Yu Shanshan thought the news of Tong Ning snatching the female lead would be suppressed. But, Yu fans ended up leaving comments on Mo Ting's social media page, telling him not to take the unorthodox path and to keep an eye on Tong Ning and not ruin the film, but, that place was where Mo Ting and Tong Ning's CP fans gathered. So, seeing the Yu fans' insults, there was no way they could tolerate it. So, they immediately retaliated, mocking Yu Shanshan for her short legs and saying she couldn't hold up to the aura of an actress. Just like that, a battle between fans began. However, Tong Ning had never publicly expressed or hinted that she wanted to steal the lead role of Stupid. However, the matter continued to be stirred up. Even though Hai Rui tried their best to suppress public opinion, the anger of the fans wasn't something that could be resolved simply by removing the trending searches. Tong Ning, who was fanning the flames behind the scenes? Long Jiao looked at the various comments and felt something wasn't right. But, they didn't offend Yu Shanshan, did they? Plus, in their eyes, why is there such a huge difference between a model and an actor? What do you mean by at least relying on acting skills to make a living? Why don't you let these people try a fashion show? Stop reading these boring gossips, Tong Ning said as she lifted her head. Long Jia opened her mouth and sighed. No matter what, Tong Ning always managed to maintain her composure. But, Long Jia couldn't. Even though she knew she didn't need to care about these people, Long Jia was still angered to the point of vomiting blood. Why hasn't boss stepped out to clarify this matter? Tong Ning suddenly lowered her head and did not say a word. Meanwhile, Long Jia's eyes widened. Does boss really want you to act? That was why he kept quiet. Otherwise, if Tong Ning accepted, it would be a slap in the face. Then it's not him. There's no way he would use me to create hype. I'm afraid this matter isn't as simple as Yu Shanshan. Otherwise, he would have dealt with it long ago and wouldn't have waited until now. It sounds a little complicated. Since it's all under the boss's control, I won't ask. Tong Ning nodded her head. You should have said this from the start. Then tell me, if you were really needed, would you do it? She simply hoped Yu Shanshan wouldn't cause any more trouble. But, if Mo Ting needed her, she would definitely step forward. Seeing Tong Ning did not respond, Long Jia smiled. No matter what you do, I will support. You read, you watch, I will continue to fight a few hundred rounds with this retard. President, the fans are still fighting fiercely. Lu Che showed the latest data to Mo Ting. I've already investigated a few active fans and checked their IP address. It seems the same person is behind all of this. Someone is indeed stirring up trouble behind the scenes. But, there's something I don't understand. Why didn't the president clarify? Lu Che was a little confused. Logically speaking, it was just a simple request from Mo Ting. Was it really that difficult? If it's Yu Shanshan, she is already the lead actress. According to her reputation, does she need to use Tong Ning to create hype? Hai Rui has already prepared a series of promotional plans. There is no need for her to risk offending me, so. I understand now. There's someone else behind this. Who are you trying to make things difficult for? Lu Che thought for a few seconds before pointing his finger at Mo Ting. You. But, if you step forward to clarify, none of this will happen. Lu Che returned to the original question. But, after thinking about it, Mo Ting still had not said a word, which meant. Does the president really want the madam to act? As long as she tells me that she doesn't want to act, I will step forward to clarify. As long as she doesn't say anything, I will definitely pave the way for her. So. Expanding the matter is simply a part of the plan. Since Yu Shanshan requested for everyone to film together, it meant she couldn't just stay out of this. Since they were all in the same boat, he would simply give them a tooth for a tooth. Will the madam want to act? She wants to, Mo Ting replied without hesitation. Because she knows she is the most suitable person for the role. More importantly, she knows how important stupid is to me. I hate it when people give up halfway. Those that challenge me usually pay a higher price. This was something Luce believed. Late at night, Tongming looked at the schedule that Mo Ting had arranged for her. Filming for Stupid had already begun and it was time for her to attend Fashion Week. But, whenever she thought about Xianxia, she felt uneasy. She indeed had a special feeling towards Stupid. Not only because it was written by Mo Ting, but because, through Stupid, she gained a deeper understanding of Mo Ting's world. As a woman that doted on her husband, she couldn't tolerate anyone being disrespectful to his work. For example, the male lead, Lin Xing, had publicly supported Xianxia and ridiculed her. But, Tongming did not feel uncomfortable because Lin Xing was extremely serious about the script. As long as she was serious about filming, she didn't care what Lin Xing said. But, Xianxia wasn't. That night, Tongming tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Perhaps, she was afraid of waking Mo Ting up, so she tiptoed to the garden to get some air to wake herself up. But, Mo Ting had always been paying attention to his chest. How could he not notice his arms were empty? It's only 3 a.m., why are you up? Tongming turned around and looked at Mo Ting as she shook her head. I can't sleep. Did I put pressure on you? Mo Ting asked with a double meaning as he wrapped his arms around Tongming from behind. Let's do what we did in the past. If Xianxia stops, or if the person behind her stops, then we won't make a move. Nothing will change, okay? What if they don't stop? Mo Ting's eyes suddenly darkened. Tongming turned around and wrapped her arms around Mo Ting's waist. I'm sorry, they can bully me, but they can't bully you. I'll act. No matter how difficult it is, I will still try for you. Mo Ting smiled gently and hugged Tongming tightly. Okay. Who told Tongming to be a husband that was doted on by power? After the couple agreed, Mo Ting returned to the bedroom with Tongming. He couldn't imagine how much she cared about this matter to the point that she couldn't sleep at night. He didn't mean to force her like this. He couldn't help but feel his heart ache. But, since he had made a promise to Tongming, Mo Ting was going to put it into practice. He promised to give Xianxia a chance, so he wasn't going to go back on his word. So, the next day, Mo Ting went to visit Hai Rui's film studio. While Xianxia was waiting to film, he called her into the waiting room. Although they were classmates, Xianxia did not dare to look into Mo Ting's eyes. He was too stern, it was like he could see right through her. Did you think that by not looking into my eyes, you would be able to avoid the fact that I came looking for you today? Mo Ting was dressed in a dark blue custom-made suit, giving off a noble aura. Xianxia was a little flustered, but she gathered her courage and looked at Mo Ting. Mo Ting looked at Xianxia and handed her the contract in his hand. I've increased your salary. Why? Because I want to buy your loyalty. Mo Ting said straightforwardly. He stared into Xianxia's eyes and said, since we are classmates, I can ignore what you did behind my back. But, my patience is limited. I don't understand what you're saying. This time Mo Ting did not say a word. He simply smiled at Xianxia. But, this smile was enough to make Xianxia feel the power of destruction. For a split second, she wanted to tell the truth, but King had also come looking for her. The child is now in King's hands. For the sake of the child, Xianxia took a deep breath and said, Thank you, President Mo. I won't let you down. So, he stood up to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he turned around and asked Xianxia, do you really think Tongming won't be able to act in your role? Before Xianxia could understand what Mo Ting meant, Mo Ting had already turned to leave. Xianxia weakly sat on the sofa, but her palms were covered in cold sweat. Mo Ting understood. This was Mo Ting's final and most direct warning, but King had no intention of backing down this time, so what else could she do? So, the news was still hyping up, and the fans were still fighting. Xianxia repeated Mo Ting's words to King. At this time, King said to Xianxia, keep a low profile for now. I will also keep a low profile for a while. Once your scenes are almost over, I will once again bring up this matter and stir it up. When that time comes, go tell Mo Ting and ask him to arrange a scene where you and Tongning break the ice and lure her onto the set. What do you want this time? Xianxia was a little frightened. The feeling of being constantly used by others made her feel abnormally uncomfortable. You'll know what I want to do when the time comes. You really aren't just a normal kind of sinister. After saying this, Xianxia stepped out of Jay King's car. That afternoon, Mo Ting arrived on set to visit Tongning. However, it had to be said that from that day onwards, the number of fans arguing online decreased by a lot, and the two sides became much more harmonious. Filming seemed to be going on the right track. Tongning followed Mo Ting to visit Xianxia on set. In the end, she discovered that Xianxia was indeed worthy of being nominated for Hollywood's Best Supporting Actress. Her acting was indisputably good. So, Tongning relaxed and her trip to Milan was just around the corner. Mrs. Mo, I have to remind you that it's already late January. Are we going to announce our marriage in February? Mo Ting had just returned home from work and was changing into comfortable home clothes in the cloakroom. Tongning was in the middle of packing when she heard Mo Ting's question. She was a little surprised as she tilted her head and thought for a few seconds, what do you think? During February, you will spend most of your time in Milan. When your work is almost done, I will make arrangements, Mo Ting replied. I'm fine with anything. I'll listen to you. Tongning turned and smiled at Mo Ting. Announcing their marriage, who knew how many people would be shocked to death? Tongning thought about it and felt a little nervous. After all, a lot of things were going to be different. By the way, I don't want Xianxia to accompany me on the flight to Milan tomorrow. Let Fang Yu accompany me for 2 days. When you take over, he will return to Hai Rui. After changing, Mo Ting approached Tongning from behind and helped her close her luggage. He then nodded his head, no matter where you go, you never forget to ask for benefits from your good friend. Think about the last time Jingjing came back, she didn't even stay for a day before leaving. This time, she will also be in Milan. Tongning wrapped her arms around Mo Ting's waist. We've been apart for 2 days and you already couldn't stand it, let alone them being apart for half a month. Madam President, if you want someone, do you think I dare to not let them go? I will ask Fang Yu to free up some time in a moment. Tongning was satisfied. She stood on her tiptoes and wrapped her arms around Mo Ting's neck as she gave him a lingering kiss. Mo Ting noticed she was a little unsteady, so he wrapped his arm around her waist. Why are you trembling? Every time I kiss you, I still feel nervous. It's like kissing someone for the first time and I can't help but get excited. Mo Ting's finger gently swept across Tongning's cheek and stopped at her earlobe as he played with it. To me, you are also my goddess, my only queen. As their eyes met, the couple quickly kissed. Tongning felt weak all over. She wanted to find something to lean on, so she grabbed onto Mo Ting and said while panting, let's go back to the bedroom, okay? Mo Ting did not respond. He couldn't bear to be apart for 2 days. So, he directly pressed Tongning against the closet and said in a deep voice, but, I can't wait anymore. Tongning felt she could no longer look directly into the closet from now on. Especially since there were so many mirrors inside, this man seemed to be good at turning the house into a place of pleasure. Most importantly, she had no way of rejecting him. The next day, Tongning and Fang Yu arrived in Milan on time. As the person accompanying Tongning this time wasn't Mo Ting, the media once again wrote that Tongning had a disagreement with Mo Ting over stupid and had been given the cold shoulder by Mo Ting. At the end of the day, she is still just his girlfriend. No matter how much he dotes on her, when it comes to important times, benefits still come first. How can relationships in the entertainment industry stand up to challenges? They are simply consoling each other. Did they really think they could get married? These people sure have nothing better to do. How could something like this become a reason for you to break up? Luce said helplessly. Mo Ting put down the documents in his hands and turned to look at the comments online. His eyebrows furrowed. A moment later, he updated his personal page with the latest news. There were no words, only a photo. A photo of Tongning lying in his arms. Do they have to do this? Tongming has already left the country, yet President Mo still wants to show off his PDA. Why are the media so nosy? Even Mo Ting can't stand it anymore. How can he allow them to slander his girlfriend so easily? I think it's time for the media to stop. All I know is, Mo Ting spoils his wife too much. What cold shoulder? It's simply because they bumped into each other at work. Can you all leave now? After seeing the photo that Mo Ting had posted, Lu Che couldn't help but feel surprised. Actually, Tongming didn't necessarily care about these rumors. His CEO was getting more and more impatient. In reality, Mo Ting simply wanted to give the media a firm attitude. Because, with this attitude, Tongming would feel at ease no matter where she went. The set of Stupid. Within a few days of filming, Xianxia had already completed more than half of her scenes. Although there weren't many scenes, they were extremely important. Although director Koch felt that Tongming was the best candidate, he couldn't help but acknowledge Xianxia's acting. Whether it was her crying scenes or her outburst, her acting was full of tension and was very convincing. Seeing Xianxia rush through her scenes, best actor Lin Xing couldn't help but say to her in private, "Your acting is obvious, you won't be replaced by anyone. You don't need to rush." Xianxia was a little surprised. She never expected the cold and straightforward best actor Lin Xing to speak up for her. However, she felt a little guilty. She didn't rush her scenes because she was afraid someone else would steal her role. She was simply an accomplice in King's scheme to harm Tongming and Mo Ting. "I'm fine," Xianxia replied coldly. Lin Xing sneered and continued, "Because neither of us are from Hairue. I have no reason to stand on your side. Your role isn't something that just anyone can play, let alone a model." "Thank you, I have at least that much confidence." Xianxia took a deep breath. She felt the more she said, the more uncomfortable she felt. Inside the waiting room, amongst the magazines placed randomly, was the cover of Tongming's TQ. Xianxia picked up the magazine in her hands and glanced at Tongming on the cover. She felt the expression in her eyes. Had a spirituality that could see through one's heart. Tongming was innocent, but who wasn't? As long as an artist was involved in an internal battle for power, all that was left was dirty. So, Xianxia directly threw the magazine in the bin. "Tongming, don't blame her." Milan. Hilton Hotel. By the time Tongming and Fangyu arrived at the hotel, it was already 10 p.m. Tongming gave Mo Ting a phone call to let him know she was safe. She then turned to Fangyu, who was putting down his luggage, and said, "Go look for Hu Jingjing. She should also be at this hotel." Of course, Fangyu knew where Hu Jingjing was and he understood Tongming's good intentions. So, he did not reject her offer as he smiled, "Thanks. But, don't run around. No matter where I go, I will let you know," Tongming said as she raised her phone. Fangyu nodded his head. When it came to Tongming, he had complete confidence in her. Afterwards, he pulled out his phone and scrolled through Hu Jingjing's phone number. However, he did not notice the paparazzi following behind him. Huarong Studio was extremely persistent towards Tongming, especially after working with King. Previously, Huarong was responsible for stirring up conflict between Tang fans and Yu fans online. This was part of their agreement with King. Because the paparazzi were being nurtured by King, they worked even harder. Tongming and Hairue's artist's director have split up. "Should we stay here or continue to follow them?" the paparazzi asked. The couple lived next door to Tongming. So, they took the risk to sneak into Tongming's window and place a listening device under it. With the addition of King, their stalking tactics became even more unbridled. "Follow me." After receiving their orders, the puppy immediately chased after Fangyu, leaving Lin Chong behind to keep an eye on Tongming. In reality, Hu Jingjing had not yet stopped working. With over 10 interviews a day, she had no time to worry about anything else. By the time she was done, she looked at the time and realized it was already 2 p.m. Only then did her manager hand her phone to her. Fangyu called. Just a moment ago, Hu Jingjing was rubbing her temples in exhaustion. But, as soon as she heard Fangyu's name, she immediately snatched the phone out of her manager's hand and called back, "Why didn't you tell me earlier? If I told you, would you have abandoned your work and gone to look for him? I can't get through." Hua Jingjing was frustrated when she saw a handsome man standing at the entrance of the set. Without hesitation, Hua Jingjing pounced towards him. "How did you find me here?" "I asked your manager," Fang Yu replied as he hugged Hua Jingjing. "Didn't that mean you waited a long time?" "Not really." Fang Yu looked at his watch before holding onto Hua Jingjing's hand. "I'll take you to dinner." "Why are you here? Isn't Hai Rui busy?" Hua Jingjing followed closely behind Fang Yu. "I came with Tongning. She asked the president to lend me for 2 days." Fang Yu continued to walk forward. After leaving the set, he led Hua Jingjing to the car park. "Tongning found out I haven't seen you in a long time and really missed you." Before she could finish her sentence, Fang Yu suddenly pressed Hua Jingjing against the car beside him and held her between his arms. He then leaned over and planted a kiss on her lips. "Do you still miss me?" "Yes." Hua Jingjing's eyes were misty, but her answer was firm. Fang Yu removed his jacket and wrapped Hua Jingjing in his embrace. He then engulfed her in a passionate kiss until she lost all energy. Only then did he release her. "I missed you too." Hua Jingjing smiled in satisfaction. The couple hugged each other for a long time in the dark corner. It wasn't until Hua Jingjing's stomach rumbled that Fang Yu let out a laugh and pushed her into the car. "I'll take you to eat something delicious." The couple were immersed in the joy of their reunion. They did not notice the paparazzi from Huarong following them the entire time. Lin Chong knew how difficult it was to capture Tongning's photos, so he used the most agile paparazzi in the agency. Who would have thought, instead of Tongning, he would capture Hua Jingjing? What a touching photo. Especially after the couple boarded the car. Although Fang Yu had closed the windows due to his alertness, it was still possible to see how intimate the couple were. It almost escalated into car sex. The paparazzi returned to the hotel with a pile of photos. He then presented them to Lin Chong like he was presenting a treasure. Previously, there were rumors about the two of them. But Zhen Mani suddenly appeared. Now, it seems their relationship has been confirmed. Lin Chong looked at the photos and sneered. This Hua Jingjing has been in love with the same man for over 10 years. Who would have thought she would have a change of heart so quickly? What a SL*T. Do men deserve to be played with? Isn't it all consensual? The paparazzi did not sense the disgust in Lin Chong's voice. He simply waved his hand. What should we do with these photos then? Although we are working with Jay King, we can't allow ourselves to be led around by him. Since we've captured Hua Jingjing, let's use her to increase our reputation. SL*TS like this are meant to be exposed, Lin Chong said in a deep voice. As for Tongning, we will deal with her together with Jay King. Let's wait for a good show. After all, Tongning and Hua Jingjing are best friends. The two sisters sure are dirty together, the paparazzi said unwillingly. Should we extort some money from the cheating couple? Are you stupid? You won't be able to extort anything from anyone. All you will do is attract Mo Ting. The agency had to go into hiding in fear of being discovered by Mo Ting. Jay King even gave them fake identities to avoid attracting Mo Ting's attention. Extort, wasn't that asking for death? As Fang Yu and Hua Jingjing returned to the Hilton Hotel, Tongning couldn't help but tease as she saw the couple's fingers intertwined. You can't bear to let go of me as soon as you see me? Hua Jingjing did not feel embarrassed at all. She simply hugged Fang Yu's arm even tighter. I've always been bullied by you and President Mo, so it's only right for us to bully you once. I'm afraid of you. Go and rest. It's already 4 in the morning. We still have to work tomorrow morning. I'll lend you my manager tomorrow. I want Fang Yu. Didn't I bring him here for you to enjoy? Tongning chuckled as she spoke in an ambiguous tone. Hua Jingjing noticed that Fang Yu wasn't used to being judged, so she laughed. In that case, we'll head back to our room. You should get some rest. Okay, Tongning nodded gently. Lin Chong was right next door to Tongning. Without Mo Ting, Fang Yu, and even a single staff member by her side, he was sure she wouldn't be able to resist the temptation to go out and look for another man. But, after Fang Yu and Hua Jingjing left, Tongning washed up and lay in bed before giving Mo Ting a phone call. As it was only 10 p.m. in Beijing, Mo Ting was most likely working. Ting. After receiving the phone call, Mo Ting subconsciously looked at the time and furrowed his brows. It's already 4 p.m. in Milan, why aren't you asleep yet? I was thinking about you, Tang Ning's voice contained a slight sense of grievance. Just now, I was tortured by Jingjing and Fan Yu. In that case, should I call Fan Yu to come back? Then Jingjing will kill me. Tang Ning let out a gentle laugh. She did not hide her attachment to Mo Ting at all. When I'm not around, don't work too late. Why are you acting like a child today? No, I just miss you very much. In that case, don't hang up the phone, just put it to one side. Mo Ting said gently. Tang Ning gently nodded her head. In a daze, she placed her phone by her pillow and slowly closed her eyes. Lin Chong overheard Tang Ning and Mo Ting talking on the phone from next door. His heart skipped a beat. No, with such a good opportunity, Tang Ning would definitely go out and find another man. She was definitely not a decent woman. However, that night, apart from hugging her phone, Tang Ning slept peacefully. However, on this quiet night, a previously unknown studio, Huarong Studio, suddenly released a shocking piece of news. They immediately released the hottest photo of the year, a man and a woman passionately entangled in a dark underground parking lot. Afterwards, someone quickly discovered the identities of the two women. They were the international supermodel Hua Jingjing and the artist's director of Hai Rui, Fang Yu, who had previously been involved in scandals. In fact, if it was just the exposure of a relationship, it wouldn't have caused such a stir. But the problem was the scale of this set of pictures. After kissing in the parking lot, they returned to the car and continued. It gave people a feeling of lust. Afterwards, Huarong Studio quickly dug up Hua Jingjing's past. Just a month or two ago, she was in love with a jerk and was covered in bruises. In the end, in just a short period of time, she was already entangled with the director of Hai Rui. Was Hua Jingjing's diary written for the sake of PR? If you love someone so deeply, how could you throw yourself into another man's arms in less than 2 months? This picture is too lustful. It's as if the car is going to have sex at any moment. Is Fang Yu trying to destroy Hai Rui's image? I must say, Fang Yu's taste is quite heavy. How could he possibly kiss a pair of used shoes? This kind of picture is teaching children the wrong things. Hai Rui was the first to receive news of the incident. Lu Che immediately asked Mo Ting how they should handle the situation. Fang Yu was the artist's director and PR director, yet, he was the one that was exposed. From now on, how could Hai Rui's PR be convincing? President. Mo Ting looked at the vicious comments online and the sudden rise of Huarong Studio. Although he did not say a word, his eyes were filled with a deadly coldness. First, give Tang Ning a phone call and tell her to change the hotel. Then, control the media and public opinion. Mo Ting threw his phone aside. I need to find a new artist's director. President, what do you mean? Leave this matter for Fang Yu to handle, Mo Ting said as he lifted his head to look at Lu Che. But, no matter what the outcome was, Fang Yu was not going to continue as the artist's director. What about Huarong Studio? In 10 minutes, I want you to organize Lin Chong's information and place it on my desk, Mo Ting instructed in a deep voice. I will make him regret ever coming to this world. Lu Che looked at Mo Ting with a complicated expression. After all, this matter concerned his good friend. Afterwards, Lu Che turned around and left. However, after taking a few steps, he turned around and said to Mo Ting, Fang Yu actually knows a lot. Mo Ting picked up his phone and looked at Lu Che. Lu Che's heart skipped a beat as he turned around and left. Afterwards, Mo Ting gave Tang Ning a phone call. It seemed Tang Ning had not received any news from China yet. The main reason was because Long Jia had not accompanied her. I've asked Lu Che to change a hotel for you. Did you know? Why do I need to change a hotel? Tang Ning asked as she got changed. It's not safe. Mo Ting replied. Perhaps he was afraid Tang Ning would overthink, so he added, my flight is tonight. If there's anything you want to discuss, wait until I arrive. At this moment, Tang Ning still didn't understand Mo Ting's words. But, she immediately gave Long Jia a phone call. What happened in Beijing? You still don't know? Long Jia was currently in a difficult situation. The media had been ringing her phone non-stop because Tang Ning and Hua Jingjing's relationship was extremely close. Just tell me. I can't say it out loud. Just watch the news. Not long after, Long Jia sent her a link to the news. After hanging up the phone, Tongning took a few steps back in disbelief. Tongning ignored her work and directly returned to the hotel to look for Hu Jingjing and Feng Yu. At this time, the two women were sitting in their room in silence. Tongning, take care of Jingjing. I need to return a phone call. As soon as Feng Yu saw Tongning, he immediately pulled her over to Hu Jingjing's side. Tongning knew it must be a phone call from Hai Rui, so she pointed to the door with her chin, gesturing for him to hurry. Hu Jingjing was in a daze. After Feng Yu left, she turned around and hugged Tongning. She was on the verge of breaking down. What can I do? What can I do to save his reputation? Tongning wrapped her arms around Hu Jingjing and said apologetically, I was wrong. What has this got to do with you? We are in a normal relationship. What's wrong with being intimate? Hu Jingjing's cold tears dripped onto Tongning's neck. You did nothing wrong. Tongning gently patted her on the back comfortingly. Is he going to lose his position as the director of Hai Rui? Tongning, I know you have a lot of tricks up your sleeves. As long as you can stop the rumors from hurting Feng Yu, I am willing to give up anything. You don't need to give up on anything. Tongning's eyes suddenly turned red. Hu Jingjing was still the same Hu Jingjing. For the sake of love, she was still willing to give up anything. But, I really don't want him to be pointed at. He has already endured enough slander and hurt. After Feng Yu received the phone call, he stood in the doorway and overheard Hu Jingjing's cries. In reality, Hu Jingjing wasn't a woman that liked to cry. She was able to endure 10 years of torture. But, for him, for the sake of his reputation, she actually broke down like this. Feng Yu held onto the phone in his hand tightly as he returned to his room and stood in front of Hu Jingjing. Tongning knew Feng Yu had something to say, so she stood up, entered the guest room and closed the door behind her. Feng Yu wrapped his arms around Hu Jingjing so she could bury herself in his embrace. After quite some time, he finally comforted, don't underestimate me, okay? I've been Hai Rui's PR director for 5 years. Did you think I wouldn't be able to handle something as simple as this? Hu Jingjing lifted her head and looked at Feng Yu with teary eyes. Feng Yu's heart felt like it was being stabbed by needles. He leaned over and held her face in his hands as he gently kissed her. Trust me, nothing will happen to us. Really? Even if you don't trust me, you should at least trust President Mo, right? Feng Yu gently rubbed Hu Jingjing's shoulder and smiled comfortingly. However, I really won't be the director of Hai Rui anymore. Then. Because I've been promoted. Feng Yu raised the phone in his hand and gently shook it. President Mo has asked me to step back behind the scenes to train PR staff and do planning. He has also promoted me to vice president of Hai Rui. Hu Jingjing cried and laughed at the same time. Her eyelashes were covered in sparkling tears. However, her face couldn't help but reveal a smile. Is this true? Really? Do you think I'll get candy if I lie to you? Feng Yu patted Hu Jingjing's head in pain. Don't cry, my heart hurts. What should we do from now on? Of course we go back and fight. After speaking, Feng Yu knelt down on the floor and held onto Hu Jingjing's shoulder. However, from now on, we will never be apart again. Even if I have to torture you for the next 10 years, don't even think about leaving me. I won't leave you even if I die. Don't talk about dying or not, we will always be together. Feng Yu stared at Hu Jingjing with a rare look of love in his eyes. Jingjing, did you know? Compared to Tongning's wisdom, you are braver than anyone else. Not everyone can start afresh after enduring 10 years of torture. Hu Jingjing held back her tears, but her chest was suddenly filled with strength, because after her sister died, she was alone and had nothing to rely on. The only thing she had was courage. If Tongning needed it, she would give it to her. If Feng Yu needed it, she would give it to him. But in reality, sometimes a crisis was also an opportunity. It was just a matter of how to use this opportunity. Didn't Tongning always have a good grasp of this line, since they were best friends? After overhearing their conversation, Tongning immediately gave Mo Ting a phone call. Ting. Postpone my work in Milan. I want to come back and fight alongside them. After hearing Tongning's words, Mo Ting lowered his head and smiled. I've already booked your plane tickets. Whether it was Long Jia, and Zihao, or Hu Jingjing, as long as they truly wanted Tongning, she would protect them no matter the cost. So, he had already guessed that Tongning wouldn't sit idly by. This time, we will definitely make Huarong Studio pay the price. Of course. But, your flights will be split up because the airport is also their battlefield. However, your flight will arrive half an hour earlier than theirs. I will pick you up near the airport. I will listen to your arrangements. At a time like this, it was a battle between men, a battle between Fang Yu and the media. All she could do was not cause trouble for them. In the end, the three of them decided to return to Beijing together. Tang Ning knew, at a time like this, Hu Jingjing needed a strong backing. From what we know, Hai Rui's director Fang Yu and Hai Rui's model, Hu Jingjing, have already landed in Beijing. However, the autumn/winter fashion week is just around the corner, so Hu Jingjing must be very busy. So, from what we can deduce, the two have decided to return to China to deal with the negative effects of their relationship. Since they are openly making their move, it seems they have no intention of running away and are planning to face the attack head-on. Right now, the airport has already been surrounded by a large number of reporters. As we can see, the exit has already been taken over by the media. As Tang Ning had arrived earlier than the two and left directly from the tarmac, she had a clear view of the bloodbath outside the airport. She had experienced a scene like this before. The last time she was accused of killing Han Xiner, she managed to escape because she had returned to China early. At this moment, it was 1 p.m. in Beijing. Meanwhile, Fang Yu escorted Hu Jingjing out of the terminal. Just as they were about to leave the airport, a group of reporters immediately surrounded them, completely blocking their way. Fang Yu hugged Hu Jingjing tightly. Even though he was being pushed around, he still whispered in her ear, "Hold on tightly to my hand." Seeing the couple's hands intertwined, the reporters immediately asked, "Mr. Fang, can you tell us when the two of you first started dating?" "Mr. Fang, you are a famous PR expert. In that case, was your appearance today also a PR ploy?" Miss Hua has a nickname in the industry, Broken Shoes. I wonder what Mr. Fang thinks about the way people look at you. At first, the media were relatively polite. But, as Fang Yu remained silent, their questions became more impatient and sharp. In fact, they even started to attack Hu Jingjing personally. You must be creating hype, right? After all, Hu Jingjing had an abortion 3 times for another man. Mr. Fang, did Hu Jingjing seduce you first? Did she sacrifice herself for the sake of resources? Right now, the entire internet is calling Hu Jingjing a B*TCH. Mr. Fang, what do you think about this? Hearing the last few questions, Fang Yu finally stopped in his tracks. Facing the reporters and the black hole of cameras, his expression was unusually firm. I hope that the people that are calling my fiancé a B*TCH can step out and tell me that she has never broken up with anyone or dumped anyone. That she or he is innocent and has never played around with men or women. That she has never had an abortion for a man or that no woman has ever had an abortion for him. If she or he can't do it, then all the insults that are directed at my fiancé today are simply insulting themselves. Or perhaps, they are simply jealous that they can't find someone like me that can tolerate my fiancé. To me, a body is just a shell. Even if she is a broken shoe in your eyes, in my eyes, she is still a treasure. Can you not be so harsh on others? As humans, don't you have times when you've been hurt, abandoned, and betrayed? Don't tell me you've never wanted to cling to riches and enjoy the fruits of others' labor? Do you think you can live your entire life with integrity and kindness? If so, then who are the ones that are making things difficult for us? Fang Yu raised his intertwined fingers with Hu Jingjing's and asked in a piercing tone, I'm not married and she's not married. We are a normal couple. May I ask why you have to humiliate a woman like her? If you can't stop your attacks and want to be angry at someone else's private matters, then please direct your anger at me. Don't hurt the person that I treasure. As Fang Yu spoke, Hu Jingjing could only see his side profile. But tears uncontrollably rolled down her cheeks. She wondered if, many years ago, he had also protected his brother in the same way. He was willing to endure the humiliation of his parents just so he could use his tall and sturdy body to protect the person important to him. Afterwards, Fang Yu hid Hu Jingjing behind him and led her out of the encirclement of reporters. No matter how difficult it was, he refused to let the reporters lay a finger on her. In the end, he finally escorted Hu Jingjing into the car that Hai Rui had sent to pick them up. The two of them left the scene surrounded by reporters. The reporters still wanted to chase after them. But, after seeing Fang Yu protecting Hu Jingjing, the mature women, especially those with cars, deliberately stopped their cars on the side of the road so the reporters couldn't follow them any further. If there was still justice left in this world, then please hold on to it until the end. Sometimes, people couldn't understand why the world treated women with so much malice. They couldn't understand why they didn't condemn the reporters that exposed others' private matters. Instead, they surrounded Hu Jingjing and insulted her. What did she do wrong? She simply wanted to pursue her own happiness. Behind them, the shadows of the reporters grew further and further away. However, Fang Yu continued to hold on to Hu Jingjing's hand tightly. Hu Jingjing's tears fell onto Fang Yu's back, they were boiling hot. She knew, for the rest of her life, she would never forget this day. The day a man used his sturdy chest to shield her from the gunfire. Do you believe me now? I can protect you. Hu Jingjing nodded her head. Her eyes were red and swollen, but she tried her best to smile. I believe you and I understand what you mean by saving. You and President Mo are both great people. We are not great, and our abilities are limited, but in order to protect our women, we can go beyond our limits. After pausing for a moment, Fang Yu continued, countless times. A stream of tears rolled down Hu Jingjing's face as she cried into Fang Yu's arms. Don't worry, I will take care of it. In reality, Mo Ting and Tong Ning's car was tailing behind them. At the same time, Tong Ning was relieved that Hu Jingjing had found the right person. So, she turned her head and smiled at Mo Ting. The people at Hai Rui are all loyal people. Including Zhenmani? Mo Ting raised an eyebrow. Apart from her. After answering, Tong Ning looked out the window in embarrassment. Hubby. Did you know? My admiration for you has increased by a few notches. I can tell. Admiration is written all over your face. In that case, what do you plan to do next? Tong Ning did not forget that although Fang Yu had protected Hu Jingjing like a warrior, the influence of the scandal had not been completely eliminated. Plus, Fang Yu was no longer suitable to be Hai Rui's PR. Fang Yu has his own plans. I will leave this matter in his hands. Mo Ting led Tong Ning straight to Hai Rui. Tong Ning looked at Mo Ting curiously, but did not ask any further. In reality, she wanted to laugh. She wanted to laugh on behalf of Hu Jingjing, on behalf of a woman that had been hurt but still yearned for happiness. Because Fang Yu's existence proved that there were still many beautiful relationships in this world that were worth waiting for. Not long after, the couple arrived downstairs at Hai Rui. Inside Hai Rui's meeting room, Fang Yu was ready to record a video. He held on to Hu Jingjing the entire time. After changing into a black suit from his office, he entered the meeting room and instructed the relevant personnel to record the video. What are you planning to do? Hu Jingjing asked confusedly. Fang Yu gestured for her to be quiet. He then looked into the camera and gestured for the cameraman to begin. Hello everyone, I am Fang Yu. I have been the PR director for Hai Rui for 5 years. This will probably be the last time I do PR for Hai Rui. I can't believe I ended up on the hottest news because of myself. I only have 3 things to say. Firstly, Hu Jingjing is my beloved fiancé, not the broken shoes that you guys are talking about. In fact, she has never been. We are a legitimate couple and will be getting married soon. Secondly, I would like to apologize for the negative impact we have caused on the public. I am sorry that we did not control ourselves in public. But, my privacy has also been violated. I hope Huarong Studio will step out and apologize to me. Thirdly, for the sake of Hai Rui's image and reputation, I will be resigning from my position as the artist's director and PR director. I will be stepping back behind the scenes. I only have one motive for doing this. I want to admit my mistakes and pay the price. So, Huarong Studio, if you have the guts, don't be cowards. Violating other people's privacy and harming other people's interests is not morally superior. What he meant was, the people that acknowledged Huarong Studio didn't have good morals and should be sent back to the pits to be remade. Fang Yu was placing the highest moral hat on everyone's head. After hearing Fang Yu's video, Hai Rui's colleagues felt bad. President Fang, do you really want to resign? This video. Release it. Fang Yu replied straightforwardly. But, if you release it, there's no way to redeem it. Release it. Fang Yu said firmly before returning to Hu Jingjing's side. The colleagues had no choice but to listen to him and release the video on Hai Rui's official website. In a short period of time, Fang Yu's video broke through the millions of views. Fang Yu's magnanimity, his straightforwardness, his domineering protection of Hu Jingjing and the fact that Fang Yu directly hung up on Huarong Studio, all of these little things made people feel like he had a clear conscience. I must say, I give Fang Yu's PR 100 points. After being exposed, he immediately returned to China to face the truth and admitted to it without hiding anything. Plus, this video is filled with anger. I'm going to become a fan of him. I love this type of man that admits to his mistakes. How interesting. Domineering. That's what you should ask those paparazzi that hide in the corner to spy on others. What is there to be proud of? WTF, Huarong Studio, don't be a coward. After all, didn't you feel good when you were exposed? Logically speaking, when an indecent photo was exposed, the ones that were hurt were the couple in the photo, especially the woman. But, when it came to Fang Yu, he completely shifted the attention to the fact that the paparazzi had invaded his privacy. Without any hesitation, he stepped out and made a public apology, since he had already apologized and used his resignation as punishment for not controlling his feelings. What about Huarong Studio, who had also invaded his privacy? This was how humans behaved. Since both parties were in the wrong and one party had already apologized, the other party would naturally become the focus of criticism. This was where Fang Yu was smart. If you wanted to expose it, you exposed it. If you said I was wrong, I apologized. But what about your fault? Not only this, the other artists at Hai Rui, whether they were actors or singers, did not respond to Fang Yu's incident, but they all expressed their attitudes towards the paparazzi. In one word, they hated them. Not too long ago, a paparazzi even took a photo of an artist bathing and asked them to have sex with him. A few days ago, a paparazzi broke into a female artist's home and revealed that she had a disabled father. As a result, the artist committed suicide by jumping off a building. With the celebrity's common hatred towards a common enemy, it created a huge influence amongst the fans. In an instant, the evil deeds of the paparazzi were compiled into a compilation by the mainstream media. The most eye-catching part was Huarong Studio's report on Fang Yu and Hu Jingjing. This was because they were currently very popular. To be honest, celebrities are just ordinary people. So what if they couldn't help but kiss each other? My husband and I often kiss on the streets. Actually, Hu Jingjing is quite pitiful. If she met a man like Fang Yu, even I would be moved. So, I can understand her. Above all, they are both unmarried, why can't they kiss? Huarong Studio, come out and apologize. To be honest, the paparazzi is the most disgusting profession. I hope the netizens will expose this studio. With this request from the netizens, Mo Ting decided to hand over Lin Chong's information to Fang Yu. Afterwards, a kind netizen appeared online and exposed that Huarong Studio's editor was Lin Chong. As long as one's name was exposed, the omnipotent netizens would be able to provide the most comprehensive information. Not long after, Lin Chong's 3 marriages and 3 divorces, as well as his psychological barrier towards women, were all published online. This Chong Lin is a monster. He even suspects his wife when she goes to the bathroom to make a phone call. God. This kind of pervert should be locked up in a mental hospital as soon as possible. I'm really afraid that there will be more people who will be deceived in the future. If I was targeted by such a psychopath, I would want to die. If I was Fang Yu, I would kill this crazy person. As a result, Huarong Studio originally wanted to expose Fang Yu and Hu Jingjing's relationship, but in the end, Fang Yu successfully shifted the blame onto Lin Chong. Everyone's focus was now on Lin Chong. That afternoon, Hai Rui released an official statement to prove that Fang Yu's character was flawless, he was honest, kind and capable. So, the higher-ups of Hai Rui unanimously decided to promote Fang Yu to vice president of Hai Rui. They hoped to retain his talent so he could continue to serve Hai Rui. Not only was Mo Ting unwilling to let Fang Yu go, it was also because Fang Yu was trusted and respected by the other artists. Plus, his PR skills were second to none in the entertainment industry. So, Lin Chong wanted to frame Hu Jingjing and Fang Yu, but he ended up backfiring. Not only did he land himself in a difficult situation, he also pushed Fang Yu and helped him get a promotion. At home, Hu Jingjing was playing with little Yu'er when she saw the news. Seeing Hu Jingjing cry, little Yu'er immediately stretched out her soft hands and placed them on Hu Jingjing's cheeks, wiping them away. "Don't cry, it doesn't hurt." Little Yu'er even placed her soft body in Hu Jingjing's embrace and blew at her blurry eyes. Hu Jingjing suddenly laughed as she hugged Fang Yu tightly in her arms. "Precious, you are indeed Mom and Dad's little quilted jacket." Of course, this mom was a title she gave herself. When Yu Xinwen stabbed her in the back, she had already died once. At that time, Tongning was the one who saved her heart. However, this time, she finally felt like she had been reborn. From today onwards, she and Fang Yu no longer had to endure others pointing fingers at them. Because they could live in the open, the situation had completely turned around. Meanwhile, Huarong Studio was in a state of chaos due to Lin Chong's information being exposed. A few of the staff were afraid of being implicated, so they directly fled overseas and could no longer be contacted. In an instant, all that was left by Lin Chong's side was Charlene and his unfortunate relative. Charlene looked at Lin Chong, who had locked himself in his office and refused to come out. She sneered as she said through the door, "You were working well with J. King, yet you insisted on digging your own grave. Although J. King may have suffered a tragic fate, at least you could have earned a lot of money. You wouldn't have ended up like you are now, being yelled at by everyone. Who's not easy to deal with? Go deal with Fang Yu. If the artist isn't easy to deal with, go deal with the PR director." Editor Lin, I really want to know what's in your head. After mocking Lin Chong, Charlene picked up her things and said one last thing. From what happened to you, I've seen a cruel truth. People like us will never be able to shake Mo Ting's position. As long as he wants to protect someone, no matter how bad the situation, he will always be able to turn defeat into victory. Now, you can go play on your own. A good card has been turned into a dead end by you. Lin Chong sat dispiritedly in his office. It was already a complete mess. It didn't take long before the studio was completely empty. All that remained was Lin Chong crying and laughing like a patient. Not long after, a few men holding metal bars stormed into the office. Not only did they smash the studio to pieces, they also dragged Lin Chong to a corner and gave him a beating. "J. King told me to tell you not to let him see you in Beijing from now on." "You're a useless idiot," the man yelled before he kicked Lin Chong in the stomach a few times. Why was J. King so agitated? It was because Hai Rui's vice president had been transferred. This was originally his best opportunity to enter the company. With the help of his father and the other shareholders, he was bound to be promoted to vice president. But, because of Lin Chong's interference, Fang Yu was now the vice president. The shareholders were well aware of Fang Yu's importance to Hai Rui. So, as soon as Mo Ting mentioned it, the shareholders had no objections. Plus, he didn't know if there would be another opportunity, but, did this mean Lin Chong was doomed? For 2 whole days, Chong Lin hid in a dark corner like a mouse, not daring to treat his wounds and not being able to cure his illnesses. After Fang Yu's incident broke out, the entire journalistic and paparazzi industry was affected. Right now, not only did he have to hide from J. King, Hai Rui, fans and artists, he also had to hide from the industry. Because of him, their lives had become even more difficult. Someone was bored, so they posted a photo of Lin Chong hiding online. After Long Jia saw it, she smiled and handed it to Tongning. "Look at what happened to this piece of trash." Tongning received the phone and glanced at it calmly. She then said to Long Jia, "Find someone to send him some money under my and Jingjing's name." Tongning. Long Jia didn't understand Tongning's actions. Not only did she not find someone to beat the jerk to death, why did she have to give him money? Don't you think it would be more painful for him to receive charity from his enemy? Compared to physical pain, killing the heart is the way to completely extinguish a hatred. Tongning lowered her head. She did not feel sorry for Lin Chong at all because he was a capable person. Long Jia thought carefully for a moment. Thinking back to the time she was humiliated and forced to kneel, she felt like dying. She suddenly understood Tongning's actions. "You're awesome." So, one night, a man wearing a cap entered Chong Lin's office. He left some clean clothes, some food, medicine, and a business card beside him. Chong Lin was half dead when he saw these things. He didn't care about anything else. All he could see was the clothes and the name card. No one would care about your dignity when you were in dire straits. Seeing this, the guilt and anger in Chong Lin's heart were like two hemp ropes twisting together, making him feel completely ashamed. That night, Chong Lin stared at the clothes for a long time. When it was almost dawn, he found his phone in the dark and dialed the number on the business card. "Hello. I'm Chong Lin. I didn't expect you to really call me. Come to our studio. We need a decent photographer. The younger generation these days are not good enough. Although we can't make a lot of money as paparazzi, we don't have to worry about food and clothing. How about it? Are you coming?" The other party's attitude was very kind. It could even be said to be a warm invitation. "I want to ask, who is helping me behind the scenes?" "You really shouldn't ask about this. With your current situation, no one would dare to want you, so don't think about it. You have to live." Chong Lin looked down at the clean clothes on the ground and finally nodded. "I'll do it." "Alright, just follow the address on the business card." After settling everything, Long Jiao looked at Tongning excitedly. If this jerk finds out that his biggest enemy is helping him from behind the scenes, he will definitely smash his head against the wall. Tongning chuckled and did not say anything. She continued to take care of the flowers and plants in the house. Only then did Long Jia become curious. The autumn/winter fashion week is about to start. Has President Mo made any arrangements? Jingjing is getting married. She needs to attend the wedding before leaving, Tongning said casually. So fast? Don't tell me we don't need to prepare? We are flying to Bali. We are only inviting Hai Rui's artists and a few good friends. There shouldn't be much to prepare. Tongning put down the scissors in her hands. Although her head was lowered, her words carried a deeper meaning. The wedding doesn't need to be extravagant. It simply needs to make people feel like they put their heart into it. According to Jingjing's feelings for Fang Yu, even if she doesn't get anything, she will still be willing. Fang Yu is really cool this time. Long Jia sighed. Will you and boss attend? Of course. Most importantly, Tongning planned to use Chong Lin as the photographer for the wedding. She wanted him to open his eyes wide and see how the woman he hated found happiness. Because of the exposure, Fang Yu and Fang Yu's wedding became a matter of course. From the day Fang Yu returned home, the first thing he did was kneel down and hug Hua Jingjing and Fang Yu. He then simply said, "Let's get married so Xiao Yu can have a complete family." Hua Jingjing froze in his arms for a few seconds. However, Fang Yu's gaze remained gentle and patient. It wasn't until she had hesitated for a long time that Fang Yu finally called out, "Jingjing?" "Huh?" I said, "Hold the wedding." Hua Jingjing extricated herself from Fang Yu's arms and covered her face as she returned to her room without a word. After calming down for quite some time, she finally returned to the living room and gave her man a simple answer, "Okay." She then handed him the guest list. Tongning, Fang Yu received the guest list and patted Tongning's neck lovingly. He then pulled her into his arms once again. It was from that night onwards that Fang Yu quickly decided on the guest list and the location of the wedding. That night, the couple discussed everything and decided on everything. The next day, Fang Yu put everything into practice. As for the wedding, it was to be held half a month later at a holiday resort in Bali. Afterwards, news of the couple's wedding was revealed. While the netizens gave their blessings, they also ridiculed Fang Yu for being a man of action. At the same time, those that didn't have high hopes for the couple were slapped in the face by the announcement of their marriage. In reality, Fang Yu's sincerity had given the couple a sense of transcendence. Because, apart from a few negatives, the public couldn't come up with anything new. In fact, as the negatives persisted, all they could do was give them their blessings. Netizens expressed their anticipation for the wedding. Of course, there was another reason, as Hua Jingjing's good friends and the CEO of Hai Rui, Tongning and Mo Ting would definitely be attending. In reality, while Tongning was waiting for Hua Jingjing's wedding, she was also constantly traveling between Milan and Beijing. Meanwhile, Mo Ting accompanied her through interviews, securing jobs, and securing important brands. Of course, during this time, Xianxia's scenes on the set of Stupid were nearing their end. Her scenes would end around the time of Hu Jingjing's wedding. Tongming had already contacted director Coke multiple times in private to find out how Xianxia was doing. But, director Coke's response was always, "She's doing very well." Xianxia's acting was top-notch. There wasn't much to say about this. But, the person backing her up, especially after Lin Chong ruined his plans and Fang Yu stole his deputy CEO position, couldn't hold back any longer and began to stir. He immediately gave Xianxia a phone call. "It's time to start preparing. Let Tongming attend her best friend's wedding and let her be happy for the last time." 2 days before Fang Hu's wedding, Hu Jingjing invited Tongming out for dinner. Originally, they didn't want to bring any family members and spend some alone time with their sister. But, Fang Yu seriously doubted Hu Jingjing's ability to avoid the paparazzi, so he instinctively followed behind her. From the top floor of a 5-star hotel, one could see thousands of stars and the outdoor night view. Tongming and Mo Ting arrived first, but Mo Ting went to the bathroom first. Afterwards, Hu Jingjing walked in front with a radiant smile on her face. She was dressed in a black windbreaker. Probably because the wedding was around the corner, her face without any makeup had a slight blush on it. From the moment she appeared, it did not dissipate. Meanwhile, Fang Yu followed behind her. He looked like he was protecting his wife. It was quite comical. "Where's President Mo? Did you come by yourself?" Tongming glared at Hu Jingjing and replied, "I'm in the bathroom. Did you think I'd give you the chance to torture me?" Hu Jingjing let out a gentle laugh as she sat down on the chair that Fang Yu had pulled out for her. As Tongming looked at the couple sitting side by side, she could see the anticipation and yearning for marriage on their faces. Their entire bodies were filled with happiness. "Bride-to-be, are you happy?" Hu Jingjing's cheeks flushed red as she looked down at her interlocked hands with Fang Yu's. The diamond wedding ring was already on her fingers. It was like a symbol of the dazzling love between the couple. Hu Jingjing's eyes turned red as she replied in a choked-up voice, "I'm happy. As long as you're happy." Tongming patted the back of Hu Jingjing's hand. Her eyes were also red. Only they knew, in this industry, especially in such a dirty environment, how difficult it was to find true love. "Why is your hand so cold?" Hu Jingjing felt the warmth of Tongming's hand and reached out to warm it up. However, Mo Ting grabbed onto her hand and held it in his warm palm. Hu Jingjing was stunned for a few seconds. She suddenly felt like she was overthinking things. Mo Ting remained expressionless as he held onto Tongming's hand and sat down on the empty seat. Of course, Fang Yu was already used to it. But, Hu Jingjing still felt a little pressured. It was like she was sitting at the same table as an ancient emperor. How could she not be nervous? Afterwards, Mo Ting instructed the waiter to bring over a blanket. After placing it on Tongming's body, he finally relaxed. When Hu Jingjing saw this, she couldn't help but sigh, "He's really meticulous. It can't be helped. Who asked me to cultivate 10 lifetimes worth of good fortune?" Tongming was not stingy with her compliments. Like Hu Jingjing and Fang Yu, her fingers were intertwined. Seeing this, Hu Jingjing couldn't help but lean in and whisper into Tongming's ear, "Why don't we go to the booth next door without the men? I want to release a sky lantern." Tongming glanced at the man beside her and nodded her head, "You're the boss today." Then, the two men were abandoned by their respective women. They sat where they were without a word and could only turn around to look at their respective women. Although she was a supermodel, when it came to something like releasing sky lanterns, Hu Jingjing couldn't do it on her own like Tongming. So, in the end, she had no choice but to turn to her man for help, Fang Yu. Fang Yu had no choice but to stand up and walk over to the two women. Of course, Mo Ting couldn't just sit there and do nothing. Seeing Tongming's calm expression, he couldn't help but approach her and ask, "What did you wish for?" Tongming turned around and wrapped her arms around Mo Ting's waist as she smiled sweetly, "For the country to prosper and the people to live in peace, for the world to be at peace, for Tongming and Mo Ting to never be apart." The two pairs of lovers stood under the night sky as they personally delivered their wishes to the heavens. Not long after, Mo Ting turned around and suddenly pulled Tongming into his embrace as they passionately kissed. Perhaps, years from now, Tongming would recall the sweetness of this day. She would think of the beautiful reunion between the four of them and the shy expression on Hu Jingjing's face as she waited to get married. Because, from this moment onwards, the gears of her fate would once again undergo a shocking reversal. The next day, Fang Yu and Mo Ting flew to Bali to prepare for their wedding. Meanwhile, Tongning and Mo Ting's flight was scheduled for 6 p.m. The wedding wasn't a grand one, but because of Fang Yu's generosity, the media also made their way to the venue. However, Fang Yu only had one request: he wanted the media to follow the wedding procedures and not interfere with his wedding for the sake of writing news. The media laughed. For a PR person like Fang Yu, who dealt with the media all year round, to be so understanding towards the media, they were truly flattered. Fang Yu's attitude was a direct representation of Mo Ting's attitude. Meanwhile, the staff responsible for the wedding's photography, wardrobe and makeup all rushed to Bali. It was at this time that Lin Chong found out his job was to follow Hu Jingjing. In fact, he was to follow the entire wedding. Most importantly, he was already on the island and had no way out. Lin Chong, I know you had a grudge with Hu Jingjing in the past, but Hu Jingjing isn't a bad person. She even agreed to let you follow her. Look at how good you are now. You no longer have to hide and you can capture even better photos. Isn't that better? The manager of the studio asked. Lin Chong was silent for a few seconds before he asked back, will Mo Ting and Tongning be here too? Of course, they already know about your situation. Lin Chong suddenly realized something as he turned around with a serious expression. Although over 10 days had passed, the injuries on his face had not faded and he looked quite fierce. Did Hai Rui help me? Was it Mo Ting? The manager patted Lin Chong on the back and nodded his head. To be more specific, it was Tongning and Hu Jingjing. When you were being despised by the entire world, it was they who disregarded past grudges and gave you a set of clothes, a decent job and, most importantly, protected your dignity. Think about it carefully. Are you going to continue to misunderstand them? I can't deny that there are a lot of artists in the entertainment industry that rely on fame and fortune, but Tongning and Hu Jingjing are definitely not one of them. Chong Lin felt like the supervisor's words were like a slap to his face. He felt so ashamed that he wanted to crawl into a hole to hide himself. Of course, if you want to leave, I won't force you. Tongning. Lin Chong couldn't help but repeat this name in his heart. The woman he once swore to capture a photo of, the woman he thought of every way he could to slander, had given him dignity and a way out. This was perhaps the best part about Tongning. So, if Mo Ting wasn't hers, then who could he be? How could he possibly hate a woman like this? He confidently told himself, at this moment, he only felt admiration towards Tongning. So, he picked up his camera and said in a firm and unquestionable tone, I'll film. That's right. After getting to know her for a while, you will realize that Tongning is a loyal person. But, did she and Mo Ting know that J. King was planning to take over Hai Rui? Kayamani's Nusa Dua, Bali. This was the place where Fang Yu and Hu Jingjing's beach wedding ceremony would be held, followed by a warm and romantic candlelit dinner. As dusk fell, Hai Rui's artists and the media rushed to the venue. As the media would receive a thoughtful gift upon entering, the media did not report too much on the welcoming ceremony. They simply took appropriate photos so the guests could relax. In reality, the reason why the media were so obedient was because they had to sign a confidentiality agreement before entering the venue. If they wanted to be exclusive, if they wanted to enter the venue and if they wanted to know what others didn't know, then they had to follow Fang Yu's arrangements. Of course, the gift that Fang Yu sent out was extremely generous. As a result, the reporters were all grinning from ear to ear. As night fell, the sound of a violin drifted through the tropical hotel. A tropical forest-like outdoor venue was filled with all the top celebrities. Fang Yu was dressed in a silver handmade suit with a rose pinned to his chest. He held on to the hand of Hu Jingjing, who was dressed in a white lace dress. The two looked like they were made in heaven. They were a perfect couple. They continued to greet the guests. However, they had not arrived yet. Hey, since President Mo hasn't arrived yet, I have a suggestion. Let's get the groom to tell us when he first fell in love with our bride. Let's lighten the mood, okay? A playful artist chased after the groom and asked loudly. The venue suddenly erupted in a round of applause and whistles. The couple stood on the steps as Hu Jingjing hid in Fang Yu's arms embarrassedly. A moment later, Fang Yu laughed. My wife is shy. That's her problem. You go ahead and tell us, the guests replied. Fang Yu lowered his head to look at Hu Jingjing and continued to resist. Such an important matter, of course I have to tell my wife first. How could I let you guys take advantage of me? Sister-in-law, if you hide from me today, you won't be a good friend. Hu Jingjing's face turned red. In the end, she squeezed out of Fang Yu's arms and said, go ahead. I also want to know. Haha, sister-in-law has already agreed. Quick, Vice President Fang, tell us. Fang Yu sighed and accepted his fate. Fine. Afterwards, he took the microphone from the MC and said to the guests, actually, she joined Hai Rui earlier than I did. In fact, she is considered my senior. I remember the first time I saw her. From the look in her eyes, I had a feeling there was definitely a story behind this woman. Actually, the time she really moved my heart was when she was injured and hospitalized. At that time, she was in despair, and I suddenly felt very anxious. I didn't know how to help her, I always thought it was friendship. But, it wasn't until later, when she beat someone up for Tongning and offended a high-ranking official that I realized I didn't have to do so much for her, but I couldn't control my body and mind. I know that many people still think that she's a broken shoe and that she's not worthy of me. But today, I want to say something from the bottom of my heart. Actually, what I admire the most about her is that she has endless courage. No matter how much she has been hurt, she can still stand up for her friends. No matter how much pain she has suffered, she can still use the same strength to start over again. I feel that such a person has light on him. Even if I'm experiencing darkness, when I see her, I feel like I have a direction. That's why I want to protect her and protect my light. Hearing these words, everyone present was moved. Some of the more emotional female celebrities even began to wipe away their tears. Perhaps only they could understand the bitterness of this industry. Meanwhile, Hu Jingjing, who was lying in Fang Yu's arms, almost cried her eyes out. Lin Chong was wearing a baseball cap and disguised as a staff member standing not too far away. After listening to Fang Yu's words, she didn't know if it was because of the environment, but her heart was moved. Well said. How touching. Everyone stood up. At this time, someone with sharp eyes finally spotted Tongning and Mo Ting walking towards the outdoor venue. Oh God, boss is here. President Mo Ting was dressed in a retro black custom-made suit with a dark red scarf around his neck. He looked like a noble that had just stepped out of the British royal family. His entire body exuded a powerful aura. As for Tongning, who was hooked onto his arm, she was wearing a light blue A-line dress. Her heaven-defying legs were breathtaking. Boss. Tongning. Mo Ting originally wanted to walk towards Fang Yu, but when he saw where the two were sitting, he raised an eyebrow and stopped. Instead, he led Tongning over to the guest seats. President Mo, Fang Yu says he wants to be more handsome than you tomorrow, someone joked. Mo Ting sat down with Tongning and replied calmly, in Hu Jingjing's eyes, you already are. But, in the eyes of others, I'm afraid you still have a long way to go. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Of course, from Mo Ting's response, it was obvious he was in a good mood. President Mo, when will you and Tongning have a match? Bali is so beautiful, we want to come here often. That's right. Mo Ting tilted his head and looked at Tongning, but she simply smiled without saying a word. So, Mo Ting had no choice but to reply, from next month onwards, I won't pay you anymore. After I save up enough, I'll buy you a villa in Bali. President Mo, how could you be like this? Everyone burst into laughter again. Because of Mo Ting and Tongning's arrival, the atmosphere reached its climax. Meanwhile, not too far away, Lin Chong was watching them from behind the camera. Especially Tongning, the woman that he once hated. But, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't bring himself to hate her anymore. Tongning. Does President Mo also have a fake smile like this at home? Someone was even braver as they teased the couple, causing Mo Ting to turn around. Of course, since she was asked, Tongning had no choice but to reply, if you can outdrink him in drinking, then I'll tell you what he's like at home. Pfft, who doesn't know President Mo can't get drunk? Mo Ting pinched the back of Tongming's hand. Are you doing this on purpose? If I really drink too much, you're going to suffer tonight. How suffer? Tongming had never seen Mo Ting drunk before. Okay, since you want to see, then I'll show you when I'm drunk. Mo Ting said with a mysterious smile. Tongming nodded her head. She refused to believe that Mo Ting would throw a tantrum when he was drunk. He was the type of person that would behave himself even when he was drunk. But that wasn't the case. On top of that, while Bali was celebrating their wedding, King was busy preparing for his rebellion. The reception continued until 12 p.m. As Tongming helped Mo Ting back to his room, his eyes were tightly shut and he did not say a word. Of course, his face did not turn red nor did he act like he was drunk. This was exactly what Tongming had expected. No matter how much Mo Ting drank, he would never lose his composure. Tongming placed Mo Ting on the bed. Just as she was about to run a bath for him, Mo Ting suddenly grabbed onto her arm and pulled her into his embrace. You reek of alcohol. Let's have a bath first. Mo Ting slowly opened his eyes and looked into Tongming's. Didn't you say you wanted to see me drunk? How are you drunk? Tongming punched him on the chest. By the way, how did you manage to hold your liquor so well? A whole group of people have been knocked out by you. Because I can't get drunk, Mo Ting replied in seriousness. The words can't get drunk suddenly made Tongming feel Mo Ting's bitterness. Once upon a time, Mo Ting also needed to drink and discuss a collaboration. If he couldn't stay sober. Tongming didn't dare to think about it. Have a bath. But, you can pretend I'm drunk. Mo Ting spread out his arms and legs like he was ready to let her do whatever she wanted. I still want you to be sober, hug me and tell me stories. But, I want to do something else. After speaking, Mo Ting sat up in bed and lifted Tongming in his arms. Since the alcohol has boosted our mood, let's not waste such a great room in Bali. The next day, Hu Jingjing and Fan Yu's wedding was held. As neither of them had any elders, everything was simple. In other words, Tongming was Hu Jingjing's only relative. Xiao Yu became the flower girl. Of course, her identity was not revealed to the public. It had nothing to do with the bravery of the adults. She simply didn't want her child to receive attention at such a young age. Inside the bridal room, Hu Jingjing was already dressed in a strapless white dress. As she didn't like fluffy designs, the bottom of her dress was pleated and dragged on the floor. What do you think? Hu Jingjing asked as she stood in front of the mirror. Very beautiful. Are you envious? Hu Jingjing twirled her skirt as a smile appeared on her face. Tongming did not respond to her question. Instead, she took the veil from the stylist and helped Hu Jingjing put it on. From now on, you are a part of the family. Don't ever get into a fight or offend a high-ranking official because of me. Hu Jingjing cried through the veil. I will be very happy. Of course, Tongming also wiped away her tears. Soon, there was a knock on the door. They were probably here to pick up the bride. As there were no parents or elders, the couple went straight to the beach for the wedding. Hu Jingjing didn't even have a bridesmaid. Not long after, the door swung open and Fan Yu, dressed in a light gray suit, walked over to Hu Jingjing with a bouquet of pink and white roses in his hand and knelt down on one knee. We're married. Hu Jingjing took the rose from Fan Yu's hands and pulled him to his feet. The couple quietly hugged each other like there was no one else in the world. The wedding ceremony was simple, but it didn't mean Fan Yu didn't value Hu Jingjing. The earrings and necklace were from the Tiffany Victoria collection. They were hexagonal shaped like snowflakes and were inlaid with white diamonds. The wedding dress was custom-made by TH and was worth millions of dollars. It was one of the best collection pieces in the world. The shoes were silver bow-tie heels from Rene Chao Villa. Rumor had it that this was a brand frequented by the British royal family. It seemed, he placed all his focus on his bride. Everyone could feel how much he valued Hu Jingjing. At the beach wedding venue, the door of happiness was decorated with fresh flowers. It stood on the edge of the ocean and blended into the world. The meandering road to happiness was paved with pink rose petals. Under the gaze of the guests, Hu Jingjing was escorted to Fan Yu by an elder from Hai Rue in place of her father. Seeing this, Tongming lowered her head and said to Mo Ting, if Jingjing's parents were still here, they would be very happy, right? If they were your parents, would they be happy? Mo Ting asked. Tang Ning froze, but Mo Ting held on to her shoulder tightly. I shouldn't have mentioned it. Tang Ning shook her head in relief. The wedding continued under the blessings of everyone. At this time, a blogger called Candy released a blog post that trampled on Xianxia. She used all sorts of insults towards women and tried her best to humiliate Xianxia. As soon as the post was released, the netizens discovered that the majority of her posts were filled with praise for Tang Ning. She was an undisguised Tang fan. As soon as the post was released, the Yu fans were provoked and immediately attacked the Tang fans. How could the modeling industry be mentioned in the same breath as the film and television industry? Yu Shanxian's fans quickly drowned out Tang Ning's fans. Who does Tang Ning think she is? How dare her fans be so arrogant? If Hai Rui doesn't apologize to our Xianxian, we will not let this matter go. Even though the Tang fans quickly explained that the account had been hacked and the Tang fans did not accept any provocation, the Yu fans did not let it go. Instead, they started a discussion online demanding that Tang Ning apologize. At first, the incident was just a fight between fans. But it quickly escalated. Tang Ning's fans and the Yu fans had a fight and the Yu fan ended up in the hospital. This incident caused a huge uproar in the entertainment industry. Once a fan violence like this took place, it would undoubtedly become a huge black mark on an artist. Especially since Tang Ning had always been easy to hate. At this time, Luce was at Hai Rui. As soon as he realized the incident was spreading like wildfire, he immediately gave Mo Ting a phone call and activated a PR plan. President, something's happened, Luce said worriedly. Yu Shanxian just gave Hai Rui a phone call through the production crew saying that she wants to stop filming. However, her scenes are about to be completed. Mo Ting's eyes darkened as he opened the news. Tang Ning noticed something was wrong with Mo Ting's expression. She wanted to ask him about it, but Mo Ting gestured for her to continue watching the ceremony while he made a phone call. Lin Chong, who had been working in the dark, saw Mo Ting stand up on his own and his expression changed. Not long after, he saw Tang Ning also stand up and look for Mo Ting in a quiet corner. Is there something urgent? No. Mo Ting replied. I will handle it. Tang Ning didn't believe him. So, she pulled out her phone and looked at the hot news. Without caring about herself, she asked Mo Ting, Yu Shanxian wants to stop filming? What about the film? You idiot. At a time like this, shouldn't you be thinking about yourself? Mo Ting had no idea what to do with her. Yu Shanxian hasn't stopped yet, has she? Tang Ning asked. In that case, there's no need to go easy on her. She's already been given a chance. I'll return to China to deal with it. You go back to the wedding. I'll go with you. Tang Ning did not show any anger from being slandered. She was well aware that the other party was targeting Mo Ting. They wanted to steal power from Mo Ting. Steal power? Just as the couple were about to say goodbye to Fang Yu and Mo Ting, Tang Ning spotted Lin Chong not too far away. Their eyes met, but Tang Ning did not say a word. She simply held hands with Mo Ting and left. Lin Chong already knew what was happening in Beijing. He knew deep down that Jie King had already made his move. Compared to his previous small-scale actions, Jie King obviously wanted to ruin Tang Ning's reputation. Of course, if it wasn't serious, would it have caused Mo Ting and the higher-ups of Hai Rui to go against each other? Yu Shanxian refused to perform because her fans were beaten up. She wanted Hai Rui and Tang Ning to show their attitude. She wanted to seek justice for the fans who were hospitalized. Chong Lin didn't know why, but when he saw these announcements, he felt like laughing. He wanted to laugh at how shameful he was in the past, and at how despicable Jie King was. After all, Jie King was a man who wanted to usurp power. He had to admit defeat when it came to self-scripting and self-directing. In the end, he put down the camera and asked someone to hand Tang Ning a note. Afterwards, he booked a plane ticket back to Beijing. Before Tang Ning left, she received a note from the staff. There was only one sentence on it: the person who tried to seize power is Jie King. His father is Hai Rui's chairman Zheng. Tang Ning handed the note to Mo Ting and looked around. Lin Chong was nowhere to be found. Since he was a paparazzi, he had to display his strengths. However, this time, he did not do it to defame Tang Ning. Instead, he made a decision that surprised even himself. He wanted to give Tongning justice. It turned out that it was so easy to defame a person, but it was so difficult to clear a person's name. However, it was more challenging to save someone than to defame them. When Mo Ting saw this name, he did not find it strange. After all, it was one of the suspects he had drawn out. Did he want Hai Rui? She sure had guts, but it was still within Mo Ting's tolerance. What was truly intolerable was pushing Tongning onto the stage. After the couple returned to Beijing, Mo Ting immediately returned to Hai Rui. As soon as Lu Che saw Mo Ting, he immediately said, "I can't get in touch with you, Xianxia. It seems she has no intention of contacting us. She wants Hai Rui to show their attitude and apologize. The fans are currently causing quite a ruckus. Moreover, the injured fan won't accept a settlement at all. It looks like he's going to court." President, alright. Mo Ting entered the office and said to Lu Che, "Contact Star Art Factory. Make sure you contact Yu Shanshan. Afterwards, give Director Tsing a phone call and tell him to come to my office." President, this matter has hurt Madam too much. I know. At this point, no matter what Hai Rui did, the anti-fans would definitely be blamed on Tongning. And no matter what Tongning did, the Yu fans would definitely be disgusted. Originally, this incident had nothing to do with Tongning. But, when it came to the actions of a fan, their idol had to pay for it. So, this time, Tongning's fake fans completely destroyed the image that Tongning had worked so hard to build. The modeling industry versus the film and television industry, it seemed that no matter how they competed, they would always lose. As soon as Tongning returned home, the first thing she did was contact Long Jia. She even used Long Jia's account to log into the official fan club. She did not say a word, but she quickly retrieved information from her phone. She found out that the account that started the fight had indeed been hacked and the fan that started the fight was claiming to be Tongning's fan. But, there was no proof of that. This self-scripted and self-directed act couldn't be any more obvious. At this point, the most important thing was that the filming of Stupid had been interrupted. In order to protect her fans, Yu Shanshan risked breaching her contract to get justice for Hai Rui. As a result, she gained the best reputation online. On the other hand, Hai Rui and Tongning were completely slandered by her. Everyone, don't be afraid and don't try to tear them apart. If the officials have any evidence, then post it. Ah, are you Tongning? This tone, is that Tongning? It's Tongning, that's right. The fans were extremely excited. But, unlike last time, this time all Tongning had to do was signal for them to calm down. You have all suffered because of this incident. But, I hope everyone can stay out of it. Don't get hurt because of me. Tongning, we have all been wronged. You need to believe us, a fan left her an emotional message. I believe you, but you need to believe me too. Okay. As long as you say it, we will believe you. The fans all expressed that they wouldn't participate in the scolding and fighting. If they had the time, they would donate money, care about national affairs and help those in need. Not only did they say it, they also did it. They turned what was originally a scolding battle into a charity event. They believed, one day, their actions today would become the fiercest slap in the face and wake up to those that misunderstood them. 7 p.m. Star Art finally relented under the pressure of Hai Rui. Lu Che finally got in touch with Yu Shanshan and successfully transferred her to Mo Ting's office. However, after picking up the phone, Mo Ting did not say a word for quite some time. It seemed, he was deliberately leaving Yu Shanshan hanging. In the end, Yu Shanshan couldn't hold back any longer. She was afraid. President Mo, I'm sure I've already made my stance clear. I hope Hai Rui can resolve this issue as soon as possible. Yu Shanshan opened her mouth and tried to shut Mo Ting up. Of course, Mo Ting had already completely forgotten about his identity as Yu Shanshan's classmate. His voice was extremely cold as he said, "You better be clear about who you are talking to." Yu Shanshan's heart began to race. I heard you want Tongning and Hai Rui to apologize to your fans. Is that right? Yes, yes. Yu Shanshan began to stutter as her palms began to sweat. She didn't know why, facing Mo Ting, especially at this moment, she couldn't help but feel afraid, because no one knew what he was thinking or what he wanted to do. Originally, I simply wanted to quietly replace you. But, it's a pity you pushed Tongning out. You must have misunderstood my phone call today. I didn't call because I wanted to reconcile. Xianxia, you should know that with me, there will never be a next time. From now on, when it comes to the entertainment industry, I will simply make you suffer. After speaking, Ting directly hung up the phone. He had no intention of communicating with Xianxia normally. This time, it was Xianxia's turn to panic. What should she do? Compared to Ting was a lot scarier. Afterwards, Xianxia gave King a phone call. However, King simply sneered, Xianxia, if you dare to back down, you can forget about seeing your child ever again. Did you think we had a way out? 10 p.m., Hai Rui's CEO's office was still brightly lit. Although it was Fang Yu's wedding, as soon as he heard that Hai Rui was in trouble, he returned to Beijing with Hu Jingjing as soon as the wedding ended. As expected, as soon as he arrived at Hai Rui, he realized Mo Ting had not returned home from work. Mo Ting lifted his head to look at Fang Yu. His voice remained deep, why did you come back? Looking at Mo Ting's expression, he didn't seem the least bit anxious. So, Fang Yu rubbed his forehead helplessly, I thought the problem was a little tricky. But from the looks of it, you don't seem to be in a hurry. Since you have a solution, why don't you go home? Do I not look like I'm in a hurry? Mo Ting asked. Through Mo Ting's eyes, Fang Yu finally understood. Mo Ting simply wanted to pretend to be anxious so the board of directors could hold an emergency meeting. Opportunities like this to clean up the company didn't come by often. Since it was delivered to their doorstep, they had to make good use of it. What's the plan? Give him a taste of his own medicine. Mo Ting answered Fang Yu's question with one simple sentence. So, the netizens assumed that Hai Rui would step out to apologize and take responsibility for the incident. But, they never considered how Hai Rui would take responsibility for a fight between fans. The netizens also thought Tongning would step out to admit her mistake and try to ease the tense atmosphere. But, in reality, this incident had nothing to do with Tongning. Since manager Mo did not say anything, there was no need for her to step out. After all, Tang fans had always been wronged. If she really stood up, she would be admitting that it was her fans' fault. So, the PR news that Hai Rui released overnight only contained one sentence. He had already called the police, and the police would be involved in the investigation. They needed to figure out the cause and effect of the matter, whether it was good or evil, right or wrong, and would go through the legal process. As soon as the article was released, fans immediately protested. They felt the truth was already clear enough and Hai Rui was simply trying to avoid responsibility. Meanwhile, some people felt that Hai Rui's actions weren't wrong. The fans were indeed hurt, but the Tang fans weren't any better off either. The fight had always been the fault of both parties, so it was unfair to force the other party to apologize. So, calling the police was the best solution. However, only those that were close to Mo Ting knew that he was trying to stall for time. Leave everything to the law, it was also the best public relations shield. Anyone who was concerned about this matter could shut their mouths with a sentence of handing over the case to the law. With this, Mo Ting was in complete control of the situation. Of course, Mo Ting had always been swift and decisive in his actions. But this time, he was unusually gentle. In the eyes of the higher-ups at Hai Rui, his PR was barely passable, it couldn't be considered beautiful. So, the next day, over 30% of Hai Rui's shareholders requested for an interim board meeting. In reality, ever since Hai Rui was established, they had been through a lot worse than this. A small matter like this was not something the shareholders would hold accountable for. But, King had been stirring up trouble for a long time. On top of that, Mo Ting had been making too many exceptions for Tongning, so the shareholders couldn't help but suspect that Mo Ting had been blinded by lust and was affecting Hai Rui's operations. Before Mo Ting left the house, Tongning stood in front of the mirror helping him adjust his suit. Her eyes revealed a sense of unease. Mo Ting grabbed onto her right wrist and placed a kiss on it. What are you feeling uneasy about? Today's board meeting, you're worried about this? Mo Ting let go of her hand and wrapped his arm around her waist. Don't you think I'm enjoying the game of cat and mouse? Tongning leaned into Mo Ting's embrace. Although she was well aware of his ability to strategize, worrying about something like this was an instinct. You previously said that if I needed you, you would step forward. Is it still important to ask this now? Tongming lifted her head and asked. I've already made preparations. Mo Ting stretched out his hand and stroked Tongming's hair. Although he couldn't bear to do it, he still hardened his heart. I will pave the way for you. Don't worry. The couple were well connected. So, most of the time, Mo Ting didn't need to say much. As long as he did something, Tongming would understand. Everything Tongming did was to create an opportunity for Mo Ting to retaliate. My fans are all doing charity work. In fact, they've even set up a charity website to collect donations. You've done a good job, Tongming smiled. She knew Mo Ting had already understood her intentions. So, she did not say another word as she pulled away from Mo Ting's embrace. Let's go, the board meeting is about to start. When it came to being two-faced, the husband and wife had always been surprisingly consistent. They simply had to wait for a good show. 10 a.m. Hai Rui's meeting room. Before Mo Ting entered the meeting room, the old shareholders all expressed their dissatisfaction with the way the fans were handled. Hai Rui had been well known in the industry for many years and had never been involved in PR like this. But, because it involved Tongming, Mo Ting's way of handling it could be said to be the most gentle in history. The fact that the almighty CEO became a model's personal manager was already a topic of discussion. Yet, for the sake of Tongming, he's even willing to disregard Hai Rui's reputation, one of the shareholders said. Haven't you guys noticed that Mo Ting has changed a lot lately? A second shareholder said as he slammed his hand on the table. If things continue like this, if Tongming asks for Hai Rui, will Mo Ting simply give it to her? What a vixen. I've compiled some information here. It's all evidence of Mo Ting using his position as CEO to help Tongming. The person that handed over the information was Jay King's so-called father, Director Tsing. Lu Che had previously given him a phone call, but he had rejected Lu Che with the excuse that he wasn't in the country. In reality, he had rejected Mo Ting. The group of shareholders received the information. After looking through it, they were all shocked. What will happen if things continue like this? If things continue like this, Hai Rui will be finished sooner or later. What's finished? Mo Ting's deep voice suddenly resounded from the doorway of the meeting room. A moment later, the group of shareholders put away the information with ugly expressions on their faces and turned their faces away. Mo Ting sneered as he sat down in the CEO's seat. However, his gaze fell on the information in the hands of the shareholders. Let me have a look. One of the shareholders was a little surprised, but he still handed the information over. Mo Ting flipped through the information casually and threw it aside. What? Are you trying to use this as an excuse to hold me accountable? Mo Ting, don't you think you should explain things to everyone? What do I need to explain? Mo Ting asked. He then placed his sharp gaze on Director Tsing and continued, if you want me to give you a reasonable explanation, that's fine. But before that, I would like to ask Director Tsing's son, Jay King, what is he planning? Director Tsing's expression changed. What do you mean? The other shareholders were confused as they looked at each other in confusion. They couldn't understand what Mo Ting was trying to say. What I mean is, the person that instigated a fight between fans, instigated Xianxia to stop performing and bribed fans to sue in court, was Director Tsing's son, Jay King. As for his motive, isn't the fact that you all are sitting here questioning me the best evidence? President Mo, you don't need to slander my son just to get yourself out of this, Director Tsing roared with a cold expression. All right. Then tell me, what's your purpose in collecting this information? Mo Ting asked. If I have no ulterior motives, I don't see why you would be so angry at me for helping an artist obtain resources. Or are you all forgetful? Have you forgotten how managers work to get resources for their artists? The shareholders looked at each other without saying a word. In reality, everything Mo Ting did was reasonable. The entertainment industry had always been a place where money and background were important. So, there were too many managers that were willing to use dirty methods for the sake of their artists. That was what you would call being full of tricks. So, why did Director Tsing collect Mo Ting's information? Plus, how did he get his hands on this information without following him or using any special channels? Wasn't this the intention of Sima Zhao? Even so, you can't slander my son. Fine, since that's the case, I will change my negative attitude to positive one tonight and come up with a way to turn the situation around. I'm sure everyone here is a part of Hai Rui and wouldn't leak any information for the sake of their own interests, right? Mo Ting's lips curved upwards as he presented them with his follow-up plan. After seeing this, you will understand why I have been stalling for time. After receiving the plan, the shareholders nodded their heads and no longer questioned Mo Ting like they did a moment ago. However, Director Tseng was currently stuck in a dilemma. If he told his son about this, then he would undoubtedly be a mole. But, if he didn't tell his son, then Jay King's plan would go to waste. What? Are you in a difficult position, Director Tseng? No. Director Tseng replied in a flustered manner. That's for the best. Don't forget, everyone here has their eyes on you. If this gets leaked, then the next meeting will be to clean up the mess. Not only Director Tseng, but everyone else here as well. Do you all want to sit in my chair? Mo Ting revealed a deep smile. Compared to his usual serious expression, this smile was more chilling. The board of directors were well aware of Mo Ting's capabilities. As long as he maintained a clear mind, they would only recognize him as the emperor. Since Mo Ting was not blinded by lust, they had no objections. As for Director Tseng, they would take a detour to avoid being used by people with ulterior motives. Soon, the board of directors began to leave. Meanwhile, Director Tseng left his seat with a conflicted look on his face. Although he tried his best to control himself, he couldn't escape Mo Ting's eyes. Being singled out by Mo Ting was equivalent to being targeted by the entire board of directors. If he became a mole, then at the next board meeting, he didn't even dare to think about it. President, it looks like the ones who are truly disloyal are the overconfident father and son pair. They actually want to use this kind of information to hold you accountable. Send someone to keep an eye on him and collect evidence at any time, Mo Ting instructed. Everything else, proceed as planned. The only reason Xianxia's fans were able to cause trouble was because they were the victims, they were the weaker party. But, what if their positions were to change? Hello everyone, welcome to the morning news. Let us first focus on an important incident that has just happened at Hai Rui Entertainment. According to a report from our reporter, the car that Hai Rui's famous model, Tongning, was riding on was suspected to have been tampered with. The brakes were cut off. Because it was discovered in time and the culprit was inexperienced, there were no casualties. Afterwards, our reporter contacted the person in charge at Hai Rui, but did not receive a response. So, Hai Rui decided to report this to the police. Tongning's car was tampered with by a Yu fan. The anti-fan left a letter on the car, claiming that he hated comparing Tongning to his idol, Yu Shanshan. Fan fight escalates once again. Yu fan goes berserk and almost causes Tongning to lose her life. Yu fan versus Tang fan, one intentionally caused harm, the other focused on charity. Entertainment announcements flooded in. The people that were originally speaking up for Yu Shanshan suddenly lost their confidence. They had previously scolded Yu Shanshan's fans for being violent, stupid, and extreme, but they never expected Yu Shanshan's fans to slap them in the face so quickly. How dare they tamper with someone's car? On the other hand, in order not to aggravate the conflict, Tongning's fans quietly organized donations and were passionate about charity activities. They chose to use gentle methods to appease the anger of passers-by and change their opinions. Comparing the two methods, Tongning's fans could not find any flaws. To think I previously thought Tongning's fans went overboard. Who would have thought Yu Shanshan's fans would tamper with someone's car? Aren't they trying to kill her? I think scolding her is enough. Tampering with her car is too much. Haha. Yu Shanshan, please lead your fans to explode. I've always felt that Tongning's fans shouldn't do something like Haven because the fans of models tend to be more mature. On the other hand, there are a lot of younger fans that watch television. Especially during puberty, it's easy for them to be led astray. Great, the victim has now become the perpetrator. My face is swollen. Forget it, the waters of the internet are too deep. I'm not going to play anymore. I'm going offline. I'm simply praising Tongning's EQ. As for everything else, Yu Shanshan, how shameless can you be? Many people in the media felt that Hai Rui did not handle their PR well this time. A normal agency could only allow Tongning to be slandered and wait for the incident to pass. It turned out Hai Rui could deal with it this way. If Xianxia used Tongning's fake fans, couldn't Hai Rui return the favor and use Xianxia's fake fans? The original victim had now become the perpetrator. In fact, the moment they stepped forward, they wanted to take someone's life. They wanted to see who was more violent and terrifying. Jay King originally thought he was going to make Mo Ting suffer. But, who would have thought, the reason Mo Ting was able to become a king was because of his countless methods, from the light to the dark. The method he used really depended on the person he was facing. Since someone wanted to slander Tongning, he wasn't going to hold back. As promised, he was going to give them a taste of their own medicine. In the end, Director Tsing decided not to tell his son. He knew better than Jay King that Mo Ting's undefeatable position was not something a woman could control. Rather than letting Jay King lose everything, he might as well protect his shares in Hai Rui. At least, he wouldn't end up with nothing in the end. But, just gaining the upper hand wasn't enough. Mo Ting still needed to prove Tongning's fans' innocence. So, he still needed to find the fake fans and collect evidence. According to her agreement with Jay King, Xianxia was supposed to leave the film in glory. But now, not only was she covered in blood, she was also stuck in a dilemma. Tongning was originally supposed to kneel, but now, she was the one kneeling. Tongning was originally supposed to apologize, but now, she was forced to admit defeat. Not only that, she even jokingly refused to act in a film because of a bunch of thugs. Not only did she offend Hai Rui, she also dragged her own agency, Star Art, down with her. An impact like this, for Xianxia, was extremely fatal. Are you satisfied with this result? Xianxia asked Jay King angrily over the phone, when are you going to return my child to me? I can't even protect myself right now. To you, I'm completely useless. I told you a long time ago, when faced with a wolf, Mo Ting would turn into a demon. I can already imagine his revenge. I also told you a long time ago that you were no match for him. But, I never expected, you would kneel in front of him in the first round. Do you know why he directly mentioned your name at the board meeting? He wanted to tell you that he can't be bothered to play with you. Shut up, Jay King yelled at Xianxia. Shut up, shut up. Return my child to me. Xianxia was about to go crazy. If you have the ability, then come at me. Don't hurt my child. I haven't used you enough yet. Jay King replied. Since things had gotten to this point, he was going to hold on to someone in the same boat. Even if he was going to die, he was going to drag someone down with him. Help me think of a way. I want the script for stupid. What do you want the script for? Xianxia was about to go crazy because of this lunatic. I want to establish my own film and television agency. What do you think I want the script for? You should also cancel your contract with Star Art and sign with my agency. You're crazy. Otherwise, you will have to wait to collect your child's corpse. Xianxia directly hung up Jay King's phone. Like she had received a huge shock, she smashed everything in the living room and lost control of her emotions. It turned, when some things were done wrong, there was no turning back. Stealing the script, this was Jay King's second best option. He originally wanted to tangle with Mo Ting, but who would have thought, Mo Ting had never placed him in his eyes. To Mo Ting, he was actually nothing. Star Art was afraid that Hai Rui would pursue the matter, so they quickly released a statement saying that everything was a misunderstanding and advised both parties to look at the matter rationally. After all, Xianxia was doing this to protect her fans, so it was understandable that she refused to perform. He was playing the sympathy card. It was also called acting pitiful. Compared to this Xianxia, the madam's ability to respond to emergencies is much better. Although she didn't make an appearance, she managed to unite the fans in time and turned them into her strongest support. She's not bad at all. Luce placed the newspaper in front of Mo Ting and sighed. There's no comparison, Mo Ting replied. How could these people be compared to Tongning? It seems like Director Tsing has given up on his son. In the face of benefits, even kinship has to give way. Mo Ting lowered his head and did not say another word. A moment later, he suddenly said to Luce, we still haven't found evidence to prove the Tang fan's innocence. Hurry up. What about the movie? I have my own plans. Stupid had gone through such a huge storm, yet Xianxia refused to perform just as filming was about to finish. So, of course, the female lead had to be replaced. But, there was no way he could announce that the female lead was his wife. For the sake of protecting Tongning, Mo Ting decided to send her straight to the set and keep the female lead a secret until the film was released. Maintaining a mystery was sometimes a part of publicity. But, if she were to appear on set out of nowhere, she was bound to receive a lot of questions. Especially since she had never had any acting experience. What about Xianxia's matter? Tell Star Art that we've reconciled. I don't quite understand. What are you trying to say, President? Lu Che refused to believe that Mo Ting would be so kind. What I'm trying to say is, when Star Art announces that Xianxia will continue filming, Hai Rui will announce that they've replaced the female lead. After speaking, Mo Ting lifted his head and continued, don't forget, the person that refused to continue filming is Xianxia. Remember to ask for compensation. Lu Che knew it. According to Mo Ting's black-bellied nature, it would be strange if he let Star Art and Xianxia off. Not long after, it was nighttime in Beijing. Mo Ting returned home from Hai Rui to find Tongning still reading the script for Stupid. His originally heavy heart sank even further. Stop reading, you've already memorized your lines. Mo Ting snatched the script from her hands. Let your eyes rest for a bit. I've seen the changes in the outside world and all the struggles you've faced. How could I not do anything? Tongning said as she leaned into Mo Ting's embrace. I found my new goal. What? That means it's useful to you. I've always wanted to do something practical to reduce your stress. And now, isn't my chance here? Tongning smiled as she shook the script in her hands. Even if it means you have to give up on your modeling career? Mo Ting looked at her in seriousness. Do you know that once you enter the set, it will be the same as giving up on the autumn/winter fashion week? It's not that serious. I can still attempt next year's Victoria's Secret, Tongning comforted Mo Ting. Most importantly, I really like this female lead. Since it's my destiny, I will definitely not shirk from it. But, the male lead, Lin Sheng, doesn't seem to like me. I'm sure he has a problem with me acting. That's not something you should worry about. Mo Ting held onto Tongning's head and placed a kiss on her forehead. You simply need to be yourself. You have so much confidence in me. Tongning suddenly smiled. Seeing Tongning smile, all the distracting thoughts in the outside world suddenly disappeared, even though the ones suffering and being abused were always others. I'm sorry, I've been selfish on this matter, Mo Ting suddenly said to Tongning. Sorry, Tongning's body trembled. Mo Ting had never apologized to anyone so easily. So, she sat up and wrapped her arms around Mo Ting's neck. There's no need to say things like this between us. She had no intention of competing with Xianxia. But, this film was very important to both her and Mo Ting. So, no matter who tried to ruin it, she would not agree to it. This was her determination as a wife to protect her husband. After the incident with the fans, Star Arts Factory's plans were completely disrupted. They originally wanted to watch the drama unfold, but now, they had no choice but to step out and speak out. If they had known they would have to pay a price like this, they might as well have stepped out from the start. Now that Hai Rui and Tongning were standing on the moral high ground, all Star Art could do was swallow their anger. Star Art sure is shameless. Previously, when you were being attacked, Star Art refused to do anything about it. Now that they've suffered a backlash, they're finally stepping out. It's too late. Long Jia watched the live stream of the interview and couldn't help but complain, how dare they say Xianxia will continue acting? Back when they first refused to act, they were so confident. Now, they still have the cheek to continue acting? Don't they feel disgusted? By the way, Tongning, what's wrong with your autumn/winter fashion week? Why did you ask me to cancel all of my previous interviews? Long Jia suddenly remembered what Tongning had told her. Plus, why are you still reading the script for Stupid? You've almost memorized it. What are you still reading? No matter how much you read, that disgusting woman will continue acting. Who said so? Tongning asked Long Jia with a deeper meaning. Are you saying boss has plans to replace her? But, Xianxia's scenes are almost finished. If he were to replace her, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Go back to watching the news. Tongming did not say anything else. In fact, she did not even mention to Long Jia that she would officially be joining the cast of Stupid that afternoon. Long Jia shrugged her shoulders, not understanding what Tongming meant. She simply picked up her phone and continued to watch Star Art's interview. Xianxia was indeed a little impulsive in the past and caused a lot of trouble for Hai Rui and the cast of Stupid. However, Xianxia acted this way because she saw her fans being wronged. This is understandable. I hope the netizens can be a little more forgiving. In a moment, Xianxia will return to the cast and continue filming Stupid. After the senior official finished speaking, he passed the topic to Xianxia, who was standing beside him. Today, Xianxia had used extremely thick makeup to cover up her swollen eyes from crying the day before. I will repay Hai Rui's trust. After saying that, Xianxia returned the microphone to the senior executive beside her. But at this time, the reporters started to make things difficult. Did Star Art hold this interview in consultation with Hai Rui? Why hasn't Hai Rui expressed their stance yet? Xianxia was so determined to stop filming, but now that the situation has changed, she wants to continue filming. She really doesn't have a choice. Xianxia's originally pale face turned even uglier. She picked up the microphone and replied, because no one is more suitable than me for the role of an actress in Stupid. Miss Yu, are you saying that no one else can do it? I'm the most suitable. Xianxia's words were extremely confident and firm, leaving the reporters speechless. Plus, Hai Rui had yet to make a statement, so the media assumed Star Art and Hai Rui had already spoken to each other. Xianxia rushed straight back to the set. However, she discovered that everyone's gaze had changed. Sister Yu, why did you come back? When the assistant director saw her, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. What do you mean? The higher-ups have informed us that the female lead has been replaced. Didn't you receive a notification from Hai Rui? The assistant director said as he patted her on the shoulder. You really can't blame the crew for this matter. Back then, you stopped filming just because you said so. You didn't consider the entire team at all. Even if your fan ended up in the hospital, what does it have to do with you? As an actor, the most important thing is their professionalism. For an actor like you to stop filming at the drop of a hat, who would dare to hire you in the future? Plus, you even threatened Hai Rui to compromise by stopping filming. If I were you, I would be too embarrassed to appear on set today. After speaking, the assistant director brushed past Xianxia. However, after taking a few steps forward, he added, I'm going to go pick up the new female lead. Who is it? Xianxia asked with tears of anger in her eyes. It's a secret. After speaking, the assistant director left, leaving Xianxia to return to where she came from. She knew Mo Ting wouldn't let her off so easily. How could he possibly let her continue acting? But, did he have to use such a method to humiliate her? Why didn't Hai Rui announce it when Star Art was released on the news? After Xianxia returned to Beijing, she complained to the higher-ups of Star Art. Afterwards, the higher-ups gave Mo Ting a phone call. However, they weren't qualified enough to see Mo Ting, so Lu Che was the one negotiating with them. Assistant Lu, didn't you say you wanted to reconcile? Why did you replace our Xianxia? Reconcile. We simply said we wouldn't pursue the matter of you fans messing with Tongming's car. But, we never agreed to let Xianxia return to the set. Let's get this straight. She's the one that wants to stop filming. Is Hai Rui a place where you can come and go as you please? Not only that, Hai Rui will pursue Xianxia for the damages she caused to Stupid during the time she stopped filming. Prepare the compensation. After speaking, Lu Che hung up the phone. Not long after, he followed Mo Ting's instructions and instructed the PR department to release a statement about replacing the female lead. This wasn't the first time Hai Rui had slapped the face like this. After all, the incident with Luo Hao from Qingtian also ended up like this. Star Art actually wants Xianxia to return to acting? Isn't this a joke? How powerful is Hai Rui? If they can even do something like stop filming, it would be strange if President Mo could tolerate it. Previously, when Tongming was being stepped on, Xianxia was acting all arrogant. Now that the situation has changed, she suddenly remembers her identity as an actress and has the guts to appear on set. Hai Rui's ability to slap people in the face is getting better and better. Not only have they replaced the female lead and found a new one, they even want to hold Xianxia accountable. Ha ha ha, I feel so good. What's going on? But, who is the new female lead? Xianxia thinks too highly of herself. She's just an actress, yet she wants to control the entire production. She doesn't know that the production will continue without her. I also want to know who the female lead is. But, this time, it seems the production is keeping it a secret. It would be best if her acting is better than Xianxia's and make her proud. In such a short period of time, Hai Rui actually released a statement about replacing Xianxia. As Long Jia watched Tongning pack her things, she couldn't help but guess, don't tell me the new female lead is you? Yes, I am, Tongning nodded. In fact, I will be joining the cast very soon. Right now? Long Jia was caught off guard. She felt like she had been struck by lightning. Wait, are you really going to act? Act? Yes, acting, Tongning replied confidently. No, have you really made up your mind? Even if you've made up your mind, won't you attract the disgust and ridicule from the crew if you just jump in like this? You obviously know that Lin Xing doesn't like you. In fact, the entire crew doesn't like you. Don't worry, I have my ways. In other words, from today onwards, you will need to temporarily leave Luce and stay by my side. After all, I am on set. There are a lot of things I can't handle on my own. What about boss? Boss isn't going? There are some things that I need to solve on my own. For example, how to conquer those who look down on her. She then turned to Long Jia and said, hurry home and pack your luggage. We need to rush to the set at 5 p.m. Are you planning to switch to the film industry? But what about your supermodel status? It's only one step away. But, he needs me. Tongning was well aware that she was only one step away from becoming an international supermodel. But, she also understood how much Mo Ting wanted her to take on the role of an actress. If I can't become a supermodel this year, there's still next year. Okay, I know no one can change your mind. Since you've made up your mind, I will continue to accompany you. After speaking, Long Jia turned around and gave Luce a phone call as she rushed home to pack her luggage. Tongning looked at Long Jia's back and suddenly felt a little guilty. Long Jia had been with her since Tanny and it wasn't easy for her to become the assistant of a top model. Yet, now that she was about to switch to filming, she had to start all over again. For her, the modeling industry had already been around for 9 years. Everything had already become part of her heart. But, the film and television industry was a completely new field. At the same time, because Hai Rui announced that they were withdrawing their actress, Xianxia was slapped across the face by Hai Rui and became a laughingstock in the industry. However, none of this was important. The matter would be settled sooner or later, but, King wanted her to get the complete script for Stupid. But now that she couldn't even enter the set, how was she supposed to get the complete script from Coke? After all, she was an actress. The script in her hands was only a part of her. It was not complete. Or was he going to sort out the information she had in her hands, add in what she had overheard, and hand it over to King? At the moment, this seemed to be the most suitable solution. Mo Ting really couldn't blame her, she had no choice, so, she pulled out her phone and dialed King's number. I prepared what you wanted. When can we meet? As soon as possible, of course. On the other end of the line, King sneered, did you think that I would start filming as soon as I got the script? Of course not. I want to polish it up and make it better than Stupid. I want to shoot a TV series, then find the richest investors and pull in A-list actors. Despicable. Be careful, Xianxia. You're just cursing yourself. King had no sense of danger at all. He thought Mo Ting simply wanted the board to see their true colors. But, how could there be such a simple thing in this world? How could the fate of those who seized power be as easy as him? Meanwhile, it was at this time that Lin Chong came looking for King. He was covered in injuries. At first, King thought he had bumped into a beggar. But, after taking a closer look, he realized it was Lin Chong. Perhaps he still had some use, so he ordered the bodyguards to carry Lin Chong home. After waking up in King's villa, Lin Chong sat up in surprise and looked at King cautiously. "It's me. What are you afraid of?" King laughed. "It was my fault for asking someone to beat you up. But, from now on, you should still work for me. I'm about to set up my own agency." Lin Chong thought for a moment and eventually nodded his head. However, after resting with his back facing King, his eyes suddenly darkened. At least, he was in this jerk's home. Although, strictly speaking, it was just a jerk meeting another jerk. "But, since you were beaten up so badly by me, why did you come looking for me instead of Mo Ting?" King asked cautiously as he stood up. Lin Chong did not respond. But, his body was trembling. Because of this natural reaction, King understood that he had already spoken to Mo Ting. But, Mo Ting was even more ruthless and vicious than he was. "You should get some rest." That afternoon, as Tongning arrived at the film studio, the person to receive her was the assistant director. Out of everyone on set, only he and Coke knew that the female lead had been replaced with Tongning. To make Mo Ting happy, the assistant director immediately arranged for Tongning to stay in the best hotel with the most comfortable room. In order to make Tongning feel a little more comfortable, he spent the entire afternoon preparing. However, as soon as Tongning saw Mo Ting, she did not care. She simply said to the assistant director, "I want to try out my scenes first." The assistant director thought to himself, since she was a model, what acting skills could she possibly have? Wasn't she just going through the motions? Why did she have to be so serious? "President Mo isn't here today. But, that's fine. I'll show you around the set first." Practically no one expected that the thing they were worried about would finally happen. Mo Ting had actually managed to get his girlfriend onto the set. In fact, as soon as they laid eyes on Tongning, they thought they were seeing things. But, there was no mistaking her iconic legs. "I never thought President Mo would actually do something like this. This is also the first time I've seen President Mo make an exception for someone. But, stupid is an important project for Hai Rui. Isn't he afraid that Tongning will ruin it? This little bit of money is nothing to President Mo, isn't it, just for Tongning to fool around? Disgusting. Can't she just quietly be her own model? If she knew how to act, I would already be a top actress." Tongning followed behind the assistant director, but she could still hear the discussions behind her. Although she slightly furrowed her brows, she did not hold it against the other party. Otherwise, she would be punished on her first day on set. "Everyone stop and listen to me. Especially you, Lin Chong." The assistant director pulled Tongning in front of him and warned the famous actor not to lose his composure. Lin Chong turned his head and glanced at Tongning. His eyes were filled with ridicule and dissatisfaction. "I don't act with trash." After speaking, Lin Chong turned to leave. But, Tongning suddenly spoke up and held him back. "Why don't you stay and watch my audition?" "You?" Lin Chong scoffed. "What's there to watch? Xianxia is already the best." Tongning did not force him. She simply smiled calmly. In the film and television industry, there were three main categories: those with acting skills and popularity, those with acting skills but no popularity, and those with acting skills but no acting skills. Lin Chong obviously belonged to the first category. As for Tongning, she barely even fell into the third category. "It's fine, he's always been this serious," the assistant director reassured. He was afraid that Tongning would get angry and complain to Mo Ting. Tongning smiled gently and turned to look at director Coke. Coke shook her hand in a friendly manner and said in French, "I've already told you from the start, you are destined to be here. Please allow me to try out a scene and let the crew decide if I should stay or leave," Tongning requested in seriousness. "Actually, there's no need for that. I want the entire team to be united. At least, I don't want to affect the progress and quality of Stupid. I also hope everyone agrees with me," Tongning explained calmly. Coke looked into her eyes and realized no matter what she did, she had to be 100% serious. So, he nodded his head and agreed, "In that case, let's go to the rehearsal room. Everyone on set will be there." "Thank you." The average person didn't understand French. So, the only person that truly understood what Tongning wanted to do was assistant director He. This was also the reason why Mo Ting hired him. He wanted to help solve director Koch's inconveniences. Even though Koch didn't have much of a problem speaking in English, Tongning actually wanted to try out a scene and had the guts to let the crew decide if she should stay or leave. Didn't she know that everyone on set was an expert in acting? How dare she bring it up? However, Tongning did not panic at all. She listened to Koch's instructions and headed to the rehearsal room with everyone else. To prevent Tongning from cheating, Koch printed out all 183 scenes that originally belonged to Xianxia and asked Tongning to draw straws. Everyone crowded around the rehearsal room anxiously. They wanted to see how badly a model could perform. But, among them, Lin Xin was missing. To be fair, can any one of you help me draw straws? Tongning said to the crew. The script clerk closest to Tongning was a young man. With anticipation for a good show, he stepped forward and pulled out a piece of paper from the pile. He then showed it to everyone. Scene 47. Show me Xianxia's 47 scenes, Koch said. Afterwards, the relevant personnel immediately pulled up the footage and played it for everyone to see. The 47th scene was about the actress discovering that she was pregnant. On the screen, Xianxia, after receiving the report, sat on the sofa with her arms wrapped around her knees and said a lot of nonsense to her manager. Most importantly, the expression on her face was a mixture of joy and worry, filled with disdain and ridicule towards fate. Actually, it wasn't very outstanding. It was just an average performance. However, Xianxia's eyes seemed to be able to speak. It was a perfect expression of the actress' self-deprecating mood. This scene was very difficult. Tongning was unlucky. If it had been an actress seducing an athlete or abandoning a baby after giving birth, it would have been easier to control. However, she just had to pick one of the more difficult scenes in the middle. Above all, with Xianxia's performance, no matter what Tongning did, it would be a joke. Tongning, if you have any questions, you can. No problem. No problem, Tongning interrupted. In fact, she repeated herself twice, no problem, I can do it. Everyone looked at her suspiciously. However, she did not seem nervous at all. She simply said, I can do it. Set reporter, pass the script to Tongning. No need, Tongning replied straightforwardly. It seemed, even Xianxia wasn't as familiar with the lines of the actress and stupid as she was. Okay, clear the set then. We will start directly from the hospital. Everyone watching the show crossed their arms and took a few steps back with a mysterious smile on their faces. They were waiting to see Tongning make a fool of herself. A model that walked the runway was supposed to wear a beautiful outfit and give off a pleasant visual. Experience. Yet, she actually ran all the way here to test everyone's patience. Long Jia was also among the crowd. She was also curious as to whether Tongning could actually act. Not only was she curious, she even pulled out her phone and began recording. Only Tongning remained calm from start to finish. Separated by a door, no one knew what Tongning was preparing behind the door. I must be crazy to come all the way here to watch a model act. Shoo, this is President Mo's girlfriend. In a moment, control yourself, your laughter is the most exaggerated. Pfft, so what if she's his girlfriend? If she doesn't know how to act, then she doesn't know how to act. I refuse to believe that she's a genius. Amongst the crowd, two tall men suddenly appeared and stood behind everyone else. How could Mo Ting miss out on such an important event? He simply did not alert anyone as he stood at the back with Lu Che. It's starting, it's starting. Following the sound of banging, the room door suddenly burst open. That's right. He didn't push it open or kick it open, he used his body to knock it open. It wasn't a forceful knock, he simply looked like he was stumbling. As he stumbled, the report in Tongning's hands fell to the ground. On top of the report, one word was clearly written, pregnant. Tongning did not say a word as her chest heaved up and down. Not long after, she suddenly burst out in anger as she kneeled on the floor, crumpled the report into a ball and threw it into the bin. Afterwards, she leaned against the wall and suddenly did something shocking, she jumped up and down in the room. It seemed she wanted to kill the child, everyone began to panic. They thought there was a child in her stomach and they were afraid she would actually have a miscarriage. Not only did she jump up, she also ran over to the sofa and jumped up. However, because she lost her footing, she suddenly fell down and almost hit the corner of the sofa. But, just a second ago, she wanted to kill the child so badly, but now, she subconsciously covered her stomach. She was an actress, but she was also a mother. She had instincts. So, after struggling on the floor for a few seconds, she suddenly lifted her head and revealed a detached and arrogant expression. She then grabbed her phone from the table and gave her manager a phone call. "Jesse, I'm F***king pregnant." The scene. After acting, Tongming returned to her normal expression as she tidied up her clothes and put on her shoes. But, who was going to tell the group of onlookers what had just happened? The air in the rehearsal room suddenly became very thin, and everyone was abnormally quiet. Everyone's eyes widened, as if they couldn't believe it. "Can anyone pinch me?" Did the actress in the script come to life? A staff member suddenly turned around and asked the people around him, or was I hallucinating? Tang. Has Tongming really never acted before? Someone questioned. Impossible. With this level of skill, it's impossible. Is it because we didn't have high expectations? Is that why we were surprised? After they whispered a few words to each other, the rehearsal room was still quiet. Every now and then, a cough could be heard from the crowd, like they were trying to break the awkward silence. Afterwards, Director Koch stood up and applauded. Everyone else also couldn't help but show their support as they cheered her on. Have you really never acted before? Even the assistant director, who didn't have high hopes for Tongming, asked with his eyes wide open. No. In that case, can you tell me how you did it? The assistant director was shocked. Tongming was a model and had never gone to any professional school, yet, she was able to act like this on her first scene. It was worth noting that she and Xianxia each had their own strengths. In fact, Tongming understood the details better than Xianxia and was more in line with the character in the script. As a first-time performer, she was able to get into character as she pleased and get out of character as she pleased. This. For those that had graduated from professional school for 4 years, yet still had a stiff expression on their faces after 7 to 8 years of acting and had to say their lines out loud, how could they accept this? Tongming lowered her head and smiled. There was no special method. At that moment, I was her. After speaking, Tongming walked over to the front of the crowd. She had already spotted Mo Ting standing at the back of the crowd. This. The director and the audience were still in shock. At this time, Koch put down the things in his hands and walked over to Mo Ting to shake his hand. I dare say, acting is the most valuable thing you can discover from Tongming. Your achievements will definitely surpass her standing on the runway. Mo Ting stretched out his hand to shake Koch's hand. He then turned his head to look at Tongming and revealed a confident smile. It was like he was saying, "This is only natural. Don't you know whose wife she is?" In reality, Mo Ting's surprise was no less than the audience. After all, this was the first time he had seen Tongming act. He was used to seeing Tongming's confident and high-spirited attitude on the runway. But this time, there was light in his eyes, and it was a scorching light. Acting. He saw a very different Tongming, a Tongming with a special meaning. Afterwards, in front of everyone, Mo Ting wrapped his arms around Tongming and placed a kiss on her hair. I knew nothing could stop you. At this time, the crew finally realized Mo Ting had also arrived on set. So they quickly behaved themselves. Tongming smiled at Mo Ting and extricated herself from his embrace. She then asked politely, "Didn't we agree that you guys would decide if I stayed or left? If you can maintain your acting standards, I would be willing to raise both my hands and legs." The assistant director was the first to speak, pointing at Tongming. Everyone laughed. In fact, they were thinking the same thing as the director. Although he had been slapped in the face by a model, he was surprised to find Tongming was quite interesting. She had never acted before, nor had she gone to a professional academy, but everyone could see her acting skills. No, that's not acting. You can feel that the person in the script has come to life. Everyone was curious as to how Tongming did it. So, everyone on set raised their arms in agreement. Tongming looked at everyone with their hands raised and did not move. At this time, Mo Ting gently nudged her. Tongming returned to her senses and bowed to everyone. I did not take on stupid for fame or money. I simply wanted to fulfill the writer's wish. Plus, I don't need any pay. If there are any problems during the filming process, the director can ask me to leave at any time. To be honest, Tongning is very sincere. It's obvious she was dragged on to save the day. Compared to those that refused to act because of fans and left the entire crew to the side, she is much better. Fine, she has slapped me in the face. From now on, I don't dare to look down on models anymore. I hope she can always maintain this standard. Let's wait and see. Hearing the staff's discussion, Tongning realized the impact she had on everyone was a little too strong. Didn't this also prove her success? Xianxia jumped over to Tongning's side and hugged her tightly. Why is God so unfair? Not only did he give you a pair of long legs, he even gave you a talent for acting. In reality, Xianxia wasn't surprised by Tongning's performance at all. Don't forget, Tongning was the soul of the runway. She was always good at understanding what she wanted to show and the clothes she wanted to wear. Then, she would make the necessary adjustments. With the addition of her years of experience in front of cameras and her experience in positioning, acting wasn't a difficult task for her. To be able to produce such an effect was a relatively normal expectation. After all, she was too good at figuring things out. One scene is nothing special. There are still many more scenes to come. Only then will we be able to see the truth. Hey, I don't see Lin Sheng. Where is he? Xianxia looked around but did not see him. Did he really not come to watch Tongning's audition? Didn't that mean she would have to spend a lot of effort to convince the actor? Don't worry about him. I don't have any scenes with him. That's right, you are acting as his mother. Xianxia suddenly laughed evilly. Tongning shook her head helplessly and turned to look at Mo Ting. Didn't I say I wouldn't come? President Mo, you seem to have cheated. If I didn't come, how would I have known you were so talented in acting? Mo Ting held on to her hand as they boarded the car together. You have exceeded my expectations. But you don't look surprised at all. Actually, you knew a long time ago that acting wasn't as difficult for me as it was for a newbie. I've exposed myself too much in front of you. I'm good at disguising myself and I'm good at figuring things out. These are all qualities that make up an actress. Then do your best. Leave everything else to me. Tongning nodded her head. Thinking back to that moment when she had become someone else, she felt her blood boil. Although I joined the cast in secret, people will still find out that I didn't attend Fashion Week. I have my own arrangements. Let Xianxia accompany you for the next 2 days so you can familiarize yourself with the crew. If I were here, they will feel distant from me. Tongning was well aware that everything Mo Ting did, he had his own considerations and plans. I know. Also, you won't be so busy if I'm on set. Mo Ting looked at Tongning seriously. He realized his reflection was very clear in her eyes. Mo Ting couldn't help but pull her into his embrace as he sighed. Don't only think about me. What should I do? This has already become a habit. Afterwards, she noticed people from the production crew walking in and out of the building. She pushed Mo Ting away and blushed. There are too many people here. Let's hurry back to the office. Mo Ting held on to Tongning's icy cold hands as he stepped out of the car and pulled out all the things he had brought to keep her warm from the boot. I will come visit you at any time. Tongning nodded her head. Every now and then, the crew would pass by and see the couple. They couldn't help but feel envious. Hey, don't you guys think the President Mo with Tongning is completely different from how he appears on the outside? Personally carrying things for his girlfriend? Is this still the ruthless and decisive big boss of the entertainment industry? I'm really envious. Don't talk, they're coming. A few people whispered amongst themselves in front of Tongning and Mo Ting. As Tongning walked past them, she smiled gently at them. This affinity, I'm convinced. She's better than you, Xianxia, who walks with her head held high. Plus, her smile is obviously sincere. Because of the audition and the small details, Tongning quickly integrated into the cast. Everyone thought that with her long legs, there would be a lot of taboos or that she would act delicate. But, she was really just like an ordinary person. Although she was quiet, she did not make any requests that made things difficult for others. In fact, it could be said that she was afraid of troubling others. As Xianxia's scenes were replaced, it slowed down the entire production. So, Tongning and Linxing's scenes began filming at the same time and were then edited. Normally, after Linxing's scenes were over, they would continue filming Tongning's scenes. Over the past 2 days, Tongning had been waiting for her scenes until the wee hours of the morning. After Tongning's audition, she won over the hearts of everyone on set. But, only Linxing did not have high hopes for her. However, the two had arrived at different times, so Tongning did not bump into Linxing. "Lin Ge, I heard that Tongning will be filming an important scene soon. Do you want to take a look?" There were scenes of her rolling in the mud. Her delicate body should be. Linxing lifted his head and glanced at his assistant without saying a word. In reality, over the past 2 days, he had heard a lot of opinions about Tongning's filming. But in his heart, he always felt that actors were actors and models were models. Everyone had their own roles. Changing careers would be irresponsible for what they were doing. So, he never went to see Tongning act. But today, the assistant mentioned, "Stay here." Linxing closed the script and handed it to his assistant. In reality, he didn't care about Tongning's acting, he didn't like it anyway. But, he had heard an interesting rumor: Tongning did not bring a script with her when filming. He wanted to see if Tongning was real. He was so powerful that everyone fought to praise him. Over the past 2 days, Xianxia had been through a lot of controversy and pain. She had practically offended her fans, management agency, and Hai Rui. So, apart from siding with King, she had no other choice. The higher-ups of Star Art had already started to ignore her. It was obvious that they wanted to freeze her. Xianxia was well aware of the damage that the strike had done to her. So, she had no choice but to work with King. That quiet night, Xianxia brought the script to meet with King at the hotel. But, this time, King appeared with Lin Chong. "What's wrong with you? How could you bring a paparazzi with you?" Xianxia looked at Lin Chong with disgust. "Have you forgotten how stupid his actions were? It's all a misunderstanding. From now on, we are all in the same boat," King said as he adjusted his burgundy suit jacket. King tidied up his burgundy suit jacket and asked, "Did you bring it?" Xianxia looked at Lin Chong cautiously, but still pulled out the script and placed it in front of King. King picked up the script with excitement in his eyes. The production cycle for a film is at least half a year. Let's take advantage of this time to film a drama and broadcast it at the same time. Of course, Lin Chong knew what the script Xianxia brought was. After all, Stupid was a popular film at the moment. But, he never expected that Xianxia would have the guts to ignore Mo Ting and hand the script to King. Xianxia did not look at King. Instead, she looked at Lin Chong. "I really don't understand, why would he need a paparazzi like you? It seems, you didn't succeed with what I asked you to do. I've already paved the way for you and the fans have caused quite a ruckus. What happened in the end?" Lin Chong continued to lead the topic back to the fight between the fans. "That's enough," King interrupted. King interrupted the two of them with a dark expression on his face. "I went out of my way to hire an experienced anti-fan to write a hateful article and even staged a fight to stir up trouble. I thought it was foolproof, but who would have thought that Mo Ting would be even more ruthless? No one can be blamed for this. Who told Mo Ting to be more ruthless?" Lin Chong glanced at Xianxia and did not say another word. "Right now, the shareholders of Hai Rui are treating me like a plague and trying to avoid me. Just thinking about it makes me angry." Isn't this because you want to seize power?" Xianxia scoffed. Lin Chong did not say another word as he quietly switched off the camera hidden in his pocket. After the dinner ended, Xianxia left first. Meanwhile, King looked at Lin Chong and said, "Lin Chong, you know why I kept you around, right? I hope you can take more photos that will be useful to me." "I'll try my best," Lin Chong replied in a low voice. King trusted Lin Chong. In reality, he trusted in Lin Chong's hatred towards Hai Rui and believed that Lin Chong would never betray him. But, after leaving the dinner, Lin Chong returned to the place he had found himself and sent the evidence he had just recorded to Fang Yu. He also told him that the script for Stupid had been leaked. Fang Yu was surprised and felt emotional. Lin Chong had done so many despicable things. Who would have thought there would come a day when he would turn over a new leaf? After thinking for a moment, Fang Yu sent Lin Chong a message, "You can stop now. Safety is more important. Yu Shanjian has something on King." Fang Yu understood what Lin Chong meant. He wanted Mo Ting to get rid of King. "Go back to the studio. President Mo will handle the rest." Lin Chong did not reply, but Fang Yu promised, "Definitely." Lin Chong wasn't stupid. He directly told King that he had captured a piece of big news and would be disappearing for a while. And King believed him. Late at night, Fang Yu sent the evidence to Lu Che and Mo Ting. Lin Chong was indeed a professional paparazzi. In terms of filming techniques and angles, he perfectly exposed Jay King and Yu Shanxian without leaving a trace. The contents of the video included Yu Shanxian handing the script to Jay King, the truth behind the fight between the fans and Jay King's attempt to seize power. Lu Che arrived at Hyatt Regency overnight to find out how Mo Ting would handle the situation. "The madam has done another good job." After seeing the video, Lu Che couldn't help but sigh. Helping Lin Chong was a wise decision. It turned out, in this world, there really was something called repent. Although I can't help but hate Lin Chong, at least I don't hate the things he does. "President, what should we do now?" "Edit the video into 3 parts, the script, the incident between the fans and the power grab. First, bring the video of the script to Yu Shanxian. Let's see if we can get more valuable information from her. Then, send the power grab part to all the shareholders and give them a copy," Mo Ting said without lifting his head. Mo Ting held on to the document and said without lifting his head, "As for the part about the fans, we will announce it at the end." "Okay." Lu Che nodded his head. After all, based on Jay King's actions so far, it wasn't enough to punish the tumor. So, they needed to gather more evidence. But, before that, they couldn't release the video because it could put Lin Chong in danger. Luckily, everything was under Mo Ting's control. "The president hasn't visited the madam over the past 2 days, has he?" Lu Che guessed. Tongming had waited until dawn for 2 days in a row, yet he hadn't called to check on her. It seemed, he was afraid of hurting her. "I heard she's still waiting." Mo Ting lifted his head and looked at Lu Che deeply before closing the document in his hands. Lu Che's guess was right, he was indeed worried. After all, this wasn't a glamorous runway. For the sake of drama, actors had to make a lot of sacrifices. Most importantly, he knew, once Tongming got serious, she would disregard everything, including getting herself hurt. Since he'd already heard. Then, what else could he say? Mo Ting looked at the time, it was 10 p.m. Even so, he still stood up and grabbed his car keys. Lu Che followed behind because he wanted to see his wife. By the time the couple arrived at the set, it was already 11 p.m. At this time, Tongming's scene had just begun. It was the 11th match. The content of the story was that when the actress was frozen, she chased after the car of the CEO of the agency, but ended up falling into the mud. This was probably the most dangerous scene. Coke asked Tongming to use a body double. As there was a close-up of her face, Tongming rejected Coke's suggestion, "It's okay." Everyone looked at Tongming in shock as they looked at her long legs. She obviously didn't need to be so serious, why did she insist on perfection? In fact, she could even use her relationship with Mo Ting to slack off. But, no matter how dangerous the scene was, she insisted on doing it herself. From the start, she had clearly told everyone that she was only here to film. Even after the audition, there were still people who doubted him, but now, there was no one left. Lin Xing was also on set. He had just finished filming his swimming scene and had just changed into his costume. He was planning to watch Tongming in action. However, seeing Tongming insisted on not using a stunt double, his lips suddenly curved upwards in ridicule. He had seen too many female celebrities do dangerous scenes for the first time. In order to save face, they agreed not to use a stunt double. But, in reality, he refused to believe that Tongming, a model with legs that had just won the title of World's Most Beautiful Legs, wouldn't care at all. "Just wait and see. You will definitely be shocked." Lin Xing's assistant couldn't help but laugh as she sat beside him. Lin Xing did not say a word. He simply took a sip of water and placed his gaze on Tongming. "Action," the director yelled. A moment later, the set supervisor hit the clapboard. The third scene of the 11th scene had already begun. Tongming was wearing an off-the-shoulder gold miniskirt as she walked down the stairs. At this time, the boss's car was about to drive off. Tongming immediately pounced over, but she missed the car door and rolled to one side. Seeing this, Mo Ting felt a piercing pain in his eyes. Not long after, Tongming sat on the ground and threw her high heels at the car. Jerk. Afterwards, she hugged her knees and began to cry. As she cried, she cursed. Cut, Tongming, one more time, Coke said to Tongming. The makeup artist immediately retouched Tongming's makeup. Tongming quickly stood up and got into character. She once again completed the scene in a more immersive manner. Pass. Next scene. Lin Xing and his assistant stood at the back. They were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. In that moment, he couldn't see any trace of Tongming at all. This was something that even Xianxia's acting couldn't do. He felt the Tongming that was filming had completely transformed herself into the actress. It was a very strange feeling. Too strange. When it came to filming techniques, Tongming had no idea. She really didn't know how to do it. She simply treated herself as the actress. Everything she said and did, she followed. Her style. Most importantly, Tongming did not bring a script with her. Who would have thought? Lin Xing's assistant couldn't help but sigh. Wait, isn't Tongming a model? Lin Xing did not respond. After a while, his assistant added, actually, I heard that Tongming's audition scene was even more exciting. Lin Xing lowered his head and looked at Tongming's legs covered in mud. But, she did not have the delicate air of a typical actress. She was indeed different. Go find a video of her audition, Lin Xing said after a moment of silence. Okay. Actually, Tongming relies on her talent and aura, this is her advantage. But, the path of an actress is not only dependent on talent. If she was to act with someone else, she would immediately expose her flaws. Lin Xing rarely commented on someone's acting. In other words, he no longer denied Tongming's abilities. His assistant did not say another word. Mo Ting had already walked over and knelt down in front of her. It seemed he was more concerned about her legs than she was about herself. Why are you here so late at night? Tongming was a little surprised. I'm regretting it right now. Mo Ting said as he stood up and held on to her hand. If I knew it would hurt so much. Tongming took the opportunity to jump onto his back, but, I feel a sense of accomplishment. Whenever I think about how I will be able to see myself on the big screen in the future, that feeling is magical and makes me feel proud. President Mo, huh? Mo Ting replied in a low voice. Should we announce our marriage on the day we finish filming? Tongming suddenly suggested. Okay, we will announce our marriage on the day we finish filming. Plus, in front of me, you can do whatever you want. However, Mo Ting did not say this out loud, he simply hid it deep inside his heart. After returning to the hotel, Mo Ting immediately pulled Tongming into the bathroom. After washing away her tiredness, Mo Ting took the opportunity to wrap his arms around her. What time do you start filming tomorrow? 4 a.m., Tongming replied groggily. Mo Ting hugged her tightly as he breathed in her scent from between the strands of her hair. Tongming subconsciously snuggled into Mo Ting's embrace and pressed her face against his chest as she mumbled, I've missed you. I'm here, Tongming responded gently. She suddenly felt at ease as she closed her eyes and fell asleep. Meanwhile, Mo Ting slowly got up and carefully examined Tongming's leg to see if there were any injuries. The 2 rolls just now had caused his eyes to hurt. The next morning, Tongming woke up in bed. She subconsciously reached out her hand to check the spot next to her. She realized it was cold. Tongming immediately sat up. Not only was the sky bright, but Mo Ting was also standing by the window with a serious expression. Tongming lifted the blankets and walked over to Mo Ting. You didn't sleep all night? Are you angry? Mo Ting did not say a word, but Tongming could tell he was throwing a tantrum. Why? It seems I was wrong for not being able to make you value your body, Mo Ting replied after a moment of silence. It seems, I need to buy insurance for your entire body. Tongming froze for a moment. She realized this man was so black-bellied that he knew she would feel guilty, yet he still used such a method to punish her. I've already thought about it. This is the only scene I need. I won't do it again, Tongning raised her hand and promised, but, it's already 7 p.m, I have a scene at 4 p.m. Don't forget, I am your manager. I've already spoken to Coke and asked him to postpone filming until the afternoon. Plus, Lin Xing has already said he doesn't mind meeting you. From now on, you won't have to wait so long for filming at night. Am I using my job for personal gain? Mo Ting held her face helplessly, my heart aches. You can go watch Lin Xing in the morning and learn a few things. How's the situation with Jay King? Don't ask me anything. Mo Ting didn't want her to know about any of the things that were bothering him, except for one thing. Lin Chong has been completely subdued by you. When you have time, I will tell you in detail. Tongning nodded her head and headed to the set with Mo Ting. As soon as the staff on set saw Mo Ting, they all greeted him respectfully. In front of outsiders, Mo Ting was never one to smile. Because of his unapproachable demeanor, the crew kept a respectful distance from him. Even though he was now Tongning's boyfriend. He was still the CEO of Hai Rui, this was a fact that would never change. Lin Xing was currently filming a scene where he was being scolded. Meanwhile, his father was forcing him to jump into the water. Lin Xing was an idiot, so he stood at the edge of the pool with his body curled up. As he dodged clumsily, he waved his hands. In the end, he made a comical move as he ran towards a chair and hit his head under it while his body trembled in fear. It had to be said, Lin Xing's acting made people forget that he was an actor. He was already in his 30s, yet, he was able to portray a 16-year-old boy so well. Especially when he looked at him with a frightened expression. Pass, the director ordered. Lin Xing immediately stood up as his assistant pulled out a jacket and wrapped it around him. Lin Xing wiped his face as he looked at Tongning who was standing outside the pool. His gaze became deeper. Afterwards, he said to his assistant, tell Tongning to come over. Yes. What's the matter? The assistant was worried that Lin Xing would cause trouble for her. After all, President Mo was still around. He was their financial backer, so they couldn't afford to offend him. Tell her to come over. Lin Xing said coldly. The assistant nodded his head repeatedly, don't be angry, I'll go get her right now. Afterwards, the assistant expressed Lin Xing's intentions to Mo Ting. Mo Ting glanced at Lin Xing and finally allowed Tongning to go over. Tongning was confused. This best actor had been biased against her from the start. What was the situation now? Afterwards, Lin Xing walked over to his seat and handed Tongning a few textbooks on acting. You are very intelligent and perceptive. I hope these will be of help to you. I hope there will be more and more actors, not more and more celebrities. We are the carriers of a story. I've seen this from you, so I acknowledge you. After speaking, Lin Xing paused for a few seconds before he leaned back in his chair and continued, remember, I acknowledge your attitude, not your acting. When it comes to acting, you are still a long way off. Thank you. Tongning smiled. Go back. Otherwise, President Mo will think I'm going to eat you up. Tongning looked at Lin Xing's expressionless face and turned around to leave. She knew this was how Lin Xing handled things. He seemed to have an obsession with acting. In fact, it could even be described as an obsession. As a result, as long as there was a newcomer that was interested in acting, he was willing to help them. Tongning returned to Mo Ting's side. Mo Ting looked at the documents in her hands and patted her on the head. You always have the ability to conquer people. President Mo, I suddenly have a feeling that Stupid is going to be a huge hit. Just do your best. Mo Ting did not want to put too much pressure on her. That afternoon, Lu Che came looking for Xianxia with evidence. Xianxia was quite shocked. Hai Rui's revenge had already reached this point. They had practically destroyed her career. Wasn't that enough? Lu Che sat in his chair and narrowed his eyes. He then pulled out the video and showed it to Xianxia. Do you know how much this compensation fee is? As soon as Xianxia saw the video, her face turned pale. She immediately asked, where did you get this video from? Today, I came here to give you one last chance. Tell me, what deal did you have with Jay King? Lu Che put away his phone and sat up straight. He was ready to listen to the story. Yu Shanshan's expression was unnatural, she seemed to be hesitating. You must know, since we have this video, we must have even more exciting content in our hands. Luce explained. Yu Shanshan closed her eyes. She knew Mo Ting was about to make his move. Jie King kidnapped my child. Luce's expression softened a little as he sat up straight and asked, do you have any evidence? I have a recording. Call the police. Luce reminded without hesitation. Only the police can help you with this matter. Do you really expect Jie King to let your child go? Unless you die. For kidnapping, a light sentence is 5 years in prison and a heavy sentence is life in prison. But, if she were to call the police, then the fact that she was pregnant out of wedlock would be exposed. Yu Shanshan lowered her head and did not say a word. On one hand was her child, on the other was her acting career. She didn't want to lose either. Luce noticed her hesitation, so he explained, there's no way President Mo will let Jie King off. Whether it's seizing power, framing Tongning, or trying to remake a film, they are all within the president's bottom line. Yet, he has stepped over them all. That's why I came looking for you today. I want you to hold on to the last bit of initiative so you don't lose too badly. After speaking, Luce put away his phone and stood up. At this time, Yu Shanshan finally spoke up and held on to Luce. I agree to call the police, but you need to guarantee that my child is fine. That is something the police should do. I can't promise you anything. Yu Shanshan moved her lips but did not say another word. But she did indeed arrive at the police station with her manager and handed over all the evidence. She also showed them the records of her child not being home for a long time and evidence that she was missing from school. The police immediately filed a case and sent out the police to arrest the suspect, Jie King. At this time, Jie King was holding on to the script that Yu Shanshan had given him and discussing his next film with a famous actor. Seeing a group of police officers barge into his home, he was stunned. But, he continued to resist arrest. It didn't take long before news of Jie King being taken away by the police spread throughout the industry. Everyone began to speculate whether it was because of drugs. Afterwards, the higher-ups at Hai Rui released news that the incident that happened to Tongning was a self-scripted and self-directed act by Jie King to seize power. Not long after, a video of Jie King talking to anti-fans was released online. It clearly stated that he hired anti-fans to pretend to be Tongning's fans and exposed the relationship between Tang fans and Yu fans. He also revealed that the fight that happened was self-scripted and self-directed by Jie King. In reality, the fans that were involved in the fight weren't actually Tongning's fans. The truth was finally revealed. Although the incident had already happened a few days ago, the netizens were still shocked when the truth was revealed. It seemed, in the industry, everything could be used and everything could be used in exchange for benefits. Soon, a meticulous netizen discovered that Yu Shanshan was the one who reported the incident to the police. They followed the clues and discovered that she was pregnant out of wedlock and that she was in cahoots with Jie King. In the end, she and Jie King ended up dead. This time, she was not criticized by the netizens, because she did it for the sake of her child. After being detained and interrogated, Jie King finally told them the truth about where he had hidden his child. Star Art decided to hold an official press conference to explain the entire incident to the public. This was the smartest way. Afterwards, it was said that Director Tsing visited Mo Ting's office, but Mo Ting refused to see him. He simply told Luce to tell Director Tsing, I previously wanted to see you, but you refused to communicate. Now, you only have yourself to blame. Chairman Tsing was filled with regret, so, he decided to sell his shares in Hai Rui to save his son. But, the matter had already gotten out of hand and involved so many reputable people. Was it possible for him to cheat? However, after the truth was revealed, the fans suddenly realized something strange. It had been a long time since they had seen Tongning. Fashion Week was about to begin. Why hadn't she done anything? Even Hu Jingjing had returned to Milan Fashion Week. But what about their idols? Fans began to leave comments on Mo Ting's homepage, but Mo Ting remained silent. Hey, say, after Yu Shanshan was replaced, Hai Rui has not announced their next female lead. I heard the production team signed a confidentiality agreement. Do you think it could be our Tongning? Look, Yu Shanshan has been replaced and Tongning has gone missing. Yet, President Mo is going to work as usual. Don't you think it's suspicious? It can't be that Tongming has actually gone to act, right? I think it's highly possible. After all, no matter what Tongming does, I will support her, the fans commented. Since Tongming hasn't said anything, we won't ask. She always surprises us. That's right. Which artist would want to clear the grievances of their fans? Who would have thought that Tongming would still remember? Because of this, I will be her fan for life. I wonder what our Tongming is like when she acts. Don't tell me she's just a pretty face? Although I can't deny that Tongming is amazing on the runway, her acting. Ahem. What's wrong with Tongming acting? Can't Tongming act? The fans were in an uproar. Speaking of the film Stupid, although Jae King was arrested, the actor that he was negotiating with ended up stealing the script from his hands. Although Xianxia made up the second half of the script, the main structure was not too different from Stupid. Afterwards, Mo Ting and Coke discussed the plot of Stupid. Should we make some changes? No need, Mo Ting replied straightforwardly. The version that Xianxia leaked was not complete. Most importantly, I have faith in the entire production team. Not everyone can produce a perfect film. But, if it is used by someone with ulterior motives and it is released before us, the audience will easily assume that we are plagiarizing. Creativity is the hardest thing to define. In that case, I have a suggestion, Tongming suddenly said to the two men. Publish a book. And get the copyright. That way, even if another film is released before us, it will simply be plagiarism. At that time, we can use this to demand compensation from the other party. Tongming's suggestion is indeed a good idea. Coke agreed. The script is already written, but it is still being polished. No matter how fast the film is, it will take at least 2 months to complete. If we turn the script into a novel, I'm sure it will be a huge hit. Mo Ting looked at Tongming without saying a word. Seeing Mo Ting hesitate, Tongming stretched out her hand and held on to his right hand comfortingly. For a film to become a classic, it is all because of the hard work of the people behind the scenes. If we are lacking a little bit here or there, then in the end, it will fail because of what we are lacking. I want to know, who is the screenwriter? Coke asked after listening for a while. He felt this was a simple matter. Meanwhile, Tongming looked at Mo Ting with a smile and did not answer his question. Of course, Mo Ting had no intention of revealing this matter to the public. Trust me, Stupid will definitely be remembered by people. Even if it's a few years, 10 years, or 20 years from now, it will still move people's hearts. In the end, Mo Ting had no choice but to nod his head. Just treat it as a wedding present from you. After all, we are about to announce our marriage, Tongming smiled. Coke clapped his hands and congratulated the couple. You two are the most compatible couple I've ever met. Has Kathy been good lately? Tongming was suddenly reminded of the mischievous little rascal. Coke shook his head with a headache. I really can't do anything about her. When you become parents, you will understand. Tongming's face turned red as she turned to look at Mo Ting with a hint of anticipation. Mo Ting looked back at her. The couple immediately came to a mutual understanding. Originally, Mo Ting wanted to return to Hai Rui because he had a lot of work to deal with. But, he remembered Coke's words about becoming parents. After returning to the hotel, Tongming grabbed onto Mo Ting's wrist and asked, It's already so late, are you still going home? Mo Ting lowered his head and looked at Tongming as he gently stroked her hair. Were you moved by Coke's words today? Tongming pursed her lips and nodded her head. Can't you stay tonight to keep me company? Mo Ting had always agreed to Tongming's requests, so there was no need for her to ask him to stay with her. So, he straightened his body, pulled out his phone and gave Luce a phone call, canceling all of the video conferences that were originally scheduled for that night. Tongming's heart warmed up. She knew how busy Mo Ting was. Since he had decided to leave, he must have made a lot of arrangements. But, she wanted to be willful for once. Most importantly, Mo Ting allowed her to be willful, no matter the time and no matter what environment he was in. Seeing Mo Ting remove his jacket, Tongming quickly moved out of the way of the bed. Mo Ting took the opportunity to lie down on the bed, reach out his long arms and pull her into his embrace. Tell me, do you want a child? Tongming leaned against Mo Ting's chest and gently nodded her head. For a moment, I thought a family of 3 would be great. A loving father, a strict mother and a good baby. Mo Ting knew it would be perfect. In fact, he had fantasized about it countless times in his dreams. But, Tongming was not even 27 years old yet. If she became a mother now, she would no longer have time for herself. So, Mo Ting placed his hand on Tongming's forehead and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. No, I haven't spoiled you enough. I was just saying. It's definitely not going to happen now. Tongming propped herself up and lay on top of Mo Ting's body. She gently bit open a button on his shirt. Mo Ting's ink-black eyes were suddenly filled with desire. Afterwards, he lifted Tongming's chin with one hand and kissed her passionately. It was not until they both found it hard to breathe that Mo Ting finally left her lips. He then whispered in her ear, I am very happy. Tongming's heart raced as she hugged Mo Ting without saying a word. She knew what Mo Ting was happy about. Most of the time, she respected and relied on Mo Ting. Even though she loved him deeply, there was still a tinge of rationality mixed in. But, a moment ago, she had asked Mo Ting to stay. To relax because she wanted this man to stay by her side. Mo Ting hugged Tongming tightly. At this moment, he was so emotional that he couldn't control himself. The two burning hot bodies intertwined as they used their most primitive desires to express their desire for the other. However, just as Mo Ting pulled out the condoms prepared by the hotel, Tongming stretched out her hand to stop him as her cheeks blushed. Come in like this, it's safe. Ning, do you know what you're saying? For the sake of protecting her, Mo Ting had always restrained himself. In this aspect, he had always prioritized her body. Even when he was most excited, he did not leave a single mark on her body. But tonight, Tongming actually didn't stop him. Of course I know. I simply want to be with you. Mo Ting's eyes darkened. In the end, he grabbed onto her left hand and lifted it above her head. Tongming let out a soft moan as she lifted her head and anxiously sought a kiss. After they were done, Tongming leaned into Mo Ting's embrace to calm down. She then turned her head and asked, Did I create trouble for you? Huh? About the book, Tongming mentioned, you don't have much time. Did I make an immature suggestion? But, did you know? I really want to see the name of the screenwriter on the final curtain call of my film. It's your name. Mo Ting did not respond. He simply checked Tongming's bedding to make sure there were no gaps. He then said to her, hurry and go to sleep. You have scenes early tomorrow morning. Tongming let out a gentle grunt as she buried herself in Mo Ting's embrace and fell asleep. But, she had no idea, this simple suggestion had led to their future marriage. After coaxing Tongming to sleep, Mo Ting got out of bed and used her laptop to write a few simple notes. Under the gentle lights on the wall, Mo Ting watched as Tongming slept peacefully. It was like the entire world was in his hands. After J. King was arrested, Star Art issued an apology for the Xianxia incident and announced that Xianxia would be temporarily retreating from the industry. The incident with the fans slowly calmed down. However, the public continued to speculate that Tongming would be taking part in Stupid. Of course, the fans were happy to see this happen. After all, no matter what Tongming did, they would support her. But, film fans expressed their dissatisfaction. Our country has so many talented actors. I don't think Hai Rui would be stupid enough to use Tongming. I've heard that Stupid is highly valued by Mo Ting. I hope he doesn't make the wrong decision. I don't want to suddenly see a model walk the runway in a film. You guys know what I mean. If Tongming is actually taking part in the film, then I'll have to say goodbye. I can't look forward to it anymore. It was obvious how high the expectations of film fans were. Even if it was a Hollywood blockbuster, in their eyes, there were still flaws that could be found. Because of this, Luce did a second round of research on the expectations of Stupid. He discovered that after mentioning Tongming, expectations kept dropping. President, we need to think of a way to salvage the situation, Luce said worriedly. Because of the madam's identity as a model, the words that the fans are saying about her are quite harsh. We are still in the early stages. Let them spread the word. Mo Ting replied without lifting his head as he focused on the computer screen. I don't understand. You don't need to understand, Mo Ting's voice turned colder. What President Mo is trying to say is, it doesn't matter if we let them make wild guesses. They just need to prepare themselves for the worst. Only then, when the film is released, will they realize how amazing Tongning is. Fang Yu knocked on Mo Ting's office door with a report in hand. Fang Yu held on to a report as he knocked on the door. He then replied to Lu Chei's question. Film fans think they know a lot about films, so they are very picky about actors acting. It's like when someone owes you a sum of money and you're prepared for the worst, but in the end, they pay you back double. That kind of surprise, do you understand? When the time comes, even if Tongning has flaws, they won't criticize her on a large scale. They will simply think she exceeded their expectations. No wonder Lu Chei was able to come up with a solution. Afterwards, he stared at the two men in the office. Indeed, people that knew how to do PR were different. At the beginning of February, the autumn/winter fashion week officially began. However, Tongning did not appear on the runway. This made fans even more certain that Tongning was on set of Stupid and that she had changed her profession to an actress. However, the production crew did not allow fans to visit them on set. So, the main actors suffered because no matter where they went, they would always be asked about the female lead. Especially Lin Sheng. Whenever he attended an event or went on an interview, he would always be asked if Tongning was the female lead. Everyone knew that Lin Sheng would never lie. Plus, everyone knew that when Lin Sheng took on a role, apart from looking at the script, he also looked at the supporting actor. If the supporting actor was someone without any acting skills, he would never take on the role. But, this time, why didn't he say anything? Today, the best actor, Lin Sheng, will be attending the New Edge Film Festival as a guest presenter. According to sources, Lin Sheng is currently filming Stupid. Not too long ago, the cast of Stupid was recently replaced. The netizens are all guessing that the female lead is the missing Tongning. I wonder what the best actor has to say about this. Shengge, can you tell us a little about the female lead of Stupid? Shengge, say a few words. Lin Sheng was surrounded by reporters as soon as he finished his awards ceremony. Out of respect, he stopped in his tracks and faced the cameras. Regarding the female lead, I have nothing to say. Is that Tongning? Is she or isn't she? Lin Sheng suddenly thought of Tongning. After interacting with her for over 10 days, he couldn't deny that he had a new opinion of her. Although she was indeed a newcomer in the film industry, she did not accept Stupid because she overestimated herself. She had a certain level of understanding towards herself. Plus, when filming, she never acted like a big shot or threw a tantrum. As long as he felt Tongning could do better, even if it was a scene that had already been shot, she would still ask the director to redo it. In fact, her attitude towards filming was even more serious than his. He really couldn't find anything wrong with an artist like this. Although he was previously unhappy with Tongning, Lin Sheng now treated her as his disciple. But, she wasn't stupid. In fact, he was extremely intelligent. So, in front of the camera, Lin Sheng had the urge to praise someone. What was going on? Lin Sheng hesitated for a moment before replying, sorry, I have signed a confidentiality agreement. Please wait for an official response. Besides, I've said more than once that I won't work with someone who can't act. This sentence had two meanings. 1. The female lead wasn't Tongning. 2. Tongning had acting skills. But, as a model, Tongning had never acted in any film or television before. To suddenly have acting skills. It didn't seem realistic, right? So, the media assumed that Lin Sheng was hinting that Tongning wasn't the female lead. After hearing this, Lin Fan immediately patted her chest and let out a sigh of relief. Oh, I was afraid that the supermodel would drag our Xianxia down. I'm relieved to hear this. I'm a first-rate actor. Please don't put me in the same category as a supermodel. Have faith in Xinggu. I'm looking forward to the film. Stupid was a hot topic in the film industry. From the moment filming began, it was filled with all sorts of unsolved mysteries. Unfortunately, Mo Ting was extremely good at PR. Now that Stupid was being filmed in a closed environment, not even a fly could enter, let alone a human. After returning to the set, Lin Sheng took advantage of his free time to show Tongning the comments. But, faced with all the insults, Tongning simply smiled. If it was me, I would have scolded you even worse. It seems, you've never tried to defend yourself. Lin Xing put away his phone and looked at Tongning. Anyone can say beautiful words, but only beautiful actions can win people's hearts. Plus, because I don't want to live a complicated life, I don't care about fame and fortune. I simply want to be responsible for the people I care about and the things I like to do. Tongning smiled. If I truly care about them, then they will be satisfied. Lin Xing gave a slight smile and gave a rare compliment. You have a good understanding of this industry. Thank you, Xingge, for teaching me acting. I don't think I'll have a chance with this film. But I'm looking forward to acting with you in your next film. I'm sure it'll be fun to act with someone as serious as you, Lin Xing said. Afterwards, he stood up. Another scene was about to begin. Tongning watched as Lin Xing acted. She didn't tell him that the only reason she was working so hard was because stupid was Mo Ting's blood and sweat. Her love for Mo Ting extended to the point where she had to personally protect the film. It was currently the beginning of February. Her scenes would be officially completed by the end of February. In reality, most people would be able to complete over 100 scenes in a few days or even 10 days. But, because Tongning was serious, there were many times when she would have to repeat a scene multiple times. During her free time, Tongning received a phone call from Hu Jingjing. What's wrong with you? Aren't you going to attend Fashion Week? This is the most important opportunity in your career. I won't be attending this year. Tongning replied. Don't tell me you're actually going to act in a film? I'm going to act in a film, Tongning replied without hiding anything. Do you know how many rising stars have appeared in this Fashion Week? I can't believe you're going to start all over again. Let me tell you, if your film flops, I'm not going to help you, Hu Jingjing said angrily. It wasn't easy for Tongning to get to where she was today. Fashion Week was the most important opportunity for her to raise her value, yet she was going to give up on it. What about all the insults and schemes she had endured in the past? Why did you insist on acting in this film? Can you tell me the reason? Don't tell me you went because President Mo asked you to. Really? Hu Jingjing understood what Tongning's silence meant. After a moment of silence, she finally asked, although I don't know why you had to give up on your successful career to support him, if he dares to do anything wrong to you, I will. Tongning let out a gentle laugh. You're still smiling? Who knows if anyone will remember your name after this Fashion Week? Don't you know what you're giving up? Li Xiqing said with a smile on his face. Don't you regret it at all? Regret? Fengge is about to get married. I will return to attend the wedding and interrogate you when the time comes. Tongning responded with a gentle okay as she hung up the phone and quietly waited for her scene to unfold. However, during this time, Tongning took out her phone and browsed through the various fashion shows. Long Jia was sitting to one side talking to Lu Che on the phone. Seeing Tongning flipping through the news, she couldn't help but feel a little moved. If she hadn't chosen to film, Tongning would have been a huge hit at Fashion Week. Afterwards, she would have easily taken the Victoria's Secret runway. Afterwards, Long Jia took a photo of Tongning's back and sent it to Mo Ting. Boss, how could you be so heartless? Seeing the photo, Mo Ting's heart skipped a beat. However, he did not reply to Long Jia because this was a matter between him and Tongning. How could he let Tongning give up on her position as a supermodel? Fashion Week was important, but as Tongning's manager, if he couldn't take care of Tongning's future, would he still be considered a qualified manager? However, there were some things that outsiders didn't need to know. Even so, his heart still ached. After work, he immediately grabbed his car keys and rushed to the set. Over the past few days, the staff on set had long gotten used to Mo Ting's appearance. Even though they still felt pressured no matter how many times they saw their male god. Hello President Mo, Tongning is in the waiting room. Hearing the staff's reminder, Mo Ting rushed over to the waiting room. Seeing the makeup artist drawing out bruises and hickeys on her body, he immediately understood that Tongning would be filming a bed scene. Tongning lifted her head to see Mo Ting. She subconsciously tried to cover her back, but Mo Ting held her back. You've seen everything. I'm preparing for the bed scene tonight, Tongning said awkwardly. Mo Ting stood behind her and leaned over to whisper in her ear, even I have never left marks on your body like this. Looking at you like this, I feel a little jealous. Air. President Mo, how about we make it look real, the makeup artist suggested boldly. It would be more realistic. Is that a good idea? Tong Ning's cheeks flushed red. Get out. Mo Ting straightened his body and did not say anything else. After the makeup artist left, he hugged Tong Ning and said, "The marks on your body were definitely left by me." After speaking, he sat down on a chair and carried Tong Ning onto his lap. Feeling a chill, Tong Ning let out a gasp. At this time, Mo Ting had already placed his body on top of hers and was sucking hard. Satisfied with the effect he had created, Mo Ting helped Tong Ning put on the clothes and wrapped his arm around her. Be quiet for a moment and don't move around. Otherwise, I can't guarantee I won't do anything. Tong Ning leaned on Mo Ting's body as her cheeks flushed red. Do you feel bad about missing out on Fashion Week? Mo Ting asked gently as he placed his chin on top of Tong Ning's head. A little. Tong Ning didn't expect Mo Ting to care so much about her feelings, so she could only answer honestly. Did you think I'd let a superstar fall? Mo Ting asked with a smile. I won't let my woman sacrifice herself for me in vain, but I've never seen it as a sacrifice, Tong Ning said in seriousness. The couple hugged each other warmly. A moment later, Mo Ting calmed down and the makeup artist returned to the waiting room. However, she was certain that the marks on Tong Ning's body no longer required her makeup skills. That night, when the bed scene began, Mo Ting was sitting on set. As soon as the male actor opposite Tong Ning thought about the cold-faced Buddha sitting outside, he couldn't let go of his hands and feet. After a few NGs, would kissing the woman of the big boss of the entertainment industry cause him to be in trouble? In the end, the actor directly asked the director, "Can we use a fake position?" Coke glanced at Mo Ting and nodded his head, "Sure. Please get ready." Seeing Mo Ting's actions, Tong Ning couldn't help but laugh. The almighty President Mo was always unbearable when he was two-faced. In the end, the bed scene completely relied on a fake position and editing. But the most surprising thing was the marks on Tong Ning's body. The staff all complimented the makeup artist for her improvement. The makeup artist looked at him helplessly. She really wanted to tell everyone the truth. But, with the cold-faced President Mo still sitting outside, she decided it was best not to say a word. After the night scene was over, Tong Ning and Mo Ting returned to the hotel. After Tong Ning finished washing up, Mo Ting said to her, "In 2 days' time, Yufeng will be getting married. We need to attend. I've already applied for leave for you." As an evergreen in the music industry, Yufeng and his girlfriend had been together for over 10 years. Now that they were finally together, it was a big deal for the entertainment industry. But, on that day, the media will definitely ask me why I didn't attend Fashion Week, Tong Ning said to Mo Ting. Mo Ting stretched out his arms and pulled her into his embrace. He then looked into her eyes and replied, "Leave everything to me, okay? I'll leave everything to you." During this period of time, due to the popularity of Fashion Week, a new rising star from the East caused a sensation in Western Europe. It was a newcomer from Qingtian. It seemed, Xianxia had indeed recovered and was focusing on the right path. However, the entire modeling industry felt sorry for Tong Ning. With such a good opportunity to rise, did she not want to become an international supermodel? Most importantly, this rising model had unknowingly become a huge threat to Tong Ning. After all, the media always compared the two of them. Above all, the industry was changing too quickly and there were too many rising stars. Some people began to speculate that this rising star would create a new storm and Tong Ning would die during her transition. Fans also began to panic as they left messages for Mo Ting. Where did he hide Tong Ning? Was she filming? He didn't even give an explanation. Now, a newcomer was knocking on her door. This newcomer was called Ling Zi. After seeing the gossip, Tong Ning felt it was ridiculous. It was normal for newcomers to suddenly appear. She wasn't even worried, yet the reporters were worrying about her. "Stop looking. I feel boss must have his reasons for hiding you. I refuse to believe he would destroy you for his own selfish reasons," Xianxia said as she ate her dessert. She couldn't help but scoff at the news. "However, I heard this newcomer will also be attending Yufeng's wedding. Plus, I think you will run into Xianxia again." It will be an exciting scene. After all, didn't Lanchi like Boss in the past? This time, you can teach her how she feels. Good idea. Tongning felt Long Jia was not going to waste her time. So what if there was a newcomer? After all, the miracle she had created could not be replicated. A newcomer that had only appeared at Fashion Week couldn't compete with her. Plus, she was currently at Hai Rue. Even if she admitted defeat, the people at Hai Rue wouldn't let her admit defeat. Don't worry, on that day, your power will definitely return, Long Jia promised in seriousness after finishing her dessert. While Tongning was filming, singing Gaju Feng was about to get married and a new star in the modeling world, Ling Zi, was about to appear. This made En sigh. The entertainment industry seemed to be lacking someone, yet it was still lively and full of gossip. Plus, Lan Shi's methods had never been weak. As soon as Ling Zi became famous, Lan Shi struck while the iron was hot and created a lot of hot news for her. Of course, no matter how brave she was, she didn't dare to casually drag Tongning onto the stage. The only people that would compare Tongning to Ling Zi were the sensationalist media. Even Star King was kneeling in front of Hai Rue, let alone the heavily injured Qing Tian. Above all, she had witnessed Tongning's methods before. Whenever she thought about it, she would still feel a lingering fear. Of course, she couldn't understand why Tongning didn't attend Fashion Week at such a crucial time. If she was there, Ling Zi would have nothing to do with it. 2 days later, after Tongning finished her morning shoot, she immediately returned to Hyatt Regency with Long Jia. Mo Ting had already prepared a private outfit for her and was about to rush to the airport. Seeing the extravagant outfit Mo Ting had prepared for her, Tongning subconsciously looked at the man with a questioning gaze. After keeping a low profile for so many days, it's time to let others know what popularity means, Mo Ting said as he sat on the sofa. It turned out, it was because of the new model that was currently popular. So, this time's schedule is open to the public? Tongning guessed. Of course, Long Jia hurriedly replied as her eyes narrowed into slits. Every time she followed Mo Ting, he would arrange a face-slapping trip for her. This time, it was likely, it would be no exception. Tongning nodded her head and returned to her room to change. After packing up for a while, the group left Beijing together. If it wasn't for the fact that someone was trying to step on Tongning, she wouldn't even need Long Jia and Lu Che to accompany her to a wedding. But, someone was taking advantage of this opportunity to bully Tongning, haha, were they dreaming? Yu Feng had been in the music industry for many years and had accumulated a lot of connections. So, for his wedding, he had invited over half of the entertainment industry. Beijing Airport almost came to a standstill because there were too many big names involved. Mo Ting had already released the news that Tongning would be attending. So, in order to relieve the pain of missing her, fans gathered at the entrance of the airport early in the morning. In particular, fans of Tongning and Mo Ting were waiting at the airport in order to see the loving couple. In fact, many fans were even holding up placards and banners. At this time, Lan Shi and Ling Zi had just arrived at the airport. However, as Ling Zi had just become famous, she did not have any loyal fans. So, when she and Lan Shi entered the departure lounge, they did not receive much of a reaction. Only a few passers-by recognized her. After all, Ling Zi was still young. Seeing such a scene with so few fans, she naturally felt uncomfortable. Lan Shi seemed to read her mind as she patted her on the shoulder. One day, you will become a superstar. Ling Zi nodded her head, but because she was wearing sunglasses, Lan Shi couldn't see her true expression. So, Lan Shi didn't care too much about a girl's vanity. Not long after, screams could be heard from the departure hall. Lan Shi and Ling Zi, who were walking in front, thought it was a singer or actress. However, from the crowd of fans, cries for Tongning could be heard. Tongning. Tongning's legs are so beautiful. Tongning, have you gotten skinnier? Under Mo Ting's protection, Tongning continued to move forward. Long Jia and Lu Che followed behind them with their luggage. Fans followed on both sides, continuously handing Tongning gifts and asking for autographs. Most importantly, they were asking about how she was doing. Needless to say, this was a very strange scene. Tongning had a background as a model, but her popularity was no less than that of a movie star or singer. In fact, her fans could be found all over the world. From this, it was clear to see that Tongning had accumulated a lot along the way. Tongning, can you tell us, are you filming? Tell us in secret. A fan asked coquettishly. Tongning didn't walk too quickly. Hearing her fan's question, she pointed to her left and said, ask him. The fans couldn't help but place their gaze on Mo Ting as they shivered. I wouldn't dare. Tongning let out a gentle laugh as she lowered her head and said something in Mo Ting's arms. Afterwards, she replied to her fan, President Mo said that when the time comes, you will be the first to know. When there's good news, the first person to know will be my dearest fan. After speaking, Tongning stretched out her hand and patted the fan on the head. The fan was so happy that she almost fainted. Tongning, we will love you forever. Good girl, you have good taste. After Tongning responded, she stopped at the security checkpoint to give her fan an autograph. Can you ask President Mo to sign it too? The fan begged. Tongning put down her pen and turned to look at Mo Ting. Mo Ting hesitated for a moment. It wasn't appropriate for him to give up his seat, so he hugged Tongning from behind and held on to her hand as he signed his name on the fan's notebook. Ah. Oh God, they're giving out sweets. The couple are giving out sweets. The airport was filled with screams. The couple seemed to have caused quite a commotion at the airport. This made Xianxia, who was carrying Ling Zi, feel like she had been slapped across the face by Mo Ting. Why did Mo Ting and Tongning leave at this time? Was it really a coincidence? Or, did Mo Ting purposely arrange this because of the comparison from before? Most importantly, they were on the same flight. Luckily, not many people recognized Ling Zi. Otherwise, as soon as Tongning appeared, the comparison would be too obvious. Afterwards, netizens discovered Xianxia and discovered that Ling Zi had also left Beijing at the same time. But looking at her photo and then looking at Tongning's. As the saying goes, if there's no comparison, there's no harm. Although Tongning had disappeared for almost a month and Ling Zi's meteoric rise, the two had never appeared in the same frame. Now that they were compared, they realized, no matter what, Tongning still beat Ling Zi. Her aura, figure, taste in clothes and most importantly, the man that was always by her side. Previously, I was worried that Ling Zi would steal our Tongning's limelight. But, from what I've seen today, all my worries have disappeared. The difference is too big, okay? I thought everyone had forgotten about Tongning. Who would have thought, she has so many die-hard fans, haha. Our Tongning has simply been hidden away by Mo Ting. To be honest, Tongning has been through so much, how could a small-time model compare? Rest in peace. From the fans' arrival at the airport, everyone could see the difference between Tongning and Ling Zi. Some news could indeed be exaggerated, but when it really appeared, anyone with a discerning eye would be able to tell the difference between popularity and strength at a glance. Before boarding the plane, Xianxia spotted Xianxia and Ling Zi in the VIP lounge. She approached Tongning and lowered her head. Do you want to go over and say hello? That newcomer model is following beside Xianxia. It's obvious Xianxia values her. There's no need, Tongning replied straightforwardly. Xianxia had already forgotten about being forced to kneel down, but Tongning was going to remember it for the rest of her life. Actually, Xianxia didn't forget, she simply didn't want to burden Tongning, so she pretended to be relaxed. Xianxia nodded her head and whispered into Tongning's ear, Boss is becoming more and more black-bellied. Is this the first day you've met him? In reality, Ling Zi wanted to use Tongning to increase her own popularity, and Tongning, of course, wanted to use her to prove her own status. Coincidentally, filming had been quiet for a few days. Was there no room for Tongning in the modeling industry? If she was at another agency, perhaps that would be the case. But, didn't they know who was backing Tongning up? Xianxia naturally noticed Tongning and Xianxia. Most importantly, by Tongning's side was the king that she didn't dare to look at. I simply stole a few top brands from Tongning's hands. Why can't Hai Rui admit it? Ling Zi said angrily. Don't say that. If Tongning appeared at Fashion Week, I would have nothing to do with it. The truth is, Tongning gave up on Fashion Week. With your current status, you still can't be compared to Tongning. Endure it, Xianxia comforted. She got to where she is today by enduring it. But Let's not talk about it. Feng Ji's wedding will be attended by people from all over the world. Make good use of this opportunity and you will soon catch up to Tongning, even though She couldn't understand why Tongning would give up on Fashion Week. She gave up on Fashion Week, she never believed the rumors that were circulating. Tongning's mind was clear. Others might not know, but she knew. Mo Ting was probably holding back his trump card. So, it was best she didn't provoke him in case she got slapped in the face again. After all, Luo Hao's incident had only just passed. Hu Jingjing and Fang Yu had arrived earlier than Tongning. As soon as they arrived at the hotel, Hu Jingjing couldn't help but hug Tongning and pull her into the bedroom to whisper sweet nothings. Ling Zi is also attending Fashion Week. What are you going to do tonight? The media will definitely come after you. What can we do? It's a fact that I didn't go. Tang Ning smiled, her face as calm as ever. However, I just saw the entertainment news. You and President Mo's appearance caused quite a commotion. I think I'm starting to understand what President Mo is trying to do. Besides, even if the movie flops, you still have me. Hearing this, Tongning took it to heart. She opened her eyes wide and glared at her. You're the one who's going to lose. But, you used to be a model. Look at me, if you asked me to act, I would only be able to act as a corpse. In fact, I would have to lie on the ground and die, Hu Jingjing questioned, if you were in my shoes. Hu Jingjing couldn't be blamed for not believing that Tongning had acting skills. If others hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, not many would have believed that Tongning had such talent. Tongning did not argue. She simply smiled. After all, in the end, time would prove who was right. As there was still some time before the wedding, the men were in the study room discussing business, while the women sat in the living room watching a movie to kill time. Suddenly, Jia suddenly jumped up from the sofa, pulled out her phone and showed it to Hu Jingjing like she was showing off a treasure. Do you want to watch Tongning's audition? It's going to be spectacular. Audition? Hu Jingjing put down the glass of wine in her hand and received the video from Jia. Didn't Tongning join the cast out of nowhere? Not a single person on set liked her, especially the best actor, Lin Sheng. So, Tongning arrogantly told the director that she wanted to audition and let the cast and crew be the judges. If anyone felt her acting wasn't good enough, they could ask her to leave. Hu Jingjing was surprised, but she wasn't too surprised. After all, this seemed like something Tongning would do to slap people in the face. But acting? Hu Jingjing curiously opened the video on Jia's phone. A moment later, she saw the scene where Tongning found out she was pregnant during her audition. Tongning did not join the shocked couple. She simply looked at the rain outside and felt it wasn't the right weather for a wedding. Hu Jingjing didn't know how she finished watching the short few minutes. After putting down her phone, she simply had one thought: if I was President Mo, I would also let you act. Who would care about the runway? I always thought you were talented at the runway, but after watching you act, I realized the runway can be treated as a side job. No objections? Tongning asked as she glanced at the excited Hu Jingjing. After walking the runway for so many years, I'm sure you're well aware that in this industry, it's all about youth. Nowadays, there are more and more outstanding models and the competition is getting more and more intense. By the time we reach 30, no one in the industry will still remember us. Hu Jingjing sighed as she supported her head with one hand and drank a glass of wine. But, actors are different. Actors have their own works. Actors have left a legacy for the world. Plus, from the looks of it, President Mo wants to turn you into a best actress. When that time comes, the difference in status between us will be huge. So, let the public say what they want. What's wrong with giving up on Fashion Week? It's all about acting. When your film is released, you will definitely shock everyone. Just like how I was shocked by you. These were Hu Jingjing's heartfelt words. She was truly shocked by Tongning. Originally, she thought Tongning was on the same level as her. Who would have thought, when people compared themselves, there was indeed a difference. That's not something I can control. Tongning did not continue the topic. Instead, she changed the topic to Yufeng's wedding. It seems, a lot of people have been getting married recently. Are you jealous? Hu Jingjing laughed. You and President Mo have been married for a long time. Is there a need to be jealous of others? Ting and I have decided to announce our marriage after we finish filming, Tongning suddenly said to the two women in seriousness. Speaking of which, how did the two of you get married in the first place? I've never heard you mention it. Hu Jingjing was curious. In reality, when Tongning thought about the day of her wedding, she still felt it was a little surreal. So she slowly curved her lips upwards. On the day of our wedding, we only met for the second time. The first time we met was at a party. That day, I directly stopped him and asked if we could fake our marriage. Afterwards, he agreed. Half an hour later, we registered our marriage. 2:30 p.m. Yufeng held his wedding ceremony at Como Hotel. Inside the luxurious Gothic cathedral, all the VIPs watched from below the stage. During this time, Ling Zi sat on Tongning's left. Every now and then, she would look at her with hatred and hostility. However, Tongning had a smile on her face the entire time. From start to finish, she was under Mo Ting's protection. After the wedding ceremony, it was time for the couple to express their gratitude. An event like this was naturally a time for managers to bring their own artists to look for collaborations and resources. Actresses like Tongning and Hu Jingjing naturally didn't need to care about other people. But because Tongning didn't appear at Fashion Week, she became the hot topic of discussion among the models. And because she might have appeared in Stupid, she became the hot topic of discussion among the actors. Of course, there was also talk about how to hook up with the big boss of the entertainment industry. It seemed, no matter where she went, she was the hot topic of discussion. Inside the European-style ballroom with a fountain, Mo Ting wrapped his arm around Tongning's waist as they weaved through the guests. However, a moment later, Mo Ting pulled out his phone and said, I need to take an important call. Tongning nodded her head. Dressed in a white strapless dress, she held on to her handbag as she waited at the entrance. At this time, a man and a woman in their 50s entered the ballroom, supporting a 70-something-year-old man. As soon as she saw the middle-aged woman, Tongning was stunned. This woman was none other than Han Yufan's mother, who was married to a famous director. She never expected to see her at an event like this. Tongning gently nodded her head at the woman, but the woman did not seem to appreciate her gesture. Mother Han looked at Tongning coldly and said to her husband, I just saw a disgusting person. What happened? That's the model that harmed my son and ended up climbing up the social ladder. Mother Han pointed to Tongning with her chin as she explained to the old man and her husband, enemies really do cross paths. Do you want me to help you get back at her? Not at the moment. Let's give Yufeng some face, Mother Han scoffed as she stopped her husband from doing anything. Actually, it was understandable that Mother Han hated Tongning. After all, Han Yufan's current situation was all thanks to Tongning. Tongning also felt uncomfortable. She hated events like this because she kept bumping into people she didn't want to see. Seeing Mo Ting wasn't around, Lan Shi, dressed in a black suit, approached Tongning. She grabbed 2 glasses of champagne from a waiter's tray and handed one to Tongning. Have a drink? I thought there was no need to be so polite between us. Tongning received the bottle of champagne and placed it back on the waiter's tray. Lan Shi laughed at herself and shrugged her shoulders. I only have one question for you. When did you and Mo Ting start dating? Tongning covered the light in her eyes with her thick eyelashes and replied calmly, It seems that you really want to make yourself a joke. In other people's eyes, aren't you also a joke? Lan Shi's lips curved into a cold smile, don't you know? No matter how many blessings you get from your fans, the people in the industry still don't think highly of you. Tongning continued to listen but did not respond. Now that you have Mo Ting to protect you, no one would dare to touch you. But, you need to cherish what you have now. Who knows, when you wake up, you might be back to where you started. After speaking, Lan Shi downed the glass of champagne in one gulp. She then took one last glance at Tongning before turning to leave. Don't think highly of me. Hearing these 3 words, Tongning felt a chill run down her spine. However, a moment later, Tongning returned to a calm smile. Whether they thought highly of me or not, I was already Mo Ting's wife. Tongning lowered her head to calm herself down. She then noticed Lu Che approaching her. The president needs to make a few phone calls, so he asked me to introduce the madam to a few important partners in Hai Rui. Must I? Tongning didn't like the atmosphere in the room. She knew there were a lot of people here that were judging her and pointing at her. Relax. Luce shrugged his shoulders and handed a glass of champagne to Tongning. Let's go. From directors, producers, business partners, and other successful people, Tongning met quite a few people this time. In the end, Luce brought her over to Mother Han and introduced her with a smile. This is Mr. Zhang Qingping, the honorary president of the Film Association. He is also a top actor and director and a regular judge for the Fei Tian Awards. It turned out, Luce wanted to introduce the old man to Tongning. Mother Han and her husband sat on either side of the old man. As soon as they saw Tongning, their expressions did not look too good. Tongning ignored the two as she held onto her glass and said politely to Mr. Zhang, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Zhang. I've heard a lot about you. Allow me to propose a toast to you." The old man glanced at Tongning but did not respond. After quite some time, he finally said, "A mere model doesn't have the right to drink with me." The old man's words were firm and forceful, causing the entire hall to fall silent. Everyone turned to look at the old man. After observing the situation, they suddenly felt pity for Tongning. Actually, it was understandable. Zhang Qingping was an artist from the older generation and Mother Han was his goddaughter. Knowing that his god-grandson had been ruined by Tongning, it was only natural for him to find a way to vent his anger. Tongning's glass remained suspended in midair. At this moment, the atmosphere was extremely awkward. Tongning had been in the limelight for so long because of Mo. Ting. Perhaps it had been a long time since anyone dared to look down on her. Who would have thought, at such a grand event, she would embarrass herself in such a way? Let's see if she can continue to be arrogant. Most importantly, what about Mo Ting's attitude? Tongning held on to her glass without getting angry. Just as she was about to pull it back, someone grabbed the glass in her hand and asked, "Am I qualified?" The old man lifted his head and discovered the person standing beside Tongning was Mo Ting. "She represents me. If she doesn't have the right, then no one else here has the right to drink with Mr. Zhang." The old man's expression changed as he looked at Mo Ting unhappily. "Mo Ting, I am considered your elder. Mr. Zhang is, at most, an elder that bullies the younger generation," Mo Ting replied straightforwardly. "Is there a need for you to speak to me like this because of a model? A model like this isn't anything special. But, she happens to work for me. She represents my identity. If anyone tries to look down on her, they are looking down on me. Even if it's you, Mr. Zhang, I will not go easy on them." After speaking, Mo Ting wrapped his arm around Tongning's waist and turned around. However, as he walked away, he said, "Since you are a filmmaker, you should focus on film-related matters." What he meant was, "Don't you get involved in my business, as for my people, don't you dare mess with them." What happened? Mo Ting asked as they walked to a less crowded area. Tongning gripped onto the corner of Mo Ting's shirt as she replied with a complicated expression, "It seems, he wanted to help Han Yufan get back at him. Director Zhang's wife is Han Yufan's mother. It's obvious they have a good relationship with Elder Zhang. Above all, with her status, it was normal for her to receive this kind of treatment at an event like this. In the end, it was because her foundation wasn't stable and she couldn't produce any respectable work." Mo Ting carefully looked into Tongning's eyes. He then grabbed onto her right hand and said, "Hold on tight." Tongning lowered her head and looked at their intertwined hands. Her heart finally relaxed. Returning to the ballroom, the way everyone looked at Tongning changed once again. In reality, Mo Ting had already been extremely protective of Tongning, both in the open and in the shadows. However, this was the first time he had done it at such a grand event. Previously, he was announcing her identity. Now, he was announcing her status. Tongning watched as Mo Ting spoke confidently with the others, watched as he avoided the easy questions and countered the sharp questions of others. At this moment, her grip on Mo Ting's hand tightened. In this cold and emotionless industry, in this self-interested industry, there was someone like this who would always hold on to her hand in the dark, shielding her from the wind and giving her direction. She felt, even if Mo Ting wanted her life, she would not hesitate to do so. Feeling his fingers had turned white from Tongning's grip, Mo Ting looked down at their hands and whispered in her ear, "How hard are you holding on to me?" At this moment, the two were standing right next to the fountain in the ballroom. Tongming leaned against Mo Ting's shoulder and said in a raspy voice, "I was afraid you would let go." After all, everyone was talking about her and had all sorts of opinions about her. Meanwhile, the man beside her was the only person she could rely on. Mo Ting turned around and faced Tongming. In front of everyone, he grabbed onto her hands. "I suddenly feel like kissing you." Not only did Mo Ting say it, he immediately acted on it. Everyone took a deep breath. They never imagined the two would be so intimate at someone else's wedding. Oh God. Look, they're kissing. They can't even control themselves. This must be true love, right? Although I don't want to admit it, our great President Mo has indeed been won over by this model. His mood is a little messed up. In a moment, drink a few more glasses to ease his mood. However, Mo Ting wanted to make those that were jealous of Tongming even more jealous. He wanted to slap those that thought they were putting on a show. Then, the newlyweds held a glass of wine and walked up to them with a blissful smile. Yufeng hugged the bride and said to the couple, "CEO Mo, this is our wedding, leave us some glory." Feng Go, "I'm so sorry." Tongming grabbed a glass of champagne and offered a toast to the groom apologetically. However, Yufeng simply smiled. "I've been in Hai Rui for so many years, but I've never seen President Mo protect someone like this. The outside world is full of ups and downs, you need to get used to it. Otherwise, there will be more occasions like this in the future. I'm sure you don't want him to die from exhaustion, right?" "I understand," Tongming nodded. "Make yourself strong. You've always done this very well." After speaking, the four men clinked glasses together. It was as if Mo Ting wasn't the CEO of Hai Rui, but simply a member of his family. "Happy wedding." "Thank you, President Mo." Not too far away, Lanxi watched as Mo Ting and Tongming intertwined their fingers. She couldn't help but finish the glass of champagne in one gulp. Just like Tongming had said, she was indeed a joke. Especially when Tongming was still at Qingtian, she actually tried to hit on Mo Ting. At that time, even though she knew Tongming already had a boyfriend, she was certain she couldn't find anyone good. In reality, the words she said to Tongming earlier were simply because she wasn't willing to accept it. Outside the ballroom, the rain continued to pour. After the banquet ended, everyone was originally supposed to return to their respective hotels. But even in such bad weather, the reporters held up their umbrellas and waited outside. Seeing the reporters' faces were red from the cold, many artists stopped to accept interviews. This included the surrounded Lanxi and Ling Zi. After all, she also needed to be exposed. Of course, Mo Ting and Tongming were also the focus of the reporters. President Lan, Qingtian's former model, Tongming, was also present at the wedding. "I wonder how it feels to see you again." "I wish you all the best," Lanxi replied in an official manner. "In that case, do you think Ling Zi can reach Tongming's level?" "She is who she is. In my heart, Zi has her own charm." On the other side, Tongming was also being asked the same question. "Miss Tang, are you embarrassed to see your old boss again?" "Miss Tang, I heard you did not make an appearance at Fashion Week. Rumor has it that you are filming on set. Is this true? Have you really decided to change careers and become an actress?" Tongming knew there would be this question. So, she immediately looked at the man beside her. He had told her to leave everything to him. Mo Ting hugged Tongming tightly before replying, "I think her singing is better." Of course, the answer was a complete lie. They asked about acting and runway, yet he actually replied that she was singing. Tongming subconsciously wanted to laugh. President Mo, Beijing is constantly comparing newcomers to Miss Tang. Do you mind if she is constantly being compared to others? For example? For example, the recently famous Ling Zi. Who is that? Mo Ting asked straightforwardly. Every day, there were plenty of people that became famous. Who was this person? The reporters understood what Mo Ting was trying to say. They were all floating clouds in the sky. In that case, let me ask you a more personal question. When are you getting married? When they were flirting, he asked when they were going to announce their marriage. Now that they were going to announce their marriage. Regarding this question, Mo Ting only revealed an unfathomable smile. The reporters knew this was Mo Ting's limit, so they didn't ask any further. They simply stepped aside and allowed the couple to leave. Amidst the rainy night, the scene of the couple holding an umbrella as they left was captured by the reporters' cameras. This wedding was obviously a rehearsal for their own wedding. Meanwhile, after hearing Mo Ting's answer, Ling Zi finally realized that Tongning and Mo Ting had never treated her with any importance. Even if she ended up taking over Tongning's resources for Fashion Week, she had simply taken advantage of something that Tongning didn't want. Lan Jia, from now on, tell the media not to compare me to Tongning. I don't want to embarrass myself. Previously, Ling Zi was proud of the fact that she received Tongning's resources. But now, she suddenly felt like she was nothing. Lan Jia watched as the couple left and nodded her head. That's not someone we can match up to. Tongning has never been an ordinary person. Perhaps she has something that will surprise me even more. I'll wait and see. After Yufeng's wedding, Tongning and Mo Ting appeared on the headlines of many entertainment newspapers. That level of popularity was something that many artists could only look up to. But, from that moment onwards, Tongning once again disappeared from the limelight and returned to filming. However, the results of the Asian Model Public Trust rankings were released. Tongning was ranked first in Asia with an income that was double that of the second place. Her huge photo was published on the international news. But, to everyone's surprise, this powerful Asian model did not make an appearance at this year's Autumn/Winter Fashion Week. If Tongning is really going to film, then giving up everything she has is too courageous. Actually, an artist's value shouldn't be limited by the form they exist in. I think Tongning is well aware of her position and wants to challenge herself. Although I like her as a person, if she is actually going to film, I still wouldn't watch it. Exactly, a good character doesn't equal good acting. Tongning was undoubtedly a miracle. After 9 years in the industry, it only took her 4 months to return to the top of the industry. Just as she was about to become a global supermodel, she actually made such a huge decision and was willing to make such a sacrifice. The path she took made the onlookers feel it was quite interesting. On set, Tongning had already completed half of her scenes. That day, after the intense night scenes, Mo Ting's car arrived on set. Tongning looked at the time. Without removing her makeup, she opened the car door. It's already early in the morning, why are you here? To pick you up to celebrate, Mo Ting said as he held on to the steering wheel and gestured for her to quickly get changed. Celebrate? Tongning was confused. It wasn't her birthday, nor was it Mo Ting's. What was there to celebrate? Mo Ting smiled without saying a word. Only after Tongning had changed did he leave the set with her. It's already so late. The restaurants outside are already closed. Mo Ting did not say a word as he drove her home. Before entering the house, Tongning was a little nervous. She was afraid this man would make a big fuss. However, after opening the door, all Tongning saw was a candlelit dinner in the living room. She relaxed and smiled as she complained, "You scared me. I have a present for you." Mo Ting held her hand as they sat down at the dining table. He then placed a white box in her hands. Tongning tore open the fireworks on top of the box and opened the meticulously prepared box. Inside was a copy of Stupid. So fast? Tongning excitedly took out the book and quickly removed the packaging and the cover. A wedding present, Mo Ting said in seriousness, the first book in the world is in your hands. When will it be released? Look below. Mo Ting guided her. Tongning froze for a moment as she suppressed her excitement and looked at the box again. She then noticed a key embedded in the middle of the box. What is this? Haven't you noticed? Mo Ting subconsciously looked around. Following his gaze, Tongning finally noticed the changes in the house. It seemed everything came in pairs and they were all custom-made. Including the furniture and utensils, they all had their names written on them. Tongning stood up from her seat and walked towards the bedroom. She then opened the bedroom door with the key in her hand. The originally Spanish palace style was now filled with the aura of newlyweds. It was now a combination of white and red. Everything in the bedroom also came in pairs and carried the unique logo of the couple. Since we are going to announce our marriage, we need to make it look like a newlyweds. Mo Ting said as he stood behind Tongning and wrapped his arms around her. From now on August 19th every year, we will decorate this room like a newlyweds. Every August 19th, we will treat it like we are newlyweds. Tongning held back her tears as she asked in a choked-up voice, "How long have you been decorating all this?" "Since you agreed to announce our marriage." Mo Ting released her from his embrace and walked over to her side to wipe away the tears on her face. "How could stupid be considered a present? I simply wanted to share my joy with you. This is what I call a pleasant surprise. Although this is a flash marriage, I hope you can experience the love that other brides enjoy." Tongning hung on to Mo Ting's neck as she began to cry. "Don't be so nice to me." Mo Ting carried her and placed her on the red bed. He then leaned against her and said, "You were even willing to give up your career for me. How could I let you lose? If you continue to be so nice to me, I will have no choice but to give you my life," Tongning mumbled. Mo Ting leaned against Tongning's body and asked in a raspy voice, "Are you still in your safe period?" "Yes," Tongning replied as she bit her lip. The next morning, Mo Ting had just finished a video conference and returned to his office. Lu Che immediately approached him with some documents and handed them to Mo Ting. "This is an online drama produced by Xianxia Film and Television and Wind Film. It's called Starpath. I received a synopsis from a special channel. The content is 70% similar to Stupid. That's not all. To cater to the audience, not only did they choose to film while broadcasting, they even added in the male lead's emotions and changed it to a very ambiguous gay film. It seems they are trying to earn some quick cash. Are they trying to play around the edges?" Mo Ting scoffed as he received the documents. "That's about it." Lu Che nodded his head. Nowadays, the government had opened up their standards for film and television. So, if they were to film like this, there would be no problems. The biggest problem was actually Hai Rui. "When will the online drama be released?" "I estimate it to be early next month," Lu Che replied. Mo Ting threw away the documents. He had no intention of wasting too much energy on something like this. "From tomorrow onwards, I don't want to see the word Starpath ever again. When faced with a profit-driven world, sometimes, one couldn't be too merciful." "Understood, President," Lu Che replied respectfully. This was the birth of a movie. Sometimes, it wasn't as smooth as you thought it would be. Tongning soon heard from Coke that Hai Rui's script had been used as a reference. But, Hai Rui used a lot of pressure, so the word Starpath quickly disappeared without a trace. But, even if they managed to prevent it this time, what about the next time? This was all because of you, Xianxia. "Hey, Tongning, has a new novel been released for Stupid?" a staff member from the production team asked curiously after seeing her holding a book. Tongning nodded her head. "Do you want to read it?" "No need. Just tell me where I can buy it." "Little you, can you help me find an internet celebrity that's good at writing jokes?" Tongning suddenly asked. Although she had already received a copy of the book, it would still take at least half a month for Stupid to hit the market. In order to avoid any accidents, Tongning had an idea. That night, Tongning gave Mo Ting a phone call and told her husband, "Stupid is currently in the middle of filming. Although my part is almost done, Xingji's scenes are still very important. There's still half a month before the novel goes on sale. In order to avoid any problems, let's pre-sell it first. Let's get the mainstream media to share the exciting content of the novel and then pre-sell it. The most important thing isn't profits, but to let everyone know that Stupid is copyrighted. No one can touch it." Good idea." Mo Ting's lips curved upwards as he nodded with a smile. "Ning. Even after being spoiled by me, you still haven't forgotten to think? I simply don't want you to worry about something like this over and over again. Focus on your filming. I'll get Lu Che to make arrangements." Mo Ting was in a good mood as he teased, "I'll visit you on set tonight and warm your bed." Even though they had been married for a long time, Tongning still couldn't help but blush. She couldn't withstand any teasing. Afterwards, Mo Ting put down his phone. At this time, Lu Che smiled. "The madam is smart, but I've already done as you instructed." "Don't tell her." Mo Ting lifted his head and looked at Lu Che dangerously. Lu Che raised his hands and pretended to surrender. "I don't have the guts. I heard that Stupid has released a novel." have you guys heard? Of course, Xingu has been posting pictures of it on social media. But, I haven't found where to sell it. Since there was going to be a stir, the first place to start was naturally with the lead actor of Stupid. Lin Xing was the first to start. His one call was enough to attract the attention of the fans as word of the novel spread like wildfire. Not long after, all sorts of famous internet celebrities started recommending the novel before it finally spread amongst fans. Afterwards, one of the biggest publishing companies under Hai Rui announced that Stupid would be released for sale in the middle of March. At the moment, it was only in the pre-sale stage, but the official website would be updated regularly. I really have to pay homage to the author of Stupid. The opening chapter actually starts with the stupid disciple being abandoned for the first time and immediately grabs the hearts of the readers. His father is too despicable. I'm waiting for the day when he regrets his actions. Being recommended by the marketing team is so annoying. Originally, I wanted to go to Stupid to find fault, but I ended up falling for it. What a slap in the face. Can anyone tell me who the author of Idiot is? Now, I'm really looking forward to Xingji's role as the stupid disciple. It'll be so cool when he turns the tables and takes revenge. I want to know if Tongming will be playing the female lead. With the help of Hai Rui's planning, Stupid developed extremely quickly. Movie fans opened the door to novels, and novels brought endless expectations and possibilities to movies. In reality, not only were the public asking who the author of Stupid was, even Lin Xing couldn't help but ask in private, from the start, you said you were here because of the screenwriter. Does that mean you know the author? Yes, but I need to keep it a secret. Tongming smiled as she held up the only book in her hand. Let me have a look at it later. Lin Xing stood up and stretched out his hand, but Tongming refused. No. Xingge, you can read it on the official website. This book is not for lending. Since you're not going to lend it to us, don't wave it around in front of us. Lin Xing glared at her, show off. Tongming laughed. But, deep down, she was happy that she had solved a difficult problem. However, the fame of Stupid didn't come with all its benefits. It also had its drawbacks. For example, the public's curiosity towards the female lead had accumulated to a certain level. So, they began to do crazy things. Such as secretly taking photos of her. Although the cast and crew were kept a secret, it didn't take long for powerful fans to find out where Stupid was located. In fact, they even tried to climb over the walls. Because of this, Mo Ting instructed Coke to adjust the filming sequence and focus on Tongming's scenes first. There wasn't much left and most of the scenes were indoor scenes. But, even if they didn't go to the set, fans would still go to the hotel where the cast and crew were staying to check on Tongming's room. This time, the hotel owner's daughter also wanted to know about the gossip. So, she secretly checked on Tongming's room and illegally entered. Breaking news! Female lead of Stupid revealed, it was actually her. Insider reveals details of Tongming's hotel, confirms rumor of Tongming filming. Model turns to film, her acting sucks. Seeing the news spread like wildfire overnight, Mo Ting immediately arranged for the crew to be on high alert. F***ck. I never thought Tongming would be so brave. I never thought she would actually star in Stupid. Can't she just focus on the runway? She must think she's invincible because of her relationship with Mo Ting. Seeing the public's malicious speculations, Long Jia angrily turned off her phone. She then looked at Tongming, who was still sitting quietly in her chair, waiting for her scene to start. It's fine. Who doesn't act like this on their first time? You're the one that's not fine, Tongming laughed. I've already prepared myself for this. So, no matter what the public thinks of me, it doesn't matter. As long as I know what I'm doing, that's fine. With your acting skills. When your film is released, you can easily shut those haters up. Since you already know, then why are you still angry? Tongming confiscated Long Jia's phone. Stop scrolling through the news, it's affecting my mood. Tongming. All I need to do now is endure and wait for the right moment. The more people don't believe in me, the more I need to prove myself. After speaking, Tongming heard the director call for her to start preparing for the next scene. Actually, it didn't matter how much people scolded her because she was already used to it. But She didn't know why, but whenever she saw people scolding stupid or the writer or author, she couldn't stand it anymore. So, in her latest scene, she frequently made NGs taunting, "What's wrong with you today? You're not in character." Coke stood up from his seat and asked, "Are you feeling unwell?" "No, director, let's continue." However, after a few scenes, Tongming still couldn't get into character. At this time, the reporter hiding in the props box scoffed, "With this level of NGs, even I would be better than her. I don't understand why Hai Rui has so many actors. Why did they choose her? Who asked her to have a boyfriend and you don't? Plus, no matter how many NGs she makes, as long as we have news to write about, it's already perfect." Not long after, Mo Ting arrived on set. Seeing Tongming making NGs, he was quite surprised, so he walked over and pulled her away. "What's going on? If they want to scold me, they can scold me. I just don't understand why they dragged you into this." Tongming's voice sounded slightly wronged. As soon as Mo Ting heard this, he couldn't help but laugh, "Because you and I have always been one." "Is it because of this NG? This isn't like you. This isn't like the flirtatious Tongming on the runway or the domineering Tongming at the audition. I don't like it when people slander you. I can't stand it at all." Mo Ting ran his hand through Tongming's hair and placed a kiss on her forehead. "In that case, how are you going to settle the score for being scolded so many times?" "Huh?" Tongming took a deep breath. Perhaps, because her feelings for Mo Ting had deepened, some things had fundamentally changed. For example, after marrying Mo Ting, every time she got emotional, it was because of him. When she was sick, he didn't take his medicine. When he had a headache, he didn't get it checked. It turned out, loving someone could go to this extent. "Let me adjust a little." Tongming closed her eyes and took a deep breath. After she calmed down, she finally left Mo Ting's embrace and returned to the set. Scene 163, first scene, action, the script supervisor announced. In this scene, Tongming was 7 months pregnant, yet she was still smoking and drinking like a drug addict. This was the reason why her child was born with dementia. The child was already showing signs of being born prematurely, but she endured the pain as she smoked and made a phone call to her assistant. A moment later, there was a knock on the door. Tongming stood up from the sofa, but she fainted for a few seconds before falling back onto the sofa. Most people didn't pay attention to details like this when playing a pregnant woman. In fact, many celebrities were able to walk like they were flying even when they were pregnant. But, Tongming's acting made everyone feel strangely realistic. They felt this was how a pregnant woman should act. She was a real pregnant woman. Because of her popularity, she had to hide it from the rich businessmen. In fact, there were many times when she was almost exposed, but she still managed to escape by a hair's breadth. "The man you slept with is a member of the national swimming team." After hearing her assistant's response, the actress paused for a moment as she bit on the cigarette in her mouth and put it out. "Luckily, my child won't starve to death." "You obviously poisoned your child first." The assistant waved away the smoke. At this time, the actress made a shocking decision. "I want to give birth at home." The assistant was shocked. "Okay. Pass." Needless to say, the actress that Tongming played could easily be portrayed as a crazy person. But, in many small details, Tongming made her actions seem logical and reasonable. It was impossible to hate her. The two reporters, who were hiding in the toolbox, also saw Tongming successfully pass the test. He couldn't understand if the Tongming that had so many NGs and the Tongming that had just exploded with acting were the same person. The two even looked at each other. "Are we still going to defame Tongming? Why do I feel that her acting skills are not bad? She even brought a pregnant woman to life. How would I know?" Another reporter said, "Moreover, even if she acted well here, it doesn't mean that this is her average level. The many NGs just now are proof." "Did you film the part just now?" "No, I thought you were filming." "I didn't film it either." The couple looked at each other and came to a conclusion. In that case, Tongming can only be defamed. That day, the rumor that Tongming was filming was confirmed. Naturally, it caused a huge commotion in the modeling and acting industry. The people of the fashion industry were naturally waiting to watch a good show. Tongming had given up her career as a supermodel and had decided to start all over again. But the entertainment industry wasn't a place she could enter just because she wanted to. If a runway show could be completed with the help of resources and background, then acting would expose a person's skills right from the start. The audience wouldn't ignore an actress's acting just because her clothes looked good. Must Hai Rui do this? Why must they let Tongning act? I won't watch it. They are simply ruining a good script. During this time, a few other films also held press conferences. All of them were big productions with popular themes and famous directors and actresses. This caused a huge impact and threat to Stupid. Experts that specialized in the box office estimated that based on the recent films, Stupid, which was originally going to win, was no longer viewed favorably by the industry. This was all because Tongning was revealed to be the female lead. As for Battle Robes, it was declared to have a shot at the Fei Tian Awards. Their box office earnings were estimated to exceed $1 billion. The other film, The Doomsday Thief, was a comedy master's latest masterpiece. Although the production wasn't as good as the other two, there was no denying that it had the potential to be a dark horse. Amongst the other films was a romance film. This time, Stupid had a famous French director and a top actor, Lin Xing. But, in the end, it was pushed to the bottom because of Tongning. Lin Xing's fans expressed their dissatisfaction. They wanted Mo Ting to play with fire and not implicate their Lin Xing, yet, they actually made Tongning act. How was this fooling around? They were simply toying with them to death. I strongly suggest Hai Rui change their female lead again. Otherwise, I would rather Stupid not be released at all. It would be a waste of Xianxia's acting. Exactly, it was a good start and their promotions were great. But, why did they have to change it to Tongning? I don't understand. Change Tongning. Change the female lead. If Hai Rui insists on doing things their way, then we, Lin Xing's fans, will band together to boycott the release of Stupid. Seeing the storm that was brewing, the production crew looked at Tongning comfortingly. Don't worry, Tongning, you aren't like what they say. Your filming is almost complete, don't let it affect you. That's right. Your acting and professionalism are obvious to all. We all support you, the production crew comforted Tongning. The production crew comforted Tongning. Even Lin Xing took a break from filming and asked, "Do you want me to clarify everything?" No need. Once the film is released, the answer will naturally be revealed. Plus, President Mo won't sit idly by, Lin Xing continued. But, there are some things that need to be clarified as soon as possible. Otherwise, we may miss out on a chance to turn things around. I understand. Tongning nodded her head. If there's anything you need me to do, just let me know. Since the public has already exposed you, President Mo may ask you to face the public at the next event. Of course, I hope you can turn something rotten into something magical. Walking on the runway and acting are easy for you, let alone facing a few skeptics. Unknowingly, Mo Ting had already arrived behind Tongning. So, of course, he overheard their conversation. That's right. The next time the main cast goes for an interview, you will need to attend. Don't be afraid, we will all be here to help you, Lin Xing comforted. Tongning turned around and looked at Mo Ting. She noticed his lips were curved upwards and he was obviously smiling. But, her heart was still not relaxed enough. I've placed Stupid at the bottom of the list. Aren't you guys worried at all? What's there to be worried about? Mo Ting asked. If I was a model, I would be able to control the changes and know what to do. I would be able to salvage my image and help myself improve. But, as an actress, I am still unfamiliar with it. With your acting skills and President Mo's PR skills, sooner or later, the Fei Tian Best Actress Award will be yours. Lin Xing was not stingy with his praise. In the industry, there were some people that didn't have talent and weren't hardworking, while the majority of people didn't have talent, but were extremely hardworking. People like Tongning, who were both talented and hardworking, were extremely rare. I simply want to do my best in Stupid. As for other things, I haven't thought too far ahead. Tongning revealed her thoughts. You don't need to think too far ahead. The man behind you will help you plan your future path. But, even after all this time, the public still couldn't stop their evaluation of her. Zero acting skills. Seeing these three words, Tongming was reminded of Mo Euro. During the Oriental trend, she was also like this, causing Mo Euro to receive 0 mentions in the competition. Who would have thought, so quickly, it would be her turn to receive 0 acting skills, 0 acting skills. The public's fans were already making a huge fuss and even started a small boycott of the film. But, the entire crew knew that Tongming wasn't as lacking in acting skills as the fans claimed. In fact, her acting skills were amazing. Once the film is released, these people will know that their faces will hurt. But, if they continue to boycott the film, who will want to watch it? I hope Hai Rui can quickly resolve this issue and not let such a good film remain silent. One director even posted his thoughts on social media. He commented on how many hard-working actors in the industry were wasting their youth because they couldn't get their hands on good resources. He also commented on how many people were holding on to the best backgrounds and dragging down the film industry. His never knowing how to act was actually a hint to Tongming. Tongming was the one dragging down the film industry. If this director was standing in front of me, I would definitely give him a slap across the face. He has never seen you act before, how could he come to such a conclusion so quickly? Long Jia was furious. Even when she was forced to kneel by Qinyu, she had never felt so humiliated. It's his right to express his opinion, Tongming replied calmly. But that's too harsh, the more unpleasant his words are now, the redder his face will be in the future. In reality, the development of the incident had already exceeded everyone's expectations. Famous directors in the industry had banded together to boycott non-professional actors and placed the label of hindering the development of the film industry on the heads of artists that were like Tongming, who were multi-talented. They even pointed out a few well-made films that failed because of the actors. Stupid was one of them. President, someone is behind this joint statement. Lu Che handed over the information he had found to Mo Ting. Previously, Hai Rui used strong methods to stop Starpath from developing. But, who would have thought, the producer of Starpath is the heir of a film family. He came across the script by chance and simply wanted to play around. But, in the end, Hai Rui messed with him and made him feel uneasy. The director was formed by his parents. I must say, the old couple have quite a lot of connections. This time, they are targeting the madam. The higher-ups seem to be taking this matter seriously. Even the official media has stated that they are giving the actors the treatment and respect they deserve. In reality, they were simply telling everyone to replace the actors that needed to be replaced. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to pass the audition process. Tongming's scenes for Stupid are almost done. I've already arranged for her to audition, Mo Ting said as he looked at the script for Gunshot. Mo Ting glanced at the script for Gunshot from the corner of his eyes. Arrange a stage name for Tongming to attend the audition for Gunshot. Isn't Gunshot the director that released the statement? I want him to see Tongming act. I want him to have a good look at her acting skills. Mo Ting's eyes were filled with a fierce light. What if the madam passes the audition? Mo Ting stood up from his office chair and walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window. He then said calmly, "This is simply a way to prove my wife's worth. To be honest, his acting. I don't like it. He better not turn around and beg me again. I'll get to it immediately." Lu Che's eyes lit up with excitement. Mo Ting was indeed Mo Ting, as black-bellied and sinister as ever. Since the director couldn't stand Tongming, then he was going to get Tongming to audition and let him see for himself whether Tongming had acting skills or not. This was perhaps the most satisfying way to slap him in the face. With so many eyes and so many judges, as long as Tongming received recognition, the slap would land firmly on the other party's face. Not only that, the rumors that Tongming had no acting skills would also be debunked. That evening, Lu Che gave Tongming the script for Gunshot and explained Mo Ting's idea to her. "Madam, there is a female shooter in Gunshot. If you are willing to give it a try, the president will send someone to teach you how to shoot during a break." He was indeed the emperor of black-bellied, he knew exactly what she liked. Okay, Donnie nodded. The cool fighter was indeed what she liked. What about the fighting part? Ahem. The president said he could personally teach you. Lu Che scratched his neck awkwardly. Lu Che scratched his neck awkwardly as he replied, "Actually, President, your fighting skills are pretty good. I've seen it before, it's academic style. Tongming lowered her head and smiled. I wasn't worried about that. In that case, madam, why don't you come up with a stage name? Asian, Tang Asian. Half real and half fake. Tongming casually decided. In reality, she knew deep down that Mo Ting simply wanted her to prove her acting skills, he didn't actually want her to act in Gunshot. But, even so, Tongming still looked at the script seriously. Not only that, Tongming was looking forward to seeing Mo Ting teach her how to fight. Most importantly, she was going to slap the director in the face this time. Otherwise, Stupid would never be able to turn around. This was an important opportunity. After all, she also wanted a wedding present that she was going to present to the public. Okay, I'll go arrange for the registration and audition. Get ready, we only have a few days, it's a rush. After deciding to audition for Gunshot, Tongming also practiced her shooting skills and fighting skills in between filming Stupid. But, due to time constraints, Mo Ting and the shooting instructor they hired tried their best to pick out routine moves that were valuable to her. Previously, the shooting instructor was worried that Tongming wouldn't be able to overcome the harsh conditions. But, after interacting with Tongming for real, he realized that this 26-year-old model had an indomitable strength and tenacity. So, in between filming, Tongming would practice her marksmanship. Then, after returning to the hotel at night, she would sit in the training room with Mo Ting and learn some basic fighting skills. Luckily, due to her long-term bodybuilding, Tongming's flexibility was good. If she was a normal model, she would probably end up crying out in pain after practicing these moves. Mo Ting even knew how to fight, this was something that Tongming had never experienced before. She had a feeling that someone as calm as Mo Ting wouldn't be interested in hot-blooded things. But, what did Boss Missouri say? I was once young too. Watching Mo Ting's powerful kicks and punches, Tongming felt like her heart was about to fly away. He was so handsome that her heart raced. Although it was important to look at Mo Ting's handsomeness, Tongming still put in 100% of her focus as she practiced every move. She even demanded that she be perfect. Over the next 2 days, the fans continued to cause a ruckus, but Hai Rui did not respond at all. Especially Lin Xing's fans. They acted like their idol had been ruined by Hai Rui and demanded that Lin Xing's management agency cancel his contract with Hai Rui. Xianxia has been dragged down. I'm begging Hai Rui to let him go. I don't care. But, if my film is dragged down by Tongming in the end, I swear, I will hate that B*TCH for the rest of my life. Since the film has already been filmed, there's no point in saying anything else. All I can say is, I'm a little disappointed in Hai Rui. Haha, it's no wonder they have a backer. Even though they dragged down the entire production, Tongming still has the guts to stay on the set of Stupid. I'm impressed by how thick her skin is. Apart from those that knew Tongming's acting skills, no one else believed her. Of course, as a newcomer to the film industry, Tongming never expected them to understand. That night, at home, Mo Ting hugged Tongming and said, I'll take you to the audition tomorrow. No need. Since it's a secret, you won't be able to achieve your goal if you go. Don't worry, I know what to do. I will definitely prove it to everyone. We're about to announce our marriage, but you're still so tired. Tongming ran her fingers up Mo Ting's neck as she calmly leaned into his embrace and replied in satisfaction, but, I've never felt tired. If we're talking about being tired, you're obviously more tired than me. Alright, go to sleep. We have to wake up early tomorrow. Tongming stretched out her hand to stop Mo Ting as she smiled, but, President Mo. I want you. Mo Ting froze as he looked down at Tongming in disbelief. What did you just say? I said I want you. Don't you know that every move you make in the training room is a fatal temptation to me? If it wasn't to seduce you, why would I need to get on top of you? Mo Ting flipped over, his voice low and magnetic. Tongming wrapped her arms around his narrow waist and tried her best to press her body against his. You succeeded. The audition for the big production Gunshot. News of the audition had already begun to spread, and the director of the film was the same director Zhang that had previously released a statement condemning Tongming. There were over 100 people auditioning for the audition. In other words, the female lead would be 1 in 100. Apart from director Zhang, there were also 7 to 8 famous artists, famous actors, and investors on the judging panel. It was a very strong lineup. As for Tongning, she was disguised as Xianxia to attend the audition. Her appearance number was 33. In other words, she was close to the middle. In order to prevent anyone from recognizing her, Tongning specially put on a wig and a loose outfit to cover her legs. As expected, because everyone was too nervous about the audition, no one noticed who she was. Especially since a few of the auditionees were currently very popular. In reality, the crew of Gunshot didn't necessarily need to use the content of Gunshot as a basis for the audition. So, Tongning felt those that had to memorize the script were quite pitiful. When it came to acting, sometimes, one had to rely on their instincts. As the auditionees entered the room one by one, Tongning remained relatively calm. However, the people around her were extremely nervous. A few of them even rushed to the bathroom in a panic. "Hi, how are you?" Tongning lifted her head and looked at the person that patted her on the shoulder. She froze for a moment without saying a word. The person was a short-haired woman in her early 20s wearing a police uniform. From the looks of it, she was also one of the auditionees. "What number are you?" "Number 33, Tongning replied. "I noticed you didn't bring your script. You don't seem to be in a hurry either." "Are you waiting for a friend?" the woman asked as she sat down beside her. "Perhaps." Tongning did not want to converse with the woman for too long. So, the more she tried to brush her off, the more she realized, the more this woman in police uniform would clash with her in the future. "Idan, it's your turn." Idan's manager called out. The woman called Idan stood up from her seat and said to Tongning, "You're actually here for an audition too, aren't you?" Tongning. Even though she was exposed, Tongning did not show any signs of panic. At the same time, the woman did not seem to have any intention of revealing her identity. As their eyes met, Tongning suddenly felt this woman was quite interesting. Afterwards, Zhang Yidan entered the rehearsal room. Facing the judges, she did not show any signs of stage fright. "Flip to page 94 of Gunshot and act out that scene," the head examiner instructed. Zhang Yidan nodded her head and flipped open the page. It was a scene where her friend sacrificed himself for her and she needed to improvise on the spot. Apart from testing the most basic acting skills, the script also tested the actor's freedom to act. Zhang Yidan quickly gathered her emotions and suddenly exploded. She knelt in front of her friend and held onto his chest. "Don't die, you won't die." Panic, fear, anger, unwillingness. Zhang Yidan's tears and snot flowed down her face as she quickly got into character. "Please. Nothing can happen to him." Afterwards, she stood up, smashed the props around her and knelt on the floor in pain. Although she didn't have any experience in acting, the entire scene. Her emotional scenes were rich and her eyes were layered. Most importantly, her acting was smooth. "Not bad, not bad. You're Zhang Yidan, right? You acted well. This Zhang Yidan is not bad." According to her profile, she graduated from the Best Performing Academy. "She's not bad indeed. She's not bad. But, I think it's because you've seen too much rubbish in the past. That's why as soon as a good one appears, you're surprised." "That's true. Let's continue." After a short discussion, the judges instructed their assistants to arrange for another audition. But the following actresses either showed off their jokes, had no acting skills at all, or were simply trying to impress the crowd. The judges rolled their eyes as they watched. They suddenly realized, it seemed, the next actresses wouldn't be better than Zhang Yidan. In fact, they would only get worse. Number 33, Xianxia. Xianxia? I've never heard of this person. What about you guys? Neither have I. Let's watch her act first. The judges lowered their heads. They had already given up on the previous actresses, let alone someone with an unknown background. But just as the judges' attention was no longer on the stage, someone called out in surprise. The eyes of the judges were immediately drawn to her. A moment later, everyone was stunned. At this moment, Tongning was wearing a ripped white t-shirt and a pair of skinny jeans. Her hair was short and neat. Most importantly, there was a mole between her eyebrows. She was dressed exactly like the female lead in the script. No, the female shooter had come back to life. The judges were extremely excited. With one glance, they were immediately attracted to this actress. On the dark stage, because of her hair, it was impossible to see her facial features. But this did not stop her from being calm and capable. Turn to page 23 of Gunshot. You can act in that scene. Tong Ming's assistant handed over the script for Gunshot. However, Tong Ming did not accept it. She simply said in a low voice, "I don't need the script." What an arrogant tone. But, I like it, one of the judges clapped his hands in approval. Okay, since you don't need it, let's begin. Out of all the auditions this morning, this was the first time all the judges had their full attention on the stage. Even for Zhang Yidan, there were always people who found flaws and inadequacies. Yet, Tong Ming was able to capture the hearts of the judges with her appearance alone. Plus, she exuded a trustworthy aura. The judges were completely focused on Tong Ming. Afterwards. 1, 2, 3. Tong Ming counted to herself as she raised her gun and broke through the door. It was at this time that the judges realized the way she held the gun was so accurate, it was so heroic. Most importantly, a few of the judges noticed that Tong Ming's left pinky finger was slightly straight. The female gunner in the script had once been sick and her left finger joints were hardened. Who would have thought Tong Ming would notice such a small detail? It was precisely because of these details that the female gunner looked more three-dimensional. This was a scene of breaking the door to save someone, but after entering the door, she realized that she had been fooled. There was only a time bomb in the room, and the exit was sealed. Tong Ming looked around for a mechanism as she carefully hit the wall. At first, she listened intently to the sound, but soon, she lost her patience and punched the wall repeatedly. This is a scene from pretending to be calm, to the heart exposed. The judges followed Tong Ming's gaze like they were also in the middle of a dangerous scene. In the end, Tong Ming found a hole in the wall that had just been sealed, it was the exit. But, the time bomb only lasted for 10 seconds. So, she turned the gun around and used the handle of the gun to strike the wall. Each strike was harder and more explosive than the last. Finally, the bomb stopped. The wall was broken through. Some of the judges were so immersed in the scene that they thought there was a bomb. So, the moment the bomb stopped, they subconsciously held their heads. The scene. The performance was over, and everyone was stunned. This sense of immersion, this acting, this soul of a performer, there was no one more powerful and suitable than her. The entire set erupted into a round of applause as director Zhang repeatedly cheered. Oh God, this is amazing. Truly amazing. Tong Ming looked at director Zhang, looked at the judges and bowed to them. At this time, director Zhang said to Tong Ming, "Tang Yizhen, you are the one. The role of the female gunner can only be played by you, no one else can." Whether it was appearance, acting or expression, apart from not having any lines, Tong Ming had done everything she could. Director Zhang was extremely excited. It had been a long time since he had met such an intelligent actress. It was obvious that Tong Ming had put in a lot of effort for this role. Director Zhang, aren't we going to watch the rest? His assistant asked curiously. No need. Even someone with this level of acting might not have a similar figure. Haven't you noticed? She even managed to capture the smallest details in the film. So, you can imagine how well she understood the character. Director Zhang was in a state of excitement and excitement. Meanwhile, the 10 authoritative judges all agreed that Tong Ming had acted well. Are you willing to join Gunshot? You are the one. Hearing this question, Tong Ming smiled as she removed the wig from her head, revealing her original appearance. Just a moment ago, it was all thanks to the wig that she had used to conceal herself. I'm not willing, Tong Ming replied in a serious tone. I'm not willing. What's going on? One of the judges was confused. If you're not willing, why did you come to the audition? Why does this woman look so familiar? Oh. That's Tong Ming. How is that possible? How could it be Tong Ming? I am Tong Ming replied calmly. I'm here because of the article that director Zhang posted on his social media account. You keep saying that I'm dragging the film industry down and that I have zero acting skills. Yet, today, you're asking me to join Gunshot as the female lead. Are you slapping yourself in the face? Director Zhang's expression changed. It's true that I used to be a model, but it doesn't mean that I can't be an actress. I simply came here today to prove myself. As for whether my acting skills are good, I'm sure you know better than anyone. Your identity means that your every word and action will be closely scrutinized. Do you know how much trouble you've caused Hai Rui and I by assuming that I have zero acting skills before you've even seen me act? Director Zhang's face turned red and white. Tong Ning's slap was so powerful that he couldn't even retaliate. So many people were watching Tong Ning act. Her acting was so natural that he couldn't deny it. So, he was too ashamed to show his face. Amazing, someone commented on Tong Ning. She actually used such a method to prove herself. Who else could be more amazing than her? Tong Ning walked out of the audition with her head held high. But, the audition hall was in an uproar. No one could have imagined that the person that won over the audience with her acting would be the person that they had all joined together to boycott, Tong Ning. Above all, no one expected that Tong Ning would use such a method to prove herself and her acting skills. That's right. Those that had seen her on stage today couldn't help but sigh. If Tong Ning's performance was considered as having no acting skills, then what about all the other actors that only had one expression for the entire film? It wasn't that Tong Ning didn't have any acting skills. On the contrary, her acting was smooth, natural. This caused quite a shock to the judges. How were they supposed to face the public after joining together to boycott her? How were they supposed to face the public, after leaving the audition hall? Tong Ning boarded Mo Ting's car. At this time, someone finally reacted. The two people that just left, were they Tong Ning and Mo Ting? How is this possible? Why would they appear at the audition for Gunshot? Oh, I must have been seeing things. The blue Maybach sped away, leaving behind a shocked and confused crowd. There were still 100 people left to audition, but after seeing Tong Ning's performance, the judges acted like they were under a spell. They felt Tong Ning's performance was the best. Those that had acting skills didn't match their looks, while those that had a good appearance didn't have any acting skills. Even Zhang Yidan seemed weak in comparison to Tong Ning. Hey, have you guys heard? Tong Ning went to the audition for Gunshot. What's she doing there? A runway show? Here, let me show you a video. You'll understand. As news of Tong Ning's audition began to spread, the video was uploaded online by an unknown person. Not long after, news of Tong Ning going to Gunshot to slap the face began to spread like wildfire. Everyone opened the video with the mentality that Tong Ning couldn't possibly be acting. In the end, they all ended up closing their phones with the mentality that they had seen a ghost. They were left speechless for quite some time. I can't believe Tong Ning used such a method to slap the face. She's amazing, I have to hand it to her. Isn't Director Zhang the director that previously accused her of dragging down the film industry? Tong Ning went to the scene to refute him. Apparently, Director Zhang didn't know Tong Ning was auditioning for the role, so he picked her on the spot but was rejected, haha. I must say, Tong Ning is really willing to throw caution to the wind. Look at her acting, there's not even a shadow of herself in the slightest. She is truly talented. I already knew she was good at reading people, but who would have thought she would actually apply this skill to acting? Either way, I have been won over by her. To be fair, Tong Ning's acting is way better than the newcomers. I think films should use more newcomers. I saw on the official website of Stupid that the female lead abandoned her child. Anyways, I'm looking forward to seeing Tong Ning in this role. Tong Ning is awesome. Everyone expected Tong Ning to attend Fashion Week and receive the title of an international supermodel. Yet, she ended up switching to acting. Just when everyone thought she had zero acting skills, she responded to everyone's suspicions with a strong audition, causing the public's expectations for Stupid to rise once again. It was hard not to not feel like her life was a legend. It didn't take long before the set of Stupid opened for the media to visit. This was the first time the media were able to see Tong Ning on set. Not too far away, Mo Ting was standing on set with Tong Ning's jacket in his hands, like a married couple following their husband. 20 minutes later, Tong Ning finished filming. The reporters approached and politely asked for an interview. Hello, Tong Ning. Can I have a little bit of your time? Tong Ning turned her head and looked at Mo Ting. Seeing him nod, she nodded her head, sure. How did you manage to go from a model to an actress and still have such natural acting skills? I didn't use any special techniques. During filming, I simply acted as the main character. That was all I needed to do. In that case, previously, the public had a lot of doubts about you. Although you've already proven them to be true with your actions, how did you feel when you saw the doubts? The female reporter asked dutifully. Tongming adjusted her uncomfortable wig and smiled. If there are doubts, it means the fans have expectations for the film. I feel happy. That way, the hard work of Stupid wouldn't have gone to waste. What about yourself? Aren't you unhappy? I wouldn't say that. I simply hope that, whether you are an expert or a professor, others will respect you, but you will also be worthy of respect, Tongming replied in seriousness. It's precisely because I am a public figure that I shouldn't make assumptions. If you criticize me after you've seen me act, I feel this is a form of motivation. But, if you've never seen me act and you say I'm a drag on the industry, I think. Even if I don't join the cast of Gunshot, when the results of Stupid are released, you will still feel embarrassed. I don't want to be enemies with others. I simply want to film Stupid well. I welcome all criticism, but I have always been a person of my word. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. I don't care about my career in film and I don't have any ambitious goals. My biggest wish is to film Stupid well. As long as they don't go overboard, I will respect the truth and tolerate them. As for my future path, I will have to ask my manager. Thank you. After speaking, Tongming finally removed her wig and Mo Ting helped her put on her jacket. In all her years in the industry, this was probably the most straightforward and heartfelt statement she had ever made. She was strong, but her motive was pure. She simply wanted to film a good film and didn't want to be enemies with others. If someone tried to offend her, then sorry, she would not be a coward. Shouldn't I be reciting a script for you? How dare you say anything? Mo Ting asked as he hugged her. You are right beside me. Plus, you understand me the best. How could you not know what I want to say? Tongming couldn't help but pinch Mo Ting on the waist. Mo Ting laughed. I never expected you to be so strong. While I am still on the moral high ground, if I don't speak in a strong manner and people continue to provoke me, what should I do? How could Mo Ting not understand this logic? He was simply afraid that she would be too direct and offend some fans and end up being whipped 100 times. But, this time, Tongming was met with applause. Going to the audition for Gunshot was too much of a slap in the face. Everyone felt great. Her method was a textbook example of a counterattack. Everything is getting better. Stupid is about to finish filming. Next, it is time for you to make a decision. Do you want to continue on the runway or do you want to take on the next film? Mo Ting asked for Tongming's opinion. In reality, he already knew what choice she would make. I trust you've already made a decision for me, Tongming said in seriousness as she looked into Mo Ting's eyes. In fact, I'm sure it's the most suitable for me. I'll help you get a role, you'll definitely like it, but it's just a supporting role. Tongming smiled, but her arms around Mo Ting subconsciously tightened. Because, in this world, only Mo Ting understood her. He understood that she liked to be down to earth, and he understood that she was afraid of being overpraised by people with ulterior motives, so he started from a supporting role. He understood her eagerness to hone her acting skills. I don't care if I'm worthy or not. As long as I'm the main character in your life, I don't care. After all, you'll always be by my side, right? Mo Ting carried her in his arms and brought her home. His handsome face suddenly softened. Mrs. Mo, we are about to announce our marriage. Isn't it a little too late for you to ask this question? Tongming smiled. After boarding the car, Tongming leaned into Mo Ting's embrace. After returning home, Mo Ting placed the script in front of Tongming. As soon as she saw it, she fell in love with the character. This script was called Hidden Expert. It told the story of an illustrious prince in the Yu Kingdom who almost died at the hands of his twin brother because of a struggle in the palace. After being rescued from serious injuries, he lived in seclusion in the mountains. Many years later, the prince returned to the palace from the marketplace and regained his power. As for Tongming, she was playing the role of a female hooligan disguised as a man. She was lazy and gluttonous. She followed the king for many years and in the end, died trying to repay the king's kindness. A woman dressed as a man, and a hooligan at that. Most importantly, the actor playing the role of a prince. Tang Ning looked at Mo Ting in surprise. Acting with him will put a lot of pressure on me. But this is a rare opportunity. Mo Ting had made up his mind to let Tang Ning improve her acting skills. So, even if it was a strange actress, he could still harden his heart. Tang Ning looked at her character and felt her heart itch. I'll accept. Over the past few days, the words Tang Ning's acting had been a hot topic. This was all because of her audition video. Of course, it was a good thing that acting skills were proven, but it would also cause a lot of problems, such as exaggeration. Fans' flattery was one of them, and at times like this, it was easy to be used to kill. Tang Ning was well aware of this trick. She had used it against Mo Euro before. Now, there were people comparing her to a big shot behind her back and making enemies for her everywhere. This was all because a tall tree attracts the wind. Afterwards, Gunshot officially announced that they would be using Zhang Yidan as the female lead. Interestingly enough, everyone knew that Tang Ning had rejected the role of female lead. Everyone was guessing. According to Hai Rui's background and power, it wouldn't be unreasonable for Mo Ting to give Tang Ning the best resources, even if it was a Hollywood blockbuster. But, Tang Ning's actions did indeed attract gossip. Even if she received the best resources, no one would be satisfied with her decision. Just like the supporting actress who won the Fei Tian Award. Her acting skills were obvious to all, but because of her husband's great resources, she won the Best Supporting Actress award. However, no one understood the significance of this award. An award that wasn't recognized by the public wouldn't feel hot in one's hands, because it didn't live up to its name. Coincidentally, a super IP was currently in the casting stage and the person in charge of the super IP mentioned Tang Ning. As a result, Tang Ning was assumed to be the female lead. Tang Ning's acting isn't bad, but didn't they already confirm that our family would be the lead? I feel like the netizens are praising Tang Ning too much. She's actually only barely passable. Hai Rui is putting Tang Ning on such a high pedestal. Aren't they afraid that she'll fall? Unfortunately, a few days later, Hai Rui announced that Tang Ning's next role would be a supporting character in Hidden Expert, Xiaoxi. This role had nothing to do with the super IP. Most importantly, she would be playing a supporting character. This time, everyone was convinced by Hai Rui's handling of matters and Mo Ting's EQ. The last few scenes of Stupid would be filmed in the next 2 to 3 days. After Tang Ning finished filming, Long Jia asked for time off. This time, I won't be able to escape. I need to go back with Lu Che to see his parents. Tang Ning was in the middle of removing her makeup. Seeing Long Jia's hesitant expression, she shook her head. You've always been fearless. Can't you handle your in-laws? I'm nervous. Long Jia held onto Tang Ning's shoulder and swayed it back and forth. You aren't nervous because boss is helping you. After you announce your marriage, you won't be able to escape from seeing his parents. When that time comes, you will still doubt yourself and wonder if they will be unhappy with you. Tang Ning lowered her head and felt Long Jia's words made sense. Lu Che will help you. That's true. In that case, should I help you find a temporary assistant while I'm away? Go in peace. Assistant Ting will take care of everything, Tang Ning said before she turned around and continued removing her makeup. In that case, I'm going to leave you to your own devices. Long Jia looked at the time and quickly retreated. My flight is tonight. I haven't packed yet, so I'm going to leave first. As she watched Long Jia leave, Tang Ning gave Mo Ting a phone call. I'm about to finish filming, but Long Jia asked for time off. Ting, I need an assistant. It seems I have no choice but to personally take care of my wife. I have a good candidate in mind. But, I'm not sure if you will agree, Tang Ning suddenly said. Sheener has pretty much recovered. Why don't you ask her to come over? I'll get Fang Yu to contact her. Mo Ting always agreed to Tang Ning's requests. In that case, I'll wait for your good news. After speaking, Mo Ting was about to hang up the phone when Tang Ning held him back. Long Jia and Lu Che returned home today. What I mean is, she went to see her parents. Should I also prepare to see the Mo family? What about the Tang family? Mo Ting asked. I've already prepared a gift for your grandfather. If you still care, I'll get someone to deliver it to them. Only you would be so considerate, Mo Ting asked as he held back his sobs. After taking a deep breath, she replied, go ahead. After all, it's better to let them know that I'm married. Okay, I'll arrange everything. You don't need to worry about anything. Actually, at this moment, Mo Ting finally felt that they were about to get married and not like they'd already been married for a long time. Announcing their marriage meant that they were about to enter a new stage and start a new life. Thinking about how he would be able to hug Tongning openly from now on, he couldn't help but feel excited. It turned out, when one liked someone, they would grow to like them more and more. Late at night, inside the luxurious palace-like Tang family home. After Tang Xian entered the living room, the old housekeeper approached her with a box in his hands. Big miss, this is a gift from Harry Winston for the chairman. But, the chairman is currently at the Xishan villa, so. Tang Xian flicked her seaweed-like hair and glanced behind her. Give it to me. Okay. The old housekeeper handed over the box and turned to leave. However, Tang Xian stopped him. Uncle Wu, don't let grandfather know about this. He's getting old, he shouldn't be bothered by things like this. Uncle Wu understands, the old housekeeper replied respectfully as he left. Tang Xian carried the white box in her arms and looked at the MN logo on it. She then removed the white bow-tied lid. Looking at the photo of Tongning and Mo Ting, Tang Xian's eyes grew big as a dark expression appeared on her face. This was simply a gift, so Mo Ting only included a photo of himself and Tongning. The rest were all precious gifts that didn't have the purpose of an invitation, they were simply meant to inform her of their arrival. So, what Tang Xian understood was that the couple were ready to get married. Was the Mo family really willing to accept a model into their family? Tang Xian threw away the box, wanting to confirm this information. But, as a socialite, she didn't want to get involved with the entertainment industry. Perhaps she could ask Xianxia. Tang Xian asked the housekeeper to find the Qi family's phone number and immediately made a call. On the other end of the phone, Xianxia was a little confused. The last time she visited the Tang family home, she could clearly sense that Tang Xian did not like her. Miss Qi, perhaps you know someone in the entertainment industry that can confirm the marriage between Tongning and the CEO of Hai Rui? Marriage? Xianxia was stunned. How is that possible? A few months ago, Mo Ting wanted to marry me. How could he possibly marry a model? Want to marry you? What does that mean? Xianxia was stumped. Of course, she couldn't possibly tell Mo Ting that he had randomly selected her. So, her words were half true and half false. All in all, she was trying to say that Mo Ting had previously prepared to marry her. In fact, they had already set a date and had already arrived at the civil affairs office. However, she didn't think it through at the time and regretted it. So, the marriage was temporarily put on hold. Since he is your man, you should keep an eye on him. As the heiress of the Qi family, do you really want your man stolen away by a model? If that's what Mo Ting likes, there's nothing I can do. Xianxia couldn't let go of her pride and beg Mo Ting. After all, she had already been humiliated by Mo Ting on the night of Chanel. Since there's nothing you can do, then don't get involved in this matter from now on. After speaking, Tang Xian hung up the phone with a dark expression on her face. Did Tongning know about Mo Ting and Xianxia's relationship? This relationship? Thinking of this, Tang Xian dialed her assistant's number. Help me do something important. Please give me your orders, President Tang. Tongning is getting married to Hai Rui's CEO, Mo Ting. Help me spread the news that Xianxia and Mo Ting are a couple and are on the verge of getting married. The assistant froze for a moment in confusion. President Tang, why do you want to stop Tongning from getting married? Once she marries into the Mo family, she will have a natural barrier and it will be easier for her to return to the Tang family. I understand. I will handle this matter for you, the assistant replied respectfully. But, they were already husband and wife. As Stupid was nearing the end of its filming, Mo Ting slowed down Tongning's pace and arranged for her to meet with the production team of Hidden Expert. During the meeting, Mo Ting was not the main character. But, simply by sitting there, he gave off a kingly aura that was hard to ignore. Because of Mo Ting's participation, the director and producer of the production treated Tongning with extra respect. In reality, for a newcomer like Tongning, there was no need for them to meet on their own. Of course, the most important reason was because Tongning was very malleable. The filming location for Hidden Expert is quite dangerous. Is Miss Tongning really going to be okay? In reality, the director was worried that Tongning's delicate body wouldn't be able to handle the pain and would complain to Mo Ting. If that happened, there would be no point in filming and they might even have to replace her. So, the director had to make things clear in case they ended up having a falling out and making things look bad. How tough can it be? Mo Ting chuckled as he held onto Tongning's hand. She can endure standing barefoot in the snow at temperatures below 0 degrees Celsius. Could it be even tougher than that? I've looked at the script and I'm sure with the production team's preparations, there shouldn't be any problems. I'm just worried. What if she gets injured during the filming process? Especially Miss Tongning's legs. The director is worrying too much. By the way, you don't need to be so nervous. Hearing Mo Ting's response, the director let out a sigh of relief. Okay, I'll treat Tongning like a normal actress. That would be great. I thought President Mo would feel bad and make a lot of requests. The director tried to test Mo Ting. I do feel bad. Plus, I'm afraid I won't be able to take care of her in such a harsh environment. But, since this is something she wants to do, I will naturally do my best to fulfill her wish. After all, she is my only treasure. Mo Ting's meaning was clear. As long as it was a normal arrangement, he wouldn't interfere. But, if someone was deliberately causing trouble, then sorry. He wasn't going to tolerate this. In that case, I look forward to working with you. After dinner, the couple prepared to return home. However, as soon as they boarded the car, Tongning noticed there was an extra person in the back seat, Xianxia. Shiner. Tongning turned around and held on to Han Shiner's hand as she scanned her from head to toe. Have you recovered? Don't worry, I'm healthy, Han Shiner waved her hand. Fan Yu gave me a phone call and said you were looking for an assistant. Coincidentally, I wasn't sure what to do, so Fan Yu found me. Is your body really fine? Don't worry, I go to the gym regularly and work hard to get stronger, Han Shiner smiled at Tongning. Thinking about being your assistant, I'm really happy. I hope Long Jia can have a child soon, that way I can continue to follow you. Tongning can have 2 assistants, Mo Ting said as he drove. As Tongning was choosing her own assistants, Hai Rui did not interfere. Really? Tongning nodded her head. President Mo wouldn't lie to me. Han Shiner looked at Mo Ting's back from behind. Indeed, only someone like Tongning could control him. After all, just the thought of a black-bellied man like him made her tremble in fear. I will send you some information. You need to hurry and take over Tongning's job. Understood, boss. Han Shiner saluted the 2 men. This was Han Shiner's first time in Hyatt Regency and her first time entering Tongning and Mo Ting's love nest. Seeing everything in the home was based on Tongning's preferences and everything in pairs, Han Shiner couldn't help but feel a little dizzy as she spun around in the living room. Your giant poster. Tongning looked at Han Shiner spinning around like a child and couldn't help but smile. I like the back view of the 2 of you filming LM's commercial the most. Do you have one? In the bedroom, Tongning smiled. Stop spinning around, I'm getting dizzy. Xianxia, are you happy to be married to boss? Han Shiner couldn't help but think of her disappointing brother. Although she was Han Yufan's sister, she couldn't deny that someone like Tongning deserved the best man. Very happy, Tongning nodded her head without hesitation. So happy that sometimes, I even want to thank Han Yufan. Don't be silly. Han Shiner sat down beside Tongning and pulled out her work notes. Since I am your assistant, let's go through the contents of our work. Tongning looked at Han Shiner's serious expression and also became serious. Although Shiner and Long Jia were both optimistic people, Long Jia was a little more hot-tempered and Shiner was more mischievous. Plus, when one looked at her smile, they felt it was bright and beautiful. After a few more scenes, Stupid will be finished. But, tomorrow night, you will need to attend the press conference for Hidden Expert. At the beginning of next month, you will join the cast of Hidden Expert. Of course, the most important thing is to announce your marriage to boss. I am truly happy for you. As Tongning looked at Han Shiner's smiling eyes, she finally realized. She was already someone's wife. Aren't you guys going to hold a wedding? Now is not the time. I don't want to give her a warehouse wedding, Mo Ting suddenly interrupted as he walked out of the study room. Mo Ting stepped out of the study room and suddenly interrupted, take your time to prepare. After all, she can't run away. I'll listen to you. Tang Ning had no objections to matters like this. Han Xiner looked at the couple and knew it wasn't good to stay any longer. After explaining what she needed to do, she prepared to leave Hyatt Regency. However, Tang Ning suddenly called out to her, where are you staying now? Boss has prepared a big apartment for me, don't worry. After speaking, Han Xiner waved goodbye to the couple. Tang Ning watched helplessly as Han Xiner left. She's still so young, yet I've already forced her to be my assistant. Will it hinder her future? Keep her by your side to hone her skills. She is the successor of the PR department that Feng Yu has his eyes on. He then sat down beside Tang Ning and wrapped his arm around her. The gift has already been delivered to the Tang family. However, I can't guarantee that your grandfather will receive it personally. In reality, the fact that Mo Ting was willing to send gifts to the Tang family was already because of Tang Ning. All these years, Elder Tang had neglected Tang Ning, causing his wife to suffer so much. So, it was impossible for him to treat her with respect. It's fine, Tang Ning replied as she leaned into Mo Ting's embrace. It really was fine. After all, she and the Tang family had already decided to cut ties with each other. Mo Ting hugged Tang Ning without saying a word. The couple enjoyed this moment of intimacy between the two of them. Not long after, Tang Ning suddenly called out, Ting. Huh? I still feel like this isn't real, Tang Ning mumbled. How could I marry such a good person who dotes on me so much? Every day after marrying you, I feel like I'm dreaming. You also allowed me to marry a wife that is willing to do anything for me, Mo Ting said as he lifted Tang Ning from the sofa. He then slowly walked towards the bedroom, so, no matter how the outside world tries to interfere and no matter how important other things are, I will always put you first for the rest of my life. Me too. I only have you. After speaking, Tang Ning subconsciously wrapped her arms around Mo Ting's neck. Wifey, it's already late at night. I don't think we need to say anything about our love for each other. Let's just keep it in our hearts. Most importantly, let's do it. After speaking, the bedroom door swung open. Mo Ting carried Tang Ning over to the bed and laid on top of her. Shocking news. Mo Ting is getting married? Is she the bride? Huge difference in status finally separates lovers. The CEO of Hai Rue is getting married? Tang Ning is forced to break up with Mo Ting because of her model identity? This was the entertainment news that made the headlines the next day. Just as everyone thought the couple were about to get married, news of Mo Ting marrying a rich heiress emerged. This time, Tang Ning's fans had the biggest reaction. Is Mo Ting toying with Tang Ning's feelings? I don't believe it. Haze. Rich families are all like this. I've always been worried that the Mo family wouldn't acknowledge Tang Ning's identity. I just never expected it to happen so soon. Is he trying to force the couple apart? No way. The fans of the couple should wake up to reality. After all, the entertainment industry is this complicated. Rumor had it that the heiress that Mo Ting was marrying had an illustrious background. Of course, everyone understood that this was a business marriage. But, no matter what, they were most afraid that Mo Ting would choose the marriage and give up on Tang Ning. Inside the CEO's office, Mo Ting had already seen the news. As Lu Che was taking Long Jia home, Feng Yu was temporarily handling some of Lu Che's matters. President Mo, could it be that your family, did you find out who spread the news? Just before we got married, I asked Lu Che to randomly pick a woman and gave her a phone call telling her to marry me. In the end, she was picked, and she was late, right? Feng Yu found out about this plot from Hua Jingjing, so he smiled. Since that's the case, this matter can only be spread by the Qi family. What does she want to do? Don't be so absolute. Mo Ting closed his expensive handmade pen and lowered his head in thought for a few seconds. He then continued, logically speaking, the Qi family wouldn't reveal this to anyone. So, I thought of another possibility. What? I've sent someone to deliver a gift to the Tang family to notify them of our marriage. After replying, Mo Ting stood up from his chair and walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window. The timing is perfect. But, aren't there very few people who know about this? Even if there were very few, wouldn't you already know? Mo Ting turned around and raised an eyebrow. The Tang family and the Qi family have the same status, so it's not strange that they share resources. If it's really the Tang family, what's their motive? The biggest possibility is that they want to create a misunderstanding between Tongning and I. Because I haven't told the Tang family that we are already married, they probably think we are just getting ready to get married, Mo Ting sneered. I haven't even gotten even with them, yet they provoked me. Interesting. After the scandal broke out, everyone on set looked at Tongning in a different light as they began to discuss her in private. How do you guys think Tongning can continue acting? The entertainment industry is so realistic. You can get dumped so easily. If President Mo marries someone else, wouldn't that mean Tongning will be back to her original self? Shoo, keep your voice down. A few extras sat together and discussed. But, their voices were actually quite loud. Even Lin Xing, who was sitting not too far away, could hear them. So, he sat down beside Tongning and asked, "What's going on?" "What do you mean, what's going on?" Tongning asked curiously. "About the breakup and the fact that President Mo is marrying someone else," Lin Xing replied straightforwardly. Lin Xing asked bluntly. This was the first time Lin Xing had cared about someone else's private life other than acting. "It's just a rumor." "We are fine," Tongning responded to the heated rumors with simple words. "Since that's the case, then ignore it and focus on acting." "Okay, Xinggu." Tongning lifted her head and replied in seriousness. In reality, Lin Xing was more than worthy of being her acting teacher. In just a short period of time, Lin Xing had taught her a lot. "In that case, I'll go film now." Tongning nodded her head. She completely ignored the heated discussions that were going on around her. Xianxia followed beside Tongning. Although she was also angry, she wasn't as impulsive as Long Jia. She analyzed the situation logically. "I think the person behind this is a bit stupid. Not to mention, you and President Mo are already married. Even if you weren't, based on how much President Mo cares about you, he wouldn't give up on you for the sake of a marriage. Because President Mo doesn't care." Tongning burst out laughing. "What are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing at the difference between you and Long Jia. If Long Jia was here, she would definitely curse the person behind this 1,000 times before she would stop." Tongning closed the script of Hidden Expert and stood up. She then turned to Han Xianxia and said, "It seems, the reason she likes to eat is so she has the strength to curse." Haha. In short, Tongning did not seem affected at all. Even the people around her looked at her sympathetically. However, Tongning couldn't be bothered to explain. After all, they were about to announce their marriage and the truth would soon be revealed. However, things got out of hand. In order to get first-hand information, the paparazzi used all kinds of methods to barge into the set, which seriously affected the filming progress. Hearing this, Coke said, "You only have a few scenes left. Go home and rest for a few days. After things settle down, you can come back and continue." Tongning nodded her head. Actually, she had the same intention. "I just saw Tongning leave. Doesn't she still have filming tonight? Why are you still filming at a time like this? How pitiful." They say that in ancient times, accompanying a king was like accompanying a tiger. Actually, following the big boss of the entertainment industry isn't that much different. Yesterday, you were a treasure, but today, you're worse than a chicken. Chicken, gossiping was one thing, but when Tongning was compared to a chicken, Han Xianxia was not happy. So, she turned around and snapped, "What did you just say? Say that again?" "I'm telling the truth. Right now, rumors are going crazy that Tongning has been dumped by President Mo because President Mo is marrying a rich heiress. How could the man be questioned by a mere assistant?" The moment the flame was raised, his words became even more unpleasant. "You, Xianxia." Tongning stopped Han Xianxia. She then turned around and said to the woman, "I am still on set. You should leave some leeway for others and yourself. Otherwise, you will forever be an extra and will never improve." After speaking, Tongning turned her head. Just as the woman was about to explode, Mo Ting's car suddenly stopped in front of Tongning. Like he did it on purpose, he stepped out of the car and wrapped his arm around Tongning, personally escorting her into the car. Everyone on set saw this. Especially the woman that was casually gossiping a moment ago, her face turned red. Didn't they break up? Why did President Mo personally come to pick her up? It's just a rumor. Look at the two, they are still displaying their love like they normally do. Of course, provoking the boss wasn't an easy thing to get over. However, the fate of the two extras was yet to come. For something like this, all Mo Ting needed to do was make a phone call and they would never be able to act again. Is everyone on set treating you like this? Mo Ting asked on the way home. No, only the two extras from before, Tongning replied. Good. She turned her head and noticed the gloomy look in Mo Ting's eyes. She immediately asked, what's going on? This matter. Can you not ask anything about this matter and let me handle it? Mo Ting asked. He didn't want to tell her that the people that stabbed her in the back were from the Tang family, they were her family. Tongning looked carefully into Mo Ting's eyes and understood a little. If you didn't tell me, I would have a lot of guesses and thoughts. Actually, not many people know about this incident and the timing was so coincidental. Even if you didn't tell me, I would still have a rough idea. After all, this isn't the first time something like this has happened. Mo Ting did not forget how smart Tongning was. He simply felt bad for her intelligence. Why can't you be a little more stupid? That would make you happier. If I had a choice, I would still choose to be smarter, because that way, you wouldn't be tired. At least, I can share your burden. Tongning said firmly as she held on to the back of Mo Ting's hand. This incident was most likely done by the siblings. In order to prevent me from returning to the Tang family, they have used all sorts of tricks. If that's the case, I've thought of a good way to help you get back at them. Mo Ting's ink-black eyes suddenly lit up. A sharp glint suddenly appeared in Mo Ting's ink-black eyes. Of course, since this matter involves Qi, I will deal with him as well. Han Xiner listened to their conversation from the back seat. She was quite envious. They seemed to be telepathically connected. All they needed to do was look at each other and they could understand each other's thoughts. This wasn't something that just anyone could do. More importantly, between them, it was as if trust was the basis of the conversation without needing to be said. After returning to Hyatt Regency, Mo Ting helped Tongning lie down in bed and get some rest. Afterwards, he gave Fang Yu a phone call. Try and contact Elder Tang. What do you want to do? You will find out soon. After speaking, Mo Ting hung up the phone. Previously, the only reason Tang Xian went to look for Tongning was because Elder Tang had mentioned her. It seemed, he wanted Tongning to return to the Tang family. Since that was the case, Elder Tang probably had no idea that Tongning had been plotted against, right? He should have been able to give her a heads up. West Mountain Courtyard, Maple Leaf Study. The assistant handed the phone to Elder Tang. Chairman, the CEO of Hai Rui is calling. Do you think? Give it to me. Elder Tang put down the perfume sample, took the phone from his assistant and gestured for him to leave. The assistant respectfully turned around and left. Afterwards, Elder Tang placed the phone by his ear and said in a deep voice, Hello. Hello, Elder Tang. Mo Ting's voice was deep and dangerous. Are you the man that is dating my granddaughter? Elder Tang asked straightforwardly. I am Mo Ting. Mo Ting greeted Elder Tang in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. In terms of presence, they were on par. Although Elder Tang was older and wiser, Mo Ting was calm and unfathomable. Humph, the entertainment industry is such a foul place. Where can you find true love? Mo Ting let out a gentle laugh, completely ignoring Elder Tang's contempt. He simply asked, I sent someone to deliver a gift to your home. I wonder if Elder Tang received it? What gift? In regards to our marriage, I sent a gift to the royal residence. But after that, a piece of news broke out, saying that I was going to marry Miss Qi. What do you mean by that? Elder Tang asked coldly. The Qi family and Tang family should be on good terms. Plus, I once had a misunderstanding with Miss Qi. If this has caused you to misunderstand me, I can clarify it. There's no need to spread false rumors to hurt Tongning. Mo Ting's voice was even colder than Elder Tang's. If you can ignore Tonning's existence, then pretend she doesn't exist. Don't stop me from treating her well. Mo Ting's words were very artistic. First, he said that a gift had been delivered and a bad scandal had broken out. Then, he hinted that the Qi family and the Tang family were sharing resources. This matter was definitely related to the Tang family. Kid, don't you know how to respect the elderly and cherish the young? Elder Tang had never been questioned like this before. If I've offended you in any way, please forgive me. If you really don't want to acknowledge Tonning as your granddaughter, please hand her over to me in one piece. After speaking, Mo Ting hung up the phone. Elder Tang froze for a moment before calling his assistant over. Immediately call the Tang family home and ask if Hai Rui has sent anything over. While you're at it, gather the latest entertainment news for Tonning. Hurry. 10 minutes later, the assistant returned to the study room and said to the old man, the housekeeper said a box was sent over, but it was intercepted by the big Mississippi. Also, this is the latest news about Miss Tonning. Elder Tang reached out and picked up the newspaper. Looking at the comments the entertainment industry had on his granddaughter, he was so angry that he slammed his hand on the table. How dare these people criticize my, Tangzhen's granddaughter? Moreover, my granddaughter can do anything. Isn't she better than that vase from the Qi family? Chairman, calm down. Elder Tang took a deep breath and finally calmed himself down. Based on the way that Mo Brat spoke, it seems like the Tang family was behind the rumors of his marriage with the woman from the Qi family. Chairman, could the other party have made a mistake? Grandfather Tang shook his head. That kid is an overlord. How could he make a mistake? Since he said it was the Tang family, then he must have done an in-depth investigation. Plus, can't you tell that he's here to complain? He's hinting that this isn't the first time the Tang family has treated Tonning in this way. The big miss is indeed suspicious, the assistant replied. Tang Xian has no tolerance for others. How can I trust her with the Tang family? That's right. Whether it's in terms of ability or character, Miss Tonning is above all of them, the assistant added. It's time to clean up the family. After speaking, Elder Tang stood up and picked up his walking stick. Come, accompany me to the Tang family home. Chairman, now? Not now. They still haven't realized the seriousness of the matter. After speaking, Elder Tang left the West Mountain Villa with the help of his assistant and headed straight for the Tang family home. After hanging up the phone, Mo Ting returned to the bedroom from the bathroom. Seeing Tonning sleeping peacefully in bed, he walked over to her side and leaned over to place a kiss on her forehead. What's wrong? Tonning asked in a half-asleep state. Mo Ting gently stroked her cheek and comforted her. It's nothing. I simply wanted to tell you that I will always be by your side. Tonning revealed a comforting smile as she fell asleep. Tomorrow was the press release for Hidden Expert. Perfect, it was a good opportunity to clarify everything. Of course, he did not plan to reveal his marriage statement. He still wanted to know if the Tang family and the woman with the surname Qi had any follow-up plans. He was going to clear Tonning's path to becoming the empress in one fell swoop. Late at night, the lights in the Tang family home's living room were suddenly turned on. Afterwards, everyone in the Tang family was woken up by Elder Tang. As everyone in the Tang family was busy, they didn't often get to gather together. So, the only people that were woken up were Tang Xian and her husband, as well as Father Tang and Tonning's mother, the current Madame Tang. Father, it's already so late. Did you wake everyone up for something? Father Tang asked as he sat on the sofa. Elder Xing sat in the middle of the living room, looking extremely dignified. His sharp eyes glanced in Tang Xian's direction. Xian heir, have you forgotten that you have something to pass to me? Tang Xian froze. For a moment before she suddenly woke up. Grandfather, do you think that I'm old and dim-sighted, so I can't control you? Elder Tang tapped his walking stick on the ground. Are you going to take it out yourself, or do you want me to call Hai Rui to verify it? Tang Xian's expression did not look good. She had no choice but to retrieve a box from her bedroom and place it in front of Elder Tang. Can you explain to me what this is? Elder Tang asked despite knowing the answer. This is a gift from the CEO of Hai Rui. It seems, he wants to tell us that he and Tonning have plans to get married. In that case, can you tell me what this is? Elder Tang pulled out a newspaper from his pocket and threw it in front of Tang Xian. Don't tell me this has nothing to do with you. Tang Xian's body trembled, but she still picked up the newspaper from the floor and opened it. Grandfather, what's wrong with Xiaoxian? Tang Xian's husband was confused. Why were the grandfather and granddaughter talking in riddles? Elder Tang stood up with a fierce aura. This isn't the first time you've hurt Tongning like this. Do you admit to it? Grandfather, how can you be so sure that I'm the one that hurt Tongning? Do you still feel wronged? Elder Tang's voice turned cold. I've already spoken to your assistant. You were the one that spread the news. You couldn't bear to see Tongning marry a husband with a powerful background, so you tried everything you could to separate them. So, you spread this false rumor and made my granddaughter look down on you. The more you act like this, the more impossible it is for the Tang family's perfume to land in your hands. End of chapter 353. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.